Chapter 775. The sea of mosquitoes disappeared, and the raging flames rushed towards the infinite celestial capital. Boom, 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 boom. Gu Hai, Kong Xian, Shangguan Hen, and Ao Shun landed on the square of the infinite celestial capital. A powerful aura spread in all directions, forming a storm that forced the flames back. Hu! The Fire Emperor waved his hand, and the endless flames stopped surging towards the infinite celestial capital. His eyes narrowed as he stared at Gu Hai. When Gu Hai and the other three returned, the citizens of the infinite celestial capital were overjoyed. "Welcome back, Your Majesty." Countless officials bowed excitedly. At the same time, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Perhaps because Gu Hai had brought about too many miracles over the years, everyone was relieved to see Gu Hai. "Ancient Emperor, you're finally back." Zhang Sanfeng and the other three cloud beasts also heaved a sigh of relief. It's a pity that we're restricted by the formation and can't escape. Otherwise, Dongfang Bubi sighed. Gu Hai looked at the four cloud beasts and smiled. "I already have a way to get you out of your predicament. Let's talk about it after we're done with this place." Oh, Shimen Chueshua's eyes, which had been motionless all this while, suddenly lit up. Dongfang Bubi, Zhang Sanfeng, and Duga Chobai were also overjoyed. They immediately retreated to one side, not wanting to disturb Gu Hai's battle. In the distance, Ao Sheng and Feng Yu both narrowed their eyes, because both of them had found the person they were looking for. "Your Gu Hai?" The Fire Emperor glared and shouted coldly. As he shouted, the flames around him surged into the 9 heavens, as though the entire sky was burning red. "Dian Dynasty, the supreme beast of the nation. Fire Emperor? Ha! I heard that you've been in the East Sea for 1,000 years. Why are you here today? Did Jiang Lianshan ask you to come?" Gu Hai said coldly. "Humph, since you're Gu Hai, give it to me," the Fire Emperor said solemnly. "Oh, things. I don't remember taking anything from you," Gu Hai said coldly. "You're still trying to deny it? I already know about the spiritual mountain. Is Long Zhanggua's Warring States Immortal Dome in your hands? Am I right?" The Fire Emperor glared at him. Warring States, Immortal? As soon as the Fire Emperor finished speaking, the expressions on the faces of the surrounding cultivators changed. Warring States Dome? Didn't the dragon war kingdom self-destruct in the heavenly realm? Supremacy. Feng Yuan narrowed her eyes. "Gu Hai has another immortal dome. What's going on?" Ao Sheng also stared in shock. In the forest, Xian Du's pupils shrank as a look of astonishment flashed across his face. "Ha! I thought that finding Zhang Yulian was good news. Who would have thought that Gu Hai would have such a treasure? Immortal Dome? What a coincidence!" Xian Du's eyes flashed with greed. Gu Hai furrowed his brows. He had come back from the holy land of the spirited mountain without stopping. Although news of him had gradually spread in the west, it would take a long time to spread from the west to the east, unless he used the Guqin figurine. It seemed like Jiang Rulai was indeed Jiang Lianshan's son. The Qin figurines were connected to 2 places. That was why the Fire Emperor knew about the spiritual mountain. Immortal Dome? Now, that Buddha could see through the immortal dome. He even confirmed it. However, why was the Fire Emperor here and not Jiang Lianshan? "Is it?" the Fire Emperor shouted. Gu Hai was neither anxious nor slow as he smiled. "Fire Emperor? Firstly, I want to tell you that Long Zhanggua's immortal dome has been destroyed in the heavenly realm. This is something that not only I know about, the entire world knows about. Secondly, how can you be so sure that I have the immortal dome? Just based on the words of others, and you believe them? Besides, when did the immortal dome of the Warring States become yours? What a joke!" That year, Long Zhonghua stole my immortal dome. It should have been mine. The Fire Emperor said coldly, Long Zhonghua stole yours? That's ridiculous. When Long Zhonghua was still alive, why didn't you ask for it? Now that you're using a groundless excuse to ask for it from me, Guhai laughed coldly. I can't win against Long Zhonghua. So what? As long as I can win against you, it's fine. Are you going to hand it over or not? The Fire Emperor laughed coldly as he looked at Guhai. Just because you say that the immortal dome of the Warring States is yours, it's yours? Even he, Jiang Lianshan, didn't have the cheek to say that it was his. You're really thick-skinned. You even made up an excuse that Long Zhonghua stole it from you. That's right, Long Zhonghua has already fallen. Hence, you can make up whatever nonsense you want. Guhai laughed coldly. I'm making up nonsense? That year, Old Man Guanxi gave the immortal dome to me as compensation. After that, it was stolen by that despicable Long Zhonghua. Even if Long Zhonghua was still alive, I would still dare to confront him. The Fire Emperor said coldly, Wait, the immortal dome of the Warring States was given to Long Zhonghua by Old Man Guanxi? Guhai squinted his eyes and revealed a look of shock. Humph, you speak so much nonsense. Let me ask you this. Today, are you going to give it to me or not? The Fire Emperor said coldly. Kong Xian. Guhai suddenly opened his mouth. Here. Kong Xian answered from the side. Kong Xian responded. And only then did the surrounding people notice the fourth inconspicuous person. Kong Xian? It's really him. Why is he so obedient to Guhai? Mosquito Darren asked curiously. In the distance, Feng Yu squinted her eyes as well. Didn't Kong Xian want to kill Guhai? Why is he... Kong Xian has submitted to Guhai? That doesn't make sense. Wasn't Kong Xian imprisoned by the Buddha? Ao Sheng asked in astonishment. The Fire Emperor also noticed Kong Xian. Oh, is it this little peacock? Humph, little thing. I've already told you clearly that peacocks are a branch of the phoenix race. You can only be loyal to me. Yet you chose to be loyal to Tai? Humph, now that Tai has fallen, you're even more foolish to follow Guhai? How foolish! The Fire Emperor said coldly. Kong Xian was still bowing to Guhai. He didn't care about the Fire Emperor at all. Guhai stared at the Fire Emperor and revealed a cold smile. Kong Xian beat him up. The Fire Emperor froze. Around him, Mosquito Darren, Feng Yu, Ao Sheng, and Xian Du were all stunned. What did Guhai just say? Beat him up? That's the Fire Emperor. Guhai didn't care about him at all. Beat him up? You think he's a small fry? Do you think you can beat him up just because you want to? Once the Fire Emperor is enraged, the limitless celestial capital will be destroyed. Furthermore, how high is Kong Xian's cultivation level? This Fire Emperor is the national beast of the Dian dynasty. Yes, Kong Xian acknowledged. Turning his head, Kong Xian stared at the Fire Emperor coldly. That cold stare caused the Fire Emperor's face to darken. He felt a sense of danger. Kong Xian waved his sleeves. Boom! Billows of black wind surged into the sky. Screech! Kong Xian opened his mouth and shouted. The black wind billowed and swept all the flames around the limitless celestial capital into Kong Xian's mouth. Of course, the main target of the black wind was the Fire Emperor. As the wind billowed, the Fire Emperor's body moved as if he was about to be swallowed by Kong Xian. A terrifying aura was emitted. In an instant, the entire sky was dyed black by the demonic aura around Kong Xian. What? Feng Yu, Ao Sheng, Mosquito Darren, and Xian Du's expressions changed. No one expected Kong Xian's strength to increase so much. The Fire Emperor's body trembled as he was almost swallowed. Naturally, he was infuriated. Little peacock, How dare you be impudent in front of me? The Fire Emperor waved his hand. Boom! Boundless flames appeared once again. At the same time, he sent a palm strike towards Kong Xian. Not only did Kong Xian not retreat, his eyes flashed with a hint of viciousness as he sent a palm strike towards the sky. Boom! Outside the limitless celestial capital, the void trembled. The huge impact formed a storm that swept in all directions. Even the limitless celestial capital was slightly shaken by the impact. The Fire Emperor's expression changed. The palm strike just now was actually on par with Kong Xian's. When did Kong Xian's strength become so ferocious? 5-color divine light. Behind Kong Xian, millions of peacock feathers appeared. With a flick of his feathers, the 5-colored divine light shot towards the Fire Emperor. Whoosh! Impudent! The Fire Emperor stared and waved his hand. A beam of golden light shot out. Boom! 2 beams of light collided in midair, causing another huge tremor. Kong Xian, fight further away. Don't destroy the limitless celestial capital. Gu Hai shouted. Screech! Kong Xian replied with a long whistle. With a long whistle, Kong Xian transformed into a 3,000-foot-tall peacock. He revealed a ferocious expression as he flew towards the Fire Emperor. After transforming into his original form, Kong Xian's aura doubled. As he flapped his wings, demonic qi filled the skies. The 5-colored divine light formed a huge whip. As Kong Xian flapped his wings, he lashed out at the Fire Emperor again and again. How dare you? The Fire Emperor was infuriated. Screech! The Fire Emperor transformed into a 3,000-foot-tall flaming phoenix. As soon as the phoenix appeared, heaven and earth burned. The endless flames rushed towards Kong Xian, and the sky of Kong Xian's demonic qi was locked in a stalemate. Boom, boom, boom. The 2 huge birds tore each other apart. As the 5-colored divine lights collided, they started to devour the heavens and earth. The battle was fierce. Under Kong Xian's deliberate control, the 2 of them fought higher and higher, further and further away. The Fire Emperor was a veteran martial artist and was one of the few experts in the world. Against such an expert, Kong Xian didn't seem like he was going to lose. In fact, he seemed to be gaining the upper hand. Screech! Screech! They watched as the 2 huge birds fought further and further away. Mosquito Daoran was confused. Gu Hai, before you left, you said that you were going to recruit soldiers? This Kong Xian, how much did you pay to invite him back? Why is he so fierce? The Han Empire, 5th Army Commander Kong Xian. Gu Hai laughed. Mosquito Daoran was slightly taken aback. Then he said with a strange expression, 5th Army Commander? You made him the 5th Army Commander, and he followed you? Don't lie to me. Mosquito Daoran didn't believe him. Gu Hai smiled, but didn't explain further. At the same time, he looked coldly at a mountain peak in the distance. Your Majesty, Ao Sheng's aura is there. I can't be wrong. Ao Sheng suddenly said coldly. Your Majesty, Supreme Fengyu is there too. Ah, she has been stationed outside, the limitless celestial capital. Shang Wenhen laughed coldly. Chapter 776. Gu Hai immediately saw Supreme Fengyu and Ao Sheng. After all, the dragons and black tortoises at the foot of the Two-People Mountain were too eye-catching. Gu Hai looked over coldly. Supreme Fengyu and Ao Sheng's faces also darkened. Both of their strengths had increased greatly, and they thought that they could defeat Gu Hai. However, they didn't expect that a freak like Kong Xian would appear under Gu Hai's command. Kong Xian wasn't at a disadvantage in the battle against the Fire Emperor. In fact, he seemed to be slightly stronger. This Gu Hai is really lucky. he managed to recruit another powerful expert. Supreme Feng, you said with a gloomy face. Fortunately, Kong Xian is fighting against the Fire Emperor. We should do what we need to do, Ao Sheng said coldly. At this moment, Gu Hai and the rest returned. The dragons under Ao Sheng's command all darkened. That was Ao Shun, the crown prince whom they respected the most. Now that they were facing off against him, Supreme Feng Yu, judging from your arrogance, you've already recovered your strength from 800 years ago, Gu Hai suddenly said with a cold smile. If I had taken Shangguan Hen away, I would have recovered my strength from 800 years ago. Unfortunately, you ruined it. Good move. You actually walked through the 32 formations as if they were flat ground. Supreme Feng, you said with a cold look in her eyes. So, you haven't recovered? If that's the case, you still dare to come to the limitless celestial capital? Gu Hai said coldly with a glare. Although I have not recovered my strength from 800 years ago, I have recovered 30%. Humph. Only by capturing Shangguan Hen and bringing him to the 1,000 Islands could I fully recover. Gu Hai, even if I only have 30% of my strength, I am not something you can block. If you know what's good for you, move aside. I'm not like the Fire Emperor. Once I leave the limitless celestial capital, I'll destroy it immediately. Supremacy Feng, you said coldly. As she spoke, autarch Feng Yue's figure flickered. Suddenly, boundless black gas surged out from her body. Within the black gas, a monstrous black serpent appeared. With a wave of its tail, several mountains behind it exploded. The serpent's body was huge, at least 2,000 feet long. It spat out its forked tongue, exuding a baleful aura. The black serpent's eyes emitted traces of cold light, causing the hearts of countless people in the limitless celestial capital to tremble. Gu Hai ignored Black Snake and looked at Shangguan Hen. Your Majesty, it's better for me to deal with the trouble I brought. Solemnly Shangguan Hen said Shangguan Hen. Be careful, Supremacy. He now has 30% of his former strength. You. Not far away, a group of Xuanwu followers of Shangguan Hen said anxiously, Don't worry. Shangguan Hen took a step forward and rushed out. Shangguan Hen flew towards Supremacy Feng Yu. Supremacy Feng Yu was also slightly startled. Oh, ha. Shangguan Hen, are you crazy? I received the inheritance from 800 years ago, which is why my strength increased. You disappeared for 2 months. Who do you think you are? The black serpent's face turned cold as it opened its mouth to swallow him. You may care about the power from 800 years ago, but that doesn't mean I care about it too. Shangguan Hen suddenly revealed a sinister expression as his body emitted a dazzling golden light. The golden light shone, scattering much of Supremacy Feng Yu's black energy. Sun Wukong's aura, Ao Sheng's expression changed. The black serpent's face also sank. However, the black serpent was even more confident in itself. It did not hesitate at all as it opened its mouth to swallow Shangguan Hen. The Xuanwu followers of Shangguan Hen showed worried expressions. However, the Xuanwu followers of Supremacy Feng Yu showed disdain. Hong! A loud sound rang out, and a strong wind swept out in all directions. The shock waves immediately scattered the group of Xuanwu followers. What? Miao Qin immediately showed a stunned expression as he rubbed his eyes. Then, he revealed an expression of wild joy. Shangguan Hen's punch was too strong. Shangguan Hen actually sent that black serpent flying 50 kilometers with one punch. Buzz! The black serpent's figure paused in midair as it looked at Shangguan Hen in shock. However, the black serpent did not expect Shangguan Hen's strength to soar so much. Whoosh! Shangguan Hen immediately charged over, bringing the battle away from the boundless celestial capital. What cultivation technique? is that? Is it the Xuanwu divine technique that I taught you in the past? The black serpent said in shock. Xuanwu divine technique? Huh. I stopped practicing it long ago. 30% of the previous supremacy Xuanwu's strength is not much. Shangguan Hen suddenly sneered. As Shangguan Hen spoke, he charged forward again. Humph. I was careless earlier. Shangguan Hen, you want to fight me with just you? Roar. The black serpent became serious, immediately charging at Shangguan Hen. Rumble. Immediately, the distant battle shook the ground and mountains. Many huge mountains instantly exploded, soaring into the sky. The battle was incomparably ferocious. When Shangguan Hen attacked with his full power, not only did he not fall into a disadvantage, but he even gained a slight advantage. Supremacy's divine might. Miao Chun and the other Xuanwu clan elders roared excitedly. However, the Xuanwu clan elders that followed Feng Yu showed unsightly expressions. The distant battle continued. However, Ao Shun said to Gu Hai, Your Majesty, I would like to speak with my younger brother. I hope that Your Majesty will not interfere. All right. Gu Hai nodded. Whoosh. Ao Shun immediately flew towards Ao Sheng in the distance. Ao Sheng also looked at Shangguan Hen in the distance with a sullen expression. Shangguan Hen? In the past, Xiao Chun looked down on Xiao Chun the most. At first, Xiao Chun was beaten into a coward by Sun Wukong. In the Dragon's Gates region, Xiao Chun was reduced to a pile of mud. Now, Xiao Chun became so strong. Even Xiao Chun might not be able to do anything to Xiao Chun. What happened in the past 1 month? Why is Gu Hai so lucky? Whoosh. Ao Shun immediately arrived before Xiao Chun. Ao Shun's face sank. The expressions of the surrounding dragon race cultivators suddenly changed. Crown Prince. Crown Prince Ao Shun. Some dragon race cultivators said with stiff expressions. Ao Shun, it looks like your strength increased significantly after obtaining the Western Sea Dragon God. Ao Shun said coldly. Second brother, if Royal Father were here, he would not let you off. You can't keep making mistakes. Ao Shun said bitterly. Put away your hypocrisy. Humph. Keep making mistakes? Isn't it all your fault? Now that I obtained the Dragon God, there is no need for me to dig up the Dragon Tomb. Royal Father is really biased. I am the Crown Prince, but he passed the Dragon God to you? Ao Shun said hatefully. This is not an excuse for you to dig up the Dragon Tomb. I also heard that you injected the ancient souls of the Dragon Tomb into the bodies of the dragons. You won't even let them off. Ao Shun said coldly. The surrounding dragons were in an uproar. Ao Shun had dug up the Dragon Tomb and injected some ancient dragon souls into his body. It had indeed increased his cultivation, but he still felt that he was being restrained by something, but he could not explain it. Humph, I am the Dragon King. What right do you have to control us? How can I let them become stronger? It has nothing to do with you. Ao Shun said coldly. When the ancient souls enter the body, their strength will increase, but it will harm their souls and shorten their lifespan. How is it none of my business? They used to be my brothers. Ao Shun said coldly. When Ao Shun called them brothers, many dragons in the group were in an uproar. Crown Prince Ao Shun, I would like to follow you, may I? One of the giant dragons suddenly said. Little Lindsay? Ao Shun looked at the giant dragon. How dare you? You want to betray the North Sea Dragon Palace. Ao Shun glared. In the past, when I followed Crown Prince Ao Shun to conquer the world, those were my happiest days. Not long ago, my father offended Crown Prince Ao Shun. Please forgive him. In my heart, I have always wanted to follow Crown Prince Ao Shun. I hope Crown Prince Ao Shun won't mind. Little Lindsay said anxiously. All right, follow me. I will find a way to help you expel the ancient dragon souls in your body. Ao Shun nodded. Crown Prince Ao Shun, I want to follow you too. Crown Prince Ao Shun, I don't want to stay in the North Sea Dragon Palace anymore. In my heart, you are the Crown Prince. You are the North Sea Dragon King. I want to follow you too. In an instant, almost 80% of the dragons shouted excitedly. In the blink of an eye, they had betrayed Ao Shun. All right. Ao Shun nodded immediately. From their attitude, it was not difficult to see that Ao Shun had lost too many people's hearts. His Majesty was right. Instead of letting these good brothers die for Ao Shun without knowing why, he would rather take care of them himself. When Ao Shun agreed, the dragons immediately cheered and flew toward Ao Shun. At this moment, Ao Shun's face was ashen. Humph, betraying the North Sea Dragon Palace is a death sentence. Ao Shun said coldly, killing intent flashing in his eyes. Death sentence? When was there such a punishment? Ao Shun said coldly. There is one now. Humph, you don't know what's good for you, so don't blame me. Ancient souls, possess and seize. Ao Shun shouted coldly. At the same time, a purplish-black gas appeared on his face. It seemed to have condensed into a huge amnesty seal. Roar, roar, roar. The betrayed dragons immediately emitted a purplish-black gas, as if their bodies were burning. At the same time, they screamed in pain. Crown Prince Ao Shun, save me, save me. It's so painful, no? The screams continued. Ao Shun's expression changed, and he was about to pounce over. However, in the next moment, an extremely grand aura suddenly appeared around the dragons. Xiao Linzi's body suddenly doubled in size, and green veins appeared on the surface of his body. He rolled his eyes, and his pupils disappeared, leaving only a pile of white, and a monstrous resentment appeared around him. Rumble! The dragons triggered the heavens, and rolling dark clouds pressed down. The moment Ao Shun's amnesty seal appeared, the dragons were seized by the ancient dragon souls in the blink of an eye. These ancient dragon souls carried a monstrous resentment and emitted a soul-stirring evil aura. Kill Ao Shun. Ao Shun ordered. Roar. The dragons immediately pounced on Ao Shun crazily. Xiao Linzi, what's wrong with you? Ao Shun asked anxiously. However, Xiao Linzi was the first to reach out with his claws. Boom! Ao Shun punched Xiao Linzi back, but there were still a large number of ferocious dragons behind him. Roar! Ao Shun suddenly let out a loud roar, and a black dragon shadow suddenly appeared around him. The aura of the dragon god spread, and the dragons that were about to charge over suddenly paused. Kill, continue. Ao Shun said coldly. Roar. The dragons pounced on Ao Shun again, and they even ignored the suppression of the dragon god. Humph. Ao Shun, how dare you refine ghosts? Ao Shun glared and suddenly pounced on Ao Shun. These people who were attacking him were all his good brothers in the past. Ao Shun was naturally unwilling to attack, so he could only attack Ao Shun and force him to withdraw the spell on the dragons. Humph, with just you? I even opened the dragon tomb in the West Sea. All the dragon king souls are with me. Ao Shun threw a punch with a ferocious expression. Boom! He punched out, creating an explosion in the air. Ao Shun was stronger, and Ao Shun was beaten back a little. My good brother, how many dragon souls did you swallow? Ao Shun said with a cold expression. Roar! Suddenly, a white dragon phantom appeared on the surface of Ao Shun's body again. The two huge dragon phantoms, one black and one white, represented the two dragon gods. Ao Shun punched at Ao Shun again. Boom! This time, Ao Shun was finally beaten back. However, Ao Shun's strength was limited. Dragon God, It should have all been mine. Ao Shun, you thief, roar. Ao Shun also attacked crazily. At the same time, the surrounding dragons pounced on Ao Shun. The battle between the dragons also became chaotic. Fortunately, Ao Shun led the battle and moved the battlefield to the distance. In the forest, not far away, Xiandu laughed coldly. All right, all the experts by Guhai's side have been mobilized. Next, it's our turn. Ah, eldest senior brother, there's still a Mosquito Dauren. Mosquito Dauren? Don't worry, I can make him not dare to interfere. Xiandu sneered. Chapter 777. Kong Xian fought against Fire Emperor, Shang Wenhen fought against Supreme Fengyu, and Ao Shun fought against Ao Shun. Gu Hai looked at the three battlefields and suddenly turned his head to look at a mountain forest in the distance. His gaze was cold, causing Xiandu's expression to change. We've been discovered. Xiandu said in surprise. Gu Hai, I've completed the second task. Consider that group of rats over there as a gift from me. Mosquito Dauren said with a smile. Thank you, Mr. Mosquito Dauren. Gu Hai nodded. Mosquito Dauren pointed out Xiandu's secret, so Xiandu didn't hide it anymore. Boom! 20 figures soared into the sky and arrived near the limitless heavenly capital in the blink of an eye. Taishang's sect? Xiandu? Gu Hai said coldly. Gu Hai had already seen Xiandu's portrait, so he naturally knew about the enmity between Xiandu and Zhang Yulian. This person wanted to harm his wife, so there was no need to be polite. You recognize me? Ha, looks like Zhang Yulian told you. Where is Zhang Yulian? Gu Hai? Xiandu said coldly. Looking at Xiandu, Gu Hai sneered. Idiot! What did you say? Xiandu said coldly. I said you're an idiot. Now there's one more despicable, cursing words. I want to hear it again. Gu Hai said coldly. Xiandu's eyes were filled with anger. A Taishang sect disciple behind him said angrily, You think you can insult senior brother? Gu Hai, you overestimate yourself. As he spoke, the Grand High Path's disciple immediately slashed his sword at Gu Hai. As he slashed, a 10,000-meter-long sword light rushed towards the limitless celestial capital, seemingly wanting to cut Gu Hai and the limitless celestial capital in half. Whoosh! Gu Hai stretched out his hand and waved a blood blade. As soon as the blood saber appeared, rolling blood light instantly soared into the sky. Outsiders only thought that it was a beam of bloody light, but the Taishang sect disciples who were charging at the front saw a sea of blood illusion. The ground below immediately turned into a sea of blood that surged endlessly. Within the sea of blood, there seemed to be billions of demons surging towards him. It wasn't the bottom, but the entire world was surrounded by this sea of blood. He was completely surrounded. Ah! The disciple of the Taishang sect cried out in alarm. The sword light in his hand also stopped, and his face was filled with shock. Boom! The flash of the blade instantly closed in and sliced the disciple of the Taishang sect in half. The two halves fell from the sky. There was not a single drop of blood on the two halves of the corpse. All of the blood had been absorbed by the life-slaying blade. What? Junior brother! The disciples of the Taishang sect immediately cried out in alarm and caught the two halves of the dried corpse. Eldest senior brother, that Gu Hai killed our junior brother. There's no blood or soul left. I'm going to cut him into pieces. A disciple of the Taishang sect said with a ferocious expression. Middle Heaven Palace? You only have the strength of the Middle Heaven Palace. What blade technique was that? Xuandu's eyelids twitched. Middle Heaven Palace? That's not right. Eldest senior brother. Our junior brother had already entered the Heavenly Palace 3 years ago. How could he not be a match for Gu Hai? The disciples of the Taishang sect said in disbelief. Xuandu stared at Gu Hai. Have you heard of the Nether River Patriarch's blood sea blade? Gu Hai sneered. When he was comprehending the 18 levels of hell, he found that the blade technique that he learned on Earth was especially suitable for the life-slaying blade. Today's test was indeed effective. Taishang Sek's heartless sword formation. Xuandu said coldly, Yes. Xing. Suddenly, the 18 disciples of the Taishang sect behind him emitted rays of white light. Then, their entire bodies turned into long swords that were 100 feet long. On the long swords, murderous intent filled the sky. Endless sword chi erupted in all directions. The 18 long swords surrounded Xuandu and formed a sword chi field. In an instant, billions of sword chi spread out. They went straight for the infinite celestial capital. Gu Hai's face darkened. He waved his hand. The life-trapping blade formed a formation to protect the city. Rumble! Countless sword chi hit the barrier. The barrier suddenly shook as if it was about to break. All of them are heavenly palaces, as expected of the Wanshou Taoism. They have such a foundation. Mosquito Daran said solemnly, Taishang Sek's heartless sword formation. Gu Hai's face darkened. He heard from Zhang Yulian that this sword formation was extremely powerful. The more people there were, the more powerful it was. Moreover, it was stacked. 18 heavenly palaces. The one who was killed just now was not in Gu Hai's eyes when he first entered heavenly palaces. But now, there were 18 of them. Gu Hai had to be cautious. That was because just the aftermath of the sword principle aura was enough to shake the barrier. Gu Hai, I didn't want to make things difficult for you. Hand over Zhang Yulian, and I can spare your life. But you are so insensible. Humph, it seems that the Taishang sect has walked too little in this world. A bunch of cats and dogs dare to take advantage of us. Xuandu said with a ferocious expression, severing emotions. Xuandu waved his hand. Xing. Among the 18 long swords, one was suddenly lifted by Xuandu. With one sword, it slashed toward the barrier formation. All around, countless sword chi and sword force seemed to gather. Like the collapse of the heavenly river, it poured down on the infinite celestial capital. The white light illuminated heaven and earth. Its power was so great that the hearts of countless subjects trembled. Boom! The barrier broke and rushed toward Gu Hai. Please, baby! Gu Hai shouted. 2 gourds suddenly appeared beside Gu Hai. Xing! The immortal slaying flying saber flew out first and rushed toward the huge sword chi. The vine world gourd instantly produced countless vines and rose to the sky. Boom! The immortal slaying flying saber collided with it. The white sword light suddenly stopped, but in the next moment it continued to slash downward. The immortal slaying flying saber responded and flew back to the gourd after blocking for a while. The vines wrapped up and immediately held the white sword light. However, the sword light was fierce. With a tear, it cut the vines into countless pieces. The white light rushed toward Gu Hai like a hot knife through butter. Although it was still the same sword, its power had weakened greatly. Xuandu's face was cold, and a trace of coldness flashed in his eyes. Gu Hai, on the other hand, changed to the life-extinguishing saber. Zhou Tianlu! Gu Hai shouted with a ferocious expression. The world was instantly dyed purple. Hung! The saber and sword collided in the void with a loud bang. The ground under Gu Hai's feet also shook. The purple light and white light dissipated. Everyone was shocked. However, they saw that the ground under Gu Hai's feet suddenly cracked like a spider web because of Gu Hai's forceful stomp. Gu Hai's body expanded, but he managed to block it in the end. The collision of the saber light formed a storm that immediately blew down countless buildings. Your Majesty! Montez, Gao Xinji, and the others shouted worriedly. Gu Hai ignored them. He took a deep breath and looked coldly at Xuandu in the sky. That sword strike just now killed the 4th-level heavenly palace like killing a chicken. Gu Hai, you blocked it with the power of the middle heavenly palace? You're really good. Mosquito, Daoran said with a strange expression. Mosquito Daoran had always thought that Gu Hai was very powerful, but there was no need for him to pretend like that. This is the weakest sword strike. Gu Hai, how is it? Xuandu sneered. Oh, that's all. Gu Hai sneered. That's all? Ha ha ha. Immortal Slaying Gourd, Vine Realm Gourd, and your life-extinguishing saber. It's not easy for a middle heavenly palace to block my sword strike. However, do you think that's all I am? Humph, idiot. Who's the idiot? Xuandu sneered. As he spoke, Xuandu waved his hand. This time, it was not one sword, but 18. Xuandu used all 18 of them, as if he was going to slash the infinite celestial capital together. Gu Hai, I know where the weak point of the sword formation is. Why don't I help you break the sword formation? Mosquito, Daoran suddenly said with a smile. Oh, there's a weak point. Gu Hai's expression changed. That's right. I can help you break it in an instant. That's the third thing. Mosquito Daoran said with a smile. Mosquito Daoran had encountered this formation before. Since he could come out, he naturally knew about it. Mosquito Daoran was about to intervene when Xuandu suddenly stopped in the distance. He said with a gloomy expression, Mosquito Daoran, if you dare to intervene, don't blame me for being impolite. Oh, Xuandu, you can be impolite to me? Ha ha ha. 1,000 years ago, even your old master didn't dare to say that. You? Mosquito Daoran sneered. I can't do anything to you, but someone can. Look at what this is. Xuandu sneered. Xuandu took out an emerald jade token. Wanshou Taoism's arrow of command. Mosquito Daoran's expression suddenly froze. Wanshou Taoism's arrow of command was released. All the disciples of Wanshou Taoism nearby came to help. I remember that you ate one of the favorite disciples of the Tongtian sect master, right? And the Tongtian sect master seems to be nearby. Xuandu sneered. Mosquito Daoran's face twitched, but he didn't have any intention of stepping forward. The Tongtian sect master was nearby. If he was attracted, wouldn't he be dead meat? Forget it. Gu Hai, you do it yourself. I won't get into trouble. Mosquito Daoran said with a bitter smile. No need. You've already helped me. Gu Hai said with a smile. As he spoke, Gu Hai's pupils suddenly shrank. When he opened his eyes, a breathtaking aura was emitted from Gu Hai's eyes. Huh. Mosquito Daoran suddenly felt goosebumps all over his body. He looked at Gu Hai in horror. Around them, countless officials suddenly knelt down. Fear appeared on their faces. Even Xuandu, who was far away, felt a chill in his heart. He saw Gu Hai's eyes. His left eye was emitting white light, and his right eye was emitting black light. It was as if he was facing the eyes of heaven. At this moment, Xuandu actually had the urge to kneel. Die. His remaining reason was accompanied by madness. He waved his hand, and 18 sword lights slashed toward the infinite celestial capital. The previous sword seemed to have the power to destroy heaven and earth. At this moment, there were 18 swords. The entire void was distorted. Gu Hai raised his head. His eyes were filled with a strange light as he looked at the 18 sword lights. This time, he didn't forcibly resist like before. This was because this time, Taishan's heartless sword formation seemed to have changed shape in Gu Hai's eyes. Thin black and white lines were extremely strange. The life and death eye. In just an instant, Gu Hai saw the full appearance of the sword formation. He also found the key point in an instant. The formation moved like a huge fishing net toward the infinite celestial capital. On the fishing net, a black line seemed to be the main hub pulling the balance of the four directions. Guhai only took the immortal slaying flying knife this time. Treasure, please turn around. Whoosh! Under the control of Guhai's mind, the immortal slaying flying knife rushed toward the black line. Chapter 778. Immortal slaying flying dagger? Ha! You couldn't even block one of my swords just now, and you want to embarrass yourself with it? The crazy Schwandu roared with a trembling voice. Boom! The 18 giant swords slashed down instantly with irresistible force, as if they could destroy the world. The limitless heavenly capital was about to be destroyed. Although Mosquito Dauren was terrified by Guhai's eye of life and death, he was more shocked. That's not a weak point. The flying dagger can't go in that direction, because in the next moment, the entire limitless heavenly capital was about to be destroyed. However, Guhai was extremely determined. The immortal slaying flying dagger turned into a stream of light and shot into the sky. Under Schwandu's control, a long sword went straight for the immortal slaying flying dagger, as if he wanted to destroy it completely. However, in Guhai's eyes, countless white lines covered the sky and covered the earth. However, there was a gap between the lines. The flying dagger was extremely thin. It twisted and passed through instantly without touching anything. However, in the eyes of outsiders, the immortal slaying flying dagger disappeared in a flash. What? Schwandu was slightly stunned. Shing! The golden light of the immortal slaying flying dagger suddenly appeared, illuminating the world. Then it instantly shot back and returned to the immortal slaying gourd. The countless sword chi in the surroundings instantly collapsed, turning into a mass of sword energy and dissipating into thin air. The 18 giant swords also suddenly retracted and disappeared. The formation is broken. Mosquito Dauren looked confused. What just happened? The immortal slaying flying dagger went out and came back. The Taishang sect's heartless sword formation was broken? That didn't make sense. All the momentum disappeared. Schwandu also suddenly became clear, and he looked shocked. Why did you guys stop? Halfway through his sentence, Schwandu's words suddenly stopped, and his face twitched. That was because the 18 Taishang sect's disciples all had their heads sent flying and blood splattered everywhere. They fell from the sky. A trace of confusion flashed across Mosquito Dauren's eyes. Xian Du's eyelids twitched. No, it's impossible. Taishang's heartless sword formation has no flaws. The 18 of them have turned into swords and are invulnerable. You can't break his sword body. Schwandu looked at Guhai with a trace of horror. 19 of them had gone to the heavenly palace, and they had all died in the blink of an eye. However, at this moment, Guhai did not pay attention to Schwandu. Instead, he suddenly looked towards the sky. Previously, he couldn't see it with the naked eye, but now, with the eye of life and death, he could see it clearly. In the sky above the boundless celestial capital, there were currently some white and black lines forming the 64 hexagrams. 64 hexagrams? Jiang Lianshan's surveillance. Treasure, please turn around. Guhai shouted coldly again. Swish! The immortal slaying flying saber flew out again. Xian Du's expression immediately changed. He seemed to want to block it. However, at this moment, the immortal slaying flying blade did not charge towards him. Instead, it suddenly shot towards the empty sky. Boom! With a loud sound in the sky, the immortal slaying flying blade flew back. At the same time, a large amount of golden light of the 8 trigrams suddenly appeared in the sky. However, at this moment, it was shattered by the immortal slaying flying blade. 64 hexagrams. Mosquito Dauren's expression darkened. At the same time, in Shenong City, the Flame God Hall, Jiang Lianshan and a young lady in red were staring at a mirror arranged by 64 hexagrams. The scene inside was precisely the scene of the boundless celestial capital. In the scene, Gu Hai opened his eye of life and death and beheaded 18 people from Heavenly Palace with one strike. The second strike seemed to have shot out from the mirror. Boom! With a loud sound, the mirror in the main hall suddenly exploded. The scene of the boundless celestial capital could no longer be seen. That eye just now? Gu Hai's eyes are so evil. The young lady in red said with a gloomy expression, Gu Hai? He's really growing up fast. This method is really strange. Jiang Lianshan frowned. Old man, Long Zhonghua raised him. Do you want to raise him too? Don't raise him too much. It's time to kill him, right? The young lady in red said coldly. No, he needs to play chess with old man Guanxi. Girl, don't touch him without my permission. Jiang Lianshan shook his head. Call me Jingwei, the young lady said somewhat stubbornly. Boundless celestial capital. Gu Hai broke the 64 hexagrams in the sky and looked coldly at Xuandu again. Xuandu suddenly quivered, as if everything about him was seen through by Gu Hai's eyes. The hair on his back suddenly stood on end. Just now, when he had the sword formation, he felt like kneeling. Now that the sword formation was gone, a great threat of death instantly shrouded his heart. Kacha! Without hesitation, Xuandu instantly crushed the arrow in his hand. Stop! Mosquito Doran's expression suddenly changed, and he cried out in alarm. Boom! Wanshou Taoism's arrow exploded in Xuandu's hand. In an instant, above the starry sky, a beam of starlight shot down like a searchlight. It went straight up and down, allowing everyone to see it instantly. Those with good eyesight would be able to see it immediately, no matter where they were in the divine continent. Gu Hai, I'll take shelter first. Mosquito Doran's expression changed, and he turned around and shot into the distance. Swish! Mosquito Doran disappeared in the blink of an eye. Gu Hai also instantly knew what was going on. Xuandu's request for help seemed to have gotten out of hand. More importantly, the Eye of Life and Death couldn't be used without limit. Just now, it had consumed too much of the spiritual Mother Divine King's divine power. He instantly retracted it. The Eye of Life and Death couldn't be used. Wong! Gu Hai's eyes returned to normal, and the pressure on everyone suddenly disappeared. Your Majesty, that was really incredible. Miao Chen immediately said excitedly. Your Majesty, this subject felt like he was facing heavenly might. Mo Yike said with a smile. The various subjects stood up excitedly. No one noticed that Xuandu shot out the arrow of command. They only saw that the Taishang Dao disciples, except for Xuandu, died. Everyone rejoiced. However, in the next moment, Gu Hai's stern gaze turned solemn. In the distance, when Xuandu saw Gu Hai put away the Eye of Life and Death, his expression also changed. It seemed like Xuandu guessed that the Eye of Life and Death could not be used continuously. However, the arrow of command was already shot out, and there was no turning back. Gu Hai, just wait for death. Xuandu said with a ferocious expression. Boom! Suddenly, a gust of black wind swept over from the northeast. As the gust of wind blew past, the surrounding Dragon Clan and Black Tortoise Clan were instantly blown away. Xuandu was the first to get blown away by the wind. Ao Shun and Ao Sheng's battle also came to an abrupt end. They were blown away by the wind. Shangguan Hen and Supremacy Feng Yue were also blown hundreds of kilometers away by the wind. The battle came to a sudden halt as well. At this moment, even the limitless sky was moved hundreds of miles away by the wind. The only ones who were not blown away were Kong Xian and the Fire Emperor. However, The demonic aura and flames around the two of them were also blown away in an instant. The ground below was torn apart by the strong wind, and huge craters were formed. Rocks flew into the sky, and the world was turned upside down. Rumble. The rolling wind gradually calmed down. Everyone also saw the source of the wind. It was a man wearing a beautiful black robe. He stood in the air, and his body did not emit much of an aura. However, just by fighting in the air, he emitted a domineering aura of the Tongtian Dao. The man swung his sleeves. The surrounding dragon race and Xuanwu race instinctively felt their hearts palpitate. They actually prostrated themselves on the ground, not daring to raise their heads. When Ao Sheng saw the black-robed man, his eyelids suddenly twitched violently, and his face was filled with shock. Autark Fengyue immediately became much more obedient. She flew to one side. Shangguan Hen and Ao Shun's faces were gloomy. They quickly flew back to the limitless sky capital. However, just as they flew near the black-robed man, their hearts beat wildly. A huge pressure made the two of them suddenly have the urge to kneel down and kowtow. "Greetings, Sect Master." Xuandu immediately bowed respectfully. "Tongtian, Sect Master." Guhai's face darkened. The person who came was the leader of the Wanshou Taoism, the Tongtian Sect Master. When the Tongtian Sect Master saw the signal arrow, he immediately rushed over. When he arrived, the surroundings were in chaos. The Tongtian Sect Master's face darkened. Turning his head, the Tongtian Sect Master looked at Kong Xian and the Fire Emperor, who were in the air. "Fire Emperor, you're getting worse and worse. You're not even a match for a little peacock." The Tongtian Sect Master revealed a cold smile. "Tongtian Sect Master?" The Fire Emperor's eyes flashed with a monstrous hatred. "If you continue to look at me like that, I'll let you reunite with your 6 brothers." The Tongtian Sect Master's eyes flashed with a cold light. "You." The Fire Emperor glared, but didn't dare to retort. At the entrance of the soaring sky palace, Shangguan Hen whispered, 6 of the 7 Phoenix brothers were killed by the Tongtian Sect Master. "Oh." Guhai's face darkened. In the distance, Kong Xian flew towards Guhai. The Tongtian Sect Master stood in the air. The Fire Emperor had a huge temper, but he didn't dare to vent it on the Tongtian Sect Master. The Tongtian Sect Master laughed coldly as he looked at the Fire Emperor. He then turned his head to look at Kong Xian, who had flown behind Guhai. He revealed a look of suspicion. Although the Tongtian Sect Master had ridiculed the Fire Emperor, he knew how powerful the Fire Emperor was. Was this the great Myojin? When did he become so powerful? And why was he standing behind Guhai? The Tongtian squinted his eyes as he looked at Guhai. Just a casual glance gave Guhai immense pressure. It was as if he had seen Long Zhanggua's ferocious glare when he was at his peak. Was the Tongtian the same as well? When the Tongtian Sect Master arrived, all the fighting stopped. All the grudges stopped. Although he didn't release much of his aura, there was a huge aura around him that enveloped everyone. In this aura, he was the most powerful. He was the heavens, and they were ants. The Tongtian Sect Master looked coldly at everyone around him, then turned his head to look at Xian. You were the one who broke the commander's arrow?" The Tongtian Sect Master asked coldly. "Yes." Xian Du lowered his head and didn't dare to raise it. The commander's arrow is not to be used unless it is a major incident that affects the foundation of Wanshou Taoism. Once it is used, anyone who sees the commander's arrow must give up everything and arrive immediately, including the sect leader himself. You should understand." The Tongtian Sect Master said coldly. Although the Tongtian Sect Master only described the function of the commander's arrow. His words were filled with threat. Dispatch me? If you don't affect the foundation of the sect, no one can save you. Yes, I understand. But now, I have something important to report to the sect leader. Please make the decision. Xian Du said solemnly. The Tongtian sect master said in a low voice. Zhang Yulian stole the Tai Chi diagram and eloped with Gu Hai. The one she left behind in Wanshou Taoism is a fake. The Tai Chi diagram is one of the foundations of Wanshou Taoism. I found Gu Hai and couldn't take it. Please make the decision. Xian Du lowered his head and reported, Oh, the Tongtian sect master frowned. Also, I found out that Long Zhanggua's Warring States Immortal Dome is in Gu Hai's hands. The Fire Emperor is here to take the Immortal Dome. Xian Du lowered his head and reported, Immortal Dome. The Tongtian sect master's expression suddenly changed. He turned his head to look at Gu Hai. Chapter 779. While the Tongtian sect master and Xuandu were talking, Kong Xian whispered to Gu Hai, Your Majesty, this Tongtian sect master is a first-generation Tongtian. Wanshou Taoism and Solar God Shrine have clashed many times in the past 800,000 years. The Tongtian has killed Tai several times, and Tai has killed Tongtian several times. However, those Tongtian that were killed were not first-generation Tongtian, just like how Zhang Yulian of the Taishang sect was not a first-generation Taishang. However, Tai has always been that Tai. Kong Xian whispered. Gu Hai's face suddenly darkened. Kong Xian had made it clear that the Tongtian sect master was more powerful than Tai. However, from the performance just now, it was clear that the Fire Emperor was very afraid of the Tongtian. Immortal Dome? The Tongtian sect master's expression suddenly changed, and he turned to look at Gu Hai. The Tongtian sect master looked over, and suddenly a strong pressure rushed into the square of the soaring sky hall. The expressions of the Dahan officials changed, as if they were about to kneel down under the pressure. Buzz. Kong Xian released his aura and helped everyone block the Tongtian sect master's gaze. However, the officials were still sweating. Under the strong pressure, Gu Hai blocked it with his strong will. Dahan Imperial Dynasty. Gu Hai greets the Tongtian sect master. Gu Hai stepped forward and said solemnly. The Tongtian sect master narrowed his eyes and looked at Gu Hai. Is the Taishang sect's Taiji diagram in your hands? Is the Long Zhanggua sect's Immortal Dome in your hands? Long Zhanggua's Immortal Dome has been destroyed in the heavenly realm. Everyone knows that. The Taiji diagram of the Taishang Dao? Never seen it before. Your Excellency is a Tongtian. It should not be difficult to see that this is Xuandu's excuse. Gu Hai shook his head. The Taiji diagram is definitely in your and Zhang Yulian's hands. The Fire Emperor was the one who said that. Xian Du glared at him. Xuandu understood the consequences of deceiving the Tongtian sect master, so he naturally roared out immediately. Oh, the Tongtian sect master suddenly looked towards the Fire Emperor. Seeing the Fire Emperor, Tongtian revealed a cold smile. Fire Emperor? It seems that Xian Qiong is right. Gu Hai's expression darkened. What did he mean by the Immortal Dome was unmistakable. The Tongtian sect master didn't explain to Gu Hai. Instead, he looked at the Fire Emperor and said, You didn't have the ability to take it back then. Now, you don't have the right either. On account of Jiang Lianshan. Scram! The Fire Emperor glared at him. Tongtian, you want to steal my Immortal Dome too? It's not that I'm looking down on you. With your abilities, you want to steal my Immortal Dome? Leave now. If not, don't blame me for being impolite. As the Tongtian spoke, he waved his hand. Don't even think about it. The Fire Emperor flew into a rage. Hiss! The entire area was dyed purple. Vaguely, one could see a gigantic purple sword light flying towards the Fire Emperor. The Fire Emperor's expression changed as he transformed into a phoenix and swiped its claws towards the sword. Boom! A loud sound rang out as the phoenix was sent flying. Its entire body was crackling with electricity. Hiss! The purple sword retracted and returned to the Tongtian sect master's sleeves. The Fire Emperor was in an extremely sorry state as blood splattered all over his body. One move, Kong Xian's face fell. He had always known that the Tongtian sect master was powerful. However, he didn't expect him to be so ferocious. He defeated the Fire Emperor in one move. He had fought with him for half a day. Cough, cough. Pooh! Tongtian sect master, just you wait, just you wait. The Fire Emperor flew towards the south in grief. If it weren't for Jiang Lianshan, you would have been reunited with your 6 brothers. Tongtian spoke coldly. He defeated the Fire Emperor in one move. Everyone in the surroundings was aghast. Feng Yu and Ao Sheng's expressions turned ugly as they stood far away, not daring to interfere. Tongtian sect master? The strength he displayed was actually not weaker than the Long Zhanguo of the past. How could such a strong person be defeated in one move? Xian Du also didn't dare to interrupt. After defeating the Fire Emperor in one move, the Tongtian sect master once again looked towards Gu Hai in the soaring sky palace square. At this moment, everything seemed to be under the control of the Tongtian sect master. Kong Xian, Shangguan Hen, Ao Shun, Mo Yike, Chen Tianshan, Gao Xinji, Montez, and the others all had ugly expressions on their faces. They weren't even on the same level. Even a fierce person like Kong Xian wouldn't be a match for the Tongtian sect master. I'm meat on the chopping block. Facing the Tongtian sect master's strength, everyone felt a deep sense of helplessness. He was too strong. He was unshakable. Gu Hai's eye of life and death couldn't be used now. Gu Hai understood that even if he used the eye of life and death, he wouldn't be a match for the Tongtian sect master. The ability to defeat the Fire Emperor so easily wasn't something he could contend against. Gu Hai? I've heard about you for a long time. Ever since Long Zhanguo took you as his trusted aide, your name has been known throughout the world. However, sometimes reputation can't feed you. Long Zhanguo has fallen. You should understand your situation. All right, hand over the Taiji diagram. Also, Long Zhanguo's Immortal Dome. You don't have the fortune to enjoy it. Hand it over to me. The Tongtian sect master said coldly. The Tongtian sect master's tone was unquestionable. It was as if he was ordering Gu Hai to hand over everything. Ha ha. Tongtian sect master? Just based on Xian Du's words, you're so sure that these 2 items are with me? Aren't you being too presumptuous? Xian Du only spoke blindly to protect his life. Could it be that you're so muddle-headed as to be manipulated by him? Gu Hai suddenly said coldly. Muddle-headed? Gu Hai was scolding the Tongtian for being muddle-headed. Xian Du was stunned. In the distance, Supreme Martial Artist Feng Yu and Ao Sheng were also stunned. Was Gu Hai tired of living? He dared to insult the Tongtian when he was questioning him. The Tongtian wasn't someone to be trifled with. If he wanted to destroy you, he would destroy you. Kong Xian and the others behind him were also anxious. They didn't know why His Majesty was being so rude. Did His Majesty think that he could fight with him, mobilizing the power of the Dahan Empire? It couldn't be. With the power of the Dahan Empire and 300 cities, even if all the citizens lent their power to His Majesty, it wouldn't be enough. The Tongtian was too strong. Just like Long Zhangwa back then. How could they fight with him? No one dared to interrupt. In a distant mountain forest, the mosquito Dauren transformed into a small mosquito and hid in a crack in a rock. He was also shocked. Gu Hai isn't going to hide his strength anymore. Is he going to fight with the Tongtian sect master? The mosquito Doran's eyes flashed. Muddle-headed, the Tongtian sect master's eyes also suddenly turned cold. The Tongtian didn't admire Gu Hai like the Long Zhangwa. With the Tongtian's murderous nature, he would kill if he wanted to. He had no fear in his heart. Humph, based on what you said just now, I have no reason to spare you. Xiandu lied? He wouldn't dare to lie in front of me. That's why I believe him. Hand it over immediately. Otherwise, I'll crush your city and you into pieces, the Tongtian sect master said with a cold expression. Crush it into pieces? Ha! What a Wanshou Taoism, Tongtian sect master. I heard from Zhang Yulian that in the past, the Wanshou Taoism was controlled by the Taishang Taoism. When the Taishang was alive, he respected the will of heaven above and was benevolent to all living things below. He never resorted to trickery and never did evil to the world. Who would have thought that the Taishang is no longer here? The Tongtian sect master really has a murderous nature. Gu Hai said coldly. The Tongtian sect master sneered as he looked at the people behind Gu Hai. What a troublesome thing. No wonder Long Zhangwa thinks so highly of you. However, this is useless against me. If I want to kill you, I can kill you. If you don't tell me, I'll start with your subordinates and kill them one by one. The expressions of Sheng Guanhen, Ao Shun, Kong Xian, Gao Xianji, and the others all changed. Kong Xian's eyes flashed with anger as he was about to step forward. Slap! Gu Hai reached out and stopped Kong Xian. Kong Xian was stunned, just as he was about to speak. Gu Hai looked at the Tongtian sect master and said with a cold smile, Tongtian sect master, do you really think that no one in the infinite celestial capital is your match? Xuandu was stunned. On the other side, Supreme Feng Yu and Ao Sheng's expressions also darkened. What does Gu Hai mean? Is there anyone in the infinite celestial capital who is a match for the Tongtian sect master? That's impossible, right? Why didn't he come out earlier? Even Ao Shun, Kong Xian, and Sheng Guanhen were at a loss. Even they weren't a match for the Tongtian sect master. Who else could it be? What other experts were hidden in the infinite celestial capital? Gu Hai's tone was resolute. He didn't cower in the slightest in the face of the Tongtian sect master, as if he really did have something to rely on. However, there weren't many people in the world who could reach the level of the Tongtian sect master, and those few people couldn't possibly defend the country for Gu Hai. Besides, they might not necessarily be a match for the Tongtian sect master. Where did Gu Hai's reliance come from? The Tongtian sect master also narrowed his eyes and coldly swept his gaze over the infinite celestial capital. Strong on the outside, but weak on the inside. It's fine if you used words to trick that brat Shiyu in the past, but now you want to trick me too? I'll also give you a chance. If your infinite celestial capital can take one of my attacks, I'll spare your lives. The Tongtian sect master said coldly. Take one of your attacks? If I can take one of the Tongtian sect master's attacks, would I still need your forgiveness? Gu Hai sneered. That's right. If you can take one of my attacks, then you don't need my forgiveness. Humph! If you can take one of my attacks, then I'll ignore you and leave immediately. But if you can't, the Tongtian sect master sneered. If you can't, then you'll all die. No one can save you. The officials of the infinite celestial capital finally panicked. They looked at Gu Hai, not knowing what to do. If that's the case, then I'll invite someone. Guhai said coldly. At the side, Xuandu looked at Guhai as if he was looking at a dead man. He still dared to negotiate with the sect master? This Guhai must have lost his mind. The sect master also found it strange. Why did he agree to Guhai's requests? The sect master's personality had always been to do whatever he wanted. If it were in the past, he would have killed Guhai with one finger. Guhai invited someone? There were no more experts in the infinite celestial capital. How could he invite someone? All the officials were at a loss. Then they saw Guhai reach out and grab the life entrapment blade. He twisted his hand. Buzz. The surroundings suddenly changed rapidly. In the middle of the change, fog shot in all directions. At the center of the fog, a huge opening suddenly opened, like a black hole in the void. Once the black hole appeared, Zhang Sanfeng and the others all ran far away. However, Shangguan Hen and Ao Shun had a strange look in their eyes. Wasn't this the passage that transported Sun Wukong last time? Was Sun Wukong going to be transported back again? However, Guhai suddenly said, Guhai of the Dahan Imperial Dynasty invites the Tongtian sect master. Guhai invited the Tongtian sect master, and the countless officials around were stunned. What did he mean? Formation Cloud Beast? Mo Yike said in shock. Formation of Cloud Beast? In the past, he formed Zhang Sanfeng and Dongfang, and was undefeated. Was he going to form a Tongtian sect master now? Was he going to use the Cloud Beast to fight the real Tongtian sect master against the real Tongtian sect master? But would that work? Xuandu, who was not far away, also opened his mouth in shock. Was Guhai crazy? Chess Cloud Beast? It's not like we don't know about that. But you want to fight the real Tongtian sect master? Have you lost your mind? Boom. Suddenly, a purplish-black gas gushed out of the cave, and a terrifying pressure slowly spread out from the cave. Everyone thought that it was the Tongtian sect master who was forming the Cloud Beast. However, only Guhai knew that it was not a Cloud Beast this time, but a summoning to teleport the Tongtian sect master from Earth's celestial world over. The heavenly lord of prime clarity from Earth's celestial world was going to fight the Wanshou Taoism's Tongtian sect master. Boom, boom, boom. From the black hole, purplish-black gas rushed into the sky. Suddenly, a right foot stepped out from the purplish-black gas. Chapter 780. Boom. A foot stepped out of the black hole. As the foot stepped out, more purplish-black gas soared into the sky. At the same time, billions of sword chi appeared out of thin air and surrounded the figure that stepped out slowly. When Guhai started setting up the array, the Tongtian sect master didn't think much of it. After all, his immortal slaying sword array was the most powerful sword array in the world. Especially in the battle 6 years ago, the heaven-splitting axe, the cauldron of Qinquan, the chaos bell, and the fragments of the apocalypse were all integrated into his 7 immortal slaying swords. The Tongtian was confident that no Dharma treasure in the world could compare to his 7 immortal slaying swords. Even if Old Man Guanxi set up an array, he was confident that he could destroy it, let alone a mere Guhai. When Guhai said, "Please welcome the Tongtian sect master," the Tongtian sect master knew what array it was. Wasn't this the array that Old Man Guanxi set up in the past, using an array to form a Cloud Beast, imitating an expert? When Old Man Guanxi set up an array, even he wasn't afraid, let alone a chess array. To imitate an expert, one had to know everything about the expert. Do you, Guhai, know anything about me? Ridiculous. Even Old Man Guanxi didn't dare to say that he would form me. You still have the nerve to do that. Originally, the Tongtian sect master didn't think much of the Cloud Beast. However, when the foot stepped out, the Tongtian sect master's pupils suddenly shrank. Sword chi. That's right, the sword aura surrounding the cloud beast contained a ferocious aura within it. This was his unique technique. The cloud beast in front of him could form too. The sword chi formed around the guard. Obviously, the cloud beast that hadn't appeared yet had started to cover its surroundings and protect itself. Boom! With a loud sound, the array formed by Gu Hai retreated, and the black hole disappeared. However, the cloud beast had already formed. The purplish-black aura that surrounded him was somewhat similar to that of the Tongtian sect master. However, as he landed, the sword chi and black aura in the surroundings gradually decreased. Slowly, a man in a black brocade robe with an extraordinary bearing appeared. The man stood in the air and did not release much of his aura. However, he gave people a feeling of indomitable spirit. It was as if he was the only one left in the world. In the infinite celestial capital, countless swords suddenly began to vibrate. Buzz! Countless people clutched their swords, their faces filled with shock. My Taiji sword? This is... Zhang Sanfeng pressed down on his sword in shock. Dongfang's invincible thin needles also trembled incessantly. What's going on? Duga Chobai asked, in surprise. Sword? It seems to be worshipping the emperor. Shimin Chueshue frowned. Pay respects to the emperor? Dongfang Bubi's expression darkened. Yes, this black-robed man is like the king of all swords in the world. When he appears, the hearts of millions of swords move, as if they are worshipping him. Shimin Chueshue's eyelids twitched wildly. The black-robed man stood in the air, not looking at anyone. Instead, he looked up at the sky. He took a deep breath. 6 Immortal Dome? Huh. The black-robed man seemed to be excited as he laughed out loud. Greetings, Tongtian sect master. Gu Hai suddenly shouted. Buzz. The black-robed man turned his head. Huh. Everyone's expression froze. Is that the Tongtian sect master? He doesn't look like him at all. Yeah, other than their swordsmanship auras, they don't look the same at all. Is that the Tongtian sect master, the cloud beast that His Majesty created with the array formation? Everyone suddenly felt like they were looking at a fake Tongtian. More importantly, this fake did not look like him at all. Although they were full of doubts, no one spoke. When the black-robed man saw Gu Hai, he suddenly smiled and bowed slightly. Tongtian from the GS sect greets, Mr. Good. Dahan is in trouble this time, so I asked for your forgiveness, sect master. Gu Hai smiled bitterly. Ha 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 ha. You don't have to do that. I'm happy that you found me. The black-robed man laughed. Because the attacker is also a Tongtian sect master. You should know him. Gu Hai smiled bitterly. Oh, the Tongtian from the GS sect turned his head and looked. When he looked, a look of scrutiny flashed across the Tongtian's eyes. That look did not affect Wanshou Tongtian much, but Xuandu, who was beside him, suddenly trembled as if he was under the pressure of heaven. He almost knelt down. In the distance, Ao, Sheng, and Feng, you had already opened their mouths wide. This aura? It's actually not weaker than the Tongtian sect master. Really, what a powerful aura. The two of them were at a loss as they talked. Did they see a ghost? Tongtian sect master? And then a Tongtian sect master appeared. Mosquito Darren in the distance was also shocked. Mosquito Darren suddenly felt his scalp go numb. Why did it turn into a Tongtian? Why did it turn into a Tongtian? This aura is completely the same. No, it's different, but it's equally perverted. They're both perverted things. Mosquito Darren said in shock. Although the Tongtian from the Jie sect did not pose much of a threat to Wanshou Tongtian, that look made Wanshou Tongtian's eyes focus. Tongtian sect master? Which generation are you? Why don't I know you? Wanshou Tongtian suddenly said with a cold look in his eyes. This person did not look like him. Could it be another Tongtian sect master from the Wanshou Taoism during his reincarnation? After all, those Tongtian had only obtained his inheritance, not his first generation. They were just puppets looking for the essence of the sword Tao for him. But the person in front of him was not among those puppets. The Tongtian from the Jie sect looked at Wanshou Tongtian with a hint of curiosity. In the immortal world on Earth, the Tongtian from the Jie sect also knew about the 6 paths of immortality. He had heard from Gu Hai that there was a famous person like him, so it was him. Humph, I don't care who you are. There can only be one Tongtian sect master in this world. Wanshou Tongtian said coldly. As he spoke, he waved his sleeve. Hiss! A purple long sword suddenly appeared on his right hand. The long sword was simple and unadorned, but it had a breathtaking aura. One look at it made one's heart jump. Previously, it was only the light of the immortal slaying sword that dealt with the Fire Emperor. Now, it was the physical body of the immortal slaying sword. It could be seen how much importance he attached to the Tongtian from the Jie sect. The immortal slaying sword appeared. Countless sword sounds in all directions became more intense. This time, it was as if they were worshipping the immortal slaying sword. Xian Du quickly retreated with a trace of fear. No matter what the cloud beast condensed by Gu Hai was like, the level of the next battle could be seen from how the sect master attached so much importance to it. Xian Du did not dare to be affected by the aftermath and quickly hid. The immortal slaying sword, the best sword in the world, when it was used by the Tongtian from the Wanshou Taoism, no force in the world would have to retreat. The experts in the endless celestial capital were worried. Even Gu Hai clenched his fists and waited. Oh, immortal slaying sword. Tongtian's eyes lit up. In the next moment, he saw the Tongtian from the Jie sect also waving his sleeve. Hiss! A purple long sword suddenly appeared on the right hand of the Tongtian from the Jie sect. The long sword was simple and unadorned. It was exactly the same as Wanshou Tongtian's immortal slaying sword. The same purple aura soared into the sky, and the same purple lightning covered the surface of the sword. When the sword was drawn, countless sword sounds came from all directions. Exactly the same? If the 2 Tongtian sect masters did not look the same, one would think that they were looking at a mirror. Another immortal slaying sword. Kong Xian was shocked. Not only Kong Xian, but everyone around was also dumbfounded. Gu Hai condensed a replica of the Tongtian sect master, but he also made a replica of the immortal slaying sword. Is it the real immortal slaying sword? Mosquito Doran's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Others might not be able to tell the difference, but Mosquito Doran had suffered from the immortal slaying sword before. With the help of his clan's supernatural powers, he could confirm it at a glance. Is there a second immortal slaying sword in the world? Wanshou Tongtian's feelings were not much different from the others at the moment. He was a little depressed and confused. Do you think the immortal slaying sword is so easy to refine? He only had this one immortal slaying sword after so many years, but Gu Hai could condense it with a formation. The replica in front of him seemed to be getting more and more evil. Gu Hai, your chess formation is really good. It's a pity that a fake is a fake. Can you take my sword? Wanshou Tongtian's eyes turned cold. As he spoke, he swung the immortal slaying sword in his hand. Boom! The full strength of the Tongtian sect master's sword was terrifying. When the sword was slashed out, it did not carry the sword momentum, but the momentum of the heavens. When the sword was slashed out, the sky behind the Tongtian sect master seemed to collapse. It collapsed into the Immortal slaying sword and was released towards the Tongtian of the Jia sect. That sword was the end of the world, a great destruction. When they saw that sword, many experts trembled. When facing the sword, they didn't think of resisting, but rather of despair. The moment Wanshou Tongtian slashed out, the Tongtian of the Jia sect also moved, intercepting the power of the heavens and the earth for one's own use, intercepting the sword. I know how to do that too. The Tongtian of the Jia sect flashed with excitement for battle. Boom! The Tongtian of the Jia sect also slashed out with his sword. When the sword was slashed out, the sky on this side also seemed to collapse as the sword slashed towards the other party. The same immortal slaying sword, the same sword technique, and the same earth-shattering power collided in the void. At this moment, Xuandu, Ao Sheng, and Feng Yu felt their scalps go numb. At the same time, they were extremely scared. What's wrong with me? How dare I come here to destroy the limitless celestial capital? The two swords collided in the void. At the moment of collision, the void suddenly tore open at the tip of the sword. Boom! Countless cracks tore through the void. Everywhere they went, everything was torn into pieces. A huge black hole radiated in all directions in an instant during the big explosion. Oh no! Gu Hai's expression changed. He quickly used the life entrapment saber to set up a formation to protect the limitless celestial capital. Even so, the limitless celestial capital was instantly shrouded by the black hole as if it was going to be crushed. Roar! In the sky above the limitless celestial capital, the golden dragon of destiny roared and surged towards the periphery of the formation. The formation shook, and only then did it manage to protect the limitless celestial capital. However, it couldn't hold on for long. Fortunately, after the two Tongtian sect masters' swords collided, they both withdrew their swords. Rumble! The rolling storm swept up countless mountains and trees to fill up the shattered black hole. After a while, the huge black hole was filled up amidst the smoke and dust. The limitless celestial capital shook and almost collapsed. Gu Hai was still in a state of shock. That was a close call. The fog slowly dispersed, but the others seemed to have forgotten about the danger just now. They couldn't wait to look at the two Tongtian sect master. Chapter 781. The two Tongtian sect master were still standing in their original positions, coldly looking at each other. The surroundings slowly returned to normal, but no one could forget the power of the collision between the two swords. It was too fierce. The mess around them was enough to explain everything. Even the boundless heaven had moved a distance away. In the distance, some dragons and Xuanwu clansmen were even vomiting blood from the aftershock. The two Tongtian sect masters stood facing each other coldly. No one dared to approach. Is that a cloud beast? It's so powerful. It blocked the Tongtian sect master's sword. How is that possible? Supreme Feng Yu and Ao Sheng both stared in shock. In the distance, Mosquito Darren was also completely stunned. What was going on? Gu Hai could fight the Tongtian sect master to a standstill with just a cloud beast. It can't be, right? Mosquito Darren was suddenly more afraid of Gu Hai. Never believe that he's from the Central Celestial Palace. Otherwise, you won't even know how you died. Mosquito Darren suppressed the fear in his heart and whispered. In the distance, Wanshou Tongtian had already hidden his right hand in his sleeve. He had already put away the immortal extermination sword. No one could see that his right hand was trembling slightly at this moment. It wasn't fear, but the collision just now was so powerful that his right hand was numb. Not far away, the Tongtian from the Jia school also hid his hand in his sleeve. He must have also suffered great damage. The two were not afraid. Instead, there was a fierce fighting spirit in their eyes. Fight again. Gu Hai didn't want them to fight again. Tongtian, sect master of the Wanshou Taoism, Gu Hai suddenly shouted. Wanshou Tongtian's eyes turned cold. He turned to look at Gu Hai. At this moment, Manshou Tongtian no longer underestimated Gu Hai. With this cloud beast, Gu Hai was worthy of his attention. Another Tongtian sect master? What kind of method was this? Sect leader of Wanshou Taoism, please fulfill your promise. Gu Hai said in a deep voice. Promise? 10,000 Beasts Tongtian's face suddenly darkened. Previously, he had looked down on Gu Hai's strength, which was why he had boasted that as long as Gu Hai could withstand his sword, he would immediately turn around and leave. However, there had to be someone who was qualified enough to keep his promise. If it had been a normal person, the Tongtian sect master would not have cared about the promise and would have just continued to kill. However, in front of him, this strange Tongtian from the Jie school made him have no choice but to be careful. Gu Hai's status instantly rose to the highest. Even if he was not as good as him, he was still very weak. Fight! Fight! Stand! Manshou Tongtian looked at the Tongtian from the Jie school, and a monstrous battle intent flashed in his eyes. However, he was extremely careful. It was not his style to retreat now. He was about to ignore it and kill the counterfeit in front of him. Sect leader of Wanshou Taoism, the resurrection ceremony is imminent. I request for a truce. After the resurrection ceremony, if you have any doubts, come and find me again. How about it? Gu Hai said in a deep voice. Manshou Tongtian narrowed his eyes and looked at Gu Hai. Resurrection ceremony? Manshou Tongtian naturally attached great importance to it. There were still a few months before Manshou Tongtian arrived early. It could be seen how important it was. After the resurrection ceremony, compete again? Manshou Tongtian pondered for a moment, then revealed a cold smile. All right, I'll experience your methods again at the resurrection ceremony. Humph! Manshou Tongtian snorted coldly and flicked his sleeve. His figure slowly disappeared. As he disappeared, Manshou Tongtian stared at the Tongtian from the Jie school. Seeing that the Tongtian from the Jie school did not seem to be attacking, he suddenly left. Manshou Tongtian stopped fighting, and so did the Tongtian from the Jie school. The battle ended abruptly just like that. However, the sword strike of the two Tongtian sect masters was deeply engraved in everyone's hearts. No one dared to say anything. As soon as Manshou Tongtian left, Xiandu's expression changed, and he revealed a look of fear. The sect master has left? Even the sect master can't do anything to Gu Hai? Sect master, wait for me. Xiandu shot towards the northeast in fear. He did not dare to stay for a moment longer. What if Gu Hai, no, the cloud beast condensed by the array formation, killed him? That was an existence that could not determine the outcome of the battle with the sect master. Xiandu left in fear. Gu Hai did not stop him. Manshou Tongtian left without any intention of waiting for Xiandu along the way. He also recalled all the details of the Tongtian from the Jie school, almost exactly the same as the real person. Moreover, although my heart of killing has been passed down for many generations, none of the previous Tongtian sect masters had it. But this cloud beast has it. Even the unique Immortal slaying sword is exactly the same. No, there is a slight difference. His Immortal slaying sword does not seem to have merged with the fragments of the heaven's splitting axe. Manshou Tongtian pondered. He said that he is from the Jie school? No, what does the Jie school mean? Wanshou Taoism. I am from the Tongtian lineage, not the Jie school? Manshou Tongtian frowned deeply. Even though he left Mansho Tong Tian turned his head to look at the infinite celestial capital in confusion. Everything seemed too strange. What is going on? Why is there someone so similar to me? In the distance, outside the infinite celestial capital, the Tong Tian from the Jie school also looked at Mansho Tong Tian, who left with a cold gaze. Without saying anything, he stepped into the infinite celestial capital. Boom! Gu Hai waved his hand, and the surrounding formation condensed a rolling fog. It covered everything. When the Tong Tian from the Jie school arrived, the surrounding guards of the Dahan stepped aside. When Kong Xian saw the arrival of the Tong Tian from the Jie school, his eyelids also twitched wildly. A guarded expression appeared on his face. Kong Xian, don't worry. Gu Hai shook his head and smiled. Whoosh! In the distance, a black shadow rushed over. It was the Mosquito Daoran who suddenly approached. When Mosquito Daoran saw the Tong Tian from the Jie school, he was also shocked. Gu Hai, this is... Mosquito Daoran swallowed his saliva and asked with a hint of fear. Mosquito Daoran didn't dare to say that he was a cloud beast because the Tong Tian sect master in front of him looked like a real person with flesh and blood. In fact, Mosquito Daoran could even smell the scent of his blood. It was incomparably tempting, but also incomparably dangerous. I told you before. That's why I left the infinite celestial capital this time. Gu Hai said with a smile. Why? Recruit troops? Mosquito Daoran suddenly opened his mouth wide. He originally thought that recruiting Kong Xian was abnormal enough, but now this... No, he's not a cloud beast. He was recruited, but where did they come from? This is Mosquito Daoran. You should have heard of him before. Gu Hai introduced. Mosquito Daoran? The Mosquito Daoran, who swallowed my disciple, the Holy Mother of Turtle Spirit. The Tong Tian sect master's eyes suddenly turned cold. Mosquito Daoran's expression immediately changed. Sect master, please forgive me. No. Mosquito Daoran was immediately frightened. His disciple. Wasn't he the disciple of the Tong Tian sect master? Could it be the same person? In an instant, hundreds of thoughts flashed through Mosquito Daoran's mind. He was inexplicably shocked. What are you afraid of? I'm not talking about you. The Tong Tian sect master said coldly. After saying that, he ignored Mosquito Daoran. Mosquito Daoran immediately felt like he had been pardoned, but in the next moment, he fought in his mind again. What did he mean by not talking about me? Could it be that there was another Mosquito Daoran who swallowed the Holy Mother of Turtle Spirit? Mosquito Daoran was puzzled, but he did not dare to ask. Gu Hai, however, extended his hand and guided him. The Tong Tian sect master nodded and followed Gu Hai into the soaring palace hall. Quam! The door of the hall slammed shut, and everyone was left outside. However, at this moment, no one dared to follow. Only Gu Hai and the Tong Tian sect master were left in the soaring palace hall. The Tong Tian sect master took a deep breath and extended his right hand. On his right hand, the Tong Tian sect master's perlicue split open, and traces of blood seeped out. You're injured? Gu Hai asked in surprise. It's just a scratch on my hand. I'm fine, the Tong Tian sect master said with an ugly expression. The longevity Tongtian's hands were numb. On the other hand, the Tong Tian of Jie school was bleeding from his perlicue. He's stronger than you? Gu Hai asked with a frown. There's something wrong with his sword. His immortal slaying sword is stronger, the Tong Tian of Jie school said with an ugly expression. Oh, I remember now. His immortal slaying sword is different from yours. It contains the fragments of the heaven-splitting axe, the chaos bell, the cauldron of heaven and earth, and the apocalypse. Gu Hai recalled. Oh, the Tong Tian sect master's expression changed. Thank you so much for what you did just now. Gu Hai thanked him again. No need to thank me. My father has already given me an explanation. I just didn't expect to meet someone who overlaps with me the moment I arrived. Good technique. I wonder how his immortal slaying sword formation is. I'll have to experience his immortal slaying sword formation next time, the Tong Tian sect master said with strong anticipation in his eyes. Tong Tian, sect master, do you need to go back? Or do you want to stay here temporarily? Gu Hai asked. It's rare for you to come here. How can you go back so easily? By the way, Zhang Yulian is pregnant with your child, the Tong Tian sect master said with a change in expression. Really? Gu Hai's eyes suddenly lit up. Yes, but it's still too early to give birth. Sun Wukong will be transported back in less than 10 days. We knew that you wouldn't be far from summoning others. I didn't expect the first one to be me, the Tong Tian sect master said with satisfaction. From what I remember, you were the strongest in the investiture of the gods' battle. So, Gu Hai said with a smile, I don't know why Sun Wukong went crazy when he went back. He seemed to have been wronged and wanted to go to the 18th level of hell to train. But that's good. It saves them trouble. The Tong Tian sect master nodded. Sun Wukong? I hope he can make a name for himself in the future. Since I left, I've been back for more than a year, but it's only been 10 days on Earth, Gu Hai said with a deep voice. No, it's only 12 days in the immortal realm on Earth, the Tong Tian sect master explained. Gu Hai was slightly taken aback and smiled bitterly. Indeed, it was still too early for Zhang Yulian to give birth. Son. In an instant, Gu Hai's eyes flashed with impatience. In the immortal dome of the 6 paths, Gu Hai had sons, Guqin, Guhan, Gatang, and Gumming. But they were all adopted sons. Even if he raised them as his own, Gu Hai was still excited when he heard that they were related by blood. He couldn't wait to go back. But how difficult was it to go to the immortal dome of the 30 paths? Find someone to explain this place to me. Everything here is unfamiliar. You mentioned the resurrection ceremony earlier. The old man, Guanxi, you were talking about. He's coming back to life? The Tong Tian sect master said with a deep voice. I'll explain everything to you later. Even if I don't have time, I'll get someone to explain it to you. Old man Guanxi? Yes, he's coming back to life. And this time, he seems to be coming with a vengeance. I feel that his bow has been drawn to a full moon. He's just waiting for the day of the resurrection ceremony to shoot the arrow to the heavens. Gu Hai said with a deep voice. Heaven-defying? What a coincidence. How can we miss such a grand occasion? The Tong Tian sect master's eyes flashed with excitement. Chapter 782, The Sacred Ground of Spirited Mountain. In the Hall of Great Strength, all 3 Buddhas had entered the 18 levels of hell once. At this moment, they were emitting billowing demonic aura. It was obvious that they had all made extraordinary breakthroughs. A monk in front of them was reporting respectfully. The Tong Tian sect master arrived at the infinite celestial capital and was repelled by Gu Hai. The future Buddha said in shock, as if he couldn't believe it. Yes, Buddhas. The information from the Guqin terracotta is accurate. Gu Hai used the Godao ritual array to simulate another Tong Tian. When the immortal vanquishing swords clashed, the outcome was a draw. That monk said with a nod. Understood. You may leave. The past Buddha said. The monk respectfully left the Hall of Great Strength. In the Hall of Great Strength, the 3 Buddhas looked at each other. We still underestimated this Gu Hai. The present Buddha said coldly, Future? Is it the future Tong Tian sect master? The future Buddha frowned. The present Buddha shook his head. I'm not sure at the moment. However, this Gu Hai is becoming more and more complicated. Ha! Perhaps he has some restrictions that forced him to come to Spirited Mountain to capture Sun Wukong. Or perhaps he can only teleport one person over at a time. Therefore, we must send Sun Wukong back. Oh, the two Buddhas frowned. If Gu Hai was here, he would be surprised by the present Buddha's wisdom. In the past, the present Buddha could see through the immortal firmament at a glance. Now, he could guess why they had to send Sun Wukong away. One Kong Xian is already troublesome enough for Gu Hai. Now, there's the Tongtian sect master. This Gu Hai is very troublesome. The future Buddha said with a frown. The resurrection ceremony is around the corner. We will meet then. How do you feel now? Do you want to follow me into the 18 levels of hell again? The present Buddha asked. Yes, Buddha. I still want to go. The past Buddha answered immediately. Me too. The future Buddha also said. Although he was irritated and his temperament was slightly twisted, his strength had indeed increased. The resurrection ceremony might be a bloody battle. If he could become stronger, then he would. Dian Dynasty, Shinong City, Flame God Temple, Jiang Lianshan, and the elite guard listened as the official reported everything that had happened in the infinite celestial capital. Tongtian sect master retreated? The Jingwei glared at him. Yes, princess. The official said respectfully. You may leave. Jiang Lianshan said calmly. Yes. After the official left, the elite guard said in disbelief, Old man, is the formation of the Tao of chess really that powerful? Even the prime of Tongtian can create one that is exactly the same? Jiang Lianshan shook his head. I'm starting to believe that the Book of Changes wasn't made by Long Zhanghua. Book of Changes? That's right. Looks like it's also this Gu Hai. Ha! I've really underestimated him. Every once in a while, there's a surprise. What a variable. Jiang Lianshan narrowed his eyes. A surprise? To me, it's a surprise, but it's also a surprise to old man Guanxi, right? Humph. Jiang Lianshan snorted coldly. Infinite celestial capital. While Gu Hai and the Tongtian sect master were discussing the soaring palace hall, the officials were waiting respectfully. In the distance, Supreme Feng Yu and Ao Sheng naturally didn't dare to be presumptuous. They quickly left with their subordinates. Gu Hai and the Tongtian sect master talked for a while before they left. Mo Yike, Gu Hai called. Here, the Tongtian sect master will be staying in the Three Pristines Hall in the palace for now. You'll be in charge of receiving the Tongtian sect master. If he has any questions, you'll be in charge of cooperating with him. Gu Hai instructed. Yes. Mo Yike's eyes lit up. Mo Yike had been curious for a long time. It couldn't be better that His Majesty entrusted this matter to him. Mosquito Dowran had a strange expression on his face. However, he didn't dare to speak. Kong Xian looked in surprise at the Tongtian sect master being led away by Mo Yike. His expression was complicated. He had thought that he was already the most powerful person in the Dahan imperial dynasty. Who would have thought that the Tongtian sect master would suddenly appear? Kong Xian also looked at Gu Hai with a complicated expression. Shangguan Hen, Ao Shun. Gu Hai said, Here, the two answered. Shangguan Hen, the Tongtian sect master participated in the creation of your art of 8 and 9 mysteries. Ao Shun, the Tongtian sect master, is indiscriminate in his education and is extremely proficient in the arts of the Yao race. He must know a lot about the cultivation of the dragon race. I have already told the Tongtian sect master. If you have any questions, you can ask him. Gu Hai said, Yes. The two answered excitedly, their eyes lighting up. Gao Xinji. Gu Hai said, Here. In the chaos just now, countless buildings in the city were reduced to rubble. The citizens must have been injured. Immediately bring people to treat the citizens and clean up the hidden dangers. All officials are to cooperate fully. Guhai instructed. Yes, Your Majesty. The officials answered. All the officials quickly moved under Guhai's command. Chun Tianshan, bring Kong Xian to familiarize himself with the infinite celestial capital and bring him to the 5th district residence. That place is prepared for the 5th Army's commander. Guhai instructed. Yes, Chun Tianshan answered. In the blink of an eye, the officials in the soaring Sky Hall's plaza were all gone. Guhai looked up at the 4 cloud beasts. Zhang Sanfeng, Dugu, Qiubai, Shimin Chueshue, and Dongfeng Bubi all looked at Guhai with anticipation in their eyes. The 4 of you, please bear with it when you set up the formation later, Guhai said with a smile. Ancient Emperor, go ahead. What's pain? Zhang Sanfeng smiled brightly. All right, Guhai nodded. He extended his hand and turned the life entrapment saber slightly. Above the infinite celestial capital, the formation started moving again. With the life entrapment saber, Guhai started setting up the 33 great formations. Rumble. The great formations moved, forcibly drawing in spiritual energy from all directions. Instantly, the infinite celestial capital filled with multicolored light and auspicious aura. As the great formations changed, the 4 cloud beasts' bodies also started twisting rapidly. Arg! Dongfeng Bubi suddenly cried out in pain. It felt like his entire body was about to be crushed. However, after just one cry, Dongfeng Bubi grit his teeth with a sinister expression. The other 3 did not fare any better. After 5 minutes, everything calmed down. However, the 4 were already sweating profusely and looked like they were about to collapse. Cutting your body out of the great formation is indeed painful. However, it is over now. The 4 of you follow me, Guhai said solemnly. The 4 looked at Guhai and stepped off the great formation weakly. We broke free. Zhang Sanfeng's face lit up with joy. However, our bodies are very weak. Furthermore, it feels like our bodies are slowly dissipating after leaving the great formation. Dongfeng Bubi said worriedly. Despite the excruciating pain, the 4 still followed Guhai to the soaring sky hall. Clang! The doors to the great hall suddenly closed. Guhai placed 4 buckets of water in front of him. They were filled with heaven-replenishing power. I will use my flesh to nourish your bodies. Enter the buckets, Guhai said solemnly. The 4 looked at each other and stepped into the buckets. Guhai slowly tore off 4 small pieces of flesh from his body and infused them into the 4's illusory bodies. Buzz. Heaven-replenishing power immediately surged. With these 4 pieces of flesh as the foundation, meridians, bones, blood, skin, and flesh quickly appeared. With the 4 as the outlines, they quickly filled in. Arg! The 4 immediately cried out in pain. However, they were more excited. Flesh bodies. Flesh bodies were growing. Z. After a series of flesh bodies grew, the 4 slowly gained flesh bodies. However, their appearances were still their original appearances. After one whole day, Buzz, all of the heaven-replenishing power suddenly disappeared. The 4's bodies were completely replenished. Guhai threw 4 sets of clothes to them. The 4 quickly put them on. All of your cultivation is gone. Dugu Qiubai frowned. So what if my cultivation is gone? I am a real person now. Even if my cultivation is gone, I can just cultivate again. Zhang Sanfeng smiled. Our bodies are built with the ancient emperor's flesh as the foundation. They are really tough. Dongfeng Bubi's eyes flashed with satisfaction. To me, as long as my sword heart does not change, cultivation is not important, Shimin Chueshue said confidently. Thank you, ancient emperor. The four immediately bowed to Gu Hai. I want to establish 4 foreign affairs departments. I wonder if the 4 of you are willing to join my Dahan. Gu Hai asked solemnly. Foreign Affairs Department, like the Deqian, Celestial Empire's Elite Hall, or Shinji Battalion. Dongfang Bubi said, solemnly. Yes, you will not be controlled by the court system. You will be in charge of some of my personal matters. Gu Hai nodded. The 4 of us were created by the ancient emperor. Because of the ancient emperor, we have bodies. How can we not be willing? Wudong Mountain, Zhang Sanfeng greets your majesty. Zhang Sanfeng said solemnly. Blackwood Cliff, Dongfang Bubi greets your majesty. Wanmei Villa, Shimen Chueshua greets your majesty. Sword Burial Valley, Duga Chobai greets your majesty. The 4 immediately bowed slightly. The 4 of you have no cultivation at the moment. I have a place where you can quickly recover your cultivation. Gu Hai said. Oh, the 4 were slightly taken aback. However, Gu Hai waved his hand and disappeared from the hall with the other 4. They had arrived at the Immortal Dome of the Ancients. The Immortal Dome of the Ancients. As Gu Hai set up a 33 great design, the spiritual chi of the divine continent continued to flow into it. The time inside was not symmetrical with the outside world. Therefore, some civilizations had already been created in this world. Because Gu Hai had left countless cultivation techniques in this world, some sects had already been established. This is the Immortal Dome. Bubi Dongfang's expression suddenly changed. Yes, I have left countless cultivation techniques in this world. You can roam freely and establish your own sections. Here, time is not symmetrical with the divine continent. 1 day in the outside world is 10 years in this world. Gu Hai explained. Oh, the 4 were slightly taken aback. I hope that while you recover your cultivation here, you can guide the people in this immortal dome and create a flourishing world immortal dome as soon as possible. Gu Hai said solemnly, Rest assured, your majesty, I will establish the Wudong sect. I will establish the Sun-Moon Immortal sect here. I will establish the Heavenly Sword Hall here. I will establish the Hall of Sword Demons. The 4 immediately expressed their intentions. I will leave it to you. These are 4 tokens. If something big happens or you want to leave, just crush them, and I will know. Gu Hai gave each of them a jade token. The 4 carefully kept them and nodded. Gu Hai gave each of them a storage ring. There were large amounts of resources, weapons, and treasures inside. He sent the 4 of them into the Immortal Dome of the Ancients. Gu Hai stood in the sky and watched for a while before disappearing and returning to the soaring sky hall. Chapter 783. A year passed. In the blink of an eye, the Resurrection Conference was around the corner. All the forces that received the invitation from the Sky Chess Pavilion headed to the Thousand Islands Sea, Holy Mountain, Grand Hall. Dishur Tion's body emitted bursts of black gas, and his eyes were suffused with traces of red light. Indra, how do you feel now? The past Buddha frowned. What Kang Xian did, I did too. Ha! The evil spirit is disturbing, but it's okay. I can suppress it. Indra said coldly, That's good. In that case, follow us to the Thousand Islands Sea. The past Buddha said, Okay. Indra nodded. Hansan Bodhisattva. The past Buddha looked at another monk. Here. The monk stepped forward. The monk sat upright like a statue. Before entering the main hall, he bowed to the Buddha of 3 worlds. The 3rd Buddha bowed to the Hansan Bodhisattva. Hansan Bodhisattva. In the past, you obtained the inheritance of Old Man Guanxi and comprehended the Buddhist principles, which benefited us greatly. You are both a bodhisattva and a Buddhist teacher. The past Buddha said solemnly. Buddha, you flatter me. Hans Han obtained the inheritance of Old Man Guanxi by coincidence and became one of the 9 sons of Guanxi. Some of the theories were left by Old Man Guanxi, and I only mention them. I didn't expect that Old Man Guanxi was also so proficient in Buddhist principles. He is really extraordinary. Hans Han Bodhisattva exclaimed, Amateus, something big will happen at the Resurrection Conference. The 9 sons of Guanxi must have a great intention. Hans Han, if there is a conflict, go all out. The Holy Mountain will support you. The present Buddha stared at Hans Han Bodhisattva and said, Yes, thank you, Buddha. Hans Han Bodhisattva said gratefully, It's about time, let's go. The future Buddha said. Everyone nodded. Out of the grand hall, the 3rd Buddha, Indra, and Hans Han Bodhisattva stepped on a cloud, and the 5 of them shot toward the 1,000 Islands, sea in Dongfang. Farewell, Buddha. Countless Buddhas and Bodhisattvas on the holy mountain said respectfully, Dian Dynasty, Shinong City, entrance of the Flame God Temple. Old man, why don't you let me go? The red-clothed female elite guard glared at Jiang Lianshan. Jiang Lianshan lowered his head and looked at his daughter. Solemnly, he shook his head and said, Jingwei, I need you to protect my country. These are all excuses. The Jingwei glared at him. No one knows what will happen at the revival assembly. I'm worried that I won't be able to leave immediately. But what if something happens in the imperial capital? Jiang Lianshan said worriedly. Humph, resurrection ceremony? Fine, I won't go. Also, old man, if you go, don't hide anymore. Kill those who deserve to be killed. The elite guard said helplessly, That's my good daughter. Jiang Lianshan smiled with satisfaction. Humph, the elite guard snorted. White Emperor, Scarlet Emperor, Fire Emperor, let's go. Jiang Lianshan said. Yes. Boom. Instantly, the group flew into the sky. They turned into a ray of light and flew towards the 1,000 Islands Sea. His Holiness, you don't want the princess to go. Is it because... White Emperor said worriedly, The revival assembly is extraordinary. I feel that it is extremely dangerous. Jiang Lianshan said in a low voice, Dangerous? Old Man Guanxi is revived. Is he going to defy the heavens again? But even if he is defying the heavens, if we don't interfere, what danger will there be? The red-clothed Scarlet Emperor frowned and said, The Scarlet Emperor was an extremely handsome man. He looked weak, but his eyes were extremely sharp. If he could be called the Scarlet Emperor, he must be a powerful person. Perhaps I am thinking too much. Jiang Lianshan frowned as a trace of worry flashed through his eyes. Qing Emperor is one of the 9 sons of Guanxi. Now that he is revived, what should we do about his holiness? White Emperor frowned and said, Qing Emperor came from the Dian Dynasty. No matter what he did, he is your former comrade, right? Jiang Lianshan said with a smile. His holiness means that if the 9 sons of Guanxi fight, we should help the Qing Emperor? White Emperor's expression changed. Jiang Lianshan didn't say anything, which meant that he agreed. The group turned into a ray of light and disappeared into the horizon. Infinite celestial capital. Guhai looked at Mosquito Dowran. Looking after your house again. Mosquito Dowran said with a strange expression. Yes, it's the 3rd thing. How about it? Do you want to participate in the resurrection ceremony? Guhai said with a smile. Are you kidding? I would rather die than go to Old Man Guanxi's resurrection ceremony. You guys go. I will look after the infinite celestial capital. No one will dare to come. Mosquito Dowran immediately shouted. Thank you. Guhai nodded. Guhai looked at the Tongtian of the Jie sect and said, Tongtian sect master, shall we go? The Tongtian sect master nodded. Gu Hai brought Kong Xian, Ao Shun, Shangwan Hen, and Mo Yike with him. They stepped into the sky and flew. Farewell, Your Majesty. The officials bowed. The 6 of them headed for the Thousand Islands Sea, with the Tongtian sect master by their side. They moved quickly and arrived at the Thousand Islands Sea in no time. It's around here, Gu Hai shouted. Boom! A gust of wind stirred up the surrounding seawater, and the group stopped. Gu Hai took out a flying ship, and the group boarded it. With Shangwan Hen at the helm, the flying ship slowly headed into the depths of the Thousand Islands Sea. Standing high in the sky, Gu Hai looked down at the numerous islands around them. The Thousand Islands Sea? The aura doesn't seem right, the Tongtian sect master said with a frown. Aura? Ao Shun asked in confusion. We've entered the array. Gu Hai suddenly smiled. Entered the array? No, right? It looks the same as before? Shangwan Hen asked in confusion. It looks the same, but it's actually different. This array is very well hidden. If not for this emperor's knowledge of Go arrays and the Tongtian sect master's observation, it would not have been easy to see through it. The surrounding islands have also been moved, Gu Hai said with a frown. The islands have been moved, Your Majesty. This subject remembers that my Dahan has countless spies in the Thousand Islands Sea. None of them reported any changes to the islands. Mo Yike said with a frown. The islands have changed. However, they could not see it. This emperor also saw it from the surrounding seawater. The islands have not been moved. These are all ghost stones. However, some of the black ghost stones have turned into white ghost stones, and some of the white ghost stones have turned into black ghost stones. Gu Hai said. Oh, Mo Yike's expression sank. This should be old man Guanxi's doing. Is he already awake? Gu Hai said with an unsightly expression. The flying ship quickly headed for the center of the Thousand Islands Sea, heading straight for Tengen Island. Before the flying ship reached Tengen Island, it slowed down. This was because there were already hundreds of flying ships docked around Tengen Island. The flying ships did not head for Tengen Island, but for the surrounding seaside. Countless experts from all over the world were on the flying ships. From afar, Gu Hai could feel a ferocious gaze staring at him. It's him. The Tongtian sect master suddenly sneered. Following the Tongtian sect master's gaze, he saw a group of men and women standing on a flying ship in the distance. The leader was the Tongtian sect master of the Wanshou Taoism. The 2 Tongtian sect masters looked at each other coldly. Gu Hai happened to be in the middle. From the Wanshou Tongtian's gaze, Gu Hai felt a murderous intent. Gu Hai's arrival also caused a commotion among the experts. Many of them suddenly turned their heads to look at him. Sonya's Buddha? Sakura? Humph! Kong Xian suddenly looked in another direction with a cold gaze. On the golden flying ship, Sonya's Buddha and Sakura also looked over with furrowed brows. They stared at the Tongtian beside Gu Hai and revealed a trace of doubt. After all, the spiritual mountain and sacred ground knew how many experts there were in this world. However, the sudden appearance of a Tongtian from the Jia sect was beyond their expectations. Ancient Emperor, how have you been? On the other side, a laughter came from another flying ship. This was the first to greet Gu Hai. Gu Hai turned his head and saw Jiang Lianshan leading the White Emperor, the Scarlet Emperor, and the Fire Emperor over with a smile. Greetings to Dian and His Holiness. Gu Hai smiled faintly. It was a return of greeting. On the flying ship in the distance, Long Shenying and Long Outyen were also there. At this moment, they looked at Gu Hai with a complicated gaze. On the other side, Takashi Ryushin and Ao Shung were also looking at Gu Hai with furrowed brows. When they were in the West Sea, Takashi Ryushin didn't take Guhai seriously, until Guhai slapped him twice in the Dragon Gate Forbidden Land. He was resentful. Originally, he wanted Ao Sheng to go to the limitless celestial capital to vent his anger on Guhai. However, this Guhai was so strange that he actually attracted Kong Xian and used a formation to create a Tongtian sect master. More importantly, that Tongtian sect master actually fought the real Tongtian sect master to a draw. This made Takashi Ryushin extremely vexed. There were many ambitious and ruthless people in the surroundings. Guhai looked around, silently memorizing their faces. However, he did not greet anyone. Everyone stared at Guhai for a while. After all, no one was easy to deal with. Only now did Guhai turn his gaze to Tengen Island. In the past, Tengen Island had been barren. It looked like heavenly lightning continuously struck it, devoid of life. However, Tengen Island had changed. It was lush and full of life. There were pavilions, terraces, and boundless scenery. This is the innate puzzle world. Guhai narrowed his eyes slightly. The innate puzzle world of the past opened completely and merged with Tengen Island. Mo Yike asked, feeling curious. Guhai nodded. This is what the innate puzzle world looks like. It looks like after the heaven-defying battle at Longzhonghua, heaven no longer monitors Tengen Island, Guhai said seriously. However, Xiaochen saw a large number of Xuanwu and Sky Chess Pavilion disciples wandering around Tengen Island. Guhai could not be more familiar with the scenes here. Back when he was an innate realm cultivator, he had caused a huge commotion here. There is something wrong with that hall. The Tongtian sect master suddenly pointed to a large hall in the distance. There was a cluster of buildings in the center of Tengen Island. There was a large hall in the center with a signboard with the words Guanxi Hall. At this moment, a large number of black-clad people stood at the entrance to Guanxi Hall. They were the Sky Chess Pavilion elders and Prime Fengyu. The 9 white-clad people stood out. Guhai did not need to guess to know that they were Guanxi's 9 sons. At this moment, they respectfully stood at the entrance to Guanxi Hall. Of the 9 Guanxi sons, Guhai recognized 7 of them: Guqin, Qing Emperor, Guanzhou, Long Sanqian, Wu Yazi Yin Qingshan, and the Spiritual Mountain's Cold Mountain Bodhisattva. As for the other 2, Guhai was unfamiliar with them. When Guhai's flying ship arrived, the 9 Guanxi sons saw Guhai. Guanzhou immediately soared into the air, flying towards Guhai. Whoosh! Guanzhou instantly arrived before Xiaochen. Ancient Emperor, you are finally here. Guanzhou smiled as he landed on Guhai's deck. Greetings, 9th young master. Guhai said with a smile. Chapter 784. Ancient Emperor, you're finally here. Guanzhou smiled as he landed on Guhai's deck. Greetings, 9th young master. Guhai smiled. I've been waiting for a long time. I thought you weren't coming. Guanzhou smiled. How could that be? Guhai will always remember the promise he made to the 9th young master. If I have the ability, Guhai will definitely do his best. Guhai said solemnly. Guanzhou heaved a sigh of relief. Many thanks, Ancient Emperor. Don't worry. If I can get Chen Xian Er's heavenly soul again, I'll definitely do my best for you. Many thanks, Guhai said solemnly. Besides the Ancient Emperor, I've also promised some others to help me. I hope the Ancient Emperor doesn't mind. I've agreed to their requests. It doesn't conflict with yours. The 9th young master said solemnly. Oh, Guhai's expression changed. The 2 sect leaders over there and the 3 great emperors have reached an agreement with me. This time, the pavilion master will be revived and bring back all the heavenly souls of the past 800 years. The 9th young master said solemnly. Ninth young master, don't worry. It's good to have more people helping you. I naturally won't mind. Guhai smiled. The ninth young master nodded. Although he had found other helpers, he valued Guhai the most. Clearly, Guhai's achievements in the past spoke volumes. Besides me, the others have also found helpers. Clearly, this is a matter of life and death. Every Guanchi's 9 sons are prepared. The ninth young master said, solemnly, "What about Guqin?" Guhai looked at Guqin in the distance. Guqin might not recognize him, but he was still his son. Him? I'm not sure. The ninth young master shook his head. In the distance, the other members of the Guanchi 9 sons also saw some familiar experts coming and went to greet them, asking them to lend them a hand. When will old man Guanchi be revived? Mo Yike asked curiously. The ninth young master looked at the Guanchi palace not far away. There's still some time. Ancient Emperor, do you see Guanchi's hall? The ninth young master asked solemnly. Guhai nodded. In Guanchi's hall there is a coffin. Above the coffin is a chessboard. In the past, the chessboard was filled with black chess pieces. Back then, the pavilion master broke the heavenly Go chess set and scattered the refined treasures around the world to gather the power of chess. As the power of chess increased, the black chess pieces slowly turned into white chess pieces. When all of them turned into white chess pieces, that was when the pavilion master was resurrected. The ninth young master explained. Oh, gathering power. Guhai frowned slightly. Yes. Now, they are all gathered. However, there was an accident. When you just reached the innate realm, did the ancient emperor encounter anything when you entered the innate puzzle world? Back then, there was a time when the collection of power was too fast, and the Go stone in the 9-5 position exploded. The ninth young master said with a frown. A Go stone exploded? Guhai's expression changed. Back then, when he was comprehending the Go Dao, he encountered old man Guanchi's remnant thought puppet. Back then, that puppet tried to replicate his 100,000 Go puzzles. In the end, it exploded because of the Go puzzles. Was that the ancient emperor's remnant thought puppet? The 9-5 position's white Go stone exploded. Perhaps it became an opening for the pavilion master. However, we do not know the specifics yet. Ancient Emperor, be careful, the ninth young master said, solemnly. Guhai nodded. Boom. In the distance, another flying ship flew over and instantly stopped above the sea. Swish. At the entrance of the Guanchi Hall, a person flew into the sky. It was Wu Yazi, who seemed to be possessed by Old Man Guanchi during the Thousand Sage assembly. Wu Yazi instantly boarded the flying ship and bowed slightly to the owner of the flying ship. He was trying to get close to the owner. Big Yellow, His Holiness? Matriarch Ji? Shangguan Hen frowned. Matriarch Ji looked around and saw Jiang Lianshan. She bowed slightly and said, Greetings to Dian and His Holiness. Scarlet Emperor, White Emperor, Fire Emperor, long time no see. When Matriarch Ji bowed, the White Emperor, Scarlet Emperor, and Fire Emperor frowned slightly and did not return the greeting. Instead, they looked at Jiang Lianshan. Big Yellow, His Holiness? Greetings. Jiang Lianshan smiled. Jiang Lianshan's tone was very polite. The White Emperor, Scarlet Emperor, and Fire Emperor returned the greeting. Matriarch Ji smiled and turned to look at Guhai's flying ship. Most importantly, she looked at the GSX Tong Tian beside Guhai. Evidently, he had also received the news. When he saw the Tong Tian, a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. He then looked at Guhai and said, Dahan Imperial Dynasty? Guhai, I've heard of your name. Big Yellow, His Holiness, has seen a joke. Guhai bowed slightly and smiled. Matriarch Ji nodded and turned around to chat with Wu Yazi. Wu Yazi used to work in the Great Yellow Dynasty. At this moment, he naturally received Matriarch Ji's full support. Yellow Emperor, Yan Emperor, He, Yan Emperor, and Huang Emperor. They really look alike. There's also Qiyu. Is he really dead? The Tongtian narrowed his eyes. Oh, Qiyu isn't dead. Guhai frowned slightly. Guhai was naturally asking about Earth's Qiyu. He was suppressed at the bottom of the East Ocean. He's still alive. The Tongtian nodded. The Tongtian was naturally referring to Earth's Qiyu. However, Jiang Lianshan and Matriarch Ji, who were talking in the distance, suddenly narrowed their eyes and turned their heads. Although the two did not seem to care about Guhai, they were constantly paying attention to Guhai's direction. Although the heavenly Empyrean of the Jie sect spoke softly, the two listened with all their might and heard him clearly. Qiyu isn't dead. Their faces turned gloomy at the same time. At the same time, they were shocked. Guhai looked at the two of them and smiled bitterly. We're not talking about Qiyu. Why are you so nervous? It's time. 9 sons, return to your positions. Suddenly, a loud shout came from the square of Guanqi's palace. The Grand Elder of the Sky Chess Pavilion had gathered all the disciples of the Sky Chess Pavilion and stood respectfully outside Guanqi's palace. Ancient Emperor, I'll take my leave first, the 9th young master said, solemnly. Guhai nodded. Whoosh! The 9th young master flew into the distance and landed at the entrance of Guanqi's palace. The other 9 sons of Guanqi also returned. They landed at the front. The Grand Elder was still in his black robe. At this moment, he looked up at the sky. Then, he looked at the countless flying boats in the surroundings and took a deep breath. Dian His Holiness, De Huang His Holiness, Tongtian Sect Master, Sanyama Buddha, and everyone present, thank you for accepting the invitation to participate in the Pavilion Master's revival ceremony. The Grand Elder bowed respectfully to everyone. The surroundings were silent, and no one spoke. The time was up. Was old man Guanqi going to be revived soon? Next, please don't make too much noise. When the Pavilion Master is revived, he will also bring back the heavenly souls of all those who died in the past 800 years. If you make too much noise, you may startle these weak souls. Please forgive us. The Grand Elder said solemnly. Everyone nodded in agreement. The Grand Elder turned his head and looked at Guanqi's palace behind him. Pavilion Master, today, your disciples will host the revival ceremony and set up the chess formation. The Grand Elder bowed respectfully to Guanqi's palace. The disciples of the Sky Chess Pavilion were all very excited at this moment. They bowed respectfully to Guanqi's palace. They had waited 800 years for this day. Today, the Pavilion Master was revived and would lead everyone back to their former glory. 33 heavens beyond the heavens, 10,000 demons gather on the Thousand Islands Sea. The scorching sun shines on the 4 seas, and 10,000 suns enter the heavenly go platform. The Grand Elder shouted. These 4 sentences had no counterpart. However, these 4 sentences seemed to have a magical power. Following the Grand Elder's shout, whoosh! It was as if a black wind had appeared out of nowhere on the Thousand Islands Sea. The black wind covered a wide area, enveloping the entire Thousand Islands Sea. That is, Kong Xian suddenly narrowed his eyes. Black wind. That was not black wind. Was this a heavenly demon? The heavenly demon that the Buddha had sent into his body in the past. However, there were many more heavenly demons than before. There seemed to be billions of them. Endless, countless heavenly demons were flying wildly around the Thousand Islands Sea. It was as if they were hiding from something and running away in fear. However, when they arrived here, they were like headless flies. They did not know where to run and could only scurry around. Buzz. Wung. Wung. The instant the heavenly demons appeared, the sunlight in the surroundings seemed to gather into 1,000 beams of light that shot towards the 1,000 islands of the 1,000 Islands Sea. Instantly, all the islands were illuminated with dazzling light. The 1,000 islands shone brightly, as if there were 1,000 suns floating on the sea. The thousands of suns only shone for a short while before they shot their dazzling light towards Tinyuan Island, or rather, towards Guanxi Palace. However, the angle of the reflection was rather strange. In the blink of an eye, the Guanxi Palace was incomparably bright. Rumble! The huge Guanxi Hall seemed to be collapsing rapidly. No, it was not collapsing. Instead, it was changing shape. The bricks of the hall seemed to be pulled by a force as they fell to the ground, forming a huge altar. The Guanxi Palace disappeared, turning into a huge Heavenly Go platform. Boundless sunlight shone on the Heavenly Go platform, making it incredibly dazzling. A coffin was placed on the Heavenly Go platform. A Go board floated above the coffin. Aside from the 9-5 position, all the other positions on the Go board were filled with white Go stones. The first elder and the group of Sky Chess Pavilion disciples immediately knelt, appearing extremely respectful and excited. Is that the Go board and coffin that the 9th young master mentioned? Could old man Guanxi's corpse be in the coffin? Mo Yike said, with a frown. It shouldn't be. Wasn't old man Guanxi destroyed in body and soul by the Immortal of the 6 Paths? If it really is old man Guanxi's corpse, why would he need to possess the bodies of his 9 sons? Guhai said with a frown. Mo Yike nodded. He continued, looking into the distance. Woo, 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 woo. Suddenly, the Go board seemed to form a huge suction force, like a whale sucking in water, sucking in the billions of heavenly demons in the sky into the Go board. Rumble! After absorbing the heavenly demons, the Go board trembled slightly. The white Go stones on the Go board moved quickly, as if they were swapping positions. After a full 2 hours, it finally stopped. While everyone was waiting in silence, a light blue, transparent spirit body suddenly appeared on the Go board. The spirit body slowly floated out of the Go board, and a blank look appeared in its eyes. Murong Yen? Murong Yen's heavenly soul. Not far away, the Fire Emperor's eyes widened, and he revealed a look of ecstasy. The Fire Emperor shouted, causing the spirit body to tremble. It was like a candle in the wind, extremely fragile. Shut up. Fire Emperor, do you want her heavenly soul to disperse? Don't be so loud. You'll startle this spirit body. The White Emperor suddenly shouted. Oh. The Fire Emperor covered his mouth. After being reprimanded by the White Emperor, he wasn't unhappy at all. Instead, he was filled with gratitude. He turned his head to look at the heavenly soul on the Go board, and tears of gratitude welled up in his eyes. I understand now. Heavenly soul, heavenly demon, after a person dies, his heavenly soul returns to the heavens and is taken away by the heavens. So, these heavenly souls were turned into heavenly demons by the heavens. Those billions of heavenly demons just now were countless heavenly souls returning. Mo Yike's expression changed. Returning? In that Go board? Gu Hai's eyes flashed with excitement. Murong Yan's heavenly soul had returned. What about Chen Xian Er's heavenly soul? Was it in that Go board as well? Chapter 785. Murong Yan. When Jiang Lianshan saw the lady, he immediately quietened down. He stared at her, but couldn't see any fluctuations in his expression. However, Gu Hai could see some clues from afar. Jiang Lianshan had hidden his hands in his sleeves. This Murong Yan is so charming. Gu Hai's eyes flashed with a look of surprise. In the distance, Murong Yan was indeed very beautiful. Every frown and smile of hers made one's heart ache for her. However, she was still very beautiful. It wasn't that there wasn't anyone in the world who couldn't compare to her. At least, the women that Gu Hai knew weren't inferior to her. However, such a lady still made many people worry about her after she married Old Man Guanxi. Shiyu the Great, Long Zhanghua, Fire Emperor, and Jiang Lianshan, Murong Yen looked around in a daze. Then, she lowered her head and looked at the coffin below her. The lid of the coffin under the chessboard suddenly slid open slowly, revealing the interior of the coffin. It's indeed not Old Man Guanxi's corpse. Shang Guanhen frowned and said he saw a lady's corpse lying in the coffin. She was wearing a long robe made of clouds. Her corpse looked exactly like Murong Yan's heavenly soul. Wang. Murong Yan's heavenly soul slowly entered the corpse. Once it entered the corpse, it slowly fused with it. After a while, Murong Yan's corpse slowly opened its eyes. Phew! Murong Yan exhaled deeply as if she was sighing faintly. Then, she slowly sat up in the coffin. She slowly stepped out. "Greetings, mistress," the disciples of the Sky Chess Pavilion said excitedly. In the outside world, the powerful cultivators were also extremely excited. Murong Yen has been revived. Didn't that mean that the people he cared about could also be revived? Murong Yen stood on the high platform and looked around. When she saw Jiang Lianshan's flying boat, she frowned. Murong Yen greets Dian and His Holiness. The woman suddenly bowed respectfully to Jiang Lianshan. The woman's voice was extremely pleasant to the ears, as clear and melodious as a lark. After bowing slightly, the Fire Emperor was extremely excited. "It's really her. She's alive. She's really alive." The Fire Emperor trembled with excitement. Jiang Lianshan stared at Murong Yen without saying a word, as if he was worried that he would reveal his emotions. He merely nodded, but his eyes never left Murong Yen. Murong Yen stretched out her hand. "Who?" The chessboard immediately fell in front of Murong Yen. It looked like an ordinary chessboard, but it wasn't ordinary at all. Murong Yan's heavenly soul came out of the chessboard, along with countless other heavenly souls. "Where are my 9 sons?" Murong Yen suddenly asked. "Wu Yazi greets mistress. Guqin, Long Sanqian, Qing Emperor, Yan Qingshan, Han Shan, and Guan Zhou greet mistress. Tang Tian and Huang Kun greet mistress." Guanxi's 9 sons all bowed respectfully to Murong Yen. Murong Yen nodded. She looked at the 9 people in front of her and said, "Earlier, my husband sent me a message. The 9 of you will each choose a piece on this chessboard." The 9 of them were slightly startled, but they nodded. Each of them reached out and took a white piece from the chessboard. The moment each of them took out a white piece, a vortex suddenly appeared where they took it out. Vaguely, one could see countless heavenly souls struggling in the vortex. My husband said that when all of you put the white pieces back in their original positions, it will be the time when all of you enter the chessboard with your wills. There are boundless heaven souls in the chessboard. All 9 of you will enter the chessboard with your wills and fight for heaven souls, storing them in the pieces in your hands. We will decide the winner based on numbers. Murong Yen explained. The 9 of us will snatch heavenly souls. Quantity will decide the winner. But how will the result be decided? Guan Zhou asked with a solemn expression. My husband will find the one who snatches the least heavenly souls and has the least need to exist. Murong Yen said solemnly. Guanxi's 9 sons' expressions changed when they heard Murong Yan's words. He would seize the body of the loser. That's right. Old man Guanxi didn't care how strong you were. It was the same whether he returned or seized the body. Even if he gave up on the weakest, there were still 8 powerful disciples. Yes, the 9 of them immediately answered. Of course, those with weak wills can ask for help. My husband doesn't care about the process, only the result. Morong Yen said in a deep voice. Yes, the 9 of them said with a hint of nervousness. Ask for help. If they lost, they would be seized. Naturally, they had to give it their all. Each of you can ask for help. After the time it takes to burn an incense stick, we will place our pieces and seize the heavenly souls to determine the winner. Morong Yen said solemnly. Okay. The 9 of them immediately responded with solemn expressions. Guanxi's 9 sons turned their heads and looked at the experts around them. It was time to fulfill the promise they made to the experts around them. They quickly bowed to their allies. Wu Yazi bowed to Matriarch Ji. Qing Emperor bowed to Jiang Lianshan. Han Shan bowed to the present Buddha. Long Sanqian bowed to Takashi Ryushin. Yen Qingshan bowed to the Tongtian sect master of the Wanshou Taoism. Guanzhou bowed to Gu Hai. Of course, after everyone bowed, they bowed to the others as well. Gu Hai nodded to Guanzhou, then looked at Guqin in the distance. Guqin also bowed to the 3 sect masters. However, it seemed that their foundation was too shallow and they didn't manage to invite too many allies. Gu Hai frowned slightly. Time passed in the blink of an eye. All right, it's about time. Put the pieces in your hands back to their original positions, close your eyes, and use your wills to seize the heavenly soul. Morong Yen said, yes. The 9 of them each held a white piece and slowly placed it in their original positions. Smack! The moment they placed their pieces, the 9 of them suddenly closed their eyes. The moment they closed their eyes, it was as if millions of shouts came from the chessboard. Don't grab me, don't grab me. Save me, save me. Millions of heavenly souls cried out. The 9 of them tried their best to absorb the heavenly souls. However, they saw that the white chess piece that they were holding was like the mouth of a vortex. Heavenly souls rushed in one after another. As the heavenly souls surged in, the white chess pieces gradually changed color. They slowly dimmed and turned gray. The 9 of them fought for a while, and the present Buddha in the distance was the first to make a move. Boom! He struck at Hanshan Bodhisattva with his palm. Hanshan Bodhisattva did not struggle and allowed the palm to suddenly stick to his back. A powerful will immediately surged into Hanshan Bodhisattva's body. Hanshan Bodhisattva pointed at the chess pieces, and in an instant the speed of the heavenly soul increased exponentially. The color of the chess pieces under his fingers quickly darkened and turned black. Oh no! The expressions of the powerhouses around sank. Boom, boom, boom. One by one, the powerhouses quickly slapped their palms on the backs of the 9 Guanxi sons. Their wills were connected, helping them to quickly seize the heavenly soul. The 9th young master already had 8 palms on his back, but it was clearly not enough. Gu Hai glanced at the 9th young master, then at Guqin, who only had 3 palms, and frowned slightly. Boom! He struck out with his left palm, and it suddenly appeared on the back of the 9th young master. There was no need for Gu Hai to do anything. Gu Hai felt as if his will was connected to the 9th young master, like a thin line connecting him and the 9th young master. With this connection, Gu Hai instantly felt the world of the chessboard. Gu Hai saw a pitch-black world. In this pitch-black world, there was a super-complex chess array shining brightly. Countless heavenly demons passed through this chess array, automatically dispelling the demonic qi on their bodies and turning into heavenly souls that danced within. However, there seemed to be a gap in this Go ritual array at the 9-5 position. the spot where Gu Hai burst. Some of the heavenly demons managed to slip through the net. However, the Go ritual array continued to shift, and the ritual array quickly purified those heavenly demons that slipped through the net. So this white chessboard is used to purify heavenly demons. Gu Hai frowned slightly. The ninth young master pressed down on the chess piece, but it was like a huge container. As his will moved, countless heavenly demons were driven into the container. In this chess world, the stronger the will, the larger the tentacles, and the more heavenly souls it could capture. The will resided between the eyebrows, the seventh of the 3 spiritual souls and 7 physical souls. Ordinary people had not cultivated much of it, but Gu Hai's chess soul was already extremely resilient. Although Gu Hai was only a middle sky palace, the power of his will was not weaker than any upper sky palace. The moment he touched Guanzhou, his will tentacles expanded more than 100 times. Wow, ancient emperor, you're still the best. Ha ha ha. The ninth young master was excited as he collected countless heavenly souls. Of Guanqi's 9 sons, the weakest was now Guqin. After all, only 3 were helping him. Gu Hai saw that Guqin was the last to fall. He sighed softly and reached out with his right hand. Boom! With a palm, Gu Hai pressed his right hand on Guqin's back. Instantly, another will connection was formed. Gu Hai's will surged into Guqin's body. Boom! The number of heavenly souls that Guqin was fighting for also increased dramatically. Guqin was slightly taken aback and knew what was going on. Although he no longer had any emotions, for some reason, when Gu Hai's palm landed on his back, he felt a sudden warmth in his heart. Memories of his childhood flooded in. F.A. father. Guqin frowned slightly. In the distance, Gu Hai smiled faintly. No matter what happened in the future, at least Guqin called Gu Hai father. Now, this made Gu Hai feel gratified. Snatching heavenly souls with one's will, this old man Guanqi is deliberately mystifying things. Tong Tian, who was beside Gu Hai, frowned. Sect leader Kong Xian, Shangguan Hen, you guys don't have to make a move for now. Gu Hai said, solemnly. Everyone nodded. Guqin's and Guanzhou's chess pieces were quickly turning black. They were not the last to fall. It was enough as long as it was not the last. Guanqi's chess pieces kept turning black. Gradually, they were completely black. There were billions of heavenly souls in these 9 chess pieces. Crack! The moment all the heavenly souls were divided up, the chessboard suddenly cracked open with a crisp sound. Guanqi's and his son's expressions changed. They reached out and grabbed the black chess pieces that were filled with heavenly souls. Crack, 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 crack. The chessboard cracked rapidly. In just a short while, it turned into powder and disappeared. 9 black chess pieces fell into the hands of Guanqi's 9 sons. All the experts in the surroundings also withdrew their hands and their wills. Who has more and who has less? Immediately, everyone stared at Guanqi's 9 sons. Of course, Gu Hai and some other experts narrowed their eyes. Your Majesty, what's wrong? Kong Xian was puzzled. I don't know. I have a mental connection with Guqin and Guanzhou. That mental connection did not break. Gu Hai said with a frown. Not only Gu Hai, but the experts in the surroundings also gradually realized that something was wrong. Why couldn't they break the mental connection with Guanqi's 9 sons? No, the Thousand Island Sea region is sealed by the array. Tong Tian looked up at the sky and said in a low voice, Chapter 786. That's not right. The Thousand Island Sea region has been sealed by the array. The Tong Tian from the Jie school looked up at the sky and said in a deep voice. Everyone looked up at the sky. However, the sky was the same as before. They could not see anything unusual. Gu Hai turned to look at the 4 islands. At this moment, the 4 islands seemed to be trembling slightly. It was mainly because the surrounding seawater was flowing faster. Oh, it's indeed sealed. Old Man Guanxi, what a great array. 33 heavens, an earth array. It's indeed perfect. Guhai narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice, "We're trapped in the array." Kong Xian raised his eyebrows. Even with Kong Xian's strength, he could not see any clues. The outside world seems to be sunny, but it might not be. This is an illusion. Old Man Guanxi, what is he trying to do? Guhai said in a deep voice, "No matter what, it's time to determine who has been possessed." Mo Yike said in a deep voice. Guhai nodded. Everyone looked at the 9 sons of Guanxi, outside the Thousand Islands Sea. Meow. A black cat stood in the air and stared at the sky. In the sky, dark clouds covered the sky. Lightning flashed, and a destructive power rushed down. Bolts of lightning struck the Thousand Islands Sea region. However, the Thousand Islands Sea seemed to be covered by a monstrous barrier that enveloped the entire Thousand Islands Sea. Inside, Guhai and the other experts saw the beautiful weather. However, in reality, the outside world was on the verge of destruction. The sky was furious. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. The black cat stood in the air and looked at the barrier of the Thousand Islands Sea. Its eyes were filled with uncertainty. "I'm just a little late. The revival assembly has begun." Meow. What is Old Man Guanxi trying to do? He's playing chess again. This is the second time he's going against the Immortal of the 6 Paths. The black cat stared. There was a huge barrier in front of it. The black cat hesitated. From the dark clouds in the sky, it could tell that there would be a huge battle later. The sky might look down again. Go to the revival assembly, or should I run away? Meow. The dominator of the 6 Paths has locked me up for 800,000 years. Now that I'm out, I'm still hiding from him. It's no different from being locked up. Damn it. Even the Old Man Guanxi, who I've never heard of before, dares to go against the dominator of the 6 Paths. How can I run away? Humph. The black cat snorted. Boom. The black cat clawed at the barrier with its claws and tore a hole in it. Whoosh. The black cat burrowed in immediately, and the torn hole was instantly restored to its original state. As soon as the black cat entered, it realized that what it saw from the outside was completely different from what it saw inside. Interesting? Ha ha ha. Old Man Guanxi, are you trying to fool everyone? Humph. The holy lands of the spiritual mountain? Wanshou Taoism? Back then, I trusted you so much, but in the end, I betrayed the heavens and betrayed us. Humph. The black cat revealed a ferocious expression and charged toward Tingyuan Island. The black cat was fearless. However, outside the Thousand Islands Sea, there were still countless experts roaming about. Resurrection Assembly? Guhai wasn't the only one who could see Old Man Guanxi's determination. There were countless smart people in the world, and naturally many of them could see that. Some of them had gone to participate, but there were still many who were watching from the outside. When they saw the dark clouds in the sky, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled, they knew that something big must have happened. Fortunately, they didn't step in. Everyone waited patiently, wanting to know what was going to happen. On the Heavenly Go platform, Guanxi's 9 sons each received a black stone. At this moment, everyone's eyes flashed with worry. After all, with the black stones, they didn't know who had more and who had fewer heavenly souls. Everyone looked at Murong Yen. Who was Old Man Guanxi going to possess? Although the various powerhouses felt that they had a mental connection with the 9 chess masters, they suppressed the doubts in their hearts at this moment. Even if some people like Tong Tian from the Jia sect found themselves in a large array, they didn't care. Old Man Guanxi was about to be resurrected. Mistress, which one of us was chosen? Wu Yazi asked worriedly. Mistress, who is it? When did Master start? Cold Mountain Bodhisattva frowned. The group of Guanxi's 9 sons was extremely anxious. Morong Yen smiled bitterly. Then she looked guiltily at Guanxi's 9 sons and bowed solemnly. Mistress, you can't. Mistress, what are you doing? The group of Guanxi's 9 sons suddenly had a bad feeling. Husband doesn't need to be possessed to be resurrected. I'm sorry, Morong Yen suddenly said. What? Guanxi's 9 sons, as well as everyone else, were shocked. Whoosh! At this moment, countless rainbow-colored streaks of light appeared in the sky. The appearance of the streaks of light immediately exposed the Thousand Islands Sea's array. The surrounding seawater suddenly became like a mirror, extremely calm. The surroundings suddenly became quiet, and only the rainbow-colored streaks of light could be seen in the sky. Yenner, you don't need to feel guilty towards them. A voice that seemed to come from the 9 heavens suddenly echoed throughout the array. All of the lights on the Heavenly Go platform suddenly converged on the coffin in the center. The coffin instantly became incomparably bright, and wisps of smoke faintly condensed from it. Pavilion Master? The Sky Chess Pavilion's disciples were overjoyed. Old Man Guanxi's voice. Kong Xian narrowed his eyes in the distance. No one knew what Old Man Guanxi was up to. They only felt that everything had deviated from their expectations. Guanxi, what are you trying to do? Jiang Lianshan didn't know why, but he suddenly felt irritated. He had a bad premonition. Jiang Lianshan, I haven't seen you in 800 years. How have you been? Old Man Guanxi's voice came from the white light once more. It's really you? In the distance, Wan Shou Tongtian suddenly said with a sullen expression. Buzz. Suddenly, the countless streaks of white light converged as if they were all sucked into a single body. A white-robed old man suddenly appeared at the coffin's entrance. This old man slowly walked out of the coffin. He looked very ordinary and did not give off much of an aura. He seemed like the old man next door. Husband, Morong Yen walked over with a trace of excitement in her eyes. As Morong Yen walked over, 2 streams of tears fell from her eyes. Greetings, Pavilion Master. Guanxi's 9 sons also bowed respectfully. The Sky Chess Pavilion's disciples were even more excited, loudly calling out greetings to the Pavilion Master. Old Man Guanxi gently wiped Morong Yan's tears with his thumb and smiled. All right, don't cry. If you continue crying, you won't be pretty anymore. Husband, let's not fight anymore, okay? I'm scared. I'm scared of losing you again. Morong Yen said with tears in her eyes. Old Man Guanxi stared at Morong Yen for a while, and then revealed a sad smile. You won't lose me. There are some things that I have to do. I've been waiting for this day for so many years. How can I give up? Morong Yen bit her lips, but she could only give up. She buried her head in Old Man Guanxi's arms. Old Man Guanxi stroked Morong Yan's hair. He hugged Morong Yen and looked at the experts around them. Jiang Lianshan, Ji Tihong, Tongtian, Sect Master, 3 lives of Buddha. It's a pity that Tai Yi is gone. Long Zhonghua is gone too. However, it's enough to have all of you. Old Man Guanxi smiled. Old Man Guanxi's appearance was a little old. However, his body was thin, and he looked very scholarly. Even though he was a little older, he still had an extraordinary charm. Old Man Guanxi, if that's the case, you can revive yourself, reconstruct your own physical body. Why are you still holding this revival ceremony? Buddha looked at Old Man Guanxi suspiciously. Because I'm waiting for all of you. Old Man Guanxi smiled. Waiting for us. Everyone looked at Old Man Guanxi in confusion. On the other side, Jiang Lianshan and the Fire Emperor looked at old man Guanqi hugging Morongyan. Their faces darkened as if they were extremely uncomfortable. Your Gu Hai? Old man Guanqi looked at Gu Hai. When he looked at Gu Hai, old man Guanqi also looked at the Tong Tian beside Gu Hai. A look of surprise flashed across his eyes. Gu Hai greets the owner of the Sky Chess Pavilion. Back then, I was indebted to you for giving me pointers on the heaven and earth chess game. I learned a lot from you. Gu Hai took a deep breath and said, Not bad. Your chess skills have surprised me. From Jiuzi's memories, I understand that you can play 32 with ease. You must have studied 33 thoroughly, right? Old man Guanqi suddenly smiled. I know a little about chess. If the owner of the Sky Chess Pavilion doesn't mind, Gu Hai is willing to exchange pointers with the owner of the Sky Chess Pavilion. Gu Hai said in a low voice, There will be time. Don't be anxious. Old man Guanqi smiled. Meow. Suddenly, a black cat jumped over from afar. Boom. The black cat landed not far away and stared at old man Guanqi. I'm late? You've revived? The black cat frowned. No, you're just in time. The revival ceremony has just begun. Old man Guanqi smiled. Just begun? Old man, what are you trying to do with all this trouble? The black cat was confused. You know everyone here, right? Old man Guanqi smiled. The black cat looked around. When it saw the Tongtian sect master and the Buddha of 3 worlds, it stared at them and said, Humph, how can I not know the traitorous dogs? If I had known about your ambitions back then, I would have swallowed all of you. Amateus Buddha, the Buddha of 3 worlds, said with a gloomy face, Humph. Wansho Taoism's Tongtian sect master snorted coldly. He seemed to be very dissatisfied with the black cat. Don't worry. If you have any grudges later, settle them yourselves. For now, you are still comrades. Old man Guanqi smiled. Comrades? Who's their comrade? The black cat stared at him. Old man Guanqi was not angry. Mao Tianyun, 800,000 years ago, was one of the 5 divine beasts bestowed by the previous god to protect the world. Back then, you weren't so impatient. Humph. The black cat snorted coldly. It seemed to be unhappy with old man Guanqi's indifferent attitude. Comrade? May I ask, Sky Chess Pavilion Master, what do you mean by comrade? Gu Hai asked with a frown. Old man Guanqi looked at everyone, then at Guanqi's 9 sons. He smiled and said, Kill their comrade. What? The faces of Guanqi's 9 sons changed. Countless experts in the surroundings also revealed looks of astonishment. Old man, are you crazy? They are Guanqi's 9 sons, your disciples. You want us to kill them? Mao Tianyan stared at him. Pavilion Master, we have received your inheritance. Why do you want to kill us? Wu Yazi's face changed as he exclaimed. Chapter 787. Wu Yazi's expression changed as he exclaimed, Pavilion Master, we've received your inheritance. Why do you want to kill us? Guanqi's 9 disciples panicked, but no one dared to attack old man Guanqi. The disciples of the Sky Chess Pavilion, Supreme Fengyu, and the rest of the Xuanwu disciples were also shocked. What's going on? Pavilion Master wants to kill the 9 disciples? Even the surrounding experts were shocked. They couldn't understand what was going on. The situation seemed to have deviated from everyone's expectations. Weren't these 9 disciples old man Guanqi's disciples? Old man Guanqi looked at the 9 disciples with a solemn expression. Boom! At that moment, a loud sound came from the sky, as if a huge bolt of lightning had struck the Thousand Islands Seas Array. The rainbow light in the sky suddenly trembled and quickly split apart. Everyone raised their heads. Suddenly, they saw a huge eye appear outside the gap of the seven-colored light. The eye of heaven. As soon as the eye of heaven appeared, a powerful pressure rushed down. The countless experts in the surroundings had the urge to kneel down. Guanxi, you're not dead. A loud roar came from the sky. Gu Hai and the others' expressions changed. The immortal of the six paths had awakened again. Tong Tian narrowed his eyes as his battle intent soared. This is the immortal of the six paths. Just as the heavenly might appeared and a strong suppression was about to appear, old Mr. Guanxi smiled faintly. He waved his hand. Six paths, the game begins. Old man Guanxi waved his hand. Boom! The rainbow light from before suddenly filled the sky again, covering the barrier. In an instant, they couldn't see the eye of heaven anymore. At the same time, the heavenly might disappeared. Everyone felt as if the seven-colored light around them was spinning madly. The entire Thousand Islands seemed to be floating. It was floating rapidly. Everyone's hearts beat wildly. Something's wrong. What is this feeling? Even my heart is beating? The Tong Tian from the Jie school said with an ugly expression. What? Gu Hai's face darkened as he looked at Tong Tian. What was the strength of the Tong Tian from the Jie school? His heart had long been tempered like the earth, but his heart was beating faster. It wasn't just the Tong Tian from the Jie school. In the distance, the Wanshou Tong Tian, the Three Lives Buddha, Jiang Lianshan, and Matriarch Ji's expressions changed drastically. Old man Guanxi, what are you doing? Wanshou Tong Tian glared angrily. Revival assembly? I'm not participating. I'm leaving. I'm not going crazy with you. Suddenly, a sect leader's expression changed, and he shot up into the sky. At this moment, everyone could see that there was a huge barrier around the Thousand Islands Sea. The sect master immediately soared into the sky, wanting to rush out of the barrier. But as soon as he touched the barrier, bang! The sect leader instantly turned into a pile of loose sand and exploded, turning into dust. Hiss! Countless experts' expressions changed. Don't move, don't rush. Old man Guanxi said with a smile. Outside the Thousand Islands Sea, countless experts didn't participate in the revival assembly. Instead, they watched from all directions. The sky was filled with dark clouds, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled. A great destructive force descended upon the Thousand Islands Sea. At this moment, the barrier of the Thousand Islands Sea suddenly flowed with countless rainbow-colored flowing lights. The rainbow-colored flowing lights were extremely fast, and they quickly revolved around the barrier. The surrounding seawater trembled incessantly. The experts outside the barrier felt their hearts beat wildly, not knowing what was happening. At this moment, boom! Countless thunderclouds suddenly split into two from the middle. Buzz! A huge eye suddenly appeared. As soon as the eye of heaven appeared, a great pressure suddenly appeared. The barrier above was instantly torn apart, and the eye of heaven looked in. At the same time, countless experts' expressions changed, and they knelt down. Eye of heaven, this is the eye of heaven. Has old man Guanxi been revived? With the appearance of the eye of heaven, old man Guanxi was doomed. Guanxi, you didn't die. A loud roar sounded from the sky. It was the voice of the wrath of the heavens. Under the wrath of the heavens, all the experts in the surroundings trembled. The might of the heavens was too terrifying. With a roar, their souls were about to be shattered. Just as everyone thought there was going to be an earth-shattering battle. Buzz! Above the barrier, the flowing lights once again surged, and the part that was torn apart by the eye of heaven closed up. The rainbow-colored flowing lights flowed faster and faster. Whoosh! In an instant, the barrier disappeared. No, the entire Thousand Islands Sea disappeared. All the islands, and even all the seawater disappeared. In an instant. The eye of heaven's pupils suddenly shrank. The Thousand Islands sea disappeared as if it had been dug out, and there was a huge pit there. Walla la! Countless amounts of seawater filled the huge pit in the Thousand Islands sea. At this moment, the water of the four seas surged, and huge waves rose in the sea. It's gone? How come it's gone? The islands are gone too? The expressions of the experts outside changed. The eye of heaven stared intently at that spot, but it was indeed gone. A trace of coldness flashed in the eye of heaven's pupils. Humph! A cold snort. The eye of heaven slowly closed, and the surrounding dark clouds also slowly dispersed. The might of the heavens disappeared. All the experts could stand up. Looking at the empty Thousand Islands sea, everyone suddenly swallowed their saliva. It took a full 10 days for the seawater to fill up the Thousand Islands sea. At this moment, all the islands in the Thousand Islands sea were gone. Countless experts who went to the Thousand Islands sea also disappeared. Not a single one was left. At the same time, an earth-shattering event happened in the divine continent, the infinite celestial capital. Boom! With a loud sound, the fate of the infinite celestial capital collapsed, including that huge golden dragon. What happened? His providence disappeared again. Countless officials were shocked. The common people were also at a loss. Why did the fate disappear again? Something happened? Your Highness, the fate disappeared. Did His Majesty? Your Highness, it's not good. The fate disappeared. Your Highness. Fortunately, Dahan had experienced this before. Hence, Chen Tianshan did not panic. What are you shouting for? It's not like you haven't experienced it before. Why are you shouting? Chen Tianshan glared. But, no buts. His Majesty is in closed-door cultivation with the fate. Who dares to speak? Send word to all officials to calm the people. If anyone dares to cause trouble and slander the emperor during this period, kill them, Chen Tianshan shouted. Yes, go back to what you are supposed to do. Chen Tianshan glared. Yes, yes. The mosquito Daran looked at the sky in confusion. Ancient Emperor, you are always like this. My heart can't take it. The Dahan quickly calmed down. However, the other factions in the world suddenly fell into chaos. The fate of the Dayan dynasty suddenly collapsed, vanishing completely. The entire country fell into chaos. Countless officials rushed to the flame divine hall. At this moment, the elite guard also felt very anxious. However, since he had promised his father to protect the country, he naturally scolded the officials. Is the disappearance of the emperor's fate the death of the emperor? Previously, when the Dahan's fate disappeared, did Gu Hai die? The elite guard shouted while glaring. But the officials felt very anxious. Humph! Just do what you have to do. If anyone dares to say that His Holiness is dead again, execute their 9 generations. The elite guard shouted while glaring. Yes, the officials answered. The Great Yellow Dynasty, the Great Wu Dynasty, the Great Ing Imperial Dynasty, and even the spiritual mountain Holy Land. At this moment, everyone suddenly felt very anxious. Many experts continuously went to the Thousand Islands sea to gather information. They tried to contact the various emperors and sect masters. However, they could not reach them. There was no news at all. The experts who had been observing the situation at the Thousand Islands sea were immediately captured by ferocious experts from all over. They interrogated them about everything that happened at the Thousand Islands sea. The experts of the Thousand Islands sea suddenly disappeared. Although the various factions suppressed the chaos, there were still many chaotic incidents happening in the Divine Continent. Tengen Essence Island. A sect master rushed towards the 7-colored flowing light boundary. However, his body instantly exploded. It was not a bloody mess. Instead, it was as if he had been beaten back to his original atomic and molecular structure. Such a scene caused everyone within the barrier to suddenly panic. Old man Guanxi, you tricked us? What revival assembly? Are you lying to us? Sky Chess Pavilion, you are courting death. The experts roared angrily one by one. A few people wanted to rely on their strength to leave. However, as soon as they rushed into the sky, they were instantly turned into fine powder. Some people also rushed towards Old Man Guanxi. However, Old Man Guanxi waved his hand. A ray of 7-colored flowing light surged in. That expert also turned into fine powder. The boundary was like a cage that trapped everyone. Old Man Guanxi was like a god. He stood in the cage and could kill anyone he wanted. Revival assembly? Guanxi, why did you trick us into your Thousand Islands Sea? Do you really want to shed all pretense of cordiality with us? Jiang Lianshan said coldly. The experts from all sides were no match for Old Man Guanxi. However, this did not mean that Jiang Lianshan, Matriarch Ji, the Tongtian sect master Sanya Buddha, and the others did not have the ability to resist. Everyone was waiting for Old Man Guanxi to give an explanation. Old Mr. Guanxi let go of Murong Yin and patted her shoulder. He slowly looked at everyone's faces and smiled faintly. Revival assembly? Today, I have been preparing for it since 1,000 years ago. Everything is within my calculations. Of course, there are some flaws in the process. However, the overall direction has not changed. Old Man Guanxi looked at Gu Hai with a smile that did not seem like a smile. It was as if these flaws were referring to Gu Hai. You've been preparing for it since 1,000 years ago. In other words, the chess game with the heavens was only a part of your plan? Matriarch Ji frowned. You can say that. Old Man Guanxi smiled. Then, the situation in the Thousand Islands Sea was deliberately left behind by you for setting up the barrier today? Gu Hai asked with a frown. That's right. Old Man Guanxi nodded. The experts from all sides had ugly expressions. This Old Man Guanxi was very shrewd and calculated from afar. You still haven't said why you gathered us here. Aren't you afraid that we will become enemies with you? Wanshou Tong Tian said coldly. Actually, I have already told the 6 paths that I have invited everyone here to participate in a game. Old Man Guanxi said with a smile. Game. Everyone's expression stiffened. I don't have time to play games with you. Wanshou Tong Tian said coldly. It's not about whether you want to play or not. It's just that it has already started. None of you can back out now. If you die, you will die, no matter who you are. Old Man Guanxi suddenly revealed a cold smile. Chapter 788. I don't have time to play games with you. Wanshou Tong Tian said coldly. It's not about whether you want to play or not, but it's already started. None of you can back out now. Backing out means death, no matter who you are. Old Man Guanxi sneered. Die? Haha, what arrogance. Just you? Ji Empress narrowed her eyes, killing intent flashing in them. The rainbow light formation had cut off everything. Even the eye of heaven couldn't see through it. Everyone was cut off from the outside world. Game? You prepared for 1,000 years just to get everyone to play a game? Kill Guanxi's 9 sons. Jiang Lianshan said solemnly. Everyone stared at Old Man Guanxi. They all looked at the Guanxi's 9 sons. These 9 people did not seem to be very capable. In terms of strength, he had no strength. In terms of wisdom, he was extremely limited. Weren't they Old Man Guanxi's disciples? Why kill them? Pavilion Master, what did we do wrong? Wu Yazi and the others asked anxiously. Old Man Guanxi smiled. You didn't do anything wrong. They just underestimated you. underestimated us. The 9 frowned. At this moment, the 9 of them suddenly clutched their heads, each of them feeling a sudden pain. Pavilion Master, why are you targeting us? My head hurts so much. Buddha, save us. Ancient Emperor, save us. The 9 Guanchi's 9 sons suddenly screamed. Before the experts could make a move, Old Man Guanchi sighed and said solemnly, "It's not that I'm targeting you. At this point, you're all having headaches." My head. The 9 sons pounded their heads in pain. Just as those familiar with the 9 sons were about to make a move, someone's eyes widened. Something's not right. The 9 sons' faces changed. Everyone paused and looked at the 9 Guanchi's 9 sons in astonishment. The faces of the 9 people were contorting, and the more they contorted, the more they changed. Slowly, the 9 people's appearances changed. Furthermore, they became one. At the same time, all 9 people's bodies shone with all kinds of light. Red, blue, green, purple, and so on. They were constantly changing. Sky Chess Pavilion's owner, what did you do to them? Guhai asked with a frown. One of them was Guqin. Old Man Guanchi looked at Guhai and shook his head. It wasn't me. Who else could it be? How did they change their appearances? Who are they? The group of experts immediately opened their eyes wide and shouted, as if they were about to step forward. Meow! The black cat in the air suddenly stood on end and roared in shock. Everyone looked over in shock. What was wrong with this black cat? No one dealt with the black cat. The black cat saw the change in Juko's appearance and was shocked. That's impossible. Longevity Tongtian, the Buddha of the past, and the Buddha of the present all cried out in alarm. What was impossible? The surrounding people were puzzled. Longevity Tongtian, the Buddha of the past, and the Buddha of the present were all shocked. Shocked. Why would they be shocked? Samsara? Meow, they are samsara, the black cat exclaimed. Samsara, immortal? How is that possible? The Buddha of the past widened his eyes in disbelief. Samsara, immortal? What's samsara immortal? These are Guanchi's 9 sons. Everyone looked at the black cat and the Buddha of the past in shock. However, they saw Old Man Guanchi reach out and wave his hand. Suddenly, the 9 sons were each enveloped in a colorful ball of light. After a moment of pain, the 9 sons seemed to have calmed down after their faces were unified. Moreover, they all looked gloomy. Welcome to your resurrection, the 9 clones of Rokudo Shinkuen. Old Man Guanchi suddenly laughed. Wang. The 9 sons raised their heads at almost the same time and looked around coldly. Their cultivation levels were still the same, but at this moment, there was a flash of great deterrence in their eyes. Once the great deterrence was released, just one look was enough to make all the experts' hearts skip a beat. A heavenly aura suppressed them. How is that possible? What happened to their eyes in such a short time? Why do I feel a little scared? Someone exclaimed. The Tongtian sect master and the Buddha of the 3 realms expressions changed drastically. Meow! Mao Tianyan also widened his eyes and roared. Samsara immortal? 9 clones? The Tongtian from the Jie school was shocked. The 9 of them looked exactly the same. If it wasn't for the fierce look in their eyes, they looked extremely benevolent, giving people a feeling that they were born to believe them. The 9 of them looked around and suddenly turned to look at Old Man Guanchi. Their eyes were extremely cold. Don't look at me like that. I'm the one who allowed you to be resurrected, right? Now, remember these people, right? They are here to kill you and take the heavenly souls in your hands. Old Man Guanchi said with a smile. The 9 sons looked at the black chess pieces in their hands. In the black chess pieces, there were all the heavenly souls in the past 800 years. Previously, The experts helped them because of the heavenly souls in their hands. It's getting closer and closer. It seems that your memories are getting clearer. In that case, everyone, go back to your positions. You have a mental connection. You know where they are, and they know where you are, right? Old man Guanxi said with a smile. As he laughed, he waved his hand. Who? 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 The 9 sons of Guanxi were immediately flooded by the 7-colored flowing light and shot into the enchantment in the sky. Whoosh! Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, the 9 of them entered the flowing light and disappeared. This time, they were not crushed into powder. Guanxi, what's with the 9 people just now? 9 clones? What 9 clones? Wan Shou Tong Tian roared with a ferocious expression. 6 paths immortal from 800,000 years ago. Does anyone still remember him? Old man Guanxi said with a smile. Meow, 800,000 years ago. There were 10 Rokudo Shinkuan. 1 was the main body, 9 were clones. No, the 10 were not separated. Rokudo Shinkuan cultivated some unknown technique that separated his 3 souls and 7 spirits. Each had a body. There were 10 bodies in total. 1 was the main body, and 9 were divided. The 10 bodies fought against the heavens. 9 were destroyed, but the last 1 survived and killed the heavens to replace them? Cat Tian, Yun said coldly. Yes, the 9 clones were all destroyed. That's why the 6 paths immortal wanted to make up for the 800,000 years. He wanted to make himself more perfect. So he went into hibernation. He was repairing his body. When he woke up, he would be perfect. 800 years ago, I played chess with him. I lost that game, but it wasn't over yet. Did I lose? But I did it on purpose. Old man Guanxi said with a smile. Stole the 6 paths soul seed. Jiang Lianshan's expression sank. More or less. In that game of Go, I found the souls of immortal 6 paths 9 clones from back then. I condensed them into 9 seeds and infused them into my inheritance. Of course, there are also true sovereign 6 paths memories. Old Mr. Guanxi said with a smile. Seeds? The 9 seeds of the Guanxi's 9 clones. The Buddha of the past said with an ugly expression. Yes, the 9 seeds created the 9 clones. When the seeds entered the body, they slowly merged with the clones of the 6 paths immortal. Gradually, the 9 clones merged with the clones of the 6 paths immortal. They were the clones of the 6 paths, and the clones of the 6 paths were the 9 clones. Old man Guanxi explained. Hiss. Gasps could be heard from the airship. Resurrecting Rokudo Shinkuan, Old man Guanxi was crazy. Aren't you looking for the heavenly soul? He is in the hands of the 9 clones of the Rokudo Shinkuan. If you find them, you will find the person you are looking for. Old man Guanxi said with a smile. Boom. At this moment, the 1,000 Islands sea suddenly shook. It seemed to have stopped. You want us to kill the clones of the Rokudo Shinkuan? Huh, what a joke. Why do you want to kill them? Wan Shou Tong Tian said coldly. Even if you don't kill them, they will kill you, because the purpose of your trip is to kill them. The game we are playing is to kill the 6 paths immortal. Old man Guanxi said with a smile. What do you mean? Empress Ji narrowed her eyes. Old man Guanxi looked at Mao Tianyun and said, You are one of the 5 divine beasts. Do you feel anything? The black cat's body suddenly twitched. Meow. They are still alive. Aren't the other 4 divine beasts dead? The black cat said in surprise. Welcome, everyone, to 800,000 years ago, the year before the Rokudo Shinkuan defied the heavens. Old man Guanxi suddenly said with a serious expression. Wow. The surrounding people were in an uproar. Is old man Guanxi crazy? What nonsense is he talking about? 800,000 years ago. What 800,000 years ago? Why don't I understand? The surrounding experts were confused. However, Jiang Lianshan, Empress Ji, the Tongtian sect master, and the three worlds Buddha's expressions changed. They seemed to have guessed something. The law of time? You have mastered the law of time? Jiang Lianshan's expression changed. I can't say that I have mastered it. I have only scratched the surface and obtained some opportunities. Wherever you were born, you will appear in that place. Those who survive 800,000 years will return to their original bodies, just like the Rokudo Shinkuen just now. Previously, your wills were connected. Every 10 days, you will sense each other's location. He can sense your location, and you can sense his location. Old man Guanxi said with a smile. Sense. Guhai's expression darkened. The so-called helping Guanxi and his 9 sons to fight for the heavenly soul was just a trap. He wanted to establish a mental connection with the 9 sons of Guanxi, so he could be hunted down by them. Old man Guanxi looked at the three worlds Buddha, the Tongtian sect master, and Mao Tianyun. The rules of the game are that you have 1 year to kill all the Rokudo Shinkuen, or be killed by the Rokudo Shinkuen. After 1 year, if the Rokudo Shinkuen is still alive, you will be killed by the power of time, including the few of you. What kill? Kill us? Everyone's expression changed. The game has begun. Everyone, remember, you only have 1 year. Welcome to 800,000 years ago. Ha 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 ha. Old man Guanxi laughed with a trace of pain. As he laughed, he waved his hand. Boom. Countless streams of light rushed toward everyone. In an instant, the streams of light brought everyone flying in all directions. Under the shroud of time, there was no resistance at all. 1. The Thousand Islands sea disappeared, leaving only old man Guanxi standing on the vast sea with a trace of a painful smile. The law of time? Success or failure depends on this. Old man Guanxi shed a trace of painful tears. Whoosh! The next moment, old man Guanxi disappeared. Chapter 789. Wansho Taoism outside a hall. Several Wansho Taoism disciples were walking around the hall. Third, Celestial Venerable, was scolded by the sect leader again. A disciple whispered, I also heard that third Celestial Venerable wielded the Immortal slaying sword and killed from the first moon altar to the 18th moon altar. He even slaughtered everyone in the main altar. When he came back, he was covered in blood and was found by the sect leader. He was punished in the heart-nurturing hall to copy scriptures and cultivate his mind. Another disciple whispered, What did the Wansho Taoism sect do? Why was third, Celestial Venerable, so angry? What else could they do? Those monks of the Wansho Taoism sect like to stir up trouble. They think they are so great. They slandered third, Celestial Venerable, and Rokudo Shinkuen for saving lives. They are harboring evil intentions. Third, Celestial Venerable worships Rokudo Shinkuen the most. Not only did the Wansho Taoism sect slander third, Celestial Venerable, they even slandered Rokudo Shinkuen. Third, Celestial Venerable, was so angry that he serves them right. Now the whole world is praising Rokudo Shinkuen. Even God is praising Rokudo Shinkuen. The Wansho Taoism sect actually acted recklessly. Unfortunately, third, Celestial Venerable bumped into the sect leader. The sect leader said that he was too evil and wanted him to reflect on his mistakes. If I had the ability, I would also seek justice from the Wansho Taoism sect. Third, Celestial Venerable did nothing wrong. A group of disciples walked around the heart-nurturing hall, whispering to each other. The door of the hall was closed. It was dark inside, with only a golden candle burning. Slowly, a man in a black robe was sitting cross-legged in the center of the hall. This man was none other than the Tongtian sect master of the Wansho Taoism sect. The Tongtian sect master gritted his teeth and seemed to be copying scriptures. I did nothing wrong. How could I be wrong? Humph, eldest senior brother, why are you punishing me? The Tongtian sect master muttered uncomfortably. Those bald donkeys of the Miyu sect, they didn't save the people who were suffering, but Rokudo Shinkuen went to save them. They even said that Rokudo Shinkuen was harboring evil intentions. Humph, 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 a bunch of people who distort the truth. What's wrong with killing them? You even dared to say that Rokudo Shinkuen is the greatest scourge of the world? Go F***ck yourself. Pa! In his fury, the Tongtian sect master broke the brush in his hand. At that moment, the Tongtian sect master looked rather impulsive and indignant. Right at this moment, a gust of wind blew through the sealed hall. Who? A strange gale rushed towards the Tongtian sect master, causing the candlelight to flicker violently, as if it would be extinguished at any moment. What? The Tongtian sect master's expression suddenly changed. He had a bad feeling about this. It was as if something had entered his body. Huff! The Tongtian sect master trembled and froze in place. After a while, the Tongtian sect master woke up with a start. After waking up, the Tongtian sect master's indignant expression disappeared, leaving behind only a blank and solemn expression. At that moment, the Tongtian sect master's brows were deeply furrowed, his pupils constricted as he looked at his hands. His entire person seemed to have matured in an instant. He looked at the decorations around him and the candlelight above his head. Taishang spirit concentration candle that was used up 800,000 years ago. How? The Tongtian sect master was slightly taken aback. Then the Tongtian sect master looked at the scripture on the desk in front of him. He also looked at the crushed brush in his hand. Who? The Tongtian sect master immediately stood up. Wang. Suddenly, 7 long swords floated around the Tongtian sect master. The Tongtian sect master grabbed the 7 long swords in his hand. A trace of surprise flashed across his eyes. No, fragments of the heaven-splitting axe. My cultivation has also regressed a little. Cultivation is secondary. I can recover it in the blink of an eye. Quang. The Tongtian sect master swung his sleeves, and the doors to the hall opened with a bang. Outside, a few Wansho Taoism disciples suddenly widened their eyes. Third Celestial Master, it's not time yet. You can't come out. Otherwise, the sect master will be angry. A disciple suddenly called out worriedly. The Tongtian sect master narrowed his eyes. He couldn't even remember the appearance of the person in front of him. After a while, he suddenly remembered. It's you? You're not dead yet? The Tongtian sect master was slightly taken aback. Dead? What dead? Third Celestial Master, what did you say? The disciple asked blankly. Third Celestial Master? Did you call me Third Celestial Master? The Tongtian sect master frowned and looked up at the sky. In the sky, the luck of the Wansho Taoism was still there. However, at this moment, it was only the luck of a medium sect. Wansho Taoism, medium sect, Third Celestial Master, 800,000 years ago. The Tongtian sect master's pupils suddenly shrank. He immediately remembered. Wasn't everything around him the scene from 800,000 years ago? At that time, he was the third celestial master of the Wansho Taoism. At that time, he wasn't the sect master. Wasn't he the sect master? Third brother, did you just ignore eldest senior brother's words? I told you to go into seclusion and transcribe books. Why did you come out? Suddenly, a cold voice was heard. Not far away, a man in a gorgeous robe suddenly appeared. There was a red up between his eyebrows. His eyes were cold, and he looked quite noble. Greetings, second celestial master. The disciples of the Wancho Taoism said respectfully, Yuanshi Tianzuan, you're still the same? You haven't changed at all? Ha 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 ha. The Tongtian's eyes suddenly lit up. What nonsense are you talking about? Yuanshi Tianzuan glared. It seems to be true. Old man Guanxi, you're really powerful. The law of time? You're back. You're really back. The Tongtian suddenly showed a look of horror. Third brother, are you going to cause trouble again? Suddenly, another dignified voice was heard. Being scolded, the Tongtian sect master was not angry. Instead, he suddenly froze and turned his head to look in the direction of the voice. He saw that not far away, an old man in a loose white robe was looking at the Tongtian sect master rather angrily. The Me You sect just said a few words of their heart, and you destroyed their entire sect because of a disagreement? What did I teach you? The heart of heaven is as calm as water. How could you be so ruthless and destroy the entire sect? Leave no one alive. I'm so angry. I told you to reflect on your mistakes and transcribe scriptures. How many words did you just copy? Did you come out again? Who are you going to kill this time? Why don't you kill me as well? The white-robed old man glared at the Tongtian sect master. After a round of scolding, the Tongtian sect master did not reply. Instead, his eyes suddenly became moist. Why is third celestial venerable crying? The surrounding Wancho Taoism disciples all lowered their heads, not daring to look. Oh, third brother was scolded to tears. That's not like you. Aren't you thick-skinned? Yuanshi Tianzuan frowned and asked in confusion. The Tongtian sect master ignored him and stared at the white-robed old man. Suddenly, the Tongtian sect master knelt down. Eldest senior brother, Tongtian knows his wrongs. It's great to see you again. Hit me, scold me. Eldest senior brother, Tongtian misses you so much. The Tongtian sect master suddenly burst into tears and complained tearfully. Yuanshi Tianzuan was slightly stunned and revealed a look of surprise. The white-robed old man, not far away, was naturally the current leader of the Wancho Taoism, Taishang the Celestial Venerable One. Taishang also looked at Tongtian in surprise. What are you trying to do? What tricks are you up to now? When Master died, second senior brother, and I were still young. Eldest senior brother was the one who brought us up. He taught us on behalf of Master and took care of us. Junior brother is insensible and keeps causing trouble for eldest senior brother. Eldest senior brother, hit me, hit me. I'm sorry. Tongtian suddenly cried in agony. Yuanshi Tianzuan widened his eyes. He did not understand why third brother, who always caused trouble for eldest senior brother and always competed with him, would suddenly become like this. The Taishang sect master was originally glaring at Tongtian, but when he saw Tongtian acting so abnormally, he forgot to scold him. What happened? Did someone bully you? Who is it? The Taishang sect master's eyes turned cold. It was as if he wanted to stand up for Tongtian. When he saw the Taishang sect master's expression, Tongtian felt a warmth in his heart and a lump in his throat. No, I just miss eldest senior brother. Eldest senior brother, I've caused you so much trouble in the past, Tongtian sect master said with reddened eyes. You really didn't? Taishang sect master asked doubtfully. No, Tongtian immediately shook his head. Since you didn't, then why are you crying? All right, go tidy yourself up and follow me to pay respects to the heroes of the Miyu sect. Sigh. Taishang sighed softly. Obviously, Taishang was compassionate and felt extremely guilty towards the Miyu sect. He wanted to pay respects to them. As for punishing the Tongtian sect master earlier, he did not have any intention of punishing him now. Obviously, he had spoiled Tongtian too much. Tongtian instinctively wanted to nod. But in the next moment, Tongtian suddenly trembled. Oh no! Oh no! I have to leave Wanshou Taoism immediately. I have to leave right now. Eldest senior brother, Yuanshi, don't look for me. Don't look for me anymore. Even if I die outside, don't look for me, and don't investigate. Tongtian suddenly thought of the old man Guanxi. The rules of the game were to kill Rokudo Shinkuan in the year before the sixth Tao of Heaven. His mission was to kill Rokudo Shinkuan. Similarly, Rokudo Shinkuan's 9 doppelgangers should have entered his body and remembered everything. The people from 800,000 years later came to stop them from going against the heavens. Wouldn't Rokudo Shinkuan attack everyone? If Rokudo Shinkuan knew everything, he would definitely eliminate this group of malignant tumors from 800,000 years later. If he knew everything, Rokudo Shinkuan would definitely know as well. Presumably, Rokudo Shinkuan would arrive at Wanshou Taoism soon. Go, leave this place immediately. Otherwise, everyone in Wanshou Taoism would be implicated. Yuanshi, Tianzuan, and the Taishang sect masters' expressions changed when they saw Tongtian's panicked expression. Third brother, apart from the Miyu sect, did you get into trouble again? Yuanshi, Tianzuan's expression suddenly darkened. It was as if he was very concerned about Tongtian. What's the matter? This is not your style. Why do you have such an expression? Who is it? Who wants to touch you? Tell me, and I'll talk to them for you. The Taishang sect master said coldly. It was obvious that the Taishang sect master had taken on all of Tongtian's fears in an instant. Tongtian was touched, but then he shook his head. No, this won't do. This time, it's Rokudo Shinkuan who wants to kill me. I won't rest until I'm dead. Rokudo Shinkuan, how is that possible? Yuanshi Tianzuan was shocked. The Taishang sect master was also confused. Just as everyone was puzzled, a loud shout suddenly came from the outside world. Dominator of the Six Paths requests an audience with the 3 celestial lords of Wanshou Taoism. Suddenly, a loud shout came from the outside world. Wanshou Taoism had a large array protecting the sect. No one could enter. A voice came from the outside world. It sounded very polite, but to Tongtian, it sounded like a death knell. Rokudo Shinkuan is here. Chapter 790. Lingshan Sect. Past Hall. Wang. The Buddha of the past shuddered and woke up from a strange dream. Old man Guanxi? 800,000 years ago. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The past Buddha's eyes widened as he stepped out of the hall. Past Buddha. The surrounding monks bowed respectfully to the past Buddha. The past Buddha looked around blankly. Is this the sacred ground of Lingshan? It doesn't seem like it. Luck? Why are there so few? He doesn't recognize any of the monks. That's not right. He knows them, but these people are long dead. Is it true? We're really back. The past Buddha shuddered. Past Buddha, what happened to you? The surrounding monks asked blankly. Where's Buddha? Where's Buddha? The past Buddha shouted. Buddha? He's in the Mahavira hall. A monk said blankly. Phew. The past Buddha instantly arrived at the Mahavira hall. In the Mahavira hall, there were 2 people talking. One of them was the present Buddha. Buddha, we're back. That old man Guanxi really brought us back. What do we do now? The past Buddha asked anxiously. In the hall, the present Buddha raised his head and looked at the past Buddha in confusion. Past Buddha, what happened to you? The other person also raised his head slowly. When the past Buddha saw his face, he shuddered and took a step back. You're still alive? It was also a monk. The monk put his palms together and closed his eyes. He was quite fat. Past Buddha, what happened to you? Why am I still alive? The fat monk in front of him laughed. You. The past Buddha's face was full of shock. Past Buddha, what happened to the future Buddha? Why are you so emotional? The present Buddha asked curiously. 800,000 years ago. 800,000 years ago. The past Buddha mumbled to himself. He suppressed the shock in his heart and heaved a sigh of relief. The future Buddha? Yes, the future Buddha hadn't changed. He was the previous future Buddha. He was naturally still alive. But why didn't the Buddha know about it? Suddenly, the past Buddha shuddered and understood everything. Tathagata Sky Fiend. The present Buddha frowned. Buddha of the past, what's wrong? Could it be that evil body of mine has done something deranged again? Did he offend you? The present Buddha suddenly showed a trace of doubt. The Tathagata, heavenly demon, had dual personalities. 800,000 years later, it would be divided into the good Tathagata and the evil Tathagata. But now, they had merged into one. The two personalities ruled each other in the body. Was the good Tathagata ruling the body now? No. The Buddha of the past's expression stiffened. There were many things that he couldn't say. Buddha of the past, you're speaking in such a strange manner. Did something happen to you? You can tell us. The future Buddha also said, solemnly, I'm fine. The past Buddha said bitterly, since you are fine, you came at the right time. I also have something to say. The future Buddha said with a frown. Oh, second Buddha looked at future Buddha. Recently, I've caught a trace of information about the future. It's uncertain, but it's incomparably terrifying. Although I have been wrong in my predictions in the past, this time I have a feeling of dread. The future Buddha frowned. Oh, the merciful and compassionate Rokudo Shinkuen. In my dream, he wasn't as merciful as he seemed. Everything he did had a purpose. In my dream, he wanted to kill the heavens. The future Buddha frowned and said worriedly, What? The past Buddha's expression changed. The future Buddha had caught the information about the future right this time. Shut up. The present Buddha suddenly shouted coldly. Your prediction of the future has never been accurate. Don't talk nonsense. Especially at this time, no one is allowed to speak carelessly. If outsiders know about this, I don't know how many experts will want to kill you to repay the kindness of the dominator of 6 paths. Do you know how many experts owe Rokudo Shinkuen a favor? You still can't watch your mouth. Are you tired of living? The present Buddha said solemnly. But that dream was so real and so terrifying. The future Buddha said bitterly, Shut up. Everything in your dream will rot in your stomach. The present Buddha said coldly. All right. The future Buddha smiled bitterly. Past Buddha, don't speak nonsense. Now, the world is about to be created. There can't be any disobedience. The present Buddha sighed slightly. The past Buddha's expression stiffened slightly. Then he smiled bitterly. Rokudo Shinkuen wants to kill the heavens? No, it's going to start soon. I know for sure. Besides, that Rokudo Shinkuen also knows that I came back from 800,000 years ago. Will he come to silence me? Buddha, I want to see your evil body. Please let me see your evil body. The past Buddha begged bitterly. Oh, see, my evil body? Why? The present Buddha was surprised. The future Buddha was also at a loss. The past Buddha refused to say, but he suddenly knelt down. Buddha, I beg you, let me see your evil body. It's too late. My life is hanging by a thread. No, Your life is hanging by a thread too. Let me see him. Otherwise my soul mountain holy land, no, my soul mountain sect is finished. The past Buddha said anxiously. The present Buddha and the future Buddha looked at the past Buddha blankly. At this moment, there was a sudden shout from the outside world. Samsara requests to see the third Buddha of the Soul Mountain sect. The shout passed through the Soul Mountain sect's array and into the sect. Rokudo Shinkuin, the future Buddha, was slightly startled. The past Buddha's expression changed drastically. Buddha, quick, come out. That Rokudo Shinkuin is here to destroy my sect. Quick, quick, quick. The past Buddha screamed. Above the vast sea, a black cat was playing in the sea. Fish, fish, do you want to be eaten by me? If you eat me, you will be released from purgatory. You will become a human in your next life. Those who want to be eaten by me, come with me. The black cat looked at the sea and shouted. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, a large number of fish chased after the black cat, excitedly. Meow, I'll eat whoever catches me. Come, come, meow. The black cat laughed and shuttled back and forth in the sea. Eating fish? That was also a form of fun. As the black cat ran, the rolling fishes scrambled to pounce on it, all so that the black cat could eat them. Meow, meow, meow. The black cat walked happily. It was a happy cat with no scheming thoughts. But just as the black cat was running away, meow, the black cat's hair stood on end as a huge threat shrouded its body. In an instant, the surrounding seawater surged, but it could not stop the energy that rushed towards its body. Buzz! The black cat shivered and stood on the sea, motionless. Its originally bright face suddenly became distorted. After a while, the black cat suddenly woke up. But at this moment, the black cat's smile was gone, replaced by endless hatred. Puff, puff, puff. The surrounding fish swam quickly, obviously wanting the black cat to fulfill its promise of being eaten. Scram! The sky is falling. Who has the time to eat you? Meow! The black cat suddenly showed a violent expression. 4 old fellas, come and find me. Quick, come and find me. The sky is falling. Someone wants to kill the sky. The black cat suddenly showed a ferocious expression and roared. Yo, little black cat, you're not naive anymore. Suddenly, a voice came from the void. Ha ha, Mao Tian Yun, you can give up? I won't believe you. Pooey, you little black cat, you're always fooling around. Be careful, the heavens will take away your tricks. Ha 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 ha, this is the biggest joke I've heard this year. For different voices came from all directions. When the voices came, the black cat's face froze. The other 4 mythical beasts did not believe it at all. Heavens above, Tian Yun has a report. Meow! Mao Tian Yun suddenly roared to the sky, but there was no response from the sky. Little black cat, stop shouting. The heavens are helping Rokudo Shinkuin investigate the outer space. How can they hear your voice? The world is about to be created. How can they have time to care about you? You'd better eat your little fish. Ha ha ha. A voice came. Create the world? Create my ass. The 6 Tao is a liar. He has deceived everyone. Mao Tianyun roared. But at this moment, the voices in the surroundings seemed to have disappeared. The voices of the other 4 mythical beasts could not be heard. Mao Tianyun's black hair stood on end, and he looked at the sea not far away, with a ferocious expression. A man in a Taoist robe stood on the surface of the sea. His hair was combed into a high bun. He looked at Mao Tianyun with a compassionate expression. Cat God, it was easy to find you. The man in the Taoist robe smiled. Rokudo Shinkuin? Meow! The black cat suddenly roared with a ferocious expression. Yes, it was comfortable to be imprisoned for 800,000 years, right? Ha 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 ha. Rokudo Shinkuin laughed. As he laughed, The surrounding sea suddenly emitted a thick fog, as though it was isolated from the outside world. North of the Divine Continent, on a huge island in the East Sea, on a mountain, swoosh, suddenly, a ray of rainbow light fell from the sky. Bam! With a loud sound, the ray of rainbow light seemed to wrap around a figure and crash to the ground. What happened? Someone fell from the sky. Which sect is this lad from? How could he fall from the sky after learning to fly? Ha ha ha! Many people surrounded the huge crater in the middle of the laughter. The person in the crater was none other than Gu Hai. Gu Hai rubbed his slightly dizzy head and slowly flew out of the huge pit that was shrouded in smoke. Old Man Guanxi? Game? Only 1 year? 800,000 years ago. Gu Hai rubbed his temples and frowned as he tried to recall what had happened. When Gu Hai flew out, he was surrounded by people. Ha ha! Look, he is stunned from the fall. What an idiot! Did he fall from the sky? I want to tell Senior that this is the first time I saw someone fall from the sky after learning to fly. Everyone laughed, but Gu Hai was gradually waking up. He patted the dust off his body and looked at the people around him. No one was familiar with him. Tong Tian, Kong Xian, Ao Shun, Shengwan Hen, Mo Yike were all gone. Was he the only one left? Fortunately, his cultivation was still there, and he was not missing an arm or a leg. Where is this? Gu Hai frowned and looked at the people in front of him. Chapter 791. Where am I? Gu Hai frowned and looked at the crowd in front of him. Where? Ha 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 ha, this kid is confused. Who knows him? The crowd laughed. Whoosh! At this moment, Gu Hai's mind was completely clear. He took a step forward and slowly flew into the sky. He flew high up in the sky and looked around. The vast land with mountains and rivers was extremely vast. It was very strange to suddenly be in this place. What year is it now? Gu Hai looked at the group of people below who were waiting to see a joke. What year is it? Are you confused? Look, your scar hasn't healed yet, and you're flying again. Someone laughed. Gu Hai ignored the crowd. Do you know Rokudo Shinkuan or Long Zhanghua? Who have you heard of? The crowd was slightly stunned. Long Zhanghua? What's that? Are you stupid? Don't you remember Rokudo Shinkuan? Kid, why are you asking about Rokudo Shinkuan? Did you receive a great favor from him? The merciful and compassionate Rokudo Shinkuan. Haven't you heard of him? The crowd scolded. However, Gu Hai's heart suddenly sank. Is it true? Did Old Man Guanxi really bring me back to 600,000 years ago? What a powerful law of time. What a terrifying power. You want us to kill Rokudo Shinkuan, stop him from defying the heavens, destroy Rokudo Shinkuan's ambitions at the source? But looking at the crowd, they seemed to worship Rokudo Shinkuan like crazy. It was as if they had been brainwashed. Does Rokudo Shinkuan have such great charm? No, Rokudo Shinkuan also has our memories, especially the 9th young master and Guqin. When they fused with the Samsara's body, they could sense my location once every 10 days. Even if we are here to destroy his heaven-defying plan, he will definitely search the entire world for us. Gu Hai's expression darkened. Which sect is the biggest here? Gu Hai shouted. Sect? Which sect is the biggest? Everyone was stunned. Boom! Gu Hai suddenly emitted a strong aura. The might of the 8th layer of the middle celestial palace was not something that ordinary cultivators could compare to. Immediately, the group of cultivators turned ashen from the pressure. Just a moment ago, he was still mocking this person for not being able to fly, but this person actually had such strength. Everyone's hearts trembled. Under Gu Hai's aura, they felt a sense of despair. It was as if Gu Hai could turn them into meat paste with just a pinch of his hand. Which sect is the biggest here? Where is it? Gu Hai asked coldly. 500,000 li to the east. The Purple Jade Sect. The Purple Jade Sect is the biggest. There. A cultivator said with an ashen face. Purple Jade Sect? Gu Hai did not hesitate. His figure flickered, and he shot into the distance. Boom. He instantly disappeared from his original spot. The cultivators who were previously suppressed by Gu Hai's aura fell to the ground, paralyzed. Their faces were filled with horror. In the sky above the Purple Jade Sect, a large amount of golden providence floated. At the entrance of the Purple Jade Palace, a man in purple robes looked at the great array in the sky with great satisfaction. Congratulations, Sect Master, for obtaining this great array. With this great array, our Purple Jade Sect can rise to the next level. A disciple in robes said with a smile. That's right. Our Purple Jade Sect has been a sect for a long time. Among the 36 sects in this area, our Purple Jade Sect is the strongest. We already have as many as 5 middle celestial palaces in our sect. Our providence has also accumulated to the point of condensing divine objects. We only lack a great array. Now that sect master has obtained this great array, our Purple Jade Sect can finally be promoted to a middle sect. Another disciple in robes said with a smile. The Purple Jade Sect master nodded. A trace of satisfaction flashed in his eyes as he said, we still have to avoid Rokudo Shinkuin. During the last Boa conference, Rokudo Shinkuin led us to save countless refugees and behead a group of demons. Actually, I did not contribute much. However, Rokudo Shinkuin still gave us sect masters a great array each. Rokudo Shinkuin is truly benevolent. Even a heavenly palace would not be able to break this purple smoke net great array, right? A disciple said with a smile. Of course. The purple smoke net great array is one of the strongest Go Dao formations. Even a heavenly palace's third floor can forget about breaking it. The Purple Jade Sect Master said proudly. Buzz. Just at this moment, a strong wind suddenly blew above the great array. A black-robed figure suddenly appeared in the air. It was Gu Hai, who had arrived shortly. Who is it? Who dares to be so impudent in the Purple Jade Sect? A Purple Jade Sect disciple shouted coldly. High in the air, Gu Hai coldly looked down at the purple smoke net great array. A Go Dao formation? Not bad. Gu Hai smiled faintly. Then he stepped forward and charged towards the great array. Stop right there. If you still don't stop, the great array will tear you to pieces. A Purple Jade Sect disciple shouted coldly. However, Gu Hai ignored him, continuing to step into the great array. Humph! You're courting death. Activate the formation. Someone shouted. Buzz. Suddenly, strands of purple smoke appeared outside the great array. It looked like a large fog surging towards Gu Hai. The Purple Jade Sect Master said coldly, Brat, you are reckless. I'll let you have a taste of the might of the purple smoke. Net great array. Buzz. Buzz. As the purple fog surged over, it looked very beautiful. However, everyone knew that this beautiful fog contained a horrifying corrosive power. Even those who entered Heavenly Palace for the first time would instantly turn into a puddle of blood if they were enveloped by it. Sect Master, that reckless thing should have turned into a puddle of blood by now, right? A disciple said with a cold smile. The Purple Jade Sect Master nodded and was about to say something. Buzz. However, the Purple Jade Sect Master saw a figure walking out of the fog in the distance. It was Gu Hai. The purple fog strangely surrounded Gu Hai, but it did not touch Gu Hai at all. Gu Hai stepped forward and arrived inside the ritual array. What? Impossible! A group of Purple Jade Sect disciples said in shock. Is there a problem with the great array? A cultivator said in surprise. He extended his hand and threw a huge rock into the purple fog. Buzz, 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 buzz. The huge rock was immediately corroded, letting out a sound of destruction. It's not a problem with the great array, the crowd said in shock. Who is the sect master? Guhai asked in a deep voice. Time was of the essence. Guhai did not want to waste any more time here. Therefore, he stepped into the great array as a reminder to the Purple Jade sect to not engage in unnecessary conflict. Perhaps the Purple Jade sect master himself did not realize how terrifying the purple smoke net was. He was still angry at Guhai for entering the great array so easily. He looked at Guhai with a gloomy expression. Who are you? How dare you barge into my Purple Jade sect? Oh, you are the sect master? Very well. I have something to look for you for. Guhai stepped forward and flew over. Impudent! The Purple Jade sect master glared. Humph! Brat, do you know that trespassing into my Purple Jade sect is a crime punishable by death? Men, take him down. The Purple Jade sect master said with a cold glint in his eyes. Yes. Immediately, a group of Purple Jade sect disciples soared into the sky as if they were going to capture Guhai. Guhai frowned and looked at the Purple Jade sect master strangely. Isn't this sect master feeling too good about himself? I already broke your Go formation. Do you still think that I am a pushover? Guhai extended his hand and gently pinched it. It felt like he was pinching a thin purple thread. Guhai used his Go skills to connect to the purple smoke net formation. The laws of the Go Dao did not disappear 800,000 years ago. Guhai's Go skills allowed him to control the power of the laws easily. Controlling the purple smoke net formation was even easier. Then, Xiao Chun gently pulled on the thin purple thread. Boom! Purple mist suddenly surged out of the purple smoke net formation and swept in all directions with a loud boom. Shing! 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 The surrounding buildings visibly melted the moment they came into contact with the purple fog. Some experts took out their sabers and swords to attack. Manifested palm strikes landed. Shing! 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 The sabers and swords instantly melted. The manifested palm strikes shattered. One of the central heavenly palaces even landed a palm strike. The corrosive purple fog did not seem to be able to resist at all. The purple fog enveloped the entire Purple Jade sect in an instant. However, Guhai's control was extremely precise. When the purple fog was 1 foot away from everyone, it suddenly stopped. Ugh! All the Purple Jade sect disciples showed horrified expressions, not daring to move. The purple smoke net formation instantly captured everyone in the sect. No one dared to breathe loudly, showing horrified expressions. Their lives were in Guhai's hands now. Even the Purple Jade Palace instantly melted. The group of Purple Jade sect experts was trapped in the plaza, showing horrified expressions. The Purple Jade sect master did not dare to move, showing a horrified expression. At this moment, the Purple Jade sect master finally understood how powerful the purple smoke net formation was. However, the person before him was even more powerful. So, you're a Go master? S Senior, W, what are you trying to do? Who sent you here? You should at least give me an explanation before I die. The Purple Jade sect master said with a horrified expression. Senior, please spare us. The others knelt in horror. I already said that I have something to ask of you. I want something from you. Guhai shook his head. You want my Purple Jade sect guarding treasure. The Purple Jade book? Fine, I'll give it to you. However, don't harm my Purple Jade sect disciples. The Purple Jade sect master said with an unsightly expression. Sect master, you can't. Sect Master. The Purple Jade Book is the foundation of our sect. At most, we'll just fight it out with him. A few Purple Jade Sect disciples immediately said anxiously. However, the Purple Jade Sect Master ignored them. A look of despair appeared on his face. He only hoped that this person would not kill them to silence them after obtaining the Purple Jade Book. Who said I want the Purple Jade Book? Gu Hai was slightly startled. The surrounding people's expressions stiffened. The Purple Jade Sect Master was also at a loss. What do you want? My sect has no other treasures. I want a map of this world, a detailed map. That's all. Gu Hai said, solemnly. The Purple Jade Sect Master. The Purple Jade Sect disciples. Did we hear wrong? Gu Hai waved his hand, and the surrounding purple mist immediately disappeared. No one was injured, but many buildings were corroded. I only controlled this purple smoke net formation to calm you down. Sorry for the offense. Sect Master Purple Jade, you're the largest sect in this area, so you must have the deepest understanding of the world. The map of your sect should be the most detailed, right? Do you have it? Gu Hai said, solemnly. The Purple Jade Sect Master was dumbfounded. You caused such a big commotion just to ask for a map. Do you have it? Gu Hai asked again. Yes, Senior. Inside. This way, please, I'll go get it right away. The Purple Jade Sect Master looked at the corroded Purple Jade Palace in front of him and said strangely, Chapter 792, At the Purple Jade Sect. Gu Hai frowned deeply as he looked at the map that the Purple Jade Sect Master sent over. The map from 800,000 years ago had changed tremendously compared to 800,000 years later. Of course, Xiao Chun could still make out the general outline. The divine continent remained the same, only the mountains and rivers had changed, and some sects were in different locations. Gu Hai should still be in the Thousand Islands Sea region of the past. However, this place was not the Thousand Islands Sea region, but a massive continent. Gu Hai's expression changed as he recalled what Old Man Guanxi said earlier. Everyone, return to the place of birth. The place of birth? Xiao Chun was not born in this world. However, his current location should be the place where he first transmigrated to the divine continent. Then what about the others? After silently memorizing the map, Gu Hai looked at the Purple Jade Sect disciples at the side. At first, everyone had their doubts. However, when they realized that Gu Hai was really studying the map, they immediately felt like they were in a disaster. Could it be that this senior was in closed-door cultivation for several hundred years? Was the Purple Jade Sect unlucky? Gu Hai looked at the Purple Jade Sect Master and said after taking a deep breath, I am very sorry for the damage I caused to your sect earlier. No, Senior, it's just some grass and trees. It's nothing much. The Purple Jade Sect Master immediately smiled apologetically. The Purple Jade Sect Master did not have the guts to ask this senior to compensate. How about this? I'll help you perfect this Go Dao ritual array as an apology. Gu Hai said, solemnly. Everyone felt slightly stunned. However, they saw Gu Hai extend his hand. Ling Su nodded. Rumble. The purple smoke net formation immediately began to tremble, and one could faintly see a few purple threads appear. Buzz. All of a sudden, the formation faded and disappeared. Previously, one could still see traces of purple smoke. Now, it seemed like they did not exist. Gu Hai extended his hand and sprinkled some ink on a piece of paper. Immediately, a large number of diagrams and words appeared on the paper. I helped you increase the might of your Go Dao ritual array fivefold. This is the array diagram. Study it yourself. Gu Hai handed over the array diagram. Oh, okay. Sect Master Z, you took it in a daze. Farewell, Guhai shouted coldly. Swish! In an instant, Guhai soared into the sky and disappeared into thin air. Everyone watched as Guhai left. Then, they anxiously looked at the array diagram in Sect Master Purple Jade's hand. For a moment, strange expressions appeared on their faces. Sect Master Purple Jade studied it a little and found that the current formation map was indeed powerful. 5 times as long as he grasped it, not to mention the 3rd level of the Celestial Palace. Even the 5th level would not be able to return. Some plants and buildings? How much are these things worth? This array diagram was a priceless treasure. In fact, even the Purple Jade book couldn't compare to this formation diagram. He had originally thought that it was a calamity, but now it was a blessing from the heavens. Sect Master, should we request Rokudo Shinkuan to kill that person? A disciple asked softly. Idiot! My Purple Jade sect didn't lose anything. Also, inform everyone that what happened today is not to mention it to anyone. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Sect Master Z, you shouted coldly. Yes, the group of disciples responded. Guhai flew quickly in the sky. However, his mind was working quickly. Now, I have to find the others as soon as possible. Where is Tong Tian from the Jie school in the limitless celestial capital? There was no need to find him. If he wanted to hide, no one would be able to find him. Even if he went, he would definitely have left. Sheng Wanhen? He didn't know where he was born. Moreover, he had the 72 transformations, so he should be safe. With Mo Yike's wisdom, he should be able to keep himself safe. Now, only Ao Shun and Kong Xian were left. Ao Shun was definitely in the North Sea Dragon Palace. The current dragon supremacy should be Ao Qianhuang's previous life. Father and son should be able to cover for each other. As for Kong Xian, he must be in the Peacock tribe's encampment near the Solar Divine Palace. It would be the easiest to find him. Then, let's find Kong Xian first. Guhai's eyes flashed. Whoosh! Guhai quickly flew towards the Peacock tribe's encampment, on the Divine Continent, beside a sea near the Solar Divine Palace. Boom! Kong Xian was like a meteor, smashing into the ground with a loud bang. Screech! Screech! Immediately, a large group of peacocks surrounded the meteor. Each of them had a ferocious expression as they stared at the object that fell from the sky. Kong Xian rubbed his head and climbed out of the ruins. Who are you? Who are you? A huge peacock suddenly shouted angrily. Kong Xian's mind was a little clearer now. He looked up at the ferocious peacocks outside. Although they were ferocious towards him, the peacock did not blame him at all. This was a peacock. After 800,000 years, he was the peacock supremacy. He protected the peacock tribe. Why would he be angry for the peacocks now? Humph, the Southwest Peacock King just died, and we can't find the murderer yet. Now, this person is of unknown origin. There must be something wrong. That's right, take him down. No one dares to humiliate our peacock tribe like this. The group of peacocks was furious. Suddenly, the leading peacock flapped its wings. Whoosh! A ray of green light suddenly appeared, like a long whip lashing towards Kong Xian. Oh, you've already cultivated the green light. Not bad, Kong Xian said with a smile. When the green light was about to hit him, Kong Xian suddenly flicked his finger. Bang! The cyan light whip suddenly exploded. Wow, Big Brother's green divine light, what's wrong? The group of peacocks suddenly looked like they were facing a great enemy. Screech! Kong Xian let out a long cry of a peacock and swung his hand. Boom! Suddenly, the 5-colored divine light was thrown out, directly towards the group of peacocks. Ah! The group of peacocks suddenly screamed. the threat of death looming over them. However, the five-color divine light did not touch any peacock, and the group of peacocks was unharmed. 1. The five-color divine light disappeared. The group of peacocks were not afraid. Instead, they were overjoyed. Was that the five-color divine light? Only an elder can use it? Elder? Greetings to the elder. We have been impolite. The group of peacocks immediately bowed respectfully. Find me a set of clothes. Kong Xian said lightly. Yes. Immediately, the group of peacocks flew away, quickly found clothes for Kong Xian, and helped Kong Xian to bathe and change his clothes. The elder of the peacock tribe, the peacocks naturally followed his orders. After bathing and changing his clothes, Kong Xian stepped on a mountain peak and looked around. The group of peacocks behind him reported to Kong Xian. 800,000 years ago. They are indeed back. Kong Xian squinted his eyes and looked around. Elder, what did you say? A peacock beside him asked blankly. This is a small tribe of the peacock tribe. The sea has turned into mulberry fields. Everything has changed. I wonder how the peacock tribe is doing now. Kong Xian's eyes flashed with a trace of worry. After all, after 800,000 years, the peacock tribe had withered greatly. Elder, you have been in seclusion for a long time, right? Our peacock tribe is now a large tribe of birds. In this world, only the phoenix tribe is comparable to us. How can our peacock tribe compare to the other tribes? Moreover, our peacock tribe can produce a super divine peacock every 10,000 years, ensuring the prosperity of our peacock tribe. The peacock behind him laughed. Super divine peacock? Kong Xian frowned. Why haven't I heard of this before? What's super divine peacock? Elder, you don't know? Cut the crap. Tell me. Kong Xian frowned. Oh, super divine peacock can cultivate the six-colored divine light. The sixth color. The sixth color? Yes, Elder's five-colored divine light can destroy all things, but when the sixth color is cultivated, it can tear apart the reincarnation cycle. It can destroy anything. Even the Phoenix tribe doesn't dare to compete with our peacock tribe. Now, Zun has the six-colored divine light. He is the super divine peacock. The peacock explained. Six-colored divine light. Kong Xian frowned slightly. This was the first time he had heard of it. Unfortunately, Zun's time is up. He is about to reincarnate. I don't know why, but recently, the peacock tribe has been attacked continuously. One peacock king after another was killed. The peacock said with an ugly expression. Oh, Kong Xian frowned slightly. Zun has sent people to investigate, but the peacock tribe is in danger. Zun, you said his time is up. What do you mean? Kong Xian was puzzled. I heard that it might be in the next 2 months, but I don't know the details. The peacock sighed softly. So soon? Kong Xian was surprised. Yes, but my peacock tribe has a strong foundation. Each of the elders is strong. Presumably, after 10,000 years, the next super divine peacock will be born. The peacock laughed. Is there a solar god temple nearby? Kong Xian was puzzled. Yes, the solar god temple has expanded greatly in recent years. They have 2 temple masters. One is called Tai Yi, and the other is called Tai Chu. I heard that they are very strong, especially Tai Yi, who has subdued many beast kings with his strength. The peacock said, Screech, help. In the distant sky, a giant peacock without any hair flew towards the depths of the peacock tribe's territory. Behind, it was a golden-winged rock. The golden-winged rock's claw grabbed the peacock's back. The peacock couldn't escape, as if it was about to be caught. That's the peacock king in charge of Mouse City. Not good. Quickly save the Mouse City peacock king. The crowd of peacocks cried out in alarm. But how could the surrounding peacocks be faster than the golden-winged rock? As the golden-winged rock soared into the sky, it flapped its wings and was already 90,000 miles away. Stop right there. Quickly, inform the elders. Not good. Stop him. Countless peacocks cried out in alarm, but the golden-winged roc was too fast. No one could catch up. Humph! Kong Xian snorted coldly. Kong Xian took a step forward and moved. Boom! With terrifying speed, Kong Xian arrived before the golden-winged roc in almost an instant. Roar! The golden-winged roc's figure suddenly stopped, a look of shock on its face. Who are you? How dare you block my way? The golden-winged roc looked coldly at Kong Xian. Who I am is not important. What's important is that you made me angry. Kong Xian said with a ferocious expression, Who made you angry? You are courting death. The golden-winged roc grabbed the Mouse City Peacock King with one claw and swiped at Kong Xian with the other. Kong Xian showed a ferocious expression and swung his hand. Swoosh! A ray of 5-colored divine light brushed past. Instantly, the 2 giant claws of the golden-winged roc were wiped clean and disappeared without a trace. Bang! Blood spurted out from the golden-winged roc's legs. The golden-winged roc's face contorted. My claws! Ah, you are dead meat. The golden-winged roc roared in pain as if it had something to rely on. Still not enough. Kong Xian said coldly. Swoosh! The 5-colored divine light flashed again. Instantly, one of the golden-winged roc's wings disappeared. Ah! The golden-winged roc retreated in pain. Again, Kong Xian sneered. Swoosh! Another ray of 5-colored divine light flashed. Chapter 793. Stop! 2 angry roars came from afar. It was a lion monster and a leopard monster pouncing towards them from afar, bringing with them a strong gust of wind. Lion Woody? Bao Yongcheng? The peacock's expressions changed. Clearly, these 2 monster kings were not small. Quick, come and save me, The golden-winged roc screamed. Peacock tribe's elder? Who are you? Why don't I know you? Lion Woody glared at Kong Xian. Cut the crap. Quick, kill him. Otherwise, if that old peacock finds out, we'll be in trouble. Bao Yongqing said with a ferocious expression. Humph, that old thing still has such a trump card, but today is the day you die? Lion Woody roared. While speaking, Lion Woody and Bao Yongqing pounced on Kong Xian. Elder, be careful. They can block the 5-colored divine light. Be careful. The rescued Peacock King said anxiously. Kong Xian looked coldly at the 2 experts. Instead of retreating, he took a step forward. As soon as he took a step forward, black smoke emerged from Kong Xian's body, turning into a black wind that swept towards the 2 experts. What? Lion Woody and Bao Yongqing felt something was wrong. Roar! Kong Xian's eyes widened, and he opened his mouth wide. The black wind rolled and sucked the 2 experts into his mouth. Ah, not good. Run. Lion Woody's expression changed. However, the suction force from Kong Xian's mouth was too strong, so strong that the 2 experts were unable to resist. In the blink of an eye, they were swallowed into Kong Xian's stomach. The surrounding peacock's expressions changed. Isn't this elder too strong? Lion Woody and Bao Yongqing were famous monster kings who had killed countless peacocks. Now, they were swallowed by the elder? How strong is this elder? After the initial shock, they were overjoyed because this was the peacock tribe's elder. The elder is mighty. The group of peacocks shouted excitedly. No, impossible. How? The golden-winged roc, whose legs and wings were broken, was shocked. Kong Xian turned his head and looked coldly at the golden-winged roc. I won't say anything. Even if you kill me, I won't say anything. The golden-winged roc's face suddenly shook. Kong Xian frowned slightly. Speak. I didn't ask you to tell me. even if you tell me who ordered it. I don't know. However, the golden-winged great rock suddenly revealed a look of horror, as if it had even forgotten about its heavy injuries. Many thanks, Elder. The Peacock King from before said gratefully. More and more peacocks flew over. Kong Xian frowned. Remember, you didn't see anything. You remember? The surrounding peacocks were slightly taken aback. They did not know what the elder meant, but they still nodded their heads vigorously. Elder, don't worry. We'll keep what happened just now to ourselves. Elder, don't worry. I won't tell anyone. Yes, Elder. All the peacocks replied in unison. Which city's Peacock King are you? Kong Xian looked at the rescued peacock and asked with a frown. Maocheng. I'm the Peacock King of Maocheng. In front of the elder, I'm not a king. Just call me Old Mao. The Maocheng Peacock King lowered his head in shame. Bring me to see the Peacock King. Kong Xian said solemnly. Ah, Old Mao was slightly taken aback. He then nodded and said, Yes, Elder, please. Old Mao turned into a 500 feet tall peacock and grabbed the golden-winged rock. As he flew, Kong Xian stood on his head. Old Mao did not reject Kong Xian stepping on his head. The peacock race respected the strong, so Old Mao was even more grateful to Kong Xian. As they flew towards the sea, they encountered more and more peacocks. The Maocheng Peacock King, covered in blood, grabbed the golden-winged rock, which attracted the attention of the other peacocks. At this moment, Kong Xian was surrounded by black energy. The peacocks could not see clearly, but it also attracted the curiosity of countless peacocks. Old Mao, what's going on? A few familiar peacocks flew over and asked with a smile. This golden-winged rock tried to kill me on the road. I suspect that it has something to do with the recent deaths of many peacock kings. I've captured it. The Maocheng Peacock King said solemnly. Oh, all the peacocks looked at the golden-winged rock with cold expressions. Maocheng Lord, hand him over to the disciplinary hall. We'll interrogate him. A peacock flew over with a cold expression. Thank you. The Maocheng Peacock King nodded and threw the golden-winged rock to him. It's nothing. This is what we should do. So many city lords have died mysteriously. We were worried about where to start, but you've done us a great service. The disciplinary hall peacock said gratefully. Old Mao continued to fly towards the central island. Stop. Immediately, a group of peacocks blocked him. Everyone, I want to see Jizun. Old Mao said respectfully. Jizun is in seclusion and will not see any guests. Wait here. You can come back in 2 days when Jizun comes out of seclusion. The blocking peacock said solemnly, but it's really a big matter. Please make an exception. This concerns the safety of the peacock race. Old Mao said anxiously. The blocking peacock said impatiently, Didn't you hear what I said? Not seeing any guests. Also, who is this person wrapped in black energy? You want to bring this unknown person to see Jizun. Don't you know the rules? Just as Old Mao did not know how to explain, an old voice suddenly came from the island in the distance. Esteemed guest, please excuse me for not going out to meet you. Jizun. All the peacocks looked into the distance respectfully. Don't stop. Let the esteemed guest come. The old voice said solemnly. Yes. All the peacocks respectfully stepped aside. Old Mao looked around blankly, then brought Kong Xian to a huge plaza on the island. Around the plaza, a large number of peacock guards looked at Kong Xian, who was wrapped in black energy, with suspicion. Kong Xian stepped on Old Mao's head and walked on the plaza with a strange look in his eyes. Peacock Shrine? Kong Xian's eyes flashed with surprise. Esteemed guest, please forgive me. This old man can't move. Please enter the palace yourself. Other peacocks, stand guard outside. No one is allowed to disturb me. The old voice came from the palace. Yes. The group of peacock race experts outside the palace said respectfully. Kong Xian stepped into the peacock palace. Quam. The door of the palace closed with a loud bang. Kong Xian saw a green-robed old man sitting on a chair in the center of the palace, emitting a foul stench. Cough, cough, cough. This old man is a bit sloppy. Please forgive me. The green-robed old man smiled bitterly. 5 decay of the heavens. You are really at the end of your lifespan. Kong Xian frowned. As he spoke, the black aura around Kong Xian suddenly dissipated, revealing his original appearance. The green-robed old man stared at Kong Xian. A trace of suspicion flashed in his eyes. I have seen all the heavenly palace experts of the peacock race, but I have never seen you before. The monstrous demonic aura around you is rare in this world. More importantly, why is there the peacock god in your body? Screech. A peacock cry came from Kong Xian's forehead. Wang. Kong Xian's forehead emitted endless green light, and a transparent peacock flew out from between his eyebrows. After flying for a while, it returned to Kong Xian's forehead. I am also the sovereign of the peacock race. Kong Xian said solemnly. The green-robed old man's eyes lit up, and tears of excitement gushed out of his eyes. Ha ha ha, cough, cough, ha ha ha. The heavens didn't destroy my peacock race. The heavens didn't destroy my peacock race. The green-robed old man's eyes were filled with joy. Senior, what do you mean by this? Kong Xian asked solemnly. This old man had a dream not long ago. In the dream, my peacock race was on the verge of destruction. This old man sacrificed a month's worth of life to seek an audience with Senior Fushi using the peacock god. The result was the same as in my dream. These days, I was ready to dismiss the peacock race, but unexpectedly, a variable like you appeared. I don't know where you came from, but it's no longer important to me. You're here. The peacock race is saved. The green-robed old man said excitedly. Kong Xian frowned slightly, shaking his head. I may disappoint you. Even if I'm here, I may not be able to help you. I won't be here for long. Ah, the green-robed old man's face stiffened. Kong Xian looked at the green-robed old man in silence. Can I trust you? This old man's heart is for the peacock race. As long as it benefits the peacock race, I will do everything I can. Solemnly, the green-robed old man said. No, I want to test your peacock god. Kong Xian said solemnly. Wang. The old man did not hesitate, and a large amount of green light emerged from his glabella. A peacock god bigger and brighter than the one that appeared from Kong Xian's glabella appeared. Cast the curse. Solemnly, the old man said to Huang Xiaolong. Letting Kong Xian cast the curse was the peacock race's secret technique. It was to entrust one's life to the other in order to gain the other's trust. Kong Xian pondered for a moment, then shook his head. Forget it. I trust you. Wang. The peacock god flew back into the old man's glabella. I'm not calling you senior as a compliment, but a fact. Maybe you're one of my ancestors. Solemnly, Kong Xian said. Oh, this old man only has 8 days left. If you have something to say, just say it. I'm about to die. You don't need to hold back. Solemnly, the old man said. Senior, I came from 800,000 years in the future. At that time, the peacock race had already withered to a small demonic beast race. My talent was good, and my cultivation speed was fast enough to support the peacock race. Otherwise, the peacock race would have been wiped out long ago. My name is Kong Xian, Supreme Peacock from 800,000 years in the future. Solemnly, Kong Xian said solemnly, 800,000 years in the future? The old man was slightly stunned, as if he did not believe it. Kong Xian was not in a hurry, and waited for the old man to straighten out his thoughts. After a while, The old man's eyes slowly returned to normal, but the way he looked at Kong Xian was different. There was a trace of sorrow and relief in his eyes. "Can you tell me what happened in the future?" Solemnly, the old man asked. Kong Xian nodded and described everything that he knew to Zhang Xian. Ha, ha ha ha. The peacock race has actually withered to this point. Rokudo Shinkuan, the merciful Rokudo Shinkuan, cough, cough, cough. The old man coughed out blood. "This old man can't do it anymore. I can't stop the Dominator. How many days of life do I have left? What a sin." The old man said with an ugly expression. "Senior, you don't have to be like this. Just reincarnate. Maybe." Kong Xian comforted him. "Reincarnate? Haha, reincarnate, as you said. Is it useful for me to reincarnate? The Dominator controls reincarnation. Even if I reincarnate, I will be devoured by him." Sigh. The old man sighed, slightly. "Everything depends on effort. Nothing is certain yet," Kong Xian said solemnly. The old man suddenly looked at Kong Xian. "I'm on the verge of death, but this generation of the peacock race lacks a strong peacock king. You came at the right time. Help me lead the peacock race, and I will pass on my position to you. My peacock god will also merge with your god." Chapter 794. On the fourth day of Gu Hai's flight, he passed by a city and asked around to confirm his location. Before he even entered the city, he was recognized by a group of people. "That's him, the one Rokudo Shinkuan is looking for. That's him." Suddenly, a person shouted in surprise. Gu Hai's face darkened. "Ha ha ha ha. That's him, Rokudo Shinkuan's enemy? Quick, inform everyone to catch him and return Rokudo Shinkuan's kindness." Suddenly, a person rushed overexcitedly. Behind him, countless experts immediately rushed over from all directions. Gu Hai's face darkened, and the central celestial palace's aura suddenly erupted. Boom! The powerful aura of the human soul and earth soul caused most of the people rushing over to vomit blood. Only 3 people managed to get close to him. "Not good, quick, inform the sect. Release the signal." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Streaks of light shot into the sky, and more experts rushed over from afar. Gu Hai looked at the 3 people with a gloomy face. "I don't want to make things difficult for you. Humph, if you continue to pester me, don't blame me for being impolite." Gu Hai stepped forward, ignoring the crowd and shooting into the distance. "Don't let him get away. Quick, catch him." The 3 people did not give up and chased after him, thinking that Gu Hai was afraid. In a short while, another 4 streaks of light shot over. The 7 central celestial palaces experts chased after Gu Hai, heading deep into the mountains. In a deserted forest, Gu Hai paused, turned around, and rushed toward the 7 people. Boom, boom, boom. In almost an instant, the 7 people were like cannonballs kicked into the ground by Gu Hai, creating huge craters. You lied to us?" The 7 people vomited blood and looked at Gu Hai in shock. Gu Hai's face was gloomy. "How did you get my portrait?" "It's only the 4th day." Hatred appeared on the faces of the 7 people, but they still refused to speak. However, Gu Hai's methods were not something that the 7 of them could withstand. After 2 hours, the 7 of them explained the situation. Rokudo Shinkuan said that we are from the evil cult's future sect. You have a life and death grudge with him, so you should report to him as soon as you discover us heretics. Gu Hai said with a gloomy expression. "Yes, and your portraits. Very soon, all the cities in the divine continent will know about you. None of you will be able to escape. Going against Rokudo Shinkuan is going against the whole world. You won't be able to escape." One of them said with a ferocious expression. "What a wicked person complaining first. Ha ha, the whole world is hunting us down?" Gu Hai's face was ferocious. Amateus Buddha. "So there really is one here, a Buddhist chant, rang out above Guhai's head. Guhai jerked his head up and saw a monk glowing with golden light, looking coldly at Guhai. The Vajra Buddha of the Vajra Temple, Good Samaritan for 10 lifetimes. Vajra Buddha, save me. That's great. Vajra Buddha has been good for 10 lifetimes and cultivated the Buddha golden body. He will definitely be able to take down this demon. The 7 of them were pleasantly surprised. Guhai felt a trace of threat from this Vajra Buddha. Good Samaritan for 10 lifetimes? Guhai's expression darkened. Evil creature, surrender and follow me to see Rokudo Shinkuen. This Buddha will ensure your safety. The Vajra Buddha said coldly, "Oh, you are also Rokudo Shinkuen's lackey?" Guhai's expression darkened. This poor monk owes the dominator of the 6 paths a favor, and if I don't return the favor, my heart is filled with demons. Only by capturing you and returning the favor can I become a true Buddha. Come with me. What if I don't? Guhai said coldly. Then don't blame me for being heartless. Rokudo Shinkuen once said that it doesn't matter whether you live or die. The Vajra Buddha said coldly, "It doesn't matter whether I live or die. Humph samsara, it seems like I can't stay here for long." Guhai said coldly as he shot up into the sky, "Where do you think you are going?" Mighty Vajra palm. The Vajra Buddha struck at Guhai with his palm. 5 cycles. Guhai's eyes turned cold as he turned around and slashed with his life extinguisher saber. Boom! A dazzling purple light burst out from the saber and slashed at the Vajra Buddha. Dang! There was a loud noise and a dazzling golden light. Guhai was pushed back. There was only a faint mark on the Vajra Buddha's palm. "How dare you, demon!" The Vajra Buddha glared. Humph! Guhai did not have time to waste on him. He shot up into the sky and shot into the distance. Amateus Buddha, where do you think you are going? The Vajra Buddha chased after him. Guhai's face darkened. This Vajra Buddha had a strong body. The life extinguisher saber could not cut through his skin. Was he a saint of 10 lifetimes? Was he a golden body of merit? He chased after him ferociously. "Treasure, please turn around." Guhai shouted, "Immortal slaying flying saber." The Vajra Buddha's expression changed. Immovable Vajra. Dang! The immortal slaying flying saber hit the Vajra Buddha's neck and bounced back. However, it did not cut through the Vajra Buddha's head. "Demon, I have the indestructible Vajra body. Do you think you can kill me?" The Vajra Buddha glared. Boom! The vine world gourd appeared, and countless vines wrapped around the Vajra Buddha. Boom! The Vajra Buddha tore at the vines and instantly shattered them. "Monk, are you not going to let me off the hook?" Guhai said with a gloomy expression. Rokudo Shinkuen said that demons like you are the best at deceiving people with lies and deceiving them. I choose not to listen. The Vajra Buddha said coldly, "Not listening. Humph, what if you are wrong?" Guhai said in a low voice, "I believe in Rokudo Shinkuen. The whole world believes in him." The Vajra Buddha said coldly, "Stubborn. He is a demon. Monk, don't force me." Guhai said with a ferocious expression, "Today, I will subdue the demon. I must force you." The Vajra Buddha said coldly. Guhai stopped in a mountainous area where there were few people. "Old monk, 10 lifetimes of doing good is still a foolish thing. You asked for it. Don't blame me for being heartless." Guhai said with a ferocious expression, "Humph. Demon, although you are strange, your cultivation is only at the middle celestial palace level. Your flying speed is not as fast as mine. You can't escape." The Vajra Buddha said coldly, "Then let's see who is stronger." Guhai showed a ferocious expression. He swung the life-extinguishing saber again. 6th cycle. The saber swung, and purple light filled the world. The 1,000-meter-long energy saber seemed to cut the world in half as it ferociously descended. At this moment, the Vajra Buddha's expression finally changed. This saber strike was too powerful. He took out a Vajra pestle. It crashed into the sky. Boom! There was a loud sound, and the Vajra pestle created a large amount of sparks. A huge crack appeared on the Vajra pestle amid the sparks. The Vajra Buddha's body froze. What powerful strength! Even the third heaven, celestial palace level, is not as strong as you. You are indeed powerful. The Vajra Buddha immediately charged at Gu Hai. 6th cycle. Vajra pestle. Boom! The Vajra pestle and the life-extinguishing saber clashed again. The Vajra Buddha attacked Gu Hai with his palm at the same time. You have a strong physical body, but I'm not weak either. Gu Hai showed a ferocious expression and countered with a karate chop. Gu Hai struck with his karate chop, and a saber domain appeared around him. He executed the 5th cycle with his karate chop and brazenly clashed with the large monk's palm again. Boom! The two separated. Gu Hai's expression was gloomy. The large monk also retreated, and there was a mark on his palm. The Vajra Buddha's expression was gloomy. What a strong physical body. Demon. Humph. So what if it's strong? My Vajra temple's secret treasure. The 1,000-hand Vajra platform. Appear. The Vajra Buddha shouted. Buzz. A layer of golden light suddenly appeared under the Vajra Buddha's feet. The ground around him instantly turned golden as if it was a golden world. The Vajra Buddha stood there with 1,000 palms behind him. Suddenly, he struck at Gu Hai. With one strike, 1,000 golden palms with the same power as the previous one struck toward him. The overwhelming number of palms seemed to have sealed off all of Gu Hai's escape routes. At that moment, Gu Hai suddenly realized that a little medicine boy not far away was staring at him in horror. Monk, stop! Gu Hai stared. The life-extinguishing saber in his hand executed the 6th cycle again. Boom! More than 900 of the 1,000 palms exploded, but there were still dozens of golden palms that brazenly arrived in front of Gu Hai. One palm was enough to make Gu Hai suffer, but now there were dozens of them. If Gu Hai received them with all his might, the little medicine boy would be killed. At that moment, Gu Hai reached out and waved his hand. A gust of wind immediately blew the little medicine boy into the distance. However, it was also because of this pause that Gu Hai did not have time to counterattack. He could only form some bone spikes all over his body to defend himself. He faced the group of golden palms. Boom! 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 The dozens of golden palms landed heavily on Gu Hai's body. Countless bone spikes shattered, and most of Gu Hai's clothes were torn. However, his strong physical body still managed to block them. Blarg! Gu Hai vomited a mouthful of blood. Clearly, he was injured. Gu Hai's physical body was indeed strong. The dozens of palms could not do anything to him. The Vajra Buddha did not press the attack. Instead, he suddenly looked in shock at the unconscious little medicine boy in the distance. If not for Gu Hai saving him earlier, that little medicine boy would have been smashed into meat paste by the Vajra Buddha. Amateus! The Vajra Buddha felt a lingering fear. Great monk, again. Gu Hai showed a ferocious expression, and a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Earlier, Xiao Chun had to protect the little medicine boy. Now, he no longer had to. Although the Vajra Buddha was strong, it was not to the extent that he feared him. If not for the old monk's 10 lifetimes of kindness, Xiao Chun would have killed him earlier. However, the old monk was relentless. If this continued, the Vajra Buddha would definitely suffer. 10 lifetimes of kindness, 1 day of evil, that was still evil. Amateus, thanks to you earlier, This humble monk nearly made a grave mistake. The Vajrabuddha said, "Humph, you still remember? Great monk, are you willing to listen to me now?" Guhai asked. The Vajrabuddha nodded and said, "Since you saved that child, I am willing to listen." Guhai nodded and did not say anything unnecessary. He described what happened 800,000 years ago. The Vajrabuddha listened without saying a word. "Great monk, do you believe it?" Guhai asked. "No." The Vajrabuddha shook his head. "Huh. Ha ha ha. Rokudo Shinkuen, you really brainwashed all of you thoroughly. Great monk, you are really stupid." Guhai said with a ferocious expression, "Your story is very scary. However, this penniless monk's heart is as firm as a rock. I will not be swayed by your words. Since you saved that apprentice earlier, this penniless monk will give you 1 day. After 1 day, I will hunt you down." "Amateus," the Vajrabuddha said. Guhai stared at the Vajrabuddha. This was the first powerful person he met 800,000 years ago. He still had some powerful moves that he had not used. However, Guhai felt that this Vajrabuddha had not used his full strength. The Vajrabuddha did not believe him, but to atone for his sins, he would let Shao Chen escape for 1 day. Escape? Guhai did not need to do that, but time was tight. He did not want to waste any more time. What a despicable game. Humph. Guhai turned around and left. 1 day was enough for him to leave the old monk's sight. The Vajrabuddha watched Guhai leave and frowned. Is what he said true? Rokudo Shinkuen wants to kill the heavens. No, how can I believe a demon's lies? Guhai's words were like an inner demon constantly disturbing the Vajrabuddha's heart. The Vajrabuddha kept chanting sutras to suppress this inner demon. Unfortunately, this inner demon did not die for some reason. 1 day later, the Vajrabuddha looked at the sky. The inner demon is not extinguished. This demon is really good. Only by capturing him can I extinguish my inner demon. 1 day, this humble monk has a way to chase you down. You can't escape. Whoosh! The Vajrabuddha flew up and chased after Guhai. Chapter 795. Rokudo Shinkuen's Bounty. The whole world was in an uproar. At the same time, all the major sects started to search. Almost the whole world was hunting down this group of devils that came out of nowhere. Guhai put on a simple disguise, temporarily calmed down, and continued to fly toward the Peacock territory. Peacock Shrine. A group of Peacock tribe elders came to see the Peacock tribe's sovereign with a portrait. As soon as they entered the shrine, the 20 elders looked at the green-robed man wrapped in a green light not far away. It was Kong Xian. This, no mistake, it's him. One of the elders looked at the portrait in his hand and said in surprise, "Sovereign, Rokudo Shinkuen's bounty is on a group of devils. He is one of them. Sovereign." All the elders cried out in alarm. Cough, 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 cough. Sovereign Peacock coughed. All the elders were anxious, no longer paying attention to the bounty, but looking at Sovereign Peacock worriedly. "Sovereign Peacock, why did you suddenly become so old? You weren't like this yesterday." One of the elders said with a shocked expression, but they saw that Sovereign Peacock's face had many wrinkles and countless age spots appeared on his skin. The stench around him was even stronger, as if he would die at any time. Plop! All 20 elders suddenly knelt down together. "Sovereign Peacock, why are you like this?" Everyone suddenly cried bitterly. "Don't cry. This old one is happy. This old one can finally safely reincarnate." The old man smiled gently. "Sovereign Peacock, this shouldn't be. Isn't there still a few more days? Isn't there still a few more days?" All the elders said in fear, "You are all here. That's great. Listen to me. From today onwards, I will pass on the title to him, Kong Xian, the new sovereign Peacock tribe." The old man said weakly, "What? Sovereign Peacock tribe can't. This person's origin is unknown. Moreover, Rokudo Shinkuin has issued a bounty. How can we hand over the peacock tribe to him? One of the elders suddenly opened his eyes wide and said in surprise, "He is my descendant." The old man said weakly, "Ah." Everyone's face sank. "If I hand the peacock god to you, it will take at least 3 years to integrate into the body. It's too late, too late. So I pass it on to Kong Xian. He is now a supreme being." The old man said weakly, "How can this be? How can this be? Supreme One, we—" The elders were anxious. "Listen to me so that I can die in peace." The old man slowly breathed his last. "Jizun." Everyone started to cry and wail. Buzz. The green light on Kong Xian's body suddenly receded, and he let out a sorrowful cry. Screech. A sorrowful cry seemed to spread in all directions. Suddenly, the entire peacock race heard this sorrowful cry. It was the voice of the peacock god. The voice of the peacock god could reach all peacocks. Endless Peacock's expression changed. "Supreme Being has fallen." The peacock god wails. "The sovereign is dead." "No. Woo-woo-woo, sovereign." Starting from the peacock temple, the countless peacocks all knelt down and wept as they knelt, as if they had suddenly lost their backbone. At the same time, outside the Peacock Palace, where the Peacock Palace was located, a group of black-robed men was coldly staring at the Peacock Palace. "The old thing is dead. He died so early. Inform the Lord and get ready to act," a black-robed man said in a deep voice. "Yes." Boom. A group of black-robed men immediately rushed to the sky and flew in all directions. Inside the Peacock Palace, Kong Xian sat cross-legged. After talking with the old Supreme for an entire night, the old Supreme wanted to pass the peacock god to him. Kong Xian did not hesitate. He immediately agreed. Suddenly, a huge peacock god flew from the old Supreme's forehead to Kong Xian's. Kong Xian also had a peacock god between his eyebrows, but Kong Xian's was smaller. One was a great god, and the other was a lesser god. The two gods looked at each other. The great god said in a deep voice, "In that case, I will be destroyed soon." A trace of my divinity was left in the peacock's body, and a new god was formed after 800,000 years. The little god nodded. "You are the main body, and I am a clone. However, I am merged with Kong Xian. If I die, he will be injured." The great god was silent. The two gods confronted each other. After a while, the great god suddenly felt that the old Supreme was dead, and he immediately panicked. Screech. A sorrowful cry spread throughout the world. All the peacocks heard it. "Forget it. If I am going to die, I might as well merge with you. After all, you are also formed by my divinity. Eat me quick." The great god said coldly. Screech. The little god opened his mouth and swallowed the great god. However, the great god's divinity was too big. It was not easy to digest it after being swallowed. Screech. The little god screamed in pain. "I'll help you." Kong Xian's voice suddenly sounded. Boom. Billowing demonic energy rushed into the little god. Kong Xian tried his best to help the little god refine the great god. For a moment, demonic energy surged out from Kong Xian's body again. The peacock elders beside him cried and looked at Kong Xian together. Their faces were ugly. The elders wanted to become the next supreme, but the person in front of them beat them to it. "Kong Xian? I don't know him at all. How did he become the supreme's descendant? Rokudo Shinkuin wants him dead. Will our peacock tribe be destroyed because of him? No, the peacock deity is in his hands. We must get it back." "Stop. You want to go against the Supreme's will? Are you going to rebel once the Supreme is dead?" The 20 elders quarreled, but they couldn't come to a conclusion. Let's deal with the Supreme's funeral first. We'll talk about it later. A man said in a deep voice. Yes, Great Elder. The elders nodded their heads. The Great Elder looked at Kong Xian with a complicated expression. Turning around, the elders were about to instruct the other peacocks. Boom! Suddenly, a loud sound came from outside. Who is it? How dare you? Who? Countless peacocks cried out in anger. Boom, boom, boom. A series of loud noises came from outside as the group of elders rushed out of the Peacock Sacred Hall. They were shocked to find that the Peacock Sacred Island was surrounded by pillars. These pillars were so tall that they seemed to be connected to the heavens and the earth. It was as if they had formed a super array that covered the entire Peacock Sacred Tao. Break the formation. The peacocks roared with ferocious expressions. The Supreme had just fallen, and someone dared to cause trouble on the Peacock Divine Island. A peacock flew to the formation's formation. It seemed to want to tear the formation apart. Roar! Immediately, a huge toad demon rushed out and swallowed the peacock that rushed out into its mouth, chewing for a while. He swallowed the Peacock King of Maucheng. Kill him! How dare you act so presumptuously on the Peacock Divine Island? You're courting death. Suddenly, another large group of peacocks rushed forward. The 20 elders standing at the entrance of the Peacock Palace were also shocked. Toad Demon? Wasn't it destroyed by the Solar Divine Palace? An elder's expression changed. However, when the group of peacocks rushed forward, more ferocious beasts suddenly rushed out from the formation. Roar, roar, roar. In an instant, the peacocks that rushed forward were all torn apart and swallowed. How dare you? A Peacock Clan elder's expression changed, and a 5-colored divine light swept past. Boom! Immediately, the Toad Demon was sent flying. The Toad Demon was also instantly covered in blood, but he didn't die. One monster king after another rushed out from the formation. Peacock Clan? Ha ha ha, that's all you got. A group of monster kings laughed sinisterly. Just as the surrounding peacocks were about to continue to rush forward, the Great Elder's expression darkened. Stop! The Great Elder stopped the group of peacocks and looked around with a gloomy expression. More and more monster kings were attacking from all directions. In the blink of an eye, they had surrounded the Peacock Divine Island and trapped it. Humph, a bunch of rabble. Do you know that the Peacock Divine Island is the center of the Peacock Clan? There are countless powerful peacocks on the island. How dare you be so presumptuous here? Everyone, do you not want to leave today? The Great Elder said with a cold expression. Wah! Suddenly, a crow's cry sounded in the sky. It was as if a sun was swooping down. It was extremely fast and arrived in front of the Great Elder in an instant. What? The Elder's expressions changed. This was because the aura of this expert was too ferocious. It was almost above the Great Elder's head in an instant. 3 golden claws slashed down, as if it was going to rip the Great Elder's head off. 5-colored divine light. The Great Elder's expression changed as he cried out in shock. Swoosh! Boom! The 3 golden claws tore through the Great Elder's 5-colored divine light and landed on the Great Elder's extended right arm. Rip! It grabbed and tore at the arm. Immediately, the Great Elder's right arm was torn off. Blood splattered everywhere. 5-colored divine light. Swoosh! The 19 elders attacked at the same time and forced the attacker to retreat. Master, the group of ferocious beasts said respectfully. The Great Elder had lost an arm, and his expression was pained. However, at this moment he did not scream. Instead, he covered his wound and looked at the master of the ferocious beasts in horror. It was a huge 3-legged golden crow. Donghuang Tai, The great elder was sweating profusely as he said in shock, "Buzz." The three-legged golden crow transformed into Tai's appearance. He sneered and said, "The old thing is dead. Who has the peacock god?" "Tai, you want to steal the peacock god. Back then, supreme beings spared your life. How dare you bite the hand that feeds you?" The great elder said, hatefully. "Bite the hand that feeds me? Humph, the old thing hurt me back then. Today is the time for revenge. Super Peacock God. It is indeed a big threat. Sieve-colored divine light. Invincible? Humph, the Peacock tribe has no reason to exist in this world." Tai said coldly. "What did you say?" The great elder's expression suddenly changed. "You came so soon? You have been waiting for Supreme Being to die. You are not stupid. Hand over the Peacock God, and I will spare the Peacock tribe's bloodline. Otherwise, today, I will exterminate the Peacock tribe, and not leave a single one alive. I will kill them all." Tai said ferociously. Chapter 796. Peacock Palace. Kong Xian was in the midst of refining the Peacock God. His mind was immersed in his body, and he didn't seem to hear the battle outside the palace. After a few days, the great Peacock God was slowly refined. Kong Xian's consciousness slowly returned. Of course, if there was a great danger, Kong Xian could still wake up early. However, there hadn't been any great danger in the past few days. "Ah, help! Traitor, you want to destroy the Peacock tribe? I'll fight you." "Be careful. That Peacock elder is going to self-destruct." Boom. Chaos came from outside. Kong Xian got up and frowned slightly, but he didn't go out first. Instead, he looked at Peacock Sovereign lying there. The old man breathed his last breath, but his eyes were still wide open. "Can he die in peace?" Kong Xian frowned slightly. The tragic sounds outside were getting louder and louder. Kong Xian waved his hand and opened the door of the palace. He saw that there was a layer of five-colored divine light outside the palace. Obviously, it was to protect him from being disturbed. Looking at the outside world through the five-colored divine light, it was like hell. Endless blue flames burned everywhere, and countless peacocks were struggling in the blue flames. Some of the stronger peacocks could resist the blue flames, but there were many fierce beasts killing them quickly. Blue flames? Heavenly cycle star formation? How is that possible? The one who destroyed the Peacock tribe was Solar Divine Palace? Kong Xian's expression suddenly changed. After all, 800,000 years later, he was most loyal to Solar Divine Palace. And the Heavenly Cycle Star Formation was Solar Divine Palace's most powerful formation? Could it be that Tai, whom he was most loyal to, was the culprit who destroyed the Peacock tribe? "Kong Xian, run, run!" Suddenly, someone shouted. It was one of the Peacock elders, who was covered in blood and was being chased by a wolf demon. Although the elder didn't agree with Sovereign's decision when it came to the inheritance of the Peacock tribe, he stood on Kong Xian's side without hesitation. Perhaps the elder's shout had attracted the wolf demon. The wolf monster turned around and saw Kong Xian. Immediately, it showed a ferocious expression and pounced on him. No, that elder's complexion suddenly changed, and he instantly rushed in front of Kong Xian, blocking in front of the demon wolf. Boom! The wolf demon tore open the elder's chest. It seemed that the elder was about to be torn apart. The elder's expression was one of despair, but he had no regrets in blocking the attack for Kong Xian before he died. This was because Kong Xian had the Peacock God, the future leader of the Peacock race. As long as he was there, the Peacock race would have a chance to rise again. Just as the elder was about to be torn apart, a voice rang out. "Ka!" A loud bang came from the elder's chest. The wolf demon's claw suddenly stopped in front of the elder. A hand wrapped in black gas grabbed the wolf claw. The wolf claw couldn't move. No matter how hard it tried, it was fixed there. Roar. Let go of me. The wolf monster's expression changed. It knew that it had met a tough opponent. You. That elder looked at Kong Xian in shock. Go and rest. I'm here. Kong Xian sighed softly. Swoosh. The wolf monster was instantly torn into pieces by Kong Xian's rainbow godlight, shattering the heavenly palace with a single light. This was too strong. They weren't even on the same level. When did such a strong existence appear in the peacock race? Yes, the severely injured elder retreated with tears streaming down his face. Before him, the Peacock God Island was like a purgatory. The peacock race seemed to be on the verge of destruction. When the Supreme was around, who would dare to cause trouble in the peacock race? But now, this Kong Xian before him was so strong. That elder saw a glimmer of hope, and he was excited. Kong Xian turned his head and looked up into the sky. In the starry sky, 361 stars shone brightly. Clearly, there were many demon kings controlling the stars to form the Heavenly Cycle Star Formation. Heavenly Cycle Star Formation? 800,000 years later, it was under the command of Kong Xian. Screech! Kong Xian roared fiercely as he suddenly transformed into a stream of light and shot into the sky, heading straight for the grand Heavenly Cycle Star Array's array source. Boom! His speed was too fast. In an instant, he was above the starry sky. Be careful! There's a tough one over there. Palm of the stars, hurry! On the stars, the demons roared. Suddenly, the Heavenly Cycle Star Formation rotated, and a gigantic blue palm descended from the sky, grabbing towards Kong Xian. Palm of the stars? You guys are still too inexperienced. Kong Xian's face was ferocious. Swoosh! The five-colored divine light soared into the sky like a divine whip, heading straight for the blue palm. With a loud bang, the divine whip hit the weakest point of the palm of the stars. Kong Xian was the clearest about that point. Boom! A resounding boom rang out as the massive astral palm exploded violently. What? The faces of the demon kings changed. Below them, Dong Huang Tai, who was watching coldly, was also shocked. Who is it? Tai's pupils shrank. Screech! He saw that Kong Xian was already above the starry sky. In an instant, he turned into a gigantic peacock that was 3,000 feet long. What? All the demon kings were shocked. 3,000 feet. 3,000 feet. How is that possible? Tai was also shocked. The experts of the peacock tribe were also shocked. Then they were overjoyed. 3,000 feet. Supremacy is 3,000 feet. Who is this peacock? Who is he? Why is he also 3,000 feet? Ha 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 ha. The peacock tribe is not destined to die. There's still a mighty figure. We're saved. We're saved. The peacock tribe was overjoyed. The new supremacy appointed by the old supremacy is the descendant of the old supremacy. He's the new supremacy of the peacock tribe, the supremacy. An elder shouted. Supremacy? Countless peacocks' eyes lit up. The descendant of the old supremacy? Suddenly, all the peacocks regained their spirits from their despair. As long as the peacocks were alive, the supremacy would be invincible. Screech! Kong Xian was already above the starry sky. He turned into a peacock that was 3,000 feet long. Immediately, billions of demonic auras burst out, dyeing the entire starry sky black. Oh no, quick! He knows the location of the massive Heavenly Cycle Star Formation. He's coming in. Ah, help! Whoosh! The massive Heavenly Cycle Star Formation could not stop Kong Xian at all. Kong Xian passed through it, opened his mouth, and sucked in a demon king on a star. Bastard! Tai's expression changed. He flapped his wings and soared into the sky. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. above the starry sky. The five-colored divine light was like a chain of order. Wherever it went, the stars crumbled. Immediately, countless demon kings fled in fear. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Black winds billowed. One demon king after another was swallowed into Kong Xian's stomach. Demonic aura filled the sky. Divine light lashed the world. Kong Xian unleashed his power above the starry sky. The massive heavenly cycle star formation crumbled instantly, but Kong Xian did not give up. Ton, ton, ton. Immediately, countless demon kings were swallowed into Kong Xian's stomach. Stop! Tai roared ferociously. He had painstakingly gathered these demon kings, but they were all swallowed by this peacock. The peacocks and demon kings fighting below were also confused. The new supremacy has such a strong demonic nature. Why do I feel that the new supremacy is even more ferocious than the old supremacy? He doesn't have the six-color divine light, but only the five-color divine light, and he's already a match for the supremacy. The new supremacy, the supremacy. The peacocks were very excited. While Kong Xian was swallowing countless demon kings, Tai also approached. Wah! The golden crow roared. A golden light flashed toward Kong Xian. True sunfire? Humph! Five-colored divine light. Kong Xian's expression was ferocious. Boom! The two beams of light collided in the void, tearing a small crack in the void. Who are you? The peacocks don't have someone like you. Demonic energy surging into the sky. Who are you? Tai said ferociously. Kong Xian, full of demonic energy, also paused and looked at Tai with narrowed eyes. After 800,000 years, this was the person he admired the most. For him, he could disregard life and death. Even when Tai wanted to kill him, he did not hold much resentment because he admired him. Why did he admire him? Because when he was young, Kong Xian remembered that when the peacocks were about to be wiped out, it was Tai who saved the peacocks and him. But now, Kong Xian's memory was overturned. He might have been tricked when he was young. Tai did it on purpose. Tai, you want to wipe out the peacocks? Why? Kong Xian's face was filled with hatred as he shouted ferociously. Tai had already shed all pretense of cordiality with the peacocks. He had nothing to fear. Humph, I don't care who you are. With such strength, you must die. I will rule over all the demons in the world. If the peacocks do not obey, then they will be wiped out from this world. Humph, what about that super divine peacock? What a scourge. That old thing had just died, and now a new fierce peacock was born? A super divine peacock, every 10,000 years. We can't let the peacocks grow. Leave no one alive. We must wipe them all out. Tai said with a ferocious expression. Are you afraid of the super divine peacock? Is that why you want to wipe them out? Kong Xian said with a ferocious expression. Afraid? Me? Afraid? Tai's expression darkened. Although he was afraid of the super divine peacock, he could not bear it. Since you said so, then I will leave a small tribe of peacocks alive. I will raise them slowly and make them loyal to me. I will study the reason behind the super divine peacock's transformation. Ha! Ha ha! One day, the super divine peacock's transformation mystique will be mine. But today, there is no need for your peacock divine island to exist. And you swallowed so many of my subordinates. Today is the day you die, Tai said with a ferocious expression. I see. Ha 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 ha. I was so stupid. I was so loyal to you. So I was really just a dog. You killed my entire tribe. No, my parents were killed by you too. My father was loyal to you, but in the end, ha 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 ha. Kong Xian's eyes turned red again. Loyal to me? Tai was puzzled. Now, I don't miss it anymore. Tai, I will take revenge for the peacocks. I will kill you. Roar. Kong Xian roared with a ferocious expression. Boom! The two peerless beasts began to fight. Chapter 797. When Gu Hai reached the vicinity of the Peacock Sea. It's already the 9th day. Gu Hai's expression suddenly darkened. This was because Gu Hai's heart suddenly skipped a beat, as if there were two presences pressing down on his heart. Rokudo Shinkuin. Gu Hai's expression suddenly changed. These two presences were from two Rokudo Shinkuin. Gu Hai could even clearly sense who these two were. One was Rokudo Shinkuin, who had fused with the 9th young master, and the other was Guqin. Now he could only sense them. Presumably, he would be able to confirm their location tomorrow. Similarly, they would also be able to confirm his location. Gu Hai wasn't clear about Rokudo Shinkuin's current strength, but that didn't stop him from guessing. How strong would he be if he could kill the heavens in a year? Would the two great experts be able to confirm his location tomorrow? Old Man Guanxi? What a dangerous game. Gu Hai's expression was terrifyingly gloomy. The world was very big, but with Rokudo Shinkuin's strength, it wouldn't be very slow for him to go somewhere. Compared to the Long Zhangguo back then, he could reach the infinite celestial capital in a very short time after the Qin Terracotta notified him. Now, wouldn't he be able to reach him in the blink of an eye? This was no longer a game, but a great hunt. Being hunted by Rokudo Shinkuin, Gu Hai's expression was terrifyingly gloomy. Not only Gu Hai, but all the experts who had helped Guanxi's 9 sons with their thoughts in the past had the urge to curse. How could he have been so careless as to help Guan Zhiko? Were they going to die soon? They had to find Kong Xian immediately. Gu Hai had already pushed his speed to the maximum. He flew into the Peacock Sea, but saw countless peacocks crying out in grief. What happened? Gu Hai was slightly startled. He could vaguely hear what sounded like a crying Jizun. Gu Hai's expression changed slightly. The supreme being of the peacock race had fallen at the periphery of the Peacock Sea. The peacocks only cried and wailed, but as they got closer and closer to the Peacock God Island, they could gradually hear the sounds of battle in the distance. Buzz. Waves of holy light shone in all directions. They formed thousands of holy light nets that covered the entire Peacock Divine Island. The Peacock Divine Island was now shrouded in endless fog. Clearly, there was also a super great array within. Tai Chu, your solar divine palace, is so bold. You want to snatch the Peacock God the moment Jizun fell. Kill Tai Chu, or my Peacock clan will be finished. Quick, let's fight it out with him. Countless peacocks rushed towards the Peacock Divine Island with all their might, but countless angels were waiting for them with their nets. In an instant, the peacocks were enveloped by the holy light nets. The powerhouses of the Peacock clan are all on the Peacock Divine Island. You're just a ragtag bunch. Watch my holy light trial. Tai Chu sneered as he waved his hand. Instantly, thousands of spear-shaped white lights appeared in his right hand. Go! The spear-shaped white lights immediately shot towards the peacocks, trapped in the nets. Boom, boom, boom. Ah, ah, ah. Amidst a series of screams, the peacocks were instantly pierced through by the spears. Then, the surrounding angels strangled the peacocks. The pierced peacocks cried out in pain as they were torn to pieces. Tai Chu's strength completely suppressed the peacocks. The peacocks revealed looks of despair, but the decline of their clan made the peacocks continue to charge without hesitation. Charge, charge, charge. Break the array and let the elders out. Demon, my peacock clan will not rest until you die. Screech. The peacocks let out sorrowful cries as they charged towards Tai Chu like moths to a flame. Tai Chu set up the array and led the angels to kill countless peacocks, protecting the peacocks from the inside. The peacocks cried out in grief. In the distance, Gu Hai's face suddenly sank. Tai Chu, Gu Hai clearly remembered how strong Tai Chu was. However, he was now strong as well. Furthermore, this was 800,000 years ago. He did not have many opponents in the Go Dao. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes and took out the life entrapment saber. The moment the life entrapment saber appeared, it seemed to merge with the void. Gu Hai's Go energy immediately sensed the vast Go Dao laws through the life entrapment saber. Go Dao Array, activate! Gu Hai shouted as he held the life entrapment saber. Boom! From the life entrapment saber, hundreds of millions of transparent beams of light suddenly emerged, as if weaving into a large emerald green net that spread out in all directions. In the blink of an eye, an area of 10 million miles was wrapped up by this emerald green net. The expressions of Tai Chu and the peacocks suddenly changed. Why is someone else here? Who are you? Tai Chu's expression changed, becoming ferocious. A few days ago, Rokudo Shinkuan had put up a bounty for Gu Hai's portrait. However, Solar Divine Palace had been lying in ambush in the Peacock Sea, so they had not paid much attention. I am an old friend of the peacock race's sovereign, Gu Hai said simply. Immediately, the peacocks around them recognized friend and foe, and they all became excited. Senior, please save our peacock race, the peacocks immediately said, anxiously. Leave Tai Chu to me. You guys start breaking the array. Gu Hai said, solemnly. Yes, countless peacocks said excitedly. Humph, brat, aren't you being too confident? Kill him. Tai Chu said with a ferocious expression. Roar. Immediately, a large number of peacocks charged at Gu Hai. Buzz, 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 buzz. Suddenly, the emerald net formed by the life entrapment saber moved, and countless angels were caught in the net. A blazing aura came from the green net, causing the angels to scream. Ah, there's poison on the net. Save us. True Lord, save us. Ah, pissed, 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 pissed. While the angels screamed, the peacocks were stunned for a moment, and then they looked overjoyed. This senior was too strong. This is retribution. You killed my brother with the holy light net, and now you're caught in the senior's net. This is retribution. Some peacocks who had just lost their brothers were filled with grief and hatred. Quick, break the array that's shrouding the Peacock God Island and save the elders. Boom, boom, boom. The peacocks immediately rushed at the array. A Go Dao array? Who are you? Tai Chu's expression changed as he charged at Gu Hai. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes and sneered. If I can kill you once, I can kill you a second time. Gu Hai reached out and twisted his hand. The Go Dao array immediately spread out, covering an area of 10 million miles. The angels could not escape at all, and they were instantly enveloped by the emerald green net. For a moment, there were countless screams. The power of the array was too strong. Tai Chu appeared in front of Gu Hai in an instant with a ferocious expression. He was about to strike at Gu Hai with a palm strike. Ning Tai Chu! Gu Hai shouted. Buzz! A huge figure suddenly appeared in front of Gu Hai. It looked exactly like Tai Chu, but the difference was that it was more mature. The two Tai Chu faced each other. What? The real Tai Chu's expression changed. The cloud beast, Tai Chu, suddenly struck out with a palm strike. Boom! The two Tai Chu's palms collided in the air. Suddenly, the void trembled. The real Tai Chu's figure retreated, and the cloud beast stood there coldly. Oh, it seems that you are not as strong as my cloud beast. Gu Hai sneered. One was the Tai Chu from 800,000 years ago, and the other was the Tai Chu from 800,000 years later. Gu Hai had killed Tai Chu before, so there were 3 souls of Tai Chu in the transformation pool. Gu Hai had also studied these 3 souls, so he naturally had a certain understanding of Tai Chu's abilities. Although this cloud beast could not compare to the real Tai Chu from 800,000 years later, it was still slightly stronger than the one from 800,000 years ago. Impossible. A Godao cloud beast. Furthermore, it is imitating me. How can it be a match for me? Tai Chu refused to believe this and continued charging. Boom, 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 boom. The two Tai Chu fought in the air, but the cloud beast kept winning, gaining the upper hand. Gu Hai's Go skills were much stronger than before, so he could not suppress the cloud beast with his Go skills. Hence, this cloud beast was under Gu Hai's control. After a series of battles, the real Tai Chu finally accepted his fate. Humph. Godao cloud beast, I don't care who you are. Today, you provoked me, so you will pay the price. The real Tai Chu's expression turned cold. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and 10-direction destruction appeared in his hand. Boom! 10-direction destruction suddenly transformed into a 12-winged angel, exuding a terrifying aura that was even stronger than Tai Chu's. Kill him, the real Tai Chu said savagely. The 12-winged angel immediately charged at the cloud beast. Boom! The 12-winged angel. And Tai Chu clashed in the air, immediately suppressing the cloud beast. Ha! Again, reckless thing. The real Tai Chu snorted coldly. Boom! 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 The cloud beast and the 12-winged angel fought fiercely, rising higher and higher. As they clashed in the air, ripples appeared in the air. The real Tai Chu suddenly looked at Gu Hai with a sinister expression. Now it's your turn. Is that so? Gu Hai suddenly sneered. Crack! The real Tai Chu's body froze. My body? Tai Chu's expression changed. At this moment, hundreds of stars suddenly bloomed, with dazzling starlight in the starry sky, slowly rotating. Gu Hai's Godao ritual array connected to the starry sky, controlling the hundreds of stars. As it rotated, the power of the stars surged into the ritual array. A huge spatial power tour at Ka. 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 A Godao ritual array? How can you control a Godao ritual array so casually? Who are you? Since when was there such a Godao grandmaster in this world? Do you know the consequences of opposing my solar divine hall? Tai Chu roared with a ferocious expression. As the spatial distortion increased, Tai Chu felt like he was about to be torn apart. Not far away, the peacocks were very excited. They attacked Peacock Divine Island's ritual array while thanking Gu Hai. Xing. Gu Hai extended his hand and pulled out the Life Slayer blade. As soon as the Life Slayer blade was drawn, blood-red light seemed to dye the entire sky red. A ferocious aura rushed toward Tai Chu. Tai Chu's expression suddenly changed. The threat of death loomed over him. 10 directions annihilation. Come and save me. Tai Chu roared in shock. However, the cloud beast in the air firmly held the 12-winged angel back. Gu Hai held the Life Slayer blade and slashed at Tai Chu. It seemed like he wanted to kill Tai Chu. Amateus Buddha. A golden palm in the air struck at Gu Hai. Vajra Buddha, you old bald donkey. I saw that you were a kind person, so I didn't bother with you. Now, you're here to stop me? Gu Hai's expression turned cold as he looked at the monk who struck at him. Chapter 798. As the Vajra Buddha struck with his palm, Gu Hai's Life Slayer saber had no choice but to turn toward the Vajra Buddha. As soon as the Life Slayer saber struck, a blood-red illusion enveloped the Vajra Buddha. The Vajra Buddha felt as if he was suddenly in a sea of blood. Countless evil spirits were biting at him, as if he had fallen into an evil spirit's hell. Don't be so arrogant, demon. The Vajra Buddha's expression changed, and he increased the strength in his hand. His palm collided with the Life Slayer saber. After 800,000 years, although the Life Slayer saber was not one of the 16 great Dharma treasures, it was not far from it. Its biggest advantage was its sharpness. It was so sharp that even the Life Slayer saber could not compare. Boom! The saber and the palm separated. As the saber and the palm separated, the Life Slayer saber dragged out a huge cloud of blood. In that instant, the Life Slayer saber had cut open the Vajra Buddha's palm and forcibly extracted a large amount of blood. The Vajra Buddha's expression changed, and he looked at his palm. His skin, which had not been cut open by the Life Slayer saber's 5 cycles in the past, was now cut open. In just a short while, 1/3 of his blood had been extracted. The Vajra Buddha glared. Vajra Buddha, don't test my limits with your foolishness. Guhai said coldly, Vajra Buddha, save me. He's a demon. Tai Chu shouted anxiously. Tai Chu. The Vajra Buddha's expression changed, and he seemed to be about to attack again. Suddenly, a peacock screamed, Vajra Buddha, you want to destroy the Peacock clan too? Huh. The Vajra Buddha was slightly stunned. He saw a large group of peacocks surrounding the Vajra Buddha. Vajra Buddha. When the Vajra temple was about to be destroyed, it was the Honorable of the Peacock clan who helped the Vajra temple resolve the crisis. Now, you're helping the Solar Divine Palace to destroy the Peacock clan? Vajra Buddha, you'll die a horrible death. Vajra Buddha, you repay kindness with ingratitude. The Peacock clan will not let you go even if we become evil spirits. Honorable is famous. Why would he be so blind to save the Vajra temple? Senior, you'll have to step over my dead body. A group of peacocks blocked the Vajra Buddha with sorrowful cries. The Vajra Buddha's expression and said, What? Solar Divine Palace wants to exterminate the Peacock clan? Although the Vajra Buddha accepted Rokudo Shinkuin's invitation to hunt down Guhai, he had no temper when facing the Peacock clan. After all, he owed the Peacock clan a huge favor. Kill the Peacock clan, but the Vajra Buddha could not do it. In particular, the Vajra Buddha's heart suddenly trembled when he heard the peacock's screams of hatred. What's going on? How could the Peacock clan be exterminated? How did he get involved with him? The Vajra Buddha said anxiously. Countless peacocks stared at the Vajra Buddha with no intention of being friendly. All of a sudden, the Vajra Buddha's hands and feet were tied. Vajra Buddha, quick, save me. Solar God Shrine will definitely reward you handsomely. No, I am helping Rokudo Shinkuin. Tai Chu shouted in fear. The tearing force of the array rendered Tai Chu immobile. Guhai's Life Slayer saber slashed at him again. Wait! The Vajra Buddha shouted anxiously. Screech! The peacocks immediately charged at the Vajra Buddha without regard for their lives, as if they wanted to perish together with him. It's too late. Guhai showed a ferocious expression. No! Bang! Tai Chu's head flew up, and his head separated from his body. His eyes widened. Even in death, he could not believe that he would die at the hands of a stranger. His blood was already drained. The 3 souls instantly entered Guhai's eye of life and death. You! The Vajra Buddha immediately showed anger. Thank you, Senior. Countless peacocks suddenly bowed to Guhai in gratitude. Roar! High in the sky, the 12-winged angel let out a sorrowful roar and attacked the cloud beast with all its might. Boom! There was a loud sound, and Tai Chu's cloud beast exploded into pieces. Without Tai Chu's control, the 12-winged angel suddenly shrank and turned into a cross. Guhai extended his hand and grabbing absolute annihilation. All annihilation. Guhai's eyes lit up. You killed Tai Chu? The Vajra Buddha said irritably. What? Does the Vajra temple owe Solar God Palace a favor again? You're too cowardly, aren't you? You owe so many favors? Guhai said with a smile. Humph, Solar God Palace has nothing to do with me. However, aren't you afraid of retribution for killing so ruthlessly? The Vajra Buddha said angrily. Retribution? Taichu's cultivation is high. Killing him is ruthless? How many peacocks did Taichu kill? Why don't you call him ruthless? I killed Taichu and saved countless peacocks. That's great kindness, virtue, mercy, and compassion. Guhai said coldly. The Vajra Buddha did not know where to start. Or should I say that the lives of the Peacock clan are not worth mentioning in front of you? Only Taichu's life is worth mentioning? Great monk, I heard what the peacocks said just now. Your Vajra temple was saved by the Peacock clan. When the Peacock clan is in trouble, you don't want to repay the kindness and end the karma. Instead, you help the devil and repay kindness with enmity? What kind of Buddha are you cultivating? What kind of good person are you? Guhai glared at him and shouted, Me. The Vajra Buddha's face stiffened, and then a trace of bitterness appeared. Now, the Peacock clan is suffering inside. Have you ever thought of helping the Peacock clan to break the array and save the elders? Guhai shouted. The Vajra Buddha took a deep breath and immediately rushed toward the array. He was about to strike with his palm. Wah! Suddenly, an earth-shattering roar came from the array. Boom! However, a huge hole was torn in the formation. A huge ball of fire shot out. What? The Vajra Buddha paused. Three-legged golden crow, Tai. Guhai's expression changed. He reached out his hand and summoned the stars. Where's Taichu? Absolute beginning. Tai roared. I've killed Taichu. You're next. Guhai said coldly. He waved his hand. Buzz. The grand matrix of chess was once again activated. The 100 stars in the sky immediately formed a massive killing force, tearing Tai apart, intending to keep him in place. Wah! Tai roared. His strength was not something that Taichu could compare to. He flapped his wings, and Guhai's go-array shattered. Boom! 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 The 100 stars controlled by the Grand Tao of chess formation in the starry sky exploded with a loud rumble. Huh! Guhai's face sank. This Tai was very strong. Tai, don't think of leaving. A shout came from the array. It was Kong Xian's furious voice. Humph! Kong Xian, when I get the bell of primal chaos, it will be the time of your clan's destruction. When I return, none of you will leave. Wah! Tai flapped his wings and suddenly disappeared into the horizon. Boom! The 3,000-meter-long Kong Xian gave chase. However, by the time he came out, Tai was already at the horizon. Kong Xian showed a ferocious expression as if he wanted to give chase. Kong Xian, stop chasing. Guhai shouted. Buzz. With a jolt, Kong Xian recovered from his rage. He turned his head and saw Guhai holding the absolute annihilation, protecting the Peacock race members behind him. Buzz. Kong Xian immediately turned into human form. Whoosh! With a flick of his sleeve, the grand formation that was trapping the Peacock God Island behind him exploded. It exploded, revealing the tragic scene of the Peacock God Island. Countless peacocks were torn apart in pools of blood, and countless animal kings were dead or injured. Only 100-odd animal kings survived, and they were currently fighting the peacock race elders. What? When the peacocks outside saw the bloody scene, they were horrified. Roar. Kong Xian roared with a ferocious expression. Billowing black winds swept the animal kings in the distance, trying to suck them into his mouth. No, the Vajra Buddha could not bear it. Vajra Buddha, don't you think you're being too merciful? Guhai frowned. The Vajra Buddha's expression froze, but he did not interfere in the end. Rumble! In an instant, a large number of animal kings were devoured by Kong Xian. The battle was over, and the peacock race relaxed. However, the moment they relaxed, countless peacocks started to cry. Big brother, don't die, don't die. Father, the supreme martial artist has avenged you. Father. Mother, don't leave me behind. Cries shook the heavens. The Peacock clan had suffered great losses. In this battle, 70% of their experts had died. If not for Kong Xian's sudden appearance, the Peacock clan would have been wiped out. Whoosh! Kong Xian immediately appeared in front of Gu Hai. Your Majesty, why are you here? Kong Xian looked at Gu Hai in surprise. When I arrived, the first thing I did was to look for you. Unfortunately, I'm still one step too late. Gu Hai sighed. Absolute beginnings 10 direction annihilation? Kong Xian asked in surprise. It seems like Tai Chu was killed by your Majesty again. Gu Hai nodded. Who's this monk? I've never seen him before. Kong Xian looked at the Vajra Buddha. He thought he was with Gu Hai. A good guy who doesn't know what's right or wrong. Gu Hai smiled bitterly. Huh. Kong Xian looked at the Vajra Buddha in confusion. The Vajra Buddha recognized Kong Xian. This was because there was a portrait of Kong Xian in the 6 Tao Realms bounty. For a moment, the Vajra Buddha did not know what to do. Thank you, Supreme Martial Artist. All thanks to Supreme Martial Artist. Supreme Martial Artist. After the initial tearful complaint, the 5 surviving elders flew over with blood all over their bodies. They bowed to Kong Xian with gratitude. When the Supreme Martial Artist passed the throne to Kong Xian, the elders were still unconvinced. But now, how could they be unconvinced? If it wasn't for Kong Xian, the Peacock tribe would have been wiped out. Collect the corpses of the peacocks. Kong Xian ordered. Yes, all the elders replied. Immediately, the elders arranged for the peacocks to collect the corpses. Huh, the Vajra Buddha? Your Vajra temple also received the news and came to help us defend against Solar God Shrine? Although you're a little late, the Peacock tribe is grateful. An elder said gratefully when he saw the Vajra Buddha. Elder, the Vajra Buddha is on the same side as Solar God Shrine. Suddenly, a peacock said, What? The elder's face changed. The Vajra Buddha's face stiffened. He didn't know how to explain. Huh, Your Majesty, he went against you just now? Kong Xian's face darkened. The monk must have uncovered Rokudo Shinkuan's bounty. He's here to capture the 2 of us and ask for credit from the 6 Tao realms. Gu Hai said with a smile. What? He's here to deal with the Supreme Martial Artist. Suddenly, the peacocks looked at the Vajra Buddha with hatred. The Vajra Buddha suddenly felt awkward. He opened his mouth several times, but didn't know what to say. All right, don't make it difficult for him. He doesn't know. Gu Hai said with a smile. Chapter 799. What? We are here to deal with the Supreme. Immediately, all the peacocks looked at the Vajra Buddha with hatred. The Vajra Buddha suddenly felt awkward. He opened his mouth a few times, but didn't know what to say. All right, don't make things difficult for him. He doesn't know. Gu Hai said with a smile. Oh. The peacocks were slightly startled. Phew. The Vajra Buddha secretly sighed. For a moment, he was really afraid that Gu Hai would hit him when he was down. He wasn't worried that the peacocks would attack him, but that he couldn't bear the resentment. When he looked at Gu Hai, a trace of gratitude flashed in his eyes. Your Majesty, I would like to send Old Supreme off first. Kong Xian pleaded. Gu Hai nodded. The group quickly flew to the entrance of the Peacock Palace. Supreme. Greetings to the Supreme. Supreme. Along the way, the peacocks who were collecting the corpses saw Kong Xian fly over and bowed respectfully. After the battle, just now, all the peacocks on the Peacock Island had already recognized Kong Xian. If it weren't for him, the peacocks would have been finished. After the 5 seriously injured elders were arranged, they followed Kong Xian back to the Peacock Palace. The eyes of the old Supreme were still open. Supreme. The elders cried and bowed again. Although they recognized Kong Xian, The prestige of the old supreme couldn't be erased so easily. Amateus Buddha, the Vajra Buddha suddenly chanted. Under the Buddha's chant, the Vajra Buddha sat cross-legged and started chanting scriptures. Chanting scriptures, Vajra Buddha released the old supreme. The peacocks looked at the Vajra Buddha gratefully. Kong Xian walked closer and gently touched the eyelids of the old supreme, making him close his eyes. The peacocks have me. You can rest in peace. Solemnly Kong Xian, said Vajra Buddha. Wong. As the Vajra Buddha chanted, strands of golden light surged into the corpse of the old supreme. A blue transparent figure slowly emerged from the corpse. Human soul? Guhai frowned slightly. After a person died, their soul would remain in their corpse or grave. The mortal soul of the old supremacy appeared. Sovereign! Countless peacocks immediately knelt down in excitement. The old supremacy looked at Kong Xian with gratitude in his eyes. Solemnly, he bowed to Kong Xian. No, Kong Xian frowned. You deserve this bow of mine. In the past, this old man let Tai go, but who would have thought that Tai would exterminate my peacock race? If it weren't for you, my peacock race. Many thanks to you. The old paragon bowed, gratefully. Kong Xian frowned, sighed slightly, and finally nodded. All members of the Peacock clan, listen up. From now on, Kong Xian is the sovereign. You must listen to his orders and not disobey. The calamity of the Peacock clan has only just begun. You must not have the slightest thought of betraying him. The old sovereign instructed. Yes, countless peacocks answered. At this moment, how could they have any thoughts of betrayal? All of them approved of Kong Xian to the extreme. Old supremacy, I have something to ask. I wonder. Kong Xian suddenly frowned. Speak. The old supremacy's mortal soul looked at Kong Xian. I heard that the peacock race will produce a super divine peacock every 10,000 years. His power is peerless, and he can even tear the reincarnation cycle apart. Kong Xian asked doubtfully. The old supremacy looked at Kong Xian and nodded. There is such a thing. However, I believe that with your strength, as long as you comprehend the peacock god, you should be able to reach the level of super divine peacock. Oh, comprehend the peacock god, but we don't have much time. Rokudo Shinkuin is about to kill heaven. Is there a shortcut? Kong Xian was worried. The Vajra Buddha opened his mouth. Kong Xian, don't talk nonsense. How can Rokudo Shinkuin kill heaven? Great monk, you still don't believe it? Guhai frowned. Nonsense. The Vajra Buddha glared. Vajra Buddha, I believe it. The old supremacy's mortal soul sighed. Ah, what? How can you believe it? What kind of person is Rokudo Shinkuin? How can he do such a disgraceful thing? The Vajra Buddha was still unwilling to admit it. Previously, I used a part of my lifespan to ask the peacock god to meet Fushi. Fushi also confirmed the peacock race's great calamity today. He also said that a great calamity will befall the world. The old supremacy's mortal soul sighed. Impossible. How is that possible? The Vajra Buddha finally hesitated. The Vajra Buddha respected Rokudo Shinkuin, but he respected the old supremacy even more because he had saved the Vajra temple. Guhai's one-sided words made the Vajra Buddha unwilling to believe, but the old supremacy's certainty made him panic. Old supremacy, time is limited. Do you know how to become a super peacock god? Kong Xian frowned. The old supremacy shook his head. Every peacock's comprehension is different. It's useless to tell you my experience. Instead, it will mislead you. However, I have sealed a power in the peacock god. You should have noticed it. That power can help you tear apart a path of reincarnation. Oh, Kong Xian's expression changed. Which path? You can see for yourself. The old supremacy side. Old supremacy. May I ask, Have you decided on a proper burial place? Gu Hai asked. Oh, you are the great Emperor Dahan that Kong Xian spoke of? Thank you very much. The old supremacy suddenly bowed to Gu Hai. Old supremacy, you don't need to do that. Gu Hai immediately helped the old supremacy up. You asked me about a proper burial place. What do you plan on doing? The old supremacy was puzzled. Although Kong Xian has saved the peacock race, the calamity of the peacock race may continue. Rokudo Shinkuan might even vent his anger on them. I have an idea. I want to move the entire peacock race to my immortal dome. Gu Hai said, solemnly. Oh, the old supremacy's pupils shrank. Immortal dome? The Vajra Buddha's expression also changed. When Gu Hai was fighting with him, he didn't use his full strength. Otherwise, if he were to move to the immortal dome, the old supremacy was silent for a while. After all, Rokudo Shinkuan wanted to kill Gu Hai. What if Gu Hai died? Gu Hai wasn't in a hurry. He waited patiently. After a while, the old supremacy nodded solemnly. All right, don't worry. I will do my best to protect them. If I really die at the hands of Rokudo Shinkuan, I will release them to the divine continent before I die. Gu Hai said, solemnly. Many thanks, ancient emperor. The old supremacy bowed, gratefully. Then I will choose a good burial place for you in the immortal dome. Gu Hai said, solemnly. Thank you. The old supremacy's human spirit nodded. Perhaps this appearance had weakened the old supremacy's human spirit a little. Instantly, the human spirit disappeared. Gather as many peacocks as you can as soon as possible. After tomorrow, maybe, Gu Hai said, solemnly. Kong Xian's pupils shrank. Tomorrow is the 10th day. Taking a deep breath, Gu Hai nodded. He stepped out of the peacock shrine and looked up at the sky. Kong Xian followed him out, while the Vajra Buddha continued to chant scriptures in the shrine. I have already sensed 2 Rokudo Shinkuan. Tomorrow Rokudo Shinkuan will discover me. Gu Hai said with a wry smile, Your Majesty, don't you have the immortal dome? Can you hide inside and wait for the right time? Kong Xian asked worriedly. Rokudo Shinkuan also has the immortal dome. Have you forgotten? We can't hide. He can sense the location of the immortal dome and might even tear it apart. Gu Hai said solemnly. Then Kong Xian said worriedly, If you want to fight, then let's fight. Compared to 800,000 years later, this world has an additional Tao of chess. Gu Hai's face flashed with killing intent. Yes, Kong Xian answered. Although the world is vast, with Rokudo Shinkuan's strength, he will definitely be able to move unhindered. We need to end this quickly and kill one of them before the other Rokudo Shinkuan arrives. Gu Hai said with a sullen expression that Rokudo Shinkuan should be a Go expert. Otherwise, he would not be competing with Old Man Guanxi. Kong Xian said with a frown, I heard that you can tear open a cycle. Gu Hai looked at Kong Xian. Yes, Your Majesty, which cycle do you want to enter? We will return to the 18 layers of hell and wait for Rokudo Shinkuan there. Gu Hai sternly said. Yes, this subject will immediately enter seclusion to figure out how to tear open a cycle. Kong Xian said solemnly. Gu Hai nodded. The 18 layers of hell and the divine continent's time were not symmetrical. Only by attacking there could he prevent the other Rokudo Shinkuan from interfering. After Kong Xian gave the order to the peacock tribe, he quickly entered seclusion. Gu Hai, on the other hand, was sensing the 2 Rokudo Shinkuan. Whoosh! Suddenly, a strong wind blew. In the blink of an eye, it reached Gu Hai. Who's there? A large number of peacocks flew up. It's fine. Go about your business, Gu Hai said with a wave of his hand. The surrounding peacocks looked at Gu Hai, nodded, and retreated. Tongtian sect master, you actually came? Gu Hai's eyes flashed with surprise. The person who suddenly appeared was naturally the Tongtian of the GS school. Last time, I used a secret technique on you. It made it easier for me to find you. In less than a day, the Rokudo Shinkuin will come looking for you. If I didn't come to help you, I was worried that you couldn't handle it alone, the Tongtian sect master said with a smile. Many thanks, sect master, Gu Hai said gratefully. These few days, I went to the Wanshou Taoism and Lingshan sect, the Tongtian sect master said solemnly. Oh, Lingshan sect and Wanshou Taoism have both chosen to submit to the Rokudo Shinkuin, the Tongtian sect master said. They've defected? Gu Hai's face darkened. Solar Divine Palace. Tai returned in a sorry state. It was a huge barrier. A giant bell was suspended in the air above the barrier. It was the bell of chaos. Dang! Tai waved his hand, and the bell of chaos rang out. The surrounding demons quickly gathered. Master, why did you come back alone? Where's Tai Chu? A demon asked in surprise. Tai's expression was ferocious. Kong Xian? Kong Xian? Where did Kong Xian come from? I'll definitely kill you. Tai ignored his subordinates. He grabbed the bell of chaos and was about to return to the Peacock Sea. Kong Xian? Master, is it this Kong Xian? Suddenly, a subordinate held out a portrait. Tai's pupils constricted. Why do you have a portrait of Kong Xian? Not only Kong Xian, but also these. Rokudo Shinkuin put up a bounty. They're all Rokudo Shinkuin's enemies. The subordinates immediately took out the portraits. Oh, Tai's expression changed. He immediately saw the familiar Gu Hai in the portrait. The subordinates immediately told him about the bounty. Rokudo Shinkuin, that's great. Ha 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 ha, Kong Xian, Gu Hai, you're dead. I'll join forces with Rokudo Shinkuin and put you to death by 1,000 cuts. Tai let out a ferocious roar. Chapter 800. Return to the 10th day of 800,000 years ago. Peacock Sacred Island. Under Kong Xian's orders, all the peacocks left the Peacock Sea and stayed away from this place. In the Peacock Palace, there was a rift in the void that led to the path of hell. Gu Hai stood in the rift and looked at the Vajra Buddha, sitting outside the palace. Vajra Buddha, aren't you going to leave? Gu Hai frowned. There are some things that I need to clarify. The Vajra Buddha took a deep breath and shook his head. So what if you clarify? That Rokudo Shinkuin will definitely kill you. You're sitting here waiting for him, but Gu Hai frowned. It's just a facade. Mr. Good, you don't have to worry too much about it. I've cultivated the 10 lifetimes golden body, so I'm different from ordinary cultivators. Although I can be a little pedantic at times, it's because I'm pedantic that I investigate things thoroughly. I didn't believe what you said before, but now my resolve is shaken. I need to clarify. Otherwise, what use is my Buddha body? Mr. Good, are you sure that Rokudo Shinkuin will be here soon? The Vajra Buddha frowned. I can sense 2 locations. One is in the southwest, and the other is in the northwest. The Rokudo Shinkuin in the northwest is getting farther and farther away from me. It seems that he's gone to kill others. The Rokudo Shinkuin in the southwest is getting closer and closer to me. He's coming to kill me. Gu Hai nodded. Mr. Good, do what you need to do. Don't worry about me. The Vajra Buddha put his palms together and said firmly, All right, be careful. Gu Hai nodded. Whoosh! Gu Hai stepped into the rift in the Peacock Palace. Bang! The door of the palace closed with a bang. The Vajra Buddha carried the door of the Peacock Palace and put his palms together. This wait lasted for about 2 hours. Boom! Suddenly, a gust of wind rushed toward Peacock Island. Wah! Where's the peacock? A crow's caw came from the sky. The Vajra Buddha looked up into the sky. A 3,000 feet tall golden crow suddenly transformed into a human form. It was Dong Huang Tai, who had left yesterday. Beside Tai, there were 20 other experts. There were monks, Taoists, emperors, and monster kings. All of them looked at the Vajra Buddha at the entrance of the Peacock Temple with a cold expression. There were 3 figures surrounded by a group of experts. The one leading them was none other than Rokudo Shinkuan, who wore a Taoist robe and had a compassionate expression on his face. As for the other 2, they were dressed in black robes, but their appearances could not be clearly seen. Rokudo Shinkuan stood in the air, with everyone at the center. Amateus Buddha, the Vajra Buddha chanted. At this moment, Rokudo Shinkuan was here. Even Tai didn't cross the line, and only looked coldly at the Vajra Buddha. Vajra Buddha, how have you been? Is the ointment still effective? Rokudo Shinkuan asked with a smile. Rokudo Shinkuan's laughter was like a spring breeze, filled with warmth. The Vajra Buddha had a complicated expression. If Rokudo Shinkuan really came, wouldn't that confirm what Guhai had said? Could it be that Rokudo Shinkuan was really going to kill the heavens? Thank you, Rokudo Shinkuan, for the ointment. My injuries have healed. The Vajra Buddha smiled bitterly. That's good. I heard that you went to the Peacock Sea for my bounty. I wonder how Guhai is doing now. Rokudo Shinkuan asked with a smile. They are in the hall behind me, the Vajra Buddha said solemnly. Ha! Vajra Buddha, well done. Among the experts, a monk laughed. Perfected Lord, you don't need to do anything to these demons. We will take care of them for you. The experts said. The Vajra Buddha stared at Rokudo Shinkuan. Rokudo Shinkuan, I have something to ask of you. Solemnly, the Vajra Buddha said. Oh. Rokudo Shinkuan frowned, slightly. A hint of understanding flashed in his eyes. The Vajra Buddha should know the reason. Have you ever thought of going against the heavens? Have you? The Vajra Buddha suddenly shouted. As he shouted, the Vajra Buddha's eyes suddenly turned golden. He stared at Rokudo Shinkuan as if his golden eyes could see into his heart. Rokudo Shinkuan's expression did not change. However, the experts around him suddenly changed their expressions. How dare you slander the perfected Lord? Vajra Buddha, you are possessed. Have you been bewitched by the demons? The crowd of experts suddenly roared in anger. Vajra Buddha, it seems that your character is not strong enough. You have been bewitched by the demons. Rokudo Shinkuan's eyes flashed with a hint of regret. Vajra Buddha, you are the enemy of the entire world by harboring the demons. Today, I will subdue you on behalf of the common people. The monk who greeted the Vajra Buddha earlier glared at him. He took a step forward, took out a stick, and hit the Vajra Buddha. The Vajra Buddha stared at Rokudo Shinkuan, as if he was still trying to figure out what Rokudo Shinkuan was thinking. Buzz. The moment the stick hit, the Vajra Buddha's body suddenly turned golden. Boom. With a loud bang, the stick was knocked back. The Vajra Buddha stood up, his expression ugly. Rokudo Shinkuan, I can see that you are tempted. Fortunately, I did not make a big mistake. As he spoke, the Vajra Buddha's body suddenly expanded. In the blink of an eye, he turned into a 10,000 feet tall giant. The dominator of 6 paths narrowed his eyes. Vajra Buddha, you have been bewitched by the demons. Humph, you are the demon. Today, I will subdue the demons on behalf of the heavens. The Vajra Buddha glared at Rokudo Shinkuan and grabbed him. With his 10,000 feet tall body, he was not slow at all. In an instant, he was in front of him. Vajra Buddha, you burned your 10 lifetimes of good just to protect them? Rokudo Shinkuan's face darkened. Don't waste your breath on him, perfected cultivator. Let me do it. Tai suddenly roared. As he spoke, Tai suddenly turned into a 3,000 feet tall, three-legged golden crow. He spread his wings and flew toward the Vajrabuddha. Tai, be careful. This is his 10 lifetimes of golden body, the indestructible body of Vajra. Rokudo Shinkun shouted. The golden crow's claws grabbed the Vajrabuddha's head. Dog. The Vajrabuddha roared and struck with his palm. Boom. With a loud bang, the two powerhouses separated. The Vajrabuddha's head was still there, but there was an additional scratch mark. The Vajrabuddha's palm hit Tai's wings, but Tai's wings were broken. 10 lifetimes of cultivation combined. What a good Vajrabuddha! However, you dare to protect the demons? Only death awaits you. Tai roared. With a roar, he opened his mouth and spat out a huge bell. Clang! The bell of chaos rang loudly, forming a huge yellow sound wave that rushed toward the Vajrabuddha. Bzzz. The Vajrabuddha held his head in pain. Bell of chaos, watch as I scatter your 3 souls and 7 spirits. Tai rang the bell again. Clang! Ah! The Vajrabuddha screamed in pain. As he screamed, he knew that he could not stop the bell of chaos. He leaped and grabbed Rokudo Shinkun, as if he wanted to kill Rokudo Shinkun with one claw. Be careful, perfected cultivator. Everyone shouted. Rokudo Shinkun's face darkened. Vajra, you have been brainwashed by the demons. Pray for a better reincarnation in your next life. As he spoke, Rokudo Shinkun extended his right index finger and tapped lightly. Whoosh! Rokudo Shinkun's right index finger shot a beam of red light toward the Vajrabuddha's glabella. What? Boom! With a loud bang, the Vajrabuddha's body froze. He looked at Rokudo Shinkun in shock. There was a bloody hole in the Vajrabuddha's glabella. Billions of golden auras were emitted from his body, as if his cultivation had been completely drained. Whoosh! The Vajrabuddha shrank back to his original size. He sat cross-legged on the ground and stopped breathing. He was dead. One finger. The powerhouses felt a chill in their hearts, but more than that, they felt admiration. Perfected cultivator, the Vajrabuddha had it coming. Let's take down the demons quickly, Tai said in his human form. Rokudo Shinkun nodded. He ignored the Vajrabuddha's corpse and walked to the entrance of the Peacock Palace. Quang! The entrance of the Peacock Palace opened with a loud bang. The crowd immediately saw the crack in the void. The crowd was shocked. Hell-Dao reincarnation? Let's go. Rokudo Shinkun said in a low voice. Yes. The crowd followed Rokudo Shinkun and stepped into the crack. Buzz. After everyone stepped into the spatial crack suddenly disappeared. Peacock's sacred island became quiet again. Only the Vajrabuddha's corpse was left. He sat there alone. Buzz. At that moment, the golden aura that had just dissipated from the Vajrabuddha's body returned and slowly condensed into a transparent figure. That transparent figure was the Vajrabuddha. However, it was transparent and could not be seen by outsiders. The transparent Vajrabuddha looked at his corpse in front of him and said bitterly, God-slaying finger? Destroying my 3 spiritual and 7 physical souls with one finger? If I hadn't cultivated the 10 lives golden body and the great virtue body, I would have been completely destroyed. Rokudo Shinkun is so powerful. Mr. Good, you have to be careful. Looking at his corpse, the Vajrabuddha's great virtue body sighed slightly. He took a step, rushed into the sky, and disappeared into the void. As for the physical body, he no longer cared about it. Hell-Dao reincarnation. The 18th level of hell. On a planet, Gu Hai Kong Xian and the Tongtian master of the Jia sect were looking at an image in front of them. In the image was the battle between the Vajra Buddha and Rokudo Shinkuan. One finger. Kong Xian's eyelids twitched wildly. Rokudo Shinkuan is really powerful, the Tongtian sect master said with a solemn expression. As he spoke, the Tongtian sect master waved his hand, and the image disappeared. Gu Hai, the next battle is going to be dangerous, the Tongtian sect master said with a bitter smile. Yes, the Vajra Buddha skills are so superb, but his strength is not the same as Rokudo Shinkuan's finger. Rokudo Shinkuan has brought a group of helpers. Ha, it is indeed dangerous. If you don't want to participate, you can leave now, Gu Hai said in a low voice. What are you saying, Your Majesty? Back then, when Kong Xian was in danger, Your Majesty did not retreat. How can Kong Xian retreat now? Kong Xian said firmly with a solemn expression. Gu Hai, don't say such things. No one can escape from 800,000 years ago. Besides, I have never escaped before. The prime of Tongtian's eyes flashed with a hint of determination. Gu Hai nodded. Suddenly, his expression turned cold as he looked at the entrance to the 18th level of hell. Buzz. Rokudo Shinkuan led the 23 powerhouses into the 18th level of hell. Chapter 801. Rokudo Shinkuan led the 23 experts into the 18th layer of hell. The 18th layer of hell, also known as the boundless hell, contained the densest baleful aura. It was a land of death surrounded by countless planets. One day in the outside world was 130 million years here. Gu Hai stood on a planet and looked coldly at Rokudo Shinkuan's group in the distance. Whoosh! Rokudo Shinkuan also flew to a nearby planet. The two sides looked at each other from a distance. Just these three. There are portraits of these three on the True Lord's bounty. 3 demons? What can they do even if they hide in the 18th layer of hell? Everyone looked at Gu Hai's group of 3 with disdain. Tai Yi looked coldly at Kong Xian, who was not far away. In the past battle, he did not gain the upper hand, and was even suppressed by Kong Xian. Among all the birds in the world, other than the old supreme of the peacock race, how could anyone compare to him? Even the Phoenix clan would not be a match for him. Where did this Kong Xian come from? Was he another super peacock god? Rokudo Shinkuan glanced at Gu Hai, then turned to look at the surrounding planets. He saw that countless planets were rotating rhythmically. Chess formation? Rokudo Shinkuan sneered. 9th young master, I have repaid the favor you owed me at the 1,000 Islands Sea. We don't owe each other anything now, Gu Hai said after taking a deep breath. 1,000 Islands Sea? Everyone was puzzled. Only Rokudo Shinkuan understood what Gu Hai meant, because the Rokudo Shinkuan in front of him was the Rokudo Shinkuan that the 9th young master had fused with. Naturally, it retained all the memories of the 9th young master. I don't know what you're talking about, but, Gu Hai, I value you a lot, Rokudo Shinkuan said coldly. There's no need to complicate this game set up by Guanxi. If you want to kill us, then come, Gu Hai said coldly. True Lord, I'll kill him, Tai said anxiously. Rokudo Shinkuan nodded. Wow. Tai suddenly became 30,000 feet tall. Billions of golden flames emerged from his body. He was like a star falling toward the planet where Gu Hai was. The 6 paths and the other powerful beings looked on coldly. The dominator of 6 paths was not a reckless man. He did not underestimate Gu Hai at all. Tai's attack was a test. Dang! He spat out the bell of chaos. The bell of chaos rang, and a soul-stirring vibration rushed into everyone's hearts. As the bell of chaos rang, countless planets in the surroundings trembled. Clearly, the bell of chaos was extremely powerful. The sound waves formed ripples in the void and rushed toward Guhai's head. Eastern Emperor, Tai, I'll do it. The Tongtian sect master sneered and stepped into the sky. As he rose into the sky, the fairy-slaying sword suddenly appeared in the Tongtian sect master's hand. The bell of chaos? Cut off the sword. The Tongtian sect master shouted with a ferocious expression. Boom! With a slash of the sword, endless light in the void gathered toward the fairy-slaying sword. It was like a heavenly sword that slashed forward. Selah! The sound waves in the void were torn apart by the sword. The fairy-slaying sword went straight for the bell of chaos. Dang! The sword collided with the bell of chaos. With a loud bang, the bell of chaos suddenly stopped. At the place where the sword collided, billions of sword chi exploded and rushed toward Tai. Roar! Tai immediately released countless golden flames to burn the purple sword chi. Break! The Tongtian sect master shouted. Boom! The power of the sword increased exponentially and blasted Tai and the bell of chaos apart. What? The expressions of the powerful beings in the distance changed. Humph! The bell of chaos is a good treasure. Unfortunately, you're still not strong enough. The Tongtian sect master said coldly. At the beginning of chaos, the 10 bodies are separated. Tai roared ferociously. Dang! The bell of chaos rang again. This time, the sound waves did not rush toward the Tongtian sect master, but toward Tai himself. Ah! Tai felt as if his entire body was being torn apart. He screamed in pain. In an instant, Tai was torn into 10 parts. All 10 parts were complete and looked exactly the same as the 3-legged golden crow. The 10 Tai suddenly lined up. Wah, 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 wah. The 10 Tai roared, and the primordial sun fire around him suddenly surged. A terrifying aura suppressed the Tongtian sect master. 10 bodies! Guhai's expression darkened. Tongtian sect master, be careful. The bell of chaos has separated Tai's 3 souls and 7 spirits into 1 body. It's like 10 Rokudo Shinkuen, 10 bodies with the same strength. Be careful. He can set up the 10 suns sky traversing formation. Kong Xian's expression changed. Wah! As expected, with Kong Xian's roar, the Tai enveloped by the bell of chaos began to dance around. A scorching formation immediately enveloped the Tongtian sect master. As soon as the 10 suns sky traversing formation appeared, the entire star system seemed to be roasting. The water on some planets instantly evaporated. Under this scorching heat, the void started to distort slowly. As space twisted, the 10 golden crows no longer looked like 10, but hundreds, thousands, and even tens of thousands of Tai swarming toward the Tongtian sect master. Using the bell of chaos to set up the 10 suns sky traversing formation, 10 Tai is much more powerful than 10 golden crow princes. Guhai said with a sullen expression. Yes, the formation of 10 golden crow princes after 800,000 years is nothing compared to the 10 suns sky traversing formation. The Tongtian sect master is in trouble. Your Majesty, should this subject go and help the Tongtian sect master? Kong Xian asked worriedly. No need, I trust him. Guhai said gravely. Countless Tai instantly surrounded the Tongtian sect master. The Tongtian sect master's expression twisted. Ha! The 10 suns sky traversing formation? This sect master loves killing suns. The Tongtian sect master's expression chilled. He twisted his body and slashed with the immortal slaying sword. Boom! One of the golden crows exploded, but it was only a blazing fireball. Humph! That's just an illusion. You don't even know where my real body is, yet you want to kill me? Ha ha ha. The 10,000 Tai snarled. It's just 10,000. Can't we just kill them all? Why do we need to know which one is the real body and which one is an illusion? The Tongtian sect master said coldly. As he spoke, only the afterimages of the Tongtian sect master were left in the formation. Kill, 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 kill. Boom, 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 boom. The Tongtian sect master was extremely fast. He swung the immortal slaying sword as if it was the end of the world. Every slash of the sword caused the golden crows to explode. The golden crows shrieked and grabbed at the Tongtian sect master. However, the Tongtian sect master's sword was too fast. It was so fast that only afterimages were left. The golden crows could not catch the immortal slaying sword at all, let alone catch the corner of the Tongtian sect master's clothes. The golden crows missed every time. Every time they saw the Tongtian sect master pounce, he was already gone. Within the 10-sun sky-traversing formation, it was as if the Tongtian sect master's location could not be seen. It was as if the Tongtian sect master was everywhere. Boom, boom, boom. All they could hear was the sound of suns exploding one after another. The speed of the explosions was like a machine gun firing. Everyone was dazzled by the scene. The Tongtian sect master was too strong. He was so strong that even if Tai were to create 10,000 clones, he would still be no match for him. I am the peak of all swordsmanship. When my sword strikes, all swords will be destroyed. The Tongtian sect master shouted with a ferocious expression. Destroy? Ah, Tai suddenly screamed in pain. Boom. In an instant, almost all the golden crows exploded. The countless afterimages of the Tongtian sect master suddenly gathered into one and slashed at the bell of chaos. Hung. A super loud sound reverberated through the starry sky of the 18th layer of hell. The huge bell of chaos was cut in half by the immortal slaying sword. The second bell of chaos in the world, how could it be destroyed? Kong Xian's expression froze. No matter how strong a treasure is, it needs a person to use it. Long Zhanghua can destroy the bell of chaos, the cauldron of heaven and earth, and the 10-sided annihilation in one hit. Why can't the Tongtian sect master destroy the bell of chaos? Guhai said in a low voice. Hung. The bell of chaos exploded into millions of fragments that scattered in all directions. Wherever it went, the nearby stars were instantly pierced through. No, Tai screamed in pain. The moment the Tongtian sect master slashed the bell of chaos, the 10 blood-soaked Tai merged into one. Tai was completely defeated. The Tongtian sect master grabbed his sword and looked coldly at Tai. He was about to slash again. The experts around Rokudo Shinkuan turned gloomy. Tongtian? How can he be so strong? The expressions of the experts changed. There was no need for Rokudo Shinkuan to speak. The 20 experts immediately swarmed forward. They each took out their treasures and weapons and slashed at the Tongtian sect master. Boom. In an instant, swords and sabers flew out, each of them tens of thousands of feet long. It was as if the heavens were charging at the Tongtian sect master. 800,000 years ago, there were indeed many experts. These people are not much weaker than Tai. Kong Xian's expression changed. How can the experts invited by Rokudo Shinkuan be weak? Guhai's expression darkened. Guhai was more concerned about the 2 black-robed men behind Rokudo Shinkuan. Who were they? Were they Rokudo Shinkuan's greater trump card? You destroyed my bell of chaos. Die! Tai roared with grief and anger. The 21 experts immediately charged at the Tongtian sect master. The powerful impact tore a huge crack in the void. Before the swords and sabers arrived, the crack in the void was already in front of the Tongtian sect master. 21. The Tongtian sect master was not afraid. Humph! Fairy slaying sword formation. The Tongtian sect master said with a ferocious expression. 3 long swords flew out from his sleeves. Together with the fairy slaying sword, they spread out in 4 directions and suddenly became tens of thousands of feet long. They stood in the void and emitted sword aura waves like the explosion of a star. Boom! The 2 forces collided in the void, creating a huge black hole in the void. Tai, E, and the others were pushed back by the impact. What? Everyone took a step back from the recoil. Their expressions changed. The Tongtian sect master stood in the middle of the fairy slaying sword formation with a ferocious expression. He looked coldly at the 21 people in front of him and said, "Numbers don't necessarily make you strong. Come at me together. If 1 comes, I'll kill. If 21 come, I'll still kill." The Tongtian sect master's ferocious expression made Tai E and the others grimace. They were all ambitious and ruthless people. When had they ever been afraid of anyone? How dare this person humiliate them like this? The group of ambitious and ruthless people was about to pounce on him. Everyone! Rokudo Shinkuen suddenly said. Everyone looked at Rokudo Shinkuen in surprise. Tongtian? Let the Tongtian deal with him. Then, Rokudo Shinkuen said calmly. A black-robed man behind Rokudo Shinkuen suddenly lifted his black robe and revealed his true appearance. The Tongtian sect master of Wansho Taoism. Kong Xian's expression suddenly changed. He's really defected. Gu Hai's expression darkened. What a fairy slaying sword formation. Slaying sword formation? You only have 4 swords. Wansho Tongtian sect master sneered. The Tongtian sect master's expression darkened. He said coldly, "I didn't expect you to be such a spineless person. I'm ashamed to have the same name as you." Humph! Chapter 802. One of the 2 black-robed men behind Rokudo Shinkuen was the Tongtian sect master of the Wansho Taoism. Ashamed to have the same name as me? Humph! There is only one Tongtian, and that is me. You, a cloud beast, want to compete with me for the title? You overestimate yourself. Wansho Tongtian said coldly. As he spoke, he waved his hand. Whoosh! Suddenly, 7 long swords flew out instantly. Boom! They surrounded Tongtian's immortal slaying sword formation in an instant. Buzz! Each of the 7 long swords became 10,000 feet long, like 7 pillars of the universe, forming a circle. Countless sword chi burst out, slaying, annihilating space. The 7 immortal slaying swords of the Wansho Taoism. Boom! The 7 immortal slaying swords formed a large formation and instantly burst out billions of sword chi, surrounding the 4 swords in the center. That's the 4 immortal slaying swords formation, and mine is the 7 immortal slaying swords formation. Let's see who is more powerful. Wansho Tongtian's eyes were cold. Humph! The Tongtian from the Jie school snorted and waved his hand. Similarly, hundreds of millions of sword chi burst out. The power was stronger than the one that attacked the 21 experts just now. Boom! With a loud sound, the void was instantly torn into countless pieces. The 7 immortal slaying swords surrounded the 4 swords, but the void at the center of the 2 sword formations was instantly shattered, leaving only a vacuum zone like a black hole. One attack, and the outcome was actually not decided? Not far away, Tai's expression changed. Impossible. When did Tongtian become so powerful? Wansho Tongtian alone blocked the Tongtian of the Jie sect. This was not only the power of the past, but also the power from 800,000 years in the future. In just 10 days, he had recovered the power of 800,000 years. Tongtian of the Jie school suddenly pulled out the Immortal slaying sword. Strangely, the fairy slaying sword was still in the fairy slaying four swords formation. The Tong Tian from the Jie sect had a copy of it in his hand, as if it was formed by the fairy slaying four swords formation. The same strange scene happened to Wanshou Tong Tian. Wanshou Tong Tian also had an immortal exterminating sword in his hand. The two Tong Tian stepped forward almost at the same time, rushing straight to the black hole region in the center of the two formations. Both of them had a ferocious look on their faces, the fairy slaying sword in their hands brazenly slashed down. Boom! The two swords were extremely fast and powerful. When the two swords clashed, the black hole that had just recovered tore even more apart. Good sword technique. Wanshou Tongtian's expression turned sinister. Boom, 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 boom. The battle between the two heavenspan experts instantly became extremely ferocious. For a moment, the black hole was filled with the afterimages of the two. They were too fast, and their strength was also extremely ferocious, just like when the Tong Tian from the Jie sect killed the Golden Crow. The terrifying combat power made the faces of Tai Yi and the others twitch wildly. Buzz. The fairy slaying four swords formation and the fairy slaying seven swords formation slowly rotated, each releasing billions of sword chi, crushing countless planets and comets, and enveloping the two people fighting in the center along with the black hole. From afar, it looked like a planet that was completely piled up by sword chi. Everywhere it went, everything was shattered. The two Tong Tian sect master are actually evenly matched. Kong Xian's face darkened. Previously, when the Tong Tian from the Jie sect attacked, it could be said that his momentum was soaring. Originally, he wanted to use him to deal with Rokudo Shinkuan, but now Rokudo Shinkuan had not moved, and the Tong Tian from the Jie sect could not free himself. The battle between the two Tong Tian clearly could not be resolved in a short time. Rokudo Shinkuan suddenly looked at Gu Hai and Kong Xian again. The Tong Tian has already stopped one of them. I'll have to trouble you to deal with the remaining two. Rokudo Shinkuan looked at the 21 experts who had been sent back by the Tong Tian sect master. Don't worry, perfected lord. I'll do my best. Tai Yi immediately replied. Good. When they're done, I'll help you find the fragment of the Bell of Chaos and repair it. Rokudo Shinkuan said in a deep voice. Good. Tai Yi immediately said excitedly. Wow. Tai Yi was the first to transform into a 3,000-foot-long golden crow and rushed out. Don't worry, perfected lord. This time, we won't fail again. The 20 experts also swore. Boom. The 21 experts rushed toward Gu Hai. Your Majesty, I'll stop them. Be careful. Kong Xian immediately shouted. Screech. With a loud shout, Kong Xian transformed into a 3,000-foot-long peacock. Billowing demonic aura instantly dyed the endless void black. Black winds blew violently, and Kong Xian immediately rushed over with a scarlet face. Hung! Kong Xian and Tai Yi were the first to collide. With a loud bang, Tai Yi was knocked back by the powerful impact. At the same time, Kong Xian flapped his wings, and two streaks of five-colored divine light shot toward the group of experts like two towering whips. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, Kong Xian blocked the 21 experts. The peacock displayed its greatest battle talent. Wherever it went, divine light would destroy the world. When it opened its mouth, a boundless suction force was released. Black winds blew violently as if it was going to swallow the experts. Be careful, this peacock is tricky. When did the peacock race have such a freak? I thought the peacock race was in decline after the fall of the Peacock Supreme. Who would have thought that there was still such a demon? Be careful, don't be swallowed by him. The group of experts fought Kong Xian, But Kong Xian was not afraid at all. He was not even at a disadvantage, and was actually fighting to a draw. What a ferocious bird. Gu Hai, you're really lucky. Rokudo Shinkuen suddenly laughed. No matter how lucky I am, I can't compare to you. You can even kill the heavens. Gu Hai said coldly. Rokudo Shinkuen was not angry. Instead, he looked at the last person beside him, who was also the second black-robed man. Now, only Gu Hai, Rokudo Shinkuen, and this black-robed man had not moved. One of the black-robed men was one Shou Tongtian. So who was the second one? The black-robed man slowly lifted his black robe. It was an old man wearing a robe with a taiji pattern. A red gourd hung on his waist. His face was extremely scholarly. He turned his head and looked at Gu Hai with a frown. Gu Hai raised his eyebrows. Red gourd? In his body, the fire god also had a fire gourd, the true fire gourd. However, when his true fire gourd sensed the other party's presence, it trembled as if it was being suppressed. True fire gourd? Taishang Taoism's 8 trigrams furnace? Gu Hai's face sank. True fire gourd? This person's identity was obvious. The current chief of the Wanshou Taoism, Taishang, the first Taishang, the real Taishang sect master. Taishang sect master, I'll have to trouble you with this person. Rokudo Shinkuen said with a smile. The Taishang sect master looked at Gu Hai, then at Rokudo Shinkuen. Suddenly, he shook his head. Rokudo Shinkuen said with a frown. My junior brother Tongtian compromised with you and listened to your orders because he wanted to protect me and the Wanshou Taoism. My junior brother has done so much for me. I can't let him bear all the responsibility alone. Moreover, his fate is uncertain. The Taishang sect master shook his head. What do you mean? Rokudo Shinkuen said coldly. I want to protect my junior brother Tongtian. No one can kill my junior brother. I can help you if it's someone else. However, if my junior brother Tongtian is in danger, I can't just stand by and do nothing. The Taishang sect master shook his head. Rokudo Shinkuen looked coldly at the Taishang sect master. The sovereign sect's master shook his head and said, Moreover, if you were to make a move, then how much of a storm would Gu Hai be able to cause? The Taishang sect master wanted to protect the Wanshou Tongtian. Even if Rokudo Shinkuen ordered him to do so, he would still ignore it. The dominator of the 6 paths looked at the Taishang sect master angrily. However, they had an agreement. The Wanshou Taoism would listen to his orders. The Taishang sect master's request was that as long as Tongtian was with them, he had to follow them. What a troublesome Wanshou Taoism. All right, just wait and see. However, I only have one request. After I kill Gu Hai, I want to see you and Tongtian kill that cloud beast. Rokudo Shinkuen said coldly, Give it your all. The Taishang sect master nodded. Humph. Rokudo Shinkuen snorted and turned to look at Gu Hai. Whoosh. Without wasting any time with Gu Hai, Rokudo Shinkuen turned into a ray of light and rushed toward Gu Hai. Rokudo Shinkuen was already planning to slay the sky, and his strength was at the peak of the heavenly palace. His speed was not something that Gu Hai of the Middle Heavenly Palace could compare with. In the eyes of the dominator of the 6 paths, Gu Hai did not even see what he was doing before his head was twisted off. Just as he was about to reach Gu Hai, the dominator of the 6 paths' expression turned cold, and he threw a punch. Boom! A loud noise was heard in the void. There was a transparent crystal wall in front of the planet where Gu Hai was. It was a defense that Gu Hai had set up to prevent Rokudo Shinkuen from ambushing him. Whoosh! Rokudo Shinkuen threw a punch, and the crystal wall shattered, along with the 300 planets in the sky. Another Tao of chess array? Guhai, how many Go matrices have you set up? Rokudo Shinkuen said coldly. I don't know how many, but I dare not underestimate your strength. This is the first one, and there are many more. You better be careful, Guhai said coldly. Rokudo Shinkuen smirked coldly and said, How many times can you stop me with Go matrices of this level? Since the ambush was no longer effective, Rokudo Shinkuen slowly flew toward Guhai. That was a sign of absolute confidence. He was so confident in his own strength that no one in the world was a match for him. In this era, he was the number one in the world. Guhai had set up so many Go matrices, but the most he could do was buy him some time. Boom! He threw another punch, and another crystal wall shattered, along with another 300 planets. Boom! 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 In the later stages, Rokudo Shinkuen did not even need to make a move. He simply unleashed his aura, and the crystal walls shattered one after another in an instant. The planets in the sky exploded one after another. The sky was dazzling, and the starry sky exploded. In the distance, the Taishang sect master Kong Xian, Tai, and the others all looked shocked. How could Rokudo Shinkuen be so powerful? His aura, just the impact of his aura alone, was enough to shatter a sky full of stars? He was getting closer and closer to Guhai, and it seemed that he was about to reach the planet where Guhai was. Guhai was forced into a corner. Be careful, Your Majesty. Kong Xian looked worried as he fought. Guhai's eyes were cold as he stared at Rokudo Shinkuen, who was getting closer and closer. Chapter 803. Rokudo Shinkuen was getting closer and closer to Guhai. Everywhere he went, his aura alone crushed all the Go formations. Guhai, is this not the extent of your Go skills? If I recall correctly, that Tongtian sect master was created by you using a Go formation. What's wrong? You can't do it now. Rokudo Shinkuen sneered. Guhai watched Rokudo Shinkuen fly over. Although there were layers of crystal walls between them, he still felt immense pressure. However, pressure was only pressure. Guhai did not show any fear in his eyes. You want a cloud beast? Very well. Then, take a look. Guhai sneered. However, Guhai extended his hand, took out the life entrapment saber, and spun it gently. Boom! Suddenly, thousands of stars spun rapidly in the cluster of stars, and 33 great formations materialized. The moment the great formation appeared, a powerful aura immediately gathered in front of Guhai. Buzz! Boundless spiritual chi in the surroundings quickly gathered, gradually forming a strong humanoid figure. A mass of spirit chi converged to form a dense chi. This figure was blurry, as if it was transparent. Oh, who is this? Rokudo Shinkuen frowned as he looked at this transparent figure. Long Zhanghua. Kong Xian's pupils suddenly shrank. The face of that transparent figure was that of Long Zhanghua. Long Zhanghua. Rokudo Shinkuen's pupils suddenly shrank. In the next moment, Rokudo Shinkuen sneered. Long Zhanghua, do you really think that the Great Formation can materialize a Long Zhanghua? Long Zhanghua was indeed powerful, but he is already dead. This is just a materialization of the Great Formation, the Long Zhanghua in your mind. Do you think that he is the same as the real Long Zhanghua? Ridiculous. I know. The reason why Long Zhanghua is so strong is because of his strong willpower. My formation may not be able to condense his willpower, but it doesn't matter. Guhai sneered. However, he saw that Guhai had taken out a pen. No, it was half a pen. Rokudo Shinkuen was confused. This brush was very strange. It was not a writing brush, but a kind of hard brush. It was a hard pen. In the past, when Guhai went to Earth, he got it from Leo, a lackey of the 30s. This pen could seal a person's short memories, and it contained a bit of the law of time. Guhai was still unable to grasp the laws of time, but he had spent more than 200 million years in the 18 levels of hell, so he had not come out empty-handed. The pen had been split into two halves. One half was in Guhai's hands, while the other half was hidden by Guhai in the 18th layer of hell 800,000 years in the future. At the same time, he used the surrounding stars to make certain arrangements. He gently activated this half of the brush. At the same time, the other half of the brush in the 18th layer of hell suddenly moved 800,000 years in the future. The 18th layer of hell was empty, except for countless stars. At this moment, the half of the brush touched the array that Guhai had left in the past. In an instant, the stars there could not form a 33 array that was identical to this one. Rumble! The array rotated, and the two arrays seemed to have reached the same frequency. Guhai could not use the law of time to transfer objects, but there was a thread-like connection between the two halves of the brush. This thread was enough for Guhai. Guhai did not want to transfer objects, but a trace of will from the 33 deity firmament. In the past, when Guhai had summoned Sun Wukong and fought against the Qing Emperor, he had been able to summon a trace of Third Prince Neza's will. At that time, Neza had a dream in the Earth's immortal realm, and his will had entered the sixth deity firmament. At that time, Neza's body was formed by an array. Guhai was doing the same thing now. Although he could only summon one person from each of the 33 deity firmament at a time, he could still summon a trace of will. For example, now that the Tongtian sect master had been summoned, Guhai could also summon a trace of Long Zhanggua's will. Earth's immortal realm. Long Zhanggua had just finished dealing with some matters when his head suddenly swelled. He was a little dizzy, as if he wanted to sleep. Sleep? Long Zhanggua immediately thought of Guhai's instructions. Oh, Guhai, you really know how to cause trouble. You can't even settle it after summoning the Tongtian sect master? Long Zhanggua had a trace of doubt, but did not resist. I want to rest for a while. No one is allowed to disturb me. Long Zhanggua said to his secretary in front of him. Yes, boss. The secretary respectfully retreated. Long Zhanggua lay on the boss's chair in a comfortable position and slowly entered his dream. Wang. In an instant, his will was transported to the 18th level of hell in the sixth deity firmament 800,000 years in the future. Then, the half pen instantly transported Long Zhanggua's will to the 18th level of hell 800,000 years in the past. Long Zhanggua's will instantly entered the transparent body formed by the array in front of him. Boom! The surrounding spiritual energy suddenly dispersed, and the transparent Long Zhanggua's pupils suddenly shrank. Wang! A strong aura suddenly burst out. What? Rokudo Shinkuan's face darkened. This aura was too similar to Long Zhanggua's aura. How could it be? This is my spiritual body. The transparent Long Zhanggua looked at Guhai in shock. Greetings, Boss Long. Guhai nodded. Ha ha! You used the 33 great arrays to form a spiritual body for me? Why is that? Where is this? Long Zhanggua's eyes were filled with doubts. Suddenly, Long Zhanggua's spiritual body looked at Rokudo Shinkuan, who was not far away. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed, and a dangerous aura enveloped him. The 33 great arrays to form a physical body for you is probably far from enough, so I used the limited power to form the strongest spiritual body for you to control. Guhai said in a low voice. What about the physical body? Long Zhanggua asked in a low voice. Guhai waved his hand, and a cross appeared in front of him. 10 direction annihilation. Long Zhanggua's expression changed. Yes, 10-direction annihilation. You can imitate its form and try using it as your physical body. Gu Hai said, solemnly. Long Zhanggua nodded. Wang. In an instant, Long Zhanggua's spiritual body entered the 10-direction annihilation. After Tai Chu's death, the 10-direction annihilation became an ownerless object. In the blink of an eye, it was refined by Long Zhanggua and slowly formed the body of Long Zhanggua. Boom, boom. Long Zhanggua stepped on the ground, and a strong force rushed to the planet below, causing the entire planet to tremble. Slow down, Gu Hai said with a wry smile. Long Zhanggua took a deep breath and said, not bad. Although this body is not as tough as my original body of the past, it is much harder. I'll just have to use it. Who is he? Long Zhanggua suddenly looked at Rokudo Shinkuan on the other side of the crystal wall. Rokudo Shinkuan's pupils constricted. A cloud beast? Is this really a cloud beast? This aura felt real. More importantly, Long Zhanggua's will, the domineering aura that looked down on all the experts in the world, could be seen clearly. How could a Go-Array be so strong? The person you wanted to kill the most when you were alive, Gu Hai said, solemnly. Immortal of the Six Paths. Long Zhanggua's expression darkened in shock. No, he is not an immortal yet. In this place, 800,000 years ago, Old Man Guanxi came back to life and sent all of us here to kill Rokudo Shinkuan. This is the Rokudo Shinkuan from before the Heaven Splitter. One of the 10 Rokudo Shinkuan, Gu Hai said, solemnly. 800,000 years ago. Ha ha ha. Old Man Guanxi, you are really playing with fire. You killed Rokudo Shinkuan at the source? Good, good, good. Long Zhanggua showed a murderous expression. I don't have the heaven-splitting axe. Just make do with it, Gu Hai said. Long Zhanggua nodded. The crystal wall was one-sided. Rokudo Shinkuan wanted to use his aura to shatter the crystal wall, but Long Zhanggua flew through it as if it was nothing. Rumble! Long Zhanggua's aura slowly erupted. In an instant, the void of the 18th layer of hell shook violently, and the stars in the surroundings seemed to pulsate. A Go-Array? Impossible. In the distance, Tai Yi was shocked. Earlier, he had learned from Rokudo Shinkuan that the Tongtian of the Jia sect was a cloud beast formed by a Go-Array. Tai Yi had been shocked, but after seeing the strength of the Tongtian of the Jia sect, he did not quite believe it. After all, the Tongtian of the Jia sect was too strong. However, now, Tai Yi had no choice but to believe it. Gu Hai had created another expert from nothing in a short period of time, using the Tao of chess array formation. Furthermore, that burst of aura was no weaker than that of Tongtian from the Jia school. A cloud beast against Rokudo Shinkuan? In the past, this would have been ridiculous. But now, the truth was right before his eyes. Rokudo Shinkuan, you are currently the strongest person in the world. Long Zhanggua, he will be the strongest person in 800,000 years. I wonder which one of you is the strongest, Gu Hai said with a cold expression. Long Zhanggua had already flown to Rokudo Shinkuan. The strongest people of the two eras stared at each other, their eyes burning with the flames of war. Long Zhanggua? Ha! I don't believe that you can create an identical Long Zhanggua with a Go-Array, Rokudo Shinkuan said with a cold expression. He extended his right finger and tapped, lightly, whoosh. A beam of scarlet light shot toward Long Zhanggua's forehead, just like the one that killed the Vajra Buddha not long ago. God-slaying finger? I can do that too, Long Zhanggua sneered. At the same time, Long Zhanggua extended his right index finger and tapped lightly. A beam of scarlet light shot toward him. Whoosh! Boom! The two beams of light collided in the void. The void trembled at the point of collision, and a huge crack was torn open. Long Zhangguo did not stop moving. In a flash, he appeared in front of the dominator of the six paths and threw a punch. Come on then. Explode. Rokudo Shinkuin also threw a punch with a ferocious look on his face. Hung. With a loud bang, a huge black hole was torn open in the void with the two of them at the center. It was even bigger than the black hole created when the two Tongtian sect masters' fairy-slaying sword array clashed. Within the black hole, Long Zhangguo and Rokudo Shinkuin both had ferocious looks on their faces. Their fists were locked in a stalemate, and it was hard to tell who would win. This slight stalemate caused everyone's expression to change. That's impossible. How could anyone block Rokudo Shinkuin's punch? Tai Yi exclaimed. Tai Yi was not the only one who was shocked. The 20 experts who were with him were also shocked. Roar. It was during this moment of distraction that Kong Xian flapped his wings and swallowed a monk into his stomach. What? Be *starred. Don't get distracted. Let's deal with this peacock first. The experts' expressions changed as they shouted in shock. On the other side, the Taishang sect master squinted his eyes as he looked at the black hole. He was clearly shocked by Long Zhangguo's strength. After a moment of shock, the Taishang sect master squinted his eyes and looked at Gu Hai in the distance. Gu Hai also seemed to feel something and turned his head. The Taishang sect master and Gu Hai's eyes met in the void. Chapter 804. Roar. The Long Zhangguo had a ferocious look on his face, and his fists and palms began to attack. When one reached the dragon warring state's level of strength, weapons and treasures were already insignificant. This was because his entire body was filled with divine weapons. Although his physical body was not as strong as before, the 10-direction annihilation physical body was still extremely powerful. The Rokudo Shinkuin was only 1/10. Although the 10-6 Tao masters were equally strong, that was only in relative terms. Compared to the rest of the divine continent, the 10-6 Tao masters were the strongest. But facing the Long Zhangguo, the strongest after 800,000 years, they felt pressure for the first time. Long Zhangguo, are you really a cloud beast? The Rokudo Shinkuin asked with a ferocious look. Boom, boom, boom. The two fought fiercely, and the black hole in the void grew bigger and bigger. Whether it was speed or strength, it was beyond everyone's expectations. They were too strong. Their repeated collisions not only tore through the void, but also shook the void in places that had not been torn. The two Tongtian sect masters were both very strong, and it was hard to tell who would win in a short time. Kong Xian, on the other hand, had once again devoured an emperor-like man. As time passed, Kong Xian's battle became more and more ferocious, and a trace of superiority slowly tilted towards Kong Xian. Tai Yi snarled. If not for the Bell of Chaos being destroyed by the Cloud Beast, if not for my heavy injuries, you would not be a match for me. Tai Yi roared, but Kong Xian ignored him. At this moment, Kong Xian wanted to kill. The battle was crazy. Gu Hai and the Taishang sect master in the distance exchanged glances. The Taishang sect master frowned as he scrutinized Gu Hai. Gu Hai's expression also darkened. The advantage of choosing the 18 levels of hell was that the time here was not symmetrical with the outside world. The Rokudo Shinkuin would not be able to exchange information. Gu Hai was on guard against the Taishang sect master. At this moment, Gu Hai's face suddenly darkened. Long Zhangguo, be careful. As it turned out, the battle between Rokudo Shinkuin and Long Zhangguo could not be decided for the time being. After a series of heavy blows, it was impossible to tell who was the winner. However, the battle was slowly moving in the direction of the Taishang sect master. Ha! With a loud shout, Long Zhanghua and Rokudo Shinkuan raised their palms and pushed against each other with ferocious expressions. Long Zhanghua, you should be dead by now. Rokudo Shinkuan roared ferociously. At this moment, Rokudo Shinkuan started to believe that this cloud beast was exactly the same as the Long Zhanghua. It was just that the power was slightly weaker. Although he still had the upper hand, there was a limit to it. If you don't die, how can I die? Long Zhanghua said with a ferocious expression. Long Zhanggua's expression turned ugly. When the two of them exchanged palms, his power was slightly inferior. After all, this body was not his own body. Even if it was formed by the 10-direction destruction, it was still not enough. Crack! Long Zhanghua felt as if a hidden crack had appeared in his body. If this continued, would Rokudo Shinkuan shatter it? However, on the surface, Long Zhanghua still looked domineering and did not show any signs of backing down. Rokudo Shinkuan could not tell what was going on with Long Zhanghua. However, Rokudo Shinkuan did not want to wait any longer. The battlefield slowly shifted until it was near the Tongtian sect master's battlefield. Near the Tongtian sect master's battlefield was the Taishang sect master, who had nothing to do. Taishang, what are you waiting for? What are you waiting for? Rokudo Shinkuan glared at him and roared. Despicable man, you are still the same even after 800,000 years. Long Zhanggua's expression changed as he roared. The winner is king and the loser is a bandit. Long Zhanghua, you are too stupid. Rokudo Shinkuan sneered. Now that the two of them were in a deadlock, it was easy for the Taishang sect master to make a move. Long Zhanghua, be careful! Guhai shouted from afar. Humph, you want to withdraw your palm? Just wait for me to kill you. Rokudo Shinkuan said with a ferocious expression. As long as Long Zhanghua withdrew his palm, Rokudo Shinkuan would attack Long Zhanghua with all his might, forcing Long Zhanghua to be unable to withdraw his palms. At this moment, the Taishang sect master made his move. The Taishang sect master extended his hand and struck out with his palm. Boom! A half-black, half-white palm suddenly appeared in the void. It seemed to have crossed the void and reached Rokudo Shinkuan's back in an instant. What? Rokudo Shinkuan's expression darkened. Taishang, you are courting death. At this moment, Taishang did not attack Long Zhanghua, but Rokudo Shinkuan. This sudden turn of events stunned Gu Hai. Taishang, are you crazy? There are 10 Rokudo Shinkuan. You want to annihilate Wanshou Taoism? Tai Yi also exclaimed. Tai Yi was not the only one. All the cultivators were astonished. At this moment, the Grand Supreme had turned traitor. Kong Xian was not distracted. He opened his mouth and swallowed 2 peerless experts. Boom! The Taishang sect master's black and white yin-yang palm struck 6 paths back. A powerful shockwave spread out in all directions. Poof! 6 paths spat out a mouthful of blood. But this was not the end. Shing! Shing! Suddenly, 2 swords shot out from the Taishang sect master's side. They were 2 fairy-slaying swords. They suddenly appeared on Rokudo Shinkuan's back. You're also rebelling? Rokudo Shinkuan said with a ferocious expression. Suddenly, the 2 Tongtian sect masters seemed to have cooperated. They both slashed their swords at 6 paths back. Boom! Boom! Thunder and lightning exploded. The 2 fairy-slaying swords pierced Rokudo Shinkuan's back. The sovereign sect's master and the 2 sect masters of Tongtian had joined forces to launch a sneak attack on true monarch dominator of 6 paths. Long Zhanghua and Gu Hai were stunned. The Tai Yi experts in the distance were stunned. How could this be? Weren't the 2 Tongtian sect masters fighting each other? Weren't they fighting each other to the death? Why did they suddenly form a united front? The Taishang sect master also attacked. The terrifying strength of the three could be seen from how Rokudo Shinkun spat out 3 mouthfuls of blood in a row. Puff, puff, puff. The 3 mouthfuls of blood made Rokudo Shinkun's face contort. The 2 fairy-slaying swords didn't explode Rokudo Shinkun. Instead, they were stuck in Rokudo Shinkun's body. The Taishang sect master didn't withdraw his strength. He was still as ferocious as ever. Long Zhonghua exerted all his strength. The 4 experts stuck Rokudo Shinkun in the center. Waves of destructive power surged into Rokudo Shinkun's body. Was Rokudo Shinkun really going to die this time? This was a group of peerless experts. Gu Hai in the distance clenched his fists tightly. Did it work? Did it work? Die! Long Zhonghua roared with a ferocious expression. He exerted more strength in his hand. Rokudo Shinkun spat out another mouthful of blood. His ferocious face contorted. Why? Taishang, how dare you betray me? Tong Tian from the Jie sect said coldly, because I went to Wanshou Taoism 3 days after you went to Wanshou Taoism. So what if you went? Rokudo Shinkun said with a ferocious expression. The Taishang sect master took a deep breath and said, my junior brother didn't tell the truth. He said that it was enough to submit to you. He said that after 800,000 years, Wanshou Taoism would submit to you. However, he didn't say that if you didn't die, he would be killed by old man Guanxi's power of time in a year's time. So, you don't care about the consequences for your junior brother? Rokudo Shinkun roared. If my junior brother can die for me, why can't I fight for him? The Taishang sect master said coldly. Ha 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 ha. Junior brother saving senior brother. Senior brother saving junior brother. I have 10 bodies. Did you think that if my body is destroyed today, I still have 9 bodies left to destroy Wanshou Taoism? Rokudo Shinkun said with a ferocious expression. Since you've made your choice, you have no regrets. The Taishang sect master said coldly. I've already said that when I succeed, I will obtain the law of time and break old man Guanxi's trap. If you don't believe me, believe him. Rokudo Shinkun said with a ferocious expression. I believe in this Tong Tian sect master. The Taishang sect master said coldly. Taishang believed in the Tong Tian of the Jie sect. This was because other than the fact that the Tong Tian of the Jie sect would be killed a year later, he also said that Taishang would regret it in the future and create the Taishang's long life voice. Since he would regret it in the future, why didn't he work hard today? Previously, he pretended not to know the Tong Tian of the Jie sect so that he could deal a fatal blow at this moment. Taishang sect master, don't waste your breath. Do your best. Destroy this Rokudo Shinkun first to prevent any changes. The Tong Tian of the Jie sect roared. Okay, the Taishang sect master replied. Boom. Suddenly, the Taishang sect master's black and white palms formed a Tai Chi Yin-Yang fish pattern and rushed toward Rokudo Shinkun's back. Suddenly, a tearing sound came from Rokudo Shinkun's back. Roar! Rokudo Shinkun suddenly roared. As he roared, he looked extremely ferocious, and the aura around him expanded again. Today, you will definitely die. Break! The Long Zhonghua roared with a ferocious expression. Boom! An even stronger force pressed against Rokudo Shinkun. Rokudo Shinkun was attacked from both sides, but he ignored everyone. As he roared, cracks appeared on his body. However, Rokudo Shinkun's pupils suddenly shrank. When he opened them again, a gentle glow slowly appeared. His left eye glowed white, while his right eye glowed black. The gentle light was accompanied by a heart-palpitating destructive power. As soon as the glow appeared, Gu Hai, who was on the distant planet, suddenly changed his expression. The eye of life and death. Impossible. Rokudo Shinkuen has the eye of life and death. Guhai suddenly felt his scalp go numb. His technique, the great compassion poem of heaven and earth, had been cultivated to the third heaven before he had the eye of life and death. It could see through illusions and directly hit the vital points. Could it be that Rokudo Shinkuen also had the great compassion poem of heaven and earth? Be careful of the eye of samsara. Guhai's expression changed as he shouted. As he shouted, the immortal slaying flying dagger suddenly flew out. Whoosh! The immortal slaying flying dagger went straight for Rokudo Shinkuen's right eye, which was emitting a black glow. However, the situation of the battle changed rapidly, and it was too late. The eye of life and death. Once it appeared, it would be more than terrifying. The situation of the battle would be turned upside down. As expected, as soon as the eye of life and death opened, the world in Rokudo Shinkuen's eyes suddenly changed. Not only did he receive a heavy blow from the back, but Rokudo Shinkuen instantly saw through Long Zhangguo's palm. Humph! With a cold snort, Rokudo Shinkuen suddenly withdrew his palm. You're courting death? Long Zhangguo was slightly stunned. Rokudo Shinkuen withdrew his palm, leaving an opening. How could he let it go? Hung! Long Zhangguo's palms were like two heaven-splitting axes as they heavily struck Rokudo Shinkuen's chest. Kacha! Kacha! Rokudo Shinkuen's chest suddenly caved in, and his ribs burst out. His internal organs were displaced, and blood spurted out. Long Zhangguo thought that Rokudo Shinkuen was going to explode, but Rokudo Shinkuen's palms turned into daggers and slashed at Long Zhangguo's shoulders. Explode! Long Zhangguo's eyes widened, and he was about to explode Rokudo Shinkuen. Hong! A super loud explosion sounded. However, the one who exploded was not Rokudo Shinkuen, but Long Zhangguo. Guhai's immortal slaying flying dagger had only flown close before it was blown back. What? The Taishang sect master and the two Tongtian were shocked. Long Zhangguo, who was on par with Rokudo Shinkuen a moment ago, exploded in an instant. Chapter 805. With a loud bang, Long Zhangguo exploded. Apart from Guhai, no one had expected such a huge reversal when they were about to win. Rokudo Shinkuen was in a terrible state. His chest was shattered, his internal organs were ruptured, and his ribs were exposed. One could even see two holes in his chest caused by the fairy-slaying swords and the Taishang sect master's yin-yang palm. If it were anyone else, they would have been dead by now. However, Rokudo Shinkuen was different. He didn't die, but his face was even more ferocious and furious. Roar! With a loud roar, Rokudo Shinkuen released a huge wave of energy around him. Boom, boom, boom. The Taishang sect master and the two Tongtian sect masters were instantly sent flying by the shock wave. After all, Long Zhangguo had restrained almost all of Rokudo Shinkuen. Now that Long Zhangguo had exploded, there was no one to restrain him anymore. In the distance, Kong Xian's expression changed. Perfected Lord! Tai, Yi, and the others were overjoyed. Guhai's eyelids twitched. He stared at Rokudo Shinkuen's eyes of life and death. The body of the divine king, thanks to your eyes of life and death. That's enough. Rokudo Shinkuen suddenly said. The eyes of life and death suddenly disappeared. Rokudo Shinkuen's eyes returned to normal. He didn't look at the shocked Taishang sect master and the two Tongtian sect masters. Instead, he looked at Long Zhangguo's shattered body. Only a single head remained floating in midair. It was staring at Rokudo Shinkuen. However, even that head was heavily damaged. Long Zhangguo, it seems like you are still not good enough. Ha ha ha, I am the #1 in the world. Rokudo Shinkuen was about to smash Long Zhangguo's head with his palm. Attack! The Taishang sect master shouted. As he shouted, the Taishang sect master suddenly took off his jacket, which had the yin-yang symbol of the Tai Chi symbol on it. Boom! The jacket flew out and suddenly turned into a huge Taiji diagram. When the Taiji diagram appeared, yin and yang were split into two. Immediately, it enveloped Rokudo Shinkuan. Waves of yin and yang strangling power seemed to want to suck Rokudo Shinkuan into it. Taishang, you're courting death. Rokudo Shinkuan struck out with a ferocious palm. Boom! The palm landed heavily on the Taiji diagram, causing it to stop abruptly. At the same time, the two Tongtian sect master immediately arranged the fairy slaying sword formation again, trapping Rokudo Shinkuan in the center of the formation. Shing! Shing! The two fairy slaying swords once again rushed towards Rokudo Shinkuan. Don't hold back. Kill! The Taishang sect master roared. Boom! 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 Suddenly, a series of loud noises came from the void. Once again, a super black hole was torn open. Without Long Zhanghua, the Taishang sect master and the two Tongtian Zhangs found it difficult to fight against Rokudo Shinkuan. However, Long Zhanghua had also severely injured Rokudo Shinkuan. For a moment, the two sides were in a deadlock. The aftermath of the collision sent Long Zhanghua's head flying. Gu Hai waved his hand, and Long Zhanghua's head flew towards him. Screech! Kong Xian fought even harder in another place. For a moment, the pressure on the other experts multiplied. Whoosh! Long Zhanghua's head arrived in front of Gu Hai. What powerful eyes! He saw the vital points that even I didn't know about. Long Zhanghua stared at the distant battlefield in astonishment. This is called the Eye of Life and Death. It can see the trajectory of all things clearly and see the vital points. Gu Hai said in a deep voice, "The Eye of Life and Death." Long Zhanghua's eyes flashed with surprise. "You were powerful enough just now. You injured Samsara so badly." Gu Hai exclaimed, "So what? He's not dead yet." Long Zhanghua's face turned gloomy, just a little more, now that the Tongtian sect master and the others have made their move. Perhaps. Gu Hai frowned. "It's useless. The Tongtian sect master and that Taishang, they are just a little bit away from reaching the peak of Heavenly Palace. Even if Rokudo Shinkuan is severely injured, they can only hold on for a while." Long Zhanghua said with a gloomy expression, "Even the three of them are not enough. Then can you? You're just a sliver of your consciousness. How about I help you reconstruct your physical body with the Go Dao array?" Gu Hai looked at Long Zhanghua. "You can reconstruct a physical body with 10 direction destruction, strength." Long Zhanghua looked at Gu Hai. 10 direction destruction, level. Gu Hai frowned slightly and shook his head. Gu Hai had heaven replenishing energy, but the higher the grade of the artifact, the more heaven replenishing energy it required. Gu Hai had plenty of heaven replenishing energy. After slaughtering the two Samsara secret realms, he had replenished a boundless amount of heaven replenishing energy. However, Gu Hai was sure that his heaven replenishing energy was not enough to repair 10 direction destruction. "Without a strong physical body, I can't fight him anymore. You'd better leave quickly. Rokudo Shinkuan will win soon," Long Zhanghua said with a frown. Sure enough, even though Rokudo Shinkuan's chest had exploded, he was still ferocious. Two Tongtian sect master and the Taishang sect master were still unable to suppress Rokudo Shinkuan. "Leave? You can't. Old man, Guanchi set up a trap. No matter where I go, he can sense me," Gu Hai said with a bitter smile. "Oh." Long Zhanghua looked at Gu Hai. Gu Hai nodded affirmatively. Then he looked up at the starry sky. That was where the 33 great formations were. The 33 great formations could not do anything to Rokudo Shinkuen. Maybe I can use 34? However, I can't control 34. What if? Guhai fell into deep thought. However, I remember now. You can still fight him. Long Zhangwa said, solemnly. Oh, Guhai was slightly taken aback. Your human soul is at great perfection, right? Long Zhangwa looked at Guhai. 490 zhang. Accumulation of divinity. Perfection. Guhai nodded. Then split your soul. Long Zhangwa said, solemnly. Split soul? Guhai was confused. Rokudo Shinkuen has 10 bodies? Do you know which 10? 3 souls and 7 spirits, 1 body for each. That's right. 3 souls and 7 spirits, 1 body for each. Moreover, his 3 souls and 7 spirits should have all reached great perfection. That's why he can do this. I didn't walk this path back then, but I know how to do it. Long Zhangwa said, solemnly. What do you mean? In fact, your human soul is at great perfection. This is the strongest power. Moreover, you are different from me. You reached great perfection in Celestial Palace. It's the purest accumulation of divinity. This means that your foundation is better than mine. If you can split your body successfully, you will be fierce and powerful. Long Zhangwa said affirmatively. Then how do I do it? Actually, you don't need to split your body. You just need to stimulate the human soul to dominate the body. To stimulate the latent power of the 3 souls and 7 spirits, you need a kind of chi of pinnacle. Coincidentally, I have it. I can help you stimulate it. Long Zhangwa said, solemnly. Chi of pinnacle, human soul monopolizing the body. Guhai's expression changed. My consciousness contains this kind of chi. Once this chi is given to you, my consciousness will slowly melt away. Therefore, after I help you stimulate the human soul, you must send me back immediately. Long Zhangwa said, solemnly. Okay, Guhai nodded. Boom. However, Long Zhangwa's head suddenly fell on Guhai's shoulder. In an instant, it was as if countless tentacles had grown from his neck and pierced into Guhai's shoulder. Ah, Guhai screamed in pain. It was too painful. These tentacles didn't simply pierce into the skin, but into the nerves. All the pain nerves in his body were connected in an instant. Boom. Guhai felt a strong aura rushing straight to his mud pill palace. In an instant, it rushed to where the heavenly palace was and rushed towards Guhai's human soul. The human soul was stimulated by this chi of pinnacle, and then it started to swell crazily. Rumble. The strong expansion seemed to have torn apart Guhai's mud pill palace and rushed towards his body. Emptiness. Guhai suddenly felt a great emptiness. His body seemed to have turned into a black hole in an instant, crazily absorbing the boundless spirit chi. At this moment, Long Zhangwa's head withered and turned into a fragment of a cross. A ray of green light appeared. The chi of pinnacle has helped you stimulate the human soul. The power will come soon. Quick, send me back. The green light said. Guhai, who was in pain, waved his hand. Swish. Long Zhangwa's consciousness followed the power of that half of the brush and rushed to the other half of the brush 800,000 years in the future. Then, with the help of the array 800,000 years in the future, it suddenly withdrew. It disappeared. Earth's immortal world, Long Zhangwa's office. Rumble. Long Zhangwa, who was sleeping soundly, suddenly woke up. Roar. Long Zhangwa roared in cold sweat. His body trembled, as if he had a nightmare. Quam. The door opened, and the beautiful secretary who had left earlier came in again. Boss, what's wrong? Are you okay? Get out. Long Zhangwa said in a low voice. Okay. The secretary walked out. Long Zhangguo took a few deep breaths to calm his breathing. Gu Hai, I wonder what your human soul will look like. Ha ha. Long Zhangguo's eyes flashed with anticipation. After a while, Long Zhangguo's expression suddenly changed. Oh no, I forgot to tell Gu Hai. My Qi of Pinnacle can only allow the human soul to occupy my body for 2 hours. Where Gu Hai was, his body was empty and torn apart. It was torn apart in extreme pain. Then his body, which was as empty as a black hole, suddenly absorbed countless amounts of spiritual energy to fill up his body. It was as if he was constantly strengthening Gu Hai's body. Gu Hai roared in pain. At this moment, it was as if he was being torn apart and pieced back together. If Long Zhangguo was here, he would definitely laugh and scold. Serves you right. Who asked your human soul to be so strong? Gu Hai, who was in pain, stretched out his hand and sprinkled hundreds of millions of spiritual stones. However, once the spiritual stones were taken out, the spiritual energy in them was sucked dry by Gu Hai's body. The human soul occupied the body, but the body was not strong enough. It had to be strengthened. Rumble! Gu Hai sprinkled countless spiritual stones, but it was still not enough. Your Majesty, are you okay? Kong Xian showed a hint of surprise. Spiritual stones. Gu Hai roared in pain. Boom! At this moment, Kong Xian was distracted, and his wings were torn apart by Tai Yi. Your Majesty, this subject just took over the peacock race's spiritual stone storage. Here, take it. Kong Xian flapped his wings, and a 5-colored divine light shot 100 storage bracelets to Gu Hai. Boom! Gu Hai shattered the bracelets with one punch. Whoosh! Countless spiritual stones immediately spread out in the starry heavens. The Go ritual array in the sky immediately gathered these spiritual stones around Gu Hai's body. Rumble! After being torn apart 7 times and reassembled 7 times, Gu Hai's body finally adapted to the human soul's domination. The human soul was a consummation human soul. Gu Hai instantly felt his body brimming with boundless power. This was a kind of fulfillment that he had never felt before. Gu Hai felt invincible. Yes, invincible. At this moment, the strong strength made his heart swell. Even when he looked at Rokudo Shinkuan, he felt that this was all there was to it. Gu Hai did not reflect on this invincible belief. Instead, he wanted to maintain it. He stomped on the ground. Boom! The huge star under his feet suddenly exploded. This was an extremely horrifying power. Back then, he killed all the Asuras in the Asura secret realm. In the Beast Path secret realm, he killed all the fiend gods. However, this was all there was to it. This was the peak power. Xing, after pulling out the life-killing saber, Gu Hai showed a ferocious expression as he charged towards Rokudo Shinkuan's battlefield. Chapter 806. So what if he was severely injured by Long Zhangguo? He was the most powerful cultivator in the world. Rokudo Shinkuan still had the upper hand in the battle against the 3 powerful cultivators. The wound on his chest was slowly healing. Of course, it was only on the surface. It would take a long time for him to fully recover. Boom! The Taishang sect master was pushed back hundreds of feet by Rokudo Shinkuan. Suddenly, a powerful energy wave came from Gu Hai. Everyone turned to look. They saw that the energy from the spiritual stones around Gu Hai was quickly being sucked into Gu Hai's body. Gu Hai's aura was getting stronger and stronger. Oh, Long Zhangguo can't rest in peace even when he's about to die. He used his peak qi to help Gu Hai stimulate the power of his human soul. Rokudo Shinkuan's face darkened. In the next moment, Rokudo Shinkuan's face changed. He suddenly remembered that Gu Hai's human soul was 490 feet tall. After 800,000 years, Many people in the world knew about it. 490 feet tall. Wouldn't that be the perfect human soul? Humph, you're too early to deal with me. The dominator of Six Paths' face turned cold. He was about to rush toward Gu Hai. Stop him, the Taishang sect master said coldly. Sword severing. Tong Tian of the Jia sect roared and slashed with his sword. Rumble. Humph, what a troublesome thing. Rokudo Shinkuin's face turned cold as he struck with his palm. Boom. The 4 Immortal Slaying Sword formation shook. The powerful Immortal Slaying Sword formation was still no match for Rokudo Shinkuin. Stop the dominator of Six Paths. Don't let your guard down. The Taishang sect master roared. The Tai Chi diagram spun even faster. The yin and yang strangling power was dragging Rokudo Shinkuin along as the 3 of them continued to attack. However, Rokudo Shinkuin beat them back again and again. The 3 of them were considered very powerful in this world, but compared to Rokudo Shinkuin, they were still a little lacking. Immortal Slaying Sword formation? Golden God Body, lend me your sacred sword. Rokudo Shinkuin coldly shouted. With a cold shout, his left palm pushed back the Taishang sect master and Wanshou Tong Tian. His right hand immediately straightened into the shape of a sword. Shing! Suddenly, an invincible sword intent condensed in the void and turned into a dazzling white giant sword, charging straight at Tong Tian from the Jia school. Boom! As soon as the white sword intent appeared, a dazzling white light instantly rushed into the entire starry sky world. The 2 sword chi of the fairy slaying sword formation were almost instantly shattered. It was shattered. The fairy slaying sword formation represented the pinnacle of swordsmanship. However, in front of the 6 sacred swords, this sword intent could not withstand a single blow. Boom! The fairy slaying 4 sword formation suddenly exploded. The fairy slaying 7 sword formation also exploded. Even with the restriction of the Tai Chi diagram, Rokudo Shinkuin's sacred sword still revealed its monstrous power. It charged straight at Tong Tian from the Jia school to kill. Impossible. I am the pinnacle of swordsmanship in the world. Tong Tian from the Jia school roared with a ferocious expression. In the eyes of Tong Tian from the Jia school, no one could compare to him in swordsmanship. This Wanshou Tong Tian was an exception because he represented another version of himself from the Immortal Dome realm. He was just a copy of himself. At most, he would be ranked first. However, even if he was ranked first, he would still be ranked first. No one could compare to him. However, in front of the sacred sword, the fairy slaying sword formation was actually so weak. No, 2 fairy slaying sword formations were not even a match for the sacred sword. Tong Tian from the Jia school did not believe it. With a ferocious expression, he slashed out with all his might. Break for me! Tong Tian from the Jia school roared with a ferocious expression. Humph! Rokudo Shinkuin revealed a ferocious expression. Clearly, he was extremely confident in his sacred sword. Hung! The sacred sword and the fairy slaying sword collided in the void. Under the huge collision of swordsmanship, the surrounding void instantly turned into the shape of a sword and pierced in all directions. Boom! Countless stars were torn apart by the sword-shaped void and exploded. As the 2 swords collided, Tong Tian from the Jia school was instantly shocked. This was because he saw an indomitable and invincible edge in the sacred sword. Impossible! Tong Tian from the Jia school exclaimed. The sacred sword is a sword of will condensed by my golden god body. My heart is invincible, and my sword is invincible. In heaven and earth, there is no one that it does not kill. There is nothing that it does not cut. Break! Rokudo Shinkuin shouted with a ferocious expression. Boom! The fairy slaying sword suddenly shattered. Not only the fairy slaying sword, but also the celestial trapping sword, celestial culling sword, and celestial extinguishing sword. They all exploded at the same time. Tong Tian from the Jie school's sword was not a simple sword. Instead, it was combined with the fairy slaying sword formation. The combined power of the four swords could be said to be the strongest sword of the Tong Tian from the Jie school. However, it was still no match for the sacred sword of the Sixth Tao. The power of the sacred sword was too strong. Although most of the power of the four fairy slaying swords had been reduced by the sword, the remaining small part was still very strong. It went straight for the Tong Tian from the Jie school. Tong Tian from the Jie school had just used all his strength. How could he resist? Die! Rokudo Shinkuan roared with a ferocious expression. It seemed like he was going to kill the Tong Tian from the Jie school with one sword. Zhou Tianba! A loud shout came from the Tong Tian from the Jie school. Suddenly, countless saber auras appeared in the void and gathered at a huge saber aura. It tore the void apart and collided with the sacred sword. Hung! With a loud sound, the aftermath of the power sent the Tong Tian from the Jie school flying hundreds of miles away. Uffed! The Tong Tian from the Jie school spat out a mouthful of blood. However, the sacred sword was knocked back by the purple saber aura. The saber and the sword were evenly matched. Phew! Gu Hai suddenly appeared in front of the Tong Tian from the Jie school. Tong Tian sect master, are you okay? Gu Hai asked worriedly. Ha! Ha ha! The fairy slaying sword formation, the best swordsmanship in the world. The Tong Tian from the Jie school smiled bitterly. The injuries on his body were not serious, but the injury in his heart was serious. He had always thought that his swordsmanship was the best in the world. How ridiculous was that? How ridiculous was that? Not only did the sword just now hurt him, but it also broke his invincible sword heart. It was not only the Tong Tian from the Jie school. The expression of the Wanshou Tong Tian in the distance also changed. This was because the Wanshou Tong Tian knew how powerful the Tong Tian from the Jie school was. His swordsmanship was evenly matched with his. However, his full-powered attack just now was not as good as Rokudo Shinkuan's swordsmanship. It was a huge blow to him. The sacred sword is too powerful. I can't beat it, the Tong Tian from the Jie school said bitterly. The four immortal slaying swords exploded, and the sword heart collapsed. The Tong Tian from the Jie school's hands were full of blood from the backlash. He was extremely sad. Gu Hai could see the pain of the Tong Tian from the Jie school. He took a deep breath and asked, Tong Tian sect master, although you tried your best, was the swordsmanship just now all you have? What did you say? The Tong Tian from the Jie school looked at Gu Hai. If your swordsmanship is not as good as yours, just practice again. Why are you sad? This is not your character as the Tong Tian sect master. Gu Hai shouted, but my immortal slaying sword formation is already at its limit. The sword just now is already at its limit. I can't break through. The Tong Tian from the Jie school said in pain. Limit? Why is the sacred sword stronger? Gu Hai asked in a deep voice. The Tong Tian from the Jie school's pupils constricted. His expression suddenly became serious. Yes, the sacred sword is stronger. I can only say that my swordsmanship is wrong. I can still be stronger. Where did I go wrong? Where did I go wrong? Even if I have to practice the swordsmanship again, I won't hesitate. The best swordsmanship can only be me, Tong Tian. The Tong Tian from the Jie school immediately said with a ferocious expression. The arrogance returned to the Tong Tian from the Jie school again. In the distance, Rokudo Shinkuan looked coldly at Gu Hai. Gu Hai's attack just now blocked my sacred sword? Even if only a small part of the sacred sword's power was left, it was still not something that Gu Hai could block. 8th cycle? Humph, Guhai, your power is really increasing. Rokudo Shinkuen said coldly. Sacred sword, borrowed it from your golden god body. Let's use your golden soul of the 7 souls. The power of the I just now was borrowed from the body of the deity king. It should be the spiritual mother's soul in your dantian. I'm curious, which part of Rokudo Shinkuen does this body of yours belong to? Guhai said coldly. As he spoke, Guhai slashed with the life-extinguishing saber again. 8th cycle was unleashed, and a huge saber aura suddenly condensed in the void. It suddenly slashed toward Rokudo Shinkuen. Boom! In an instant, the saber and the sword collided, and Guhai was instantly knocked back. Attack! The Taishang sect master shouted. Wan Shou Tongtian and the Taishang sect master immediately attacked together. Rokudo Shinkuen grabbed the sacred sword and immediately unleashed dazzling sword chi. Boom! 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 Billions of sword chi were unleashed, and the stars around them exploded. The sword chi of the 7 fairy-slaying swords formation could not withstand a single blow, and only the 7 fairy-slaying swords could barely withstand it. The Taishang sect master waved his hand, and the gourd at his waist flew out, and billowing flames rushed out. It melted the countless sword chi around them. Guhai slashed with the 8th cycle time and time again, destroying the sword chi. However, it was blocked by the sacred sword time and time again. 8th cycle? You're powerful, but that's all there is to it. I still don't have the metal god's body. The sacred sword is the strongest when it's used by the metal god's body. Even so, you're still no match for me. Sacred sword, slash. Rokudo Shinkuen said with a ferocious expression. Your sacred sword isn't at its peak? Ha ha. My 8th cycle isn't at its peak either. 9th cycle. Guhai glared and slashed with his saber. Rumble. Rumbling sounds came from Guhai's fleshly body. Clearly, this saber strike had taken too much of a toll on him. Large numbers of lacerations appeared on his back. 9th cycle, he had spent more than 200 million years in the 18th level of hell. He had not only reached the 8th cycle, but the 9th cycle. There were only 10 chessboards left on his glabella. The 9th cycle could only be used when the mortal soul had occupied the body. With 100-fold amplification, its might broke through the heavens. A huge energy saber that spanned across the galaxy crashed into the sacred sword. Hung! When the saber and the sword collided, the entire galaxy seemed to collapse along with the energy saber. All the stars in the galaxy exploded. The might of the mortal soul's body occupation, coupled with the explosive power of the 9th cycle, suppressed the sacred sword's might. At this moment, the purple starry sky belonged to Guhai's slash. Rokudo Shinkuen, the GSX Tongtian, the Taishang sect master, and the Wanshou Tongtian widened their eyes. This was because when Guhai slashed with his saber, the sacred sword was knocked back. Rokudo Shinkuen was also knocked back. The ferocious saber intent even tore a huge wound on Rokudo Shinkuen's shoulder. Blood spurted everywhere as if his right arm was about to be torn off. That's impossible, Tai exclaimed in the distance. How could Guhai be so strong? How could he suppress Rokudo Shinkuen? What a powerful mortal soul. You're indeed a scourge. Rokudo Shinkuen said with a ferocious expression. Guhai was also shocked. You're already so heavily injured. How can you block my saber? In order to execute the 9th cycle, Guhai had paid the price of tearing his own body. Every slash of his saber was self-inflicted. However, Rokudo Shinkuen was fine apart from his right arm being torn off. After all, the 9th cycle could only be executed a few times. Chapter 807. Rokudo Shinkuen was in a terrible state. Long Zhanghua was severely injured, and Gu Hai's slash almost tore his right arm off. However, his body was still in good condition. Gu Hai's slash of Zhou Tianzhou might have forced Rokudo Shinkuan to retreat, but he did not have an absolute advantage over him. Moreover, Zhou Tianzhou was a self-destructive move. At the very least, Gu Hai's body could not withstand it too many times. Even though it was dangerous, Gu Hai had no choice but to attack again. Don't just stand there. Attack. Restrain the dominator of samsara and let Gu Hai attack. The Taishang sect master shouted. Boom. The Taishang sect master and Wanshou Tongtian used their respective dharma treasures to attack. The Tongtian of the Jia sect's 4 fairy-slaying swords exploded into pieces, but he was still in good condition. He used his hand as a sword to restrain Rokudo Shinkuan. Zhou Tianzhou. Gu Hai's eyes widened as he slashed down with his sword again. Crack! 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 Gu Hai gritted his teeth as he felt a tearing pain in his back. He looked even more ferocious. Sacred sword. Rokudo Shinkuan glared as he slashed down with his sword. At the same time, he used his injured right hand to attack Taishang and the other two. It was the same move as before. Zhou Tianzhou slashed down with an unstoppable force that could destroy galaxies. Even the sacred sword could not withstand it. Hong, the Taishang sect master, and the other two were forced to retreat. However, Zhou Tianzhou tore off one of Rokudo Shinkuan's arms ferociously. Boom! Rokudo Shinkuan's right arm flew off, and his eyes widened in shock. Gu Hai's hands were trembling. Zhou Tianzhou's burden was too great. Samsara's right arm is broken. Quick, don't stop! Taishang shouted. Gu Hai naturally wouldn't let go of this opportunity and continued to move forward. I'm going to have to borrow the body of the Divine King from you again, Rokudo Shinkuan said with a sinister expression. Buzz. Suddenly, Rokudo Shinkuan's pupils shrank. His left eye emitted a white light, while his right eye emitted a black light. The eye of life and death had appeared. Even one-armed eyes were cold as he looked at Gu Hai. Ignoring the interference of Taishang and the other two, the sacred sword instantly slashed towards Gu Hai. A huge threat rushed towards Gu Hai. Not good. Gu Hai's expression changed. At this moment, the third Zhou Tianzhou slashed out. However, Gu Hai knew that the most terrifying threat had appeared. The eye of life and death could see through the vital points. This slash was aimed at his vital points. Without hesitation, the Divine King's eyes in his dantian glowed with a black and white light. The Divine King controlled his eye of life and death to look at the situation. In an instant, everything turned into black and white lines in Gu Hai's eyes. Rokudo Shinkuan's sacred sword was slashing towards one of the black lines on his body. Once the slash landed, he would instantly collapse like Long Zhanghua. Roar, no. Gu Hai roared with a sinister expression. Zhou Tianzhou slashed out again. This time, it wasn't to attack Rokudo Shinkuan. Instead, it was to protect the black lines on his body. Rokudo Shinkuan's expression changed. Gu Hai's life-extinguishing saber suddenly blocked the black lines. Boom! The saber and the sword clashed for the third time. The void continued to explode. However, Gu Hai managed to protect his vital points. Although the sacred sword retreated, it didn't cause any damage to Rokudo Shinkuan. Gu Hai was anxious. This was because the Zhou Tianzhou could only slash twice more. No, if he slashed once more, he might not be able to wield it anymore. However, Rokudo Shinkuan's sacred sword was still there. Gu Hai blocked Rokudo Shinkuan. On the other side, Wanshou Tongtian seemed to have found an opportunity. His fairy-slaying sword once again pierced Rokudo Shinkuan's back. Boom! The sword pierced through Rokudo Shinkuan's body. This was an unprecedented battle. After the sacred sword blocked the Zhou Tianjiu, Rokudo Shinkuan roared furiously. He twisted his body, and the fairy-slaying sword tore an even bigger hole in his body. However, Rokudo Shinkuan didn't care. He wanted to kill Wanshou Tongtian. Rat, you're courting death. Rokudo Shinkuan slashed at Wanshou Tongtian, with a ferocious look on his face. Be careful! Gu Hai's expression changed. He slashed the Zhou Tianjiu again. In the distance, Taishang's expression also changed. He struck out with his palm. However, Rokudo Shinkuan didn't care. He wanted to kill Wanshou Tongtian. He opened his eye of life and death and instantly saw Wanshou Tongtian's vital points. He slashed his sword at Wanshou Tongtian. Fairy slaying sword formation. Wanshou Tongtian exclaimed, boom, under the sacred sword. He couldn't withstand a single blow and exploded. The fairy slaying sword met it head on. Boom. The immortal slaying sword was destroyed, and the sage sword was like a deadly talisman. In the blink of an eye, it was right in front of Heavenspan. Heavenspan's eyes were filled with despair. Zhou Tianjiu couldn't save him in time. The Taishang sect master couldn't save him in time. Wanshou Tongtian was about to be killed. However, at this moment, a black shadow blocked in front of Wanshou Tongtian. With the body as the sword, with the world as long as I live. The black shadow roared and turned into a Tongtian's sword. It collided with the sacred sword. The black shadow wasn't anyone else. It was the Tongtian of the Jie sect. At the moment of Wanshou Tongtian's death, the Tongtian of the Jie sect actually blocked in front of him. All of you will die together. Rokudo Shinkuan roared. The Tongtian turned into a sword. It wasn't much weaker than the fairy-slaying sword. It suddenly emitted a dazzling black light and blocked the sacred sword. Boom! He blocked it. The black sword formed by the Tongtian blocked the sacred sword. However, a large number of cracks appeared on the black sword's body. Tongtian sect master. In the distance, Gu Hai's expression changed. Zhou Tianjiu suddenly slashed at Rokudo Shinkuan. Ha 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 ha. As expected, the sword Dao has no limits. Rokudo Shinkuan, I won't lose to you. Roar. Tongtian of the Jie sect roared with a ferocious expression. Hung. The Tongtian of the Jie sect couldn't withstand the power of the sacred sword and exploded. It turned into countless needle-like sword chi and stabbed into Rokudo Shinkuan's injured body. Boom! Rokudo Shinkuan roared in pain, especially his left eye. It was blinded by the sword chi, condensed by the Tongtian of the Jie sect. At the same time, Gu Hai's Zhou Tianjiu slashed at him. Boom! The powerful force caused Rokudo Shinkuan's left arm and a small part of his body to explode. Taishang's palm even penetrated Rokudo Shinkuan's back. Boom! Rokudo Shinkuan flew to one side. The sacred sword flew out and suddenly disappeared. Clearly, it had returned to the golden god body. His left eye was blinded, and the white light in his right eye disappeared. The eye of life and death was also withdrawn. Both his arms were destroyed. There was a palm hole and a sword hole in his chest. A small part of his body and half of his leg were torn off. He was in a miserable state. However, he was still alive. Ha 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 ha. Rokudo Shinkuan's miserable body let out a ferocious roar. At this moment, Gu Hai's body was also bleeding. On the other side, the Tongtian of the Jie sect exploded. He had completely died using the method of mutual destruction. Wanshou Tongtian looked at the center of the fragment in disbelief. There was a ray of blue light, but it was like a strand of the Tongtian's wandering soul. Why? Why did you save me? Wanshou Tongtian shouted in disbelief. even if his eldest senior brother asked him to cooperate with him. Wanshou Tongtian never thought that he would save the Tongtian of the Jia sect, because there could only be one Tongtian sect master in this world. Ha, you owe me one. Ha ha ha. The wandering soul laughed. The wandering soul waved his hand. Whoosh! Countless fragments rushed from all directions. They were the fragments of the 4 immortal swords that were previously destroyed by the Holy Sword. Although my 4 immortal swords are broken, I can let you merge them with the 7 immortal swords. Take care. Tongtian of the Jia sect waved his sleeve. Boom! The fragments of the 4 immortal swords seemed to melt and merged with Wanshou Tongtian's 7 immortal swords. Oh, you won? This sect master hates owing others the most. How can I return what I owe you? You are already dead, and your 3 spiritual and 7 physical souls are shattered. Only this strand of wandering soul is left. How can I return it to you? Wanshou Tongtian said angrily, if you can't return it to me, then return it to Gu Hai. The wandering soul sighed slightly. Buzz. The wandering soul arrived at Gu Hai's place. Gu Hai was covered in blood. He looked at this strand of wandering soul in shock. No, it should be a strand of broken soul. It was just a strand of sword will that retained Tongtian's last will. Tongtian sect master, it's my fault. If I didn't summon you, you wouldn't have. Gu Hai said bitterly, Ancient Emperor, you don't have to apologize to me. I was born for the sword, and I die for the sword. That's my destiny. I also thank you for bringing me to a stronger sword Dao. I have the Annihilation Slayer, and so does your saber. I've left a design in your limitless celestial capital's 3 Pristine's palace. I hope it will be useful to you. The wandering soul said bitterly, Gu Hai could only gather strands of heaven, replenishing power for the wandering soul. However, it was useless. The wandering soul was slowly dissipating. Gu Hai was anxious. The 18 levels of hell have the ability to repair the soul. Why can't it be repaired? Could it be that those killed by the 6 Dao can't be revived? It's a pity that I haven't been able to understand the strongest sword Dao. It's a pity that my 3 souls and 7 spirits are all broken. If only I had the chance. If I could be reborn, I would definitely cultivate a peerless sword Dao, the #1 sword Dao in the world. I wouldn't lose to anyone. The wandering soul slowly dissipated with a strand of obsession. His obsession did not stop. The #1 sword Dao in the world. As he chanted, the wandering soul slowly turned into a green sword lotus. The green sword lotus seemed to contain an unyielding sword will as it slowly dissipated. Gradually, the green sword lotus dissipated into nothingness. In this world, there was no trace of Tongtian from the Jia sect. In the distance, Wanshou Tongtian's expression was ugly. Roar. With a roar, Wanshou Tongtian wielded the 7 immortal slaying swords and charged towards the heavily injured Rokudo Shinkuan. The Taishang sect master also charged towards Rokudo Shinkuan, once again wanting to completely destroy him. Gu Hai looked at the place where the green sword lotus disappeared and let out a bitter sigh. However, in the next moment, Gu Hai was suddenly stunned. That's not right. The Tongtian sect master wasn't completely destroyed. Gu Hai's expression changed. Gu Hai had seen this green sword lotus before. There was also an identical green sword lotus between Qi's brows. Qi, one of the peerless sword cultivators under the Tongtian lineage of the Wanshou Taoism. He was also known as Young Master Green Lotus. He had interacted with Gu Hai many times. Qi learned the 4 sword Daos of Dongfang Bubi, Zhang Sanfeng Dugachobai, and Shimen Shueishue after only seeing them once. That green sword lotus was the will of the prime clear lineage. as expected of the Tongtian sect master. In order to pursue the sword Tao, he was willing to give up his 3 spiritual and 7 physical souls. Gu Hai's eyes narrowed. Ever since the Tongtian discovered his problem, Gu Hai had already noticed his abnormality. So, he had already planned to recultivate from then on. The world had lost a Tongtian from the Jie sect, but gained a Qi. No wonder Qi was so obsessed with the sword Tao. Chapter 808. Rokudo Shinkuin's left and right arms were gone, and his face was covered in blood. His left eye was blinded, and the bones in his legs were torn out. His chest had also exploded. He was in a terrible state. Despite his terrible injuries, Rokudo Shinkuin still had a strong fighting strength. The sovereign sect's master and Wansho Tongtian attacked at the same time. Even though true Monarch Six Paths was pushed back repeatedly, he was still able to counterattack with his legs. Moreover, he even spat out beams of energy that resembled lasers from his mouth. They were extremely ferocious. Gu Hai flew over with blood all over his body. When he saw Rokudo Shinkuin's tenacious vitality, his face froze. Rokudo Shinkuin is so fierce. Rokudo Shinkuin. The Taishang sect master suddenly shouted. As he shouted, he held the red gourd in his hand and aimed the mouth of the gourd at Rokudo Shinkuin. I'm here, Taishang. I'm going to turn you into ashes. Rokudo Shinkuin shouted angrily. However, as soon as he shouted, he was suddenly sucked into the red gourd. What? Rokudo Shinkuin's expression changed. However, it was too late. He was instantly sucked into the gourd. Taishang immediately sat down cross-legged and used the Taiji diagram as a cushion. He quickly activated the red gourd with both hands. Boom! The red gourd suddenly emitted a raging fire. 8 trigrams furnace? Taishang, you're courting death. Rokudo Shinkuin's angry roar came from the gourd. Burn! The Taishang sect master shouted. Boom! Suddenly, the flames of the gourd grew stronger. Ah, true Samadhi fire, true sun fire, true earth fire, sinful heart true fire. So much primordial fire. Taishang, do you want to refine me? Rokudo Shinkuin's screams could be heard from the inside. Tongtian, quick, lend me a hand and refine it as soon as possible, in case anything happens, the Taishang sect master shouted. Yes. Wansho Tongtian immediately placed his hands on the Taishang sect master's back. Boom. The Taishang sect master's hand instantly emitted a torrent of mana that rushed straight into the red gourd. The burning within the gourd grew stronger and stronger. In the distance, Gu Hai was overjoyed. It was already very difficult for him to use the 9 revolving heavens. It would be great if the Taishang sect master could burn him to death. Ah! Rokudo Shinkuin's scream came from the red gourd. In the distance, most of the experts had already been eaten by Kong Xian. There were only a few left, and they looked into the distance in horror. Impossible! Rokudo Shinkuin is undefeatable! Tai Yi exclaimed. No one is undefeatable. None of you can escape today. Kong Xian continued to kill with a ferocious expression. Roar! He opened his mouth and swallowed another Demon King. Everyone immediately panicked, as if they were about to escape. Isn't it too late to escape now? The demon descends. Kong Xian spread his wings, and black smoke instantly enveloped the surroundings. Eldest senior brother is the dominator of samsara, still alive? Wansho Tongtian asked anxiously. Soon, soon. The Taishang sect master's expression turned ugly. Half an hour had passed, and he was still alive, and he was still screaming. Something's not right. Gu Hai suddenly frowned. What's wrong? Wansho Tongtian looked at Gu Hai. A Dharma treasure? The dominator of Samsara's golden god body had the sacred sword. The divine king body had the eye of life and death. What kind of body is that? Which of the dominator of samsara's 3 souls and 7 spirits? Doesn't he have his own dharma treasure? Why does he have to borrow from others? Guhai's expression darkened. Wan Shou Tongtian's expression suddenly froze. Dharma treasure? This Rokudo Shinkuan really didn't have a dharma treasure. He had to borrow it. Which body did he have? Is the heavenly god body used up? Is it used up? I'm going to die. I'm going to die. The dominator of samsara's painful voice came from the fire gourd. As expected, Guhai suddenly realized this Rokudo Shinkuan had a dharma treasure, but he had to lend it to others. Did he lend it to the heavenly god body? Buzz. The fire gourd suddenly trembled, and a void ripple spread in all directions. His natal dharma treasure is back. The Taishang sect master's expression suddenly changed. Ha 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 ha. It's finally used up. It's back. It's back. Break for me. A ferocious roar came from the fire gourd. Boom. A crack appeared on the fire gourd, and a large amount of primordial fire instantly spread out in all directions. Puff! The Taishang sect master was hit by this huge force, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Together with Wan Shou Tongtian, they were instantly sent flying. Watch out! As they were sent flying, the Taishang sect master shouted in front of them. The fire gourd exploded, and a huge amount of cold air burst out in an instant. Ka-ka-ka-ka-ka. The surrounding void was instantly frozen by endless cold, and the shattered stars around them were instantly frozen and cracked. The fire coming out of the red gourd was instantly extinguished by the freezing. Cold air. The overwhelming cold air seemed to have extracted all the heat in the world in an instant. Hundreds of stars in the distance were instantly frozen into frost and then cracked. Stars. In an instant, a huge blue gourd could be seen vaguely. Water god physique. This is Rokudo Shinkuan's water god physique. The Arctic gourd? The Taishang sect master's expression changed. Zhou Tianjiu. Without hesitation, Guhai used all his strength to slash down again. As he slashed down, blood spurted out from all over Guhai's body, but he did not hesitate. As he slashed down, endless ice appeared in the void and blocked in front of Guhai. Hung! The ferocious slash cut through billions of layers of ice and landed heavily on Rokudo Shinkuan, who was in the middle of the blue gourd. Puff! Rokudo Shinkuan spat out a mouthful of blood, but he was not dead. Most of the force was blocked by the blue gourd. Endless ice and frost emerged from the blue gourd, but only a small crack appeared. Zhou Tianjiu caused Guhai to be severely injured. At this moment, he was like a bloodied man and was instantly sent flying by the force of the collision. Guhai had already damaged himself to the point where he did not have much energy left. Ha ha ha! It's been a long time since someone forced me into such a miserable state. Come again, roar! Rokudo Shinkuan roared with a ferocious expression. The Taishang sect master and Tongtian sect master's expressions changed. Guhai was also very weak. More importantly, the peak aura left by Long Zhangua seemed to have been depleted. Wang. Guhai's body trembled, and his human soul returned to the lower sky palace. Guhai instantly felt all the strength in his body receding, and he almost collapsed to the ground. What? Guhai's expression changed drastically. Misfortune never comes alone. His cultivation level returned to the middle sky palace. Ha 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 ha! Perfected Lord is invincible. Tai roared excitedly from afar. Rokudo Shinkuan looked at the Taishang sect master, Tongtian sect master, and the limp Guhai, and revealed a ferocious smile. How pitiful! I didn't know that I could be so close to death. Just a little bit more, just a little bit more, and I would have been burned to ashes by the true fire gourd. Just a little bit more. Rokudo Shinkuin's body was charred black, and even the bones in his legs were charred. If it was anyone else, they would have died a long time ago. But the vitality of the dominator of the six paths kept him alive. The true fire gourd released a large amount of frost and connected the dominator of the six paths' ice arms, making it easier for him to control them temporarily. Although it still looked tragic, the Taishang and Tongtian sect master saw despair in their eyes. At this moment, it was as if they were at the end of their rope. Rokudo Shinkuin was too powerful. Now, it's my turn to torture you all. I will cut your bodies into pieces and slowly torture your souls to avenge today's hatred. Rokudo Shinkuin coughed up blood as he was filled with hatred. Obviously, he was severely injured. Even so, Rokudo Shinkuin was extremely confident that he could kill everyone. Guhai lay limp on one side, unable to fight anymore. He could only reach for the blade of entrapment, as if he was going to control the Go formation again. At this moment, at the entrance of the 18th layer of hell, whoosh! Suddenly, an old man in a white robe walked in. It was Old Man Guanxi. Old Man Guanxi was slightly stunned when he entered. What a fierce battle! Guhai actually forced Rokudo Shinkuin to such a state. Old Man Guanxi was slightly surprised. Whoosh! In the next moment, Old Man Guanxi arrived at the center of the battlefield. The sudden appearance of another person changed everyone's expression. Old Man Guanxi? The Tongtian sect master glared at him, obviously very angry. Guhai was overjoyed. Ha, Old Man Guanxi, we are in big trouble. Because of you. The Taishang sect master looked at Old Man Guanxi in surprise. Kong Xian was also overjoyed. Old Man Guanxi, quickly destroy the dominator of samsara. The dominator of samsara has been severely injured by His Majesty and the others. Quickly! Old Man Guanxi looked at Guhai meaningfully, then turned to look at Rokudo Shinkuin. When Rokudo Shinkuin saw Old Man Guanxi, his expression changed. Old Man Guanxi, have you been waiting outside? Waiting for this moment? If I were to attack alone, I wouldn't be able to defeat you. However, you are only left with the strength of a piece of paper. It seems that I will have to pick up a ready-made one. Old Man Guanxi said coldly. Extreme frost. Rokudo Shinkuin's expression turned ferocious. In an instant, the extreme frost gourd in his hand spewed out a cloud of blue fog and rushed toward Old Man Guanxi. If it were any other treasure, I would have to be careful. But this extreme frost gourd of yours? Ha! Do you know that because of you, my heart has become colder than this extreme frost gourd of yours? Cold is useless against me. Old Man Guanxi's body slowly turned transparent, and in the next moment, he appeared in front of Rokudo Shinkuin. The cold air seemed to be unable to touch Old Man Guanxi. Old Man Guanxi reached out and squeezed. Half a white chess piece appeared on his fingertips. It was the Heavenly Go chess piece. However, only half of it remained. The other half had already turned into Guhai's life entrapping blade. The 33 unhindered worlds formation of the past has not been completed. Today, I will let you see it clearly. What is the limit of the 33 unhindered worlds formation? Old Man Guanxi shouted. Suddenly, thousands of huge stars appeared around the half of the Heavenly Go chess piece. The stars rotated, and the stars connected, forming a huge net that wrapped around Rokudo Shinkuin and tore him apart. Boom! The part of his body that had just been replenished with ice was torn apart by the huge net. Ah! Rokudo Shinkuin roared in pain. It was as if he was about to be torn to pieces by this powerful force. If you were at your peak, you would have been able to break the 33 unhindered worlds formation. However, you are at the end of the road now. Die. Old man Guanxi revealed a ferocious expression. In the face of death, he had to give up on his Dharma treasure no matter how good it was. Frigid gourd, explode. Rokudo Shinkun roared with a ferocious expression. Hum! The frigid gourd exploded. A powerful force shook the entire universe. The thousands of stars in the surroundings exploded. The powerful force impacted Old Man Guanxi. Puff! Old Man Guanxi spat out a mouthful of blood. He revealed a look of shock. Even if I die, I will drag all of you down with me. Rokudo Shinkun said ferociously. Crack! Only the charred bones of his legs were left. They stabbed into Old Man Guanxi's chest. Puff! Old Man Guanxi spat out a mouthful of blood. Clearly, he had been severely injured by this powerful force. In the distance, Gu Hai, Taishang, and Tongtian had already widened their eyes. They had thought that Old Man Guanxi would definitely win. However, in the next second, Rokudo Shinkun had turned the tables and won. Although he had exploded the frigid gourd, he had defeated Old Man Guanxi in one move. Was he going to tear him apart? Old Man Guanxi's life was hanging by a thread. Chapter 809. Rokudo Shinkun was severely injured, but Old Man Guanxi was able to turn the tables on him. He had lost his hands, but his charred legs stabbed into Old Man Guanxi's chest as if he wanted to tear Old Man Guanxi apart. Old Man Guanxi's life was hanging by a thread. The sudden change caused everyone's expression to change. I was careless. Old Man Guanxi said bitterly. He gripped the half-piece of heavenly goat chess in his hand again. The stars in the distant starry sky suddenly moved. Carelessness leads to death. Now, it's too late to set up a chess formation. Rokudo Shinkun roared ferociously, as if he wanted to tear Old Man Guanxi apart. Wong! At this moment, Rokudo Shinkun suddenly trembled, and his body stiffened. Old Man Guanxi frowned slightly. He saw half of a blue soul emerge from Rokudo Shinkun's body. The blue soul looked pained, as if he was struggling. The ninth young master, Gu Hai, who was in the distance, changed his expression. Ha. Only when Rokudo Shinkun is so weak can I regain my will. His will is too strong. I can't beat him. The ninth young master's soul was struggling. Rokudo Shinkun's physical face twitched. Little thing, what are you trying to do by seizing my body? If they don't die, we will. Rokudo Shinkun couldn't move. It was as if the ninth young master controlled his body. Pissed, under the control of the ninth young master, his legs were pulled out from Old Man Guanxi's chest. Puff! Old Man Guanxi spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were filled with uncertainty. Guanzhou, you did well. Old Man Guanxi said with a frown after a moment of silence. However, ninth young master looked at old Mr. Guanxi, and a miserable smile flashed in his eyes. You did well? Cabinet master, thank you for your praise. I can't accept it. Old Man Guanxi frowned slightly. Now that I've sacrificed my soul to seize the samsara's body, I've repaid the favor, right? From now on, we don't owe each other anything. Guanzhou said, with bloodshot eyes. Old Man Guanxi was speechless to himself. When I was young, my family was facing annihilation. It was you who saved me and avenged my family. From then on, I saw you as my God and obeyed your every request. To be your disciple, I worked hard. I didn't expect that it was all a trap that I couldn't extricate myself from. I respect you, but I hate you even more. You saved my life, and I did my best to save you once. From now on, We don't owe each other anything. From now on, we are master and disciple. Guanzhou roared with great sorrow. What kind of despair was this? Guanzhou seemed to be burning his soul to suppress Rokudo Shinkuen, all for the sake of repaying his debt of gratitude. However, it was also a great debt of gratitude that was extremely tragic. Old man Guanxi sighed softly. Ancient Emperor. The ninth young master suddenly shouted again. In the distance, Gu Hai was also injured all over. He looked at the ninth young master, paralyzed. The ninth young master looked at Gu Hai and smiled bitterly. I'm sorry, Ancient Emperor. I implicated you when you helped me previously. Guanzhou, I don't distinguish between good and evil. However, I have never repaid kindness with enmity. I might not be able to repay what I owe you. Take this as a token of my guilt. I'm sorry. As the ninth young master spoke, a black chess piece flew towards Gu Hai. Whoosh! The black chess piece was the chess piece that contained the countless heavenly souls. Old man Guanxi did not stop it. The chess piece flew towards Gu Hai. Pa! Gu Hai reached out with difficulty and caught it. He looked at the ninth young master in the distance with a complicated expression. You didn't know the result. I don't blame you. Gu Hai sighed softly. Many thanks. The ninth young master's eyes flashed with gratitude. However, old man Guanxi suddenly waved his hand, as though he was going to attack Rokudo Shinkuen again. Guanzhou, you bastard. If you wanted to die, you could have told me. I would have let you die completely, but now you want to kill me. Rokudo Shinkuen bellowed malevolently. The ninth young master's spirit was also trembling violently. It seemed like he could not hold on any longer. Quick, Rokudo Shinkuen is going to reclaim his body. The Taishang sect master in the distance was shocked. He won't make it in time. Old man Guanxi snorted and was about to attack. Explode! Rokudo Shinkuen stared and roared. Hung! With a loud bang, Rokudo Shinkuen's body actually exploded. The power of the explosion was extremely strong. It was comparable to Gu Hai's Zhou Tianjiu. Even old man Guanxi did not expect this explosion. In order to break free from the ninth young master's control, he would rather explode himself. The powerful impact instantly sent the Taishang sect master and Tongtian sect master flying. Puff! Gu Hai was also sent flying, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The ninth young master's spirit was naturally destroyed in an instant. The first to bear the brunt of the impact was old man Guanxi. Old man Guanxi's body also exploded in an instant. As it exploded, a look of disbelief flashed across his eyes. Rumble! Both sides suffered great losses and perished together. Gu Hai, who was seriously injured in the distance, was shocked. Old man Guanxi is dead. He was killed by the explosion? Gu Hai said in shock. Then how do we go back? The Tongtian sect master of the Jie sect was also shocked. Kong Xian had already devoured almost all the experts. Only Tai Yi, who was covered in injuries, was left. That's impossible. How could the perfected lord? Tai Yi said in disbelief. Kong Xian was also shocked. Rokudo Shinkuen and old man Guanxi perished together? That was too cruel. Just as everyone was at a loss, laughter suddenly came from the center of the explosion. Ha 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 ha, you're dead. Old man Guanxi, your spirit is also shattered. Ha 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 ha, no one can kill me. Rokudo Shinkuen's arrogant laughter came from the center of the explosion. He's not dead yet. Kong Xian looked desperate. He's not dead yet. He saw that there was still Rokudo Shinkuen's head in the center of the explosion. It was now white and covered in blood. Even old man Guanxi was killed, but Rokudo Shinkuen still had a head. Gu Hai, the Taishang sect master, and the Tongtian sect master felt their scalps go numb. Continue attacking. Don't let him escape. The Taishang sect master shouted. The Tongtian sect master and the Taishang sect master rushed forward. However, Rokudo Shinkuin didn't want to fight anymore. His head turned into a ray of light and rushed toward the exit of the 18th level of hell. He was going to escape. How could he fight with one head left? The Taishang sect master and the Tongtian sect master couldn't catch up. Just as they were about to reach the exit, buzz! Another figure suddenly stepped out of the exit. Old man Guanxi? Guhai said in shock. Another old man, Guanxi? You also have 10 clones? Rokudo Shinkuin's head said in surprise. Old man Guanxi seemed to be very unfamiliar with this place. He looked at Rokudo Shinkuin's head flying toward him in shock. How tragic. There's still one head left. That's great. Old man Guanxi said coldly. As he spoke, he reached out and took out half a Heavenly Go chess piece. Why is there still half a Heavenly Go chess piece? Guhai was slightly surprised. Old man Guanxi took out half a Heavenly Go chess piece and pressed it. Whoosh! Suddenly, more than 1,000 stars appeared out of thin air and slowly arranged themselves into a huge formation. It looked like a huge chessboard. 34? In the distance, Guhai's eyes narrowed. The 33 great formations were not old man Guanxi's limit. As soon as the 34 great formations appeared, an aura of great destruction pressed down on Rokudo Shinkuin's head. Ha! Ha ha ha, old man Guanxi, you really hid your strength well. Rokudo Shinkuin's eyes were dripping blood, and his expression was ferocious. In this hunt for Guhai, Rokudo Shinkuin had experienced an extremely painful battle. Explode! Rokudo Shinkuin shouted fiercely. In the end, the head exploded with a loud bang. Old man Guanxi's expression changed. He did not expect Rokudo Shinkuin to suddenly become so ruthless and self-destruct as soon as he appeared. Hung! Another huge crack appeared in the void, and old man Guanxi was blown to pieces again. It's over? Guhai looked at the black hole in the distance, and his eyes flashed with shock. This Rokudo Shinkuin is really fierce. He's not dead yet, the Taishang sect master said in shock. He saw a blue light rushing toward the entrance of the 18th floor of hell. No physical body. That's the soul body. A rootless soul body. How can he escape? The Taishang sect master's expression changed, and he seemed to want to catch him. Whoosh! Suddenly, another old man, Guanxi, stepped out of the entrance of the 18th floor of hell. Seeing the third old man Guanxi appear, even Rokudo Shinkuin was in despair. Is there no end to this? Whoosh! Suddenly, old man Guanxi took out a white chess piece and absorbed Rokudo Shinkuin's soul body. Old man Guanxi looked around. The 18th floor of hell was already in a terrible state. No, impossible, true lord, Tai shouted in shock. Swish! Kong Xian's 5-color divine light enveloped Tai. Kong Xian's sharp claws stabbed into Tai Yi's head. His expression was ferocious. No, Tai Yi screamed. Whoosh! Kong Xian swallowed Tai Yi in one gulp. The battle was over. Rokudo Shinkuin died, and his soul body was absorbed by the third old man Guanxi. Guhai looked at the distant old man Guanxi with a gloomy expression. What a thrilling game! Rokudo Shinkuin was extremely strong, but in the end, he couldn't escape old man Guanxi's scheme. Old man Guanxi was the biggest schemer in this battle. Guhai, you guys are really strong. Old man Guanxi sneered. Whoosh! In an instant, old man Guanxi stepped out of the 18th floor of hell and disappeared. In the 18th floor of hell, everyone fell limp. That's only one Rokudo Shinkuin. There are 9 more? 9 more. The Tongtian sect master's eyelids twitched. Your Majesty, how are you? Kong Xian was surrounded by black gas, but he swallowed all the experts and flew in front of Gu Hai. Rokudo Shinkuan's connection with me has disappeared. Gu Hai's eyes lit up. The sovereign sect's master glanced at the chaotic starry sky, and then he stretched out his hand and waved the Tai Chi diagram. Rumble! The Taishang sect master immediately formed a huge suction force. In an instant, countless fragments in the entire universe gathered. In the blink of an eye, the fragments of the Bell of Chaos, Apocalypse, and Arctic Gourd arrived in front of the Taishang sect master. There are no fragments of the heavenly Go chess. The Taishang sect master frowned. Taishang sect master. Although the time here is not symmetrical with the outside world, after this battle, the other Rokudo Shinkuan must have reacted. We have to leave immediately, Gu Hai said with a bitter smile. Chapter 8:10. The Taishang sect master brought the Tongtian sect master and flew to Gu Hai, ancient emperor. The battle just now has truly broadened my horizons. The sovereign sect's master gazed at Gu Hai, while a wisp of admiration flashed through his eyes. It could be said that most of the Rokudo Shinkuan's injuries were caused by Gu Hai. I wouldn't dare to say that it was an eye-opener. However, if we don't leave now, the rest of the Rokudo Shinkuan will be here. Gu Hai said with a bitter smile. Let's go then. Ancient Emperor, how are your injuries? The Taishang sect master asked worriedly. Very painful. I can't move for now. Gu Hai said with a bitter smile. Within his body, the heaven-replenishing energy was nourishing his physical body. However, as Gu Hai's physical body grew stronger, the amount of heaven-replenishing energy required also increased. He wouldn't be able to fully recover in a short period of time. Your Majesty, I'll support you. Kong Xian supported Gu Hai. Kong Xian, the demonic qi around you seems to have thickened. Gu Hai looked at Kong Xian. Kong Xian nodded. I ate so much, but I couldn't digest them all. However, I should be fine supporting your Majesty. Hell Dao reincarnation. You can't kill them, and they can be revived. Are they all dead? Gu Hai asked worriedly. Not completely dead, because they haven't fully digested. Rest assured, your Majesty, I'll make sure they die outside hell. NNLY, Kong Xian said solemnly. Gu Hai nodded. Let's go. The Taishang nodded. Gu Hai suddenly shook his head. Everyone looked at Gu Hai doubtfully. We can't go back the way we came. Gu Hai shook his head. Taishang, Tongtian, and Kong Xian nodded. But can Kong Xian tear open another reincarnation crack? Taishang asked worriedly. At the very least, the Taishang sect master and the Tongtian sect master were unable to do so. Hell is different from 800,000 years later. At the very least, the 18th level hasn't been sealed yet. Gu Hai said with a smile. As he spoke, Gu Hai took out a white jade bottle with great difficulty. There were still 4 reincarnation lotuses in the jade bottle. Gu Hai gestured to Kong Xian. Kong Xian naturally recognized this reincarnation lotus. 800,000 years later, His Majesty had used it to bring him away once. Pa! Kong Xian plucked one of the petals, and in an instant the reincarnation lotus withered rapidly. Below the reincarnation lotus, an exit appeared in the void. The reincarnation lotus? The Tongtian sect master's expression changed. I got it by chance. Everyone, let's go, Gu Hai said with a wry smile. All right. The Taishang sect master nodded. Whoosh! The 4 of them entered the exit and disappeared from the 18th level of hell in the blink of an eye. Wong! After a short while, the hole suddenly closed and disappeared. Not long after Gu Hai left, outside the Peacock Palace, Boom. Suddenly, a strong gust of wind blew, shattering the entire Peacock Palace and revealing a crack in the void. It was a man in a Taoist robe. He had a cold expression on his face as he arrived in an instant. Rokudo Shinkuen. Another Rokudo Shinkuen? Whoosh! Rokudo Shinkuen stepped into the crack in the void and entered the Hell Dao reincarnation cycle. Boom! Another strong gust of wind blew over. Another Rokudo Shinkuen rushed over. With a ferocious expression, he stepped into the crack in the void. The two Rokudo Shinkuen entered the Hell Dao reincarnation cycle together and rushed straight to the 18th level of hell. As soon as they entered, the two Rokudo Shinkuen's expressions turned cold. Escaped? Humph! One of the Rokudo Shinkuen said coldly. Guhai? Taishang? Tongtian? Guanqi? Humph! Don't even think about escaping. The other Rokudo Shinkuen said with a ferocious expression. The two Rokudo Shinkuen looked at each other. At almost the same time, the two Rokudo Shinkuen said with great hatred, "Go to Wansho Taoism." Whoosh! The two Rokudo Shinkuen turned around and left the Hell Dao reincarnation cycle. They left the Peacock Shrine and headed straight for Wansho Taoism, their faces full of anger. Taishang and Tongtian's betrayal had completely severed ties with the Rokudo Shinkuen. The reincarnation Lotus brought Gu Hai's group out of hell, but they appeared at a random place. The group of people appeared in a valley, but the passage behind them suddenly disappeared. Tongtian, go and find out where this place is. Taishang ordered. Yes, sir, Tongtian replied, and left. Ancient Emperor, it was all thanks to you. Junior brother said that there should be two Rokudo Shinkuen looking for you. If there's only one this time, doesn't that mean that there will be another Rokudo Shinkuen looking for you in 10 days? Taishang frowned. Indeed. Taishang Sect Master, you sent Tongtian away. What do you want to say to me alone? Guhai said weakly. Wang. The Taishang Sect Master flipped his hand and took out a pile of fragments. They were the fragments of the Bell of Chaos, Apocalypse, Arctic Gourd, and the broken True Fire Gourd. The Taishang Sect Master flipped his hand and kept the broken True Fire Gourd. Although the True Fire Gourd is broken, it still contains Samadhi primordial fire. I can continue to use it to refine immortal medicines and weapons. These three treasures are useless to me. This battle was mostly the work of the ancient emperor. I'll leave these fragments to him. As he spoke, he handed the fragments to Gu Hai. Gu Hai looked doubtfully at Taishang, but saw the sincerity in Taishang's eyes. Taishang Sect Master is wise. Gu Hai is ashamed. Gu Hai said with a wry smile, the Taishang Sect Master was indeed observant. He had actually seen through Wu Yu's subtle expressions and had given them to him without hesitation. Many thanks to the Taishang Sect Master for granting me my wish. Gu Hai did not reject pretentiously. He reached out and kept the fragments of the three treasures. This is what you deserve. I also saw that some time ago, the Purgatory Realm's boundless energy seemed to be converging towards you. The Grand Supreme was puzzled. Taishang Sect Master is perceptive, Gu Hai exclaimed. Earlier, when Gu Hai's mortal soul took over his body, his strength reached its peak. He could actually control the Mortal Soul Book and the Earth Soul Book. Although he did not know how to use the Mortal Soul Book, he could use the Earth Soul Book to absorb energy. In one go, Gu Hai had extracted the wandering energy of the entire Naraka Dao reincarnation cycle. It was a pity that the current Naraka Dao reincarnation cycle was much less than it had been 800,000 years ago. After all, it was completely sealed off after 800,000 years, and the energy could not flow out at all. The Taishang Sect Master did not pursue the matter. Instead, he asked, in 10 days, Rokudo Shinkun will attack again. Can you still kill the 6 Tao reincarnation cycle? Guhai smiled bitterly. All the treasures are broken, and I'm heavily injured. The 6 Tao reincarnation cycle is on guard against me. But in 10 days, there's nothing we can do. At the very least, we haven't thought of anything yet. If it wasn't for your repeated attacks with the divine weapon, Rokudo Shinkun would have been invincible. Even if Rokudo Shinkun was on guard, no one in this world would be able to defeat him. The Taishang sect master smiled bitterly. Rokudo Shinkun is one thing, but there's also Old Man Guanxi, Guhai said with a frown. Old Man Guanxi? 2 of them have already died. Is he like Rokudo Shinkun, who can split into 10 bodies? Kong Xian asked doubtfully. Guhai shook his head. I don't know, but I have a feeling that Old Man Guanxi doesn't just want to kill Rokudo Shinkun. He seems to have a bigger plan, Guhai said with a complicated expression. Old Man Guanxi? Oh, that's right. Besides you, I can't see through him. The Taishang sect master was silent for a while. Whoosh! At this moment, the Tongtian sect master returned. Eldest senior brother, we are now beside a city in Dongfang of the Divine Continent. The Tongtian explained. Dongfang? Dongfang is good too. The Taishang nodded. He turned to Guhai and said, Ancient Emperor Rokudo Shinkun's intention to murder the heavens has been confirmed. You still have 10 days. I believe you need to recuperate in these 10 days. Why don't you follow me to a place? Oh, Guhai looked at the Taishang sect master. To see human Emperor Fushi, the Taishang sect master said, solemnly. Fushi? Taiwa's brother? Guhai's expression changed. That's right. The ancient emperor is strange. Others know about Fushi before Taiwa. Why do you know more about Taiwa? Oh, that's right. After 800,000 years, there will be Taiwa and no Fushi, the Taishang sect master said with a smile. Guhai smiled wryly. Taiwa seemed to be his wife now. Was he going to see his brother-in-law? Human Emperor Fushi? I've heard of him a few times. I wonder what's so special about this Fushi? Guhai asked curiously. The Tongtian said solemnly, the Long Zhanghua is the most powerful person in 800,000 years. 6 Tao is the most powerful person in this era. Fushi was the most powerful person in the previous era. Oh, Guhai was slightly taken aback. In the past, Fushi was close to ruling the world, but for some reason, he suddenly scattered all his imperial authority and went into seclusion. Since then, he has distanced himself from the world. Now that the great calamity is near, it's time to invite him back. The Taishang said solemnly, Eldest senior brother, do you know where Fushi is? Didn't I hear that Fushi was completely cut off from the world? The Tongtian asked in surprise. The Taishang shook his head. I only found out by chance. All right, then I'll have to trouble the Taishang sect master to lead the way. Guhai said, solemnly. Your Majesty, I'll carry you. The Kong Xian said, solemnly. Guhai nodded. Screech. The Kong Xian transformed into a giant peacock. This time, it was only a few dozen feet long. It was big enough for Guhai to sit on. Follow me, the Taishang sect master shouted. Boom. Immediately, the group flew into the sky. Guhai sat cross-legged on the back of the Kong Xian. He closed his eyes and started to meditate. The heaven-mending energy was constantly healing his injuries. Since his physical body was not fully healed, the heaven-mending energy would not be wasted on the 3 magical treasure fragments. However, the 3 magical treasures had also reached the spiritual mother deity king. 1. The Eye of Life and Death saw countless black lines on the 3 magical treasures. Whoosh! At this moment, The iceberg in the water deity king's body seemed to be projecting a wave of cold air towards the Arctic gourd. Oh, cold air? Guhai's expression changed. He separated a strand of heaven-mending energy into the broken Arctic gourd. Immediately, the black lines connected. Rumble! The iceberg's cold air entered the Arctic gourd. Immediately, the Arctic gourd started to repair itself under the nourishment of the cold air. Since the Arctic gourd can be repaired by the iceberg, then the Arctic gourd belongs to the water deity. Immediately, the Arctic gourd flew into the water deity palace. Whoosh! The cracked Arctic gourd immediately sucked the iceberg into it. The iceberg emitted cold air, nourishing the cracks on its surface. Guhai's water deity king hugged the Arctic gourd and quickly refined it. Chapter 8:11. The iceberg became a great tonic, rapidly mending the Arctic gourd. And the shattering of the Arctic gourd made it much easier for Guhai to refine. The Earth Soul in the Middle Sky Palace controlled the boundless energy and quickly absorbed it. Another round of energy. Although it was much less than 800,000 years later, it was still a huge amount. 2 hours later, boom! A powerful energy current surged out of Guhai's body. Oh! The Taishang sect master and Tongtian sect master turned to look at him at the same time. Phew! Guhai opened his eyes and exhaled lightly. Middle Sky Palace, 9th tier. His cultivation had broken through another tier. Guhai smiled bitterly. It was indeed difficult for him to increase his cultivation level. The energy of the entire Purgatory Tao reincarnation cycle had only increased by 1 tier. Congratulations, Ancient Emperor. Your cultivation level has increased by another level. The Taishang sect master smiled. Taishang sect master, you must be joking. It's still only the Middle Sky Palace. It's not worth mentioning. Guhai shook his head slightly. The Taishang sect master shook his head. I have a feeling that this tier of yours will surpass the cultivation of others by an entire tier. Perhaps. Guhai smiled slightly, but did not continue the conversation. The Taishang sect master was indeed perceptive. No wonder he would create a song like Taishang's Long Life's Melody in the future. The increase in cultivation level had healed Guhai's injuries greatly, but he was still a little weak. However, with the heaven-replenishing power, Guhai was confident that he could fully recover within 10 days. This time, not only had his cultivation level increased, his physical body had also reached its peak due to the exclusive possession of the human soul. He was more than 10 times stronger than before. Perhaps fearing that it would affect Guhai's injuries, the group did not fly quickly. They only arrived after 4 hours. It was a huge island in the East Sea. The island was very low-key. It was shrouded in clouds, and there was no fate around it. There was nothing special about it. We're here, the Taishang sect master said in a deep voice. This is where Fushi lives. The Tongtian sect master had a strange look in his eyes. Very normal, but don't underestimate them. Let's go. Taishang smiled. The group of 4 slowly flew towards the seemingly ordinary island. Flying. They slowly entered the foggy area outside the island. Whew! The moment he entered the fog, Guhai shuddered. The 3 people beside him had disappeared. Guhai's pupils shrank. He immediately stood up and looked around coldly. The scene in front of him had completely changed. The island from before had disappeared, leaving only a vast expanse of land. Guhai was standing in the middle of this land, surrounded by silence. An illusion? Guhai's face darkened. The 4 of them entered a large formation. Unfortunately, this was not a formation of the way of chess, so he could not understand it immediately. Guhai didn't run around randomly. Instead, he stayed where he was and sensed the array. Oh, so it's you, evil demon? How dare you come to Washu Island? I'll take you to repay the kindness of the samsara. Ha 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 ha. A cold laugh suddenly came. Guhai's face darkened. The four of us sincerely request an audience with the human sovereign Fushi. Who are you? How did you become the samsara's lackey? Could it be that Fushi has surrendered to the samsara? How dare you slander my master? The voice suddenly shouted angrily. Master? Ha! You want to repay the kindness of the samsara? Looks like Fushi is your master. However, you trapped Fushi as a guest to please the samsara. You're abusing your position for personal gain. You're betraying your master for glory. How dare you call Fushi your master? If I were Fushi, I would be deeply ashamed of you. Guhai shouted coldly. Guhai was infuriating the person in the array, because only when he appeared would he be able to find a flaw in the array. And what a glib tongue. However, it's useless to me. Didn't you say so much just because you want to see me? So, what if I let you see me? The voice was full of arrogance. Suddenly, a cloud of fog appeared not far away from Guhai. The fog slowly dissipated, revealing a man in a black robe. Guhai's pupils shrank. The black-robed man in front of him looked exactly like him. He looked exactly like him. Who are you? Guhai stared at him. I am you. The fake Guhai sneered. You are me? Ha! You think you're me just because you look like me? Guhai sneered. I look exactly like you. Do you believe me? The fake Guhai said with a smile. Guhai stared at the person in front of him. Indeed, he looked exactly like him. You don't believe me? Why don't you see what I can do? The fake Guhai sneered. As he spoke, he rushed toward Guhai. However, he had just taken a step forward. Cough, cough, cough. The fake Guhai spat out a mouthful of blood. Guhai was speechless. How did you get hurt like this? You made me pull on my wound when I tried to circulate my energy. Damn it, my back is all torn. Why didn't you say anything when you were seriously injured? The fake Guhai looked at Guhai gloomily and shouted angrily. Guhai looked at the fake person in front of him blankly. What kind of logic was this? His body was injured, so he couldn't circulate his energy? How unlucky. You're actually a sickly person. You made me do so much. Humph. The fake person looked at Guhai gloomily. Who are you? Guhai asked again in a deep voice. Humph, I said, I'm you. You look exactly like me. The fake person sneered again. Me? Ha! You've learned it quite well. Remove the array immediately. Otherwise, I don't care if you're Fushi's servant or not. Guhai said coldly. Then come at me. The fake person was not afraid at all. Guhai waved his hand, and an immortal slaying gourd appeared in front of him. The fake person waved his hand, and an immortal slaying gourd appeared suddenly. Treasure, please turn around. The real and fake Guhai shouted almost at the same time. Shing! Boom! An immortal slaying flying dagger flew out of the two gourds. The two immortal slaying flying daggers collided in the void and returned to the immortal slaying gourd. I said, You look exactly like me, right? The fake person sneered. What do you want? Guhai said coldly. Surrender, and I'll spare your life. The fake person said coldly. Hey, you! Guhai sneered. Guhai was indeed injured now. However, that did not mean that he could not fight. However, the fake person before him was extremely strange. Guhai did not use all his moves right away. Don't worry, I'll play along with you. In this ritual array of mine, I can last forever until you are willing to surrender, the fake person said with a smile. However, Guhai narrowed his eyes. This fake person's attitude was extremely strange. He wanted to capture Xiao Chun, but was not in a rush to do so. You said that you look exactly like me? I'm the best at Go. Are you the same? Guhai said sullenly. Play Go? Hey, you can't beat me. The fake person sneered. Oh. Guhai raised his eyebrows. In today's world, the Empress Dowager is the best at Go. Even she cannot beat me here, let alone you. As for that old Mr. Guanxi, he would not be a match for me here. Just you? The fake person sneered. Ha! What great confidence! Are you not afraid of biting your tongue? Guhai sneered. If you don't believe me, why don't you try me? The fake person smiled. Guhai frowned slightly and nodded. Whoosh! The fake person waved his hand, and a Go board appeared out of thin air. Then he invited Guhai to play his Go stone. Guhai played his black Go stone. Without hesitation, Guhai played his Go stone, Tian Yuan. Like I said, I am you. No, in the Go Dao, I am better than you. The fake person sneered. Clack! The fake person played his Go stone, 9-5. The two played back and forth. At first, Guhai thought that the fake person was just boasting and was not using his full strength. However, as he continued to play his Go stones, the fake person suddenly struck his vital points. Guhai discovered that this person's Go skills were truly extraordinary. Guhai slowly turned serious. The fake person continued to play his Go stones. However, as Guhai grew increasingly serious, the fake person's Go skills also rapidly increased. Guhai suddenly goggled. What strange Go skills! As my Go skills increased, so did the other party. Furthermore, the fake person's Go style was so similar to mine. It was almost identical. The fake person's Go style seemed to be a copy of mine. Guhai's expression turned sullen as he became even more serious. However, the fake person's Go skills stuck to him like maggots. What strange Go skills! Like I said, I am you, the fake person sneered. However, Guhai ignored the fake person and continued playing his Go stones. How about this? If you can beat me in Go, I'll let you enter the island. If you can't beat me, you'll just surrender? That will save me a lot of effort, the fake person said with a smile. Amit Ba. Suddenly, a Buddhist chant rang out not far from Guhai. Huh. The fake person's expression changed. Guhai turned his head and saw a plump monk holding a jade-green bamboo staff. The monk seemed to be tearing through space as he walked over. A bamboo staff? Guhai's expression changed. This bamboo staff is very familiar. It seems that Qin Zibai has one as well. The future Buddha? How did you cross my dream barrier? The fake person suddenly glared. Although this humble monk cannot see, this humble monk has a pair of eyes and a divine communication staff. That is how I can cross the dream barrier you left behind. Why? Mr. Hichu, did you not take on my appearance but someone else's? The plump future Buddha said with a smile. The future Buddha? Guhai felt slightly startled. This was not the future Buddha 800,000 years later, but the previous future Buddha. The previous future Buddha, whom the evil Rulai, the past Buddha, and Bodhisattva Lien Sheng killed 800,000 years later. The fake person's expression changed. Great monk, you are still not giving up, are you? I already told you that none of these evil demons are good. This is especially so for that old man Guanxi. He is unpardonably evil. Why are you still looking for trouble? This humble monk only wants to meet Fushi. The future Buddha solemnly said, My master is not receiving guests. Also, I already told you before, if you want to enter the island, you have to at least get past me. If you can't even get past me, what qualifications do you have to enter the island? The fake person said coldly. Guhai greets the future Buddha. Guhai said solemnly as he stood up. The future Buddha could not see with his eyes, but he could see with his eyes. You are also from 800,000 years later like the past Buddha and the present Buddha. The future Buddha frowned slightly. Oh, that's right. Guhai nodded. Future Buddha, how many times have I told you? That 800,000 years later is nonsense. Why are you so stupid? The fake person called out, feeling depressed. Stupid? Mr. Hichu, how can you be so sure that what they said is false? The future Buddha shook his head. Hichu. Guhai looked at the fake person in front of him. Mr. Good, this is Fushi's servant, Hichu. He has the ability to predict the future. Right now, we are in a dream that he created. Therefore, he can become exactly like you in the dream. Even the details are the same as what you see in your heart. Oh, right. Are you playing chess with him? It seems that he cheated with his prediction again. Don't play chess with him. He can see your moves in advance. The future Buddha shook his head. Chapter 8:12. Hichu? Prophecy? Guhai furrowed his brows. This is the dream realm. No matter how much you use, he will be able to use the same amount. He will slowly wear you down until you are mentally and physically exhausted. The future Buddha explained, wear me down. That's right. Apart from some superficial physical combat, if you don't use any techniques, he won't be able to use them either. However, as soon as you use them, he will be able to use them immediately. How troublesome. The future Buddha said bitterly. I see. Ha, my body is seriously injured. And so is his body. If I don't attack, he won't attack. Dream realm? He is like a shadow in a mirror. Guhai said coldly. Guhai, just surrender. You can't beat me in the dream realm, but here I am invincible. Moreover, this is your deep dream realm. One glance outside is equivalent to 1,000 years inside. Let's see how long you can last. Hichu said smugly. Guhai looked at Hichu strangely. Although Hichu had strange abilities, he seemed to be quite impetuous. Guhai looked at the future Buddha. He gave him a look. Although the future Buddha couldn't see with his eyes, his mind could see more clearly. Was Guhai giving him a hint? I don't think so. Guhai turned to look at Hichu. Hichu was puzzled. Future Buddha, I am seriously injured and weak. Why don't you make a move? He is not your opponent. Guhai said solemnly. You want to deal with me in my dream? Hichu sneered. While they were talking, another fake future Buddha appeared beside Hichu. In the dream realm, I will deal with you. However, I can create an identical nightmare. This nightmare is exactly the same as the future Buddha. It will do whatever the future Buddha does. Hichu sneered. Amateus Buddha. The fake future Buddha put his palms together and sneered. Who said I would let the future Buddha deal with you? Guhai sneered. Hichu was slightly taken aback. However, he saw Guhai reach out and take out the life entrapment blade. Suddenly, a thick fog enveloped him and Hichu. Future Buddha, please close your mind's eye and attack me. Guhai said from within the fog. Oh, okay, Mr. Good. The future Buddha smiled. What's going on? Hichu was slightly stunned. In the next moment, the future Buddha stabbed the divine scepter of wisdom into the fog. Boom. Immediately, Hichu let out a miserable cry. He asked you to stab him. Why did you stab me? Hichu roared angrily. Under Hichu's control, the fake future Buddha bamboo staff instantly pierced into the fog. Boom. Why is it me again? Hichu suddenly exclaimed. The future Buddha had hit him with his staff. So why did the fake future Buddha also hit him? Because he can't see. Guhai laughed in the fog. Can't see? What do you mean? Hichu was slightly taken aback. If you can't see, then hit blindly. You and I both have the same probability of being hit, just like now. Guhai smiled. The real and fake future Buddha once again stabbed the bamboo staff into the fog. Boom. Boom. Why is it me again? Hichu was shocked and furious. It seems that there's one thing you can't copy me. Guhai suddenly laughed. What? Hichu said, angrily. Luck. Guhai laughed. Huh. Hichu was stunned. Boom. 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 Impossible. I never rely on luck. Why do you keep hitting me? Hichu was depressed. Of course, Guhai was hit by some sticks, but most of them landed on Hichu. The two moved around in the fog, and Hichu was hit again and again. Speaking of which, I also never rely on luck, but I know that my luck is definitely better than yours. Guhai laughed in the fog. Why? That's impossible. He too ran around gloomily. The two future Buddhas kept stabbing him. This fight lasted for an hour. Hichu was beaten black and blue, but in the end, only Hichu's screams could be heard in the fog. Guhai occasionally hit him with a few sticks, but it was not a big deal. I can't be so unlucky. It's impossible. Also, how did you get hurt so badly that I can't even block a few sticks? Hichu roared in shock. Guhai spoke again. Future Buddha, this concerns the world. You don't have to worry about such trifles. Since Hichu is in our way, you should kill him. Use all your strength and kill him with one hit. Guhai, you're so cruel. Hichu roared. You're wrong. Actually, you and I both have a 50-50 chance of being beaten to death, right? Let's see how lucky we are. Guhai said with a smile. See how lucky we are. Even though Hichu did not believe that his luck was bad, after an hour of beating, Hichu had a clear understanding that his luck was indeed not as good as Guhai's. That was strange. All right, Mr. Good, you have to be careful. This fight of mine is destructive. The future Buddha nodded. Boom. The bamboo stick struck down, and even the void was torn apart. Although Hichu was in the fog, he suddenly felt the threat of death. Was this fight directed at Guhai? No, it was definitely directed at him. On the other side, the fake future Buddha also struck down with his stick. The void rippled, and the threat of death immediately rushed forward. One stick was enough to take his life. Now that it was two sticks, wouldn't it be over? Was it him or Guhai? Choose one of the two? No, he was more unlucky. It would definitely hit him. Guhai, you're so cruel. Hichu roared as the bamboo stick struck down. He reached out and lifted his hand, and the dreamscape around him exploded with a bang. Hichu flew into the distance in an instant. It looked like an old man with a mustache. Boom. The moment the fake future Buddha disappeared from the dream, he also collapsed. However, the real future Buddha's bamboo staff suddenly stopped above Guhai's head. What? It's Guhai this time? Hichu, who had removed the dreamscape, suddenly changed his expression. There was a kind of depressing feeling in his heart. Mr. Good, you're so wise. The future Buddha put away the divine scepter of enlightenment and praised. What do you mean? Hichu's expression darkened. He saw that Guhai's body was also full of stick marks at this moment. It wasn't because he was lucky that he was hit less, but because he was hit as much as Hichu. The future Buddha stabbed and hit two people at the same time. Future Buddha, you're really ruthless. Guhai smiled bitterly. He circulated the heaven replenishing power, and the wounds on his body slowly disappeared. Whoosh! In the distance, Kong Xian suddenly flew closer. The Taishang sect master and Tongtian sect master also looked at Hichu with cold expressions. Hichu, you tricked us just now? The Taishang sect master's expression turned cold. Eldest senior brother, don't talk nonsense with him. He dared to transform into our appearance just now. Humph, just kill him. The Tongtian sect master took out the fairy slaying sword. Previously, in the dreamscape, Hichu could transform into his opponent's appearance, but not now. At the same time, he was very clear about the Tongtian sect master's strength. He wanted to kill him? Ah, help! Hichu turned around and flew toward Washu Island, which was not far away. His strength doesn't seem to be very high. The future Buddha smiled bitterly. Hichu's strength wasn't high, but he trapped everyone. If not for Guhai's trick of injuring himself to gain their confidence, they wouldn't have been able to get out of the dreamscape. Thank you, future Buddha. Guhai bowed slightly to the future Buddha. Previously, when he spoke, the future Buddha actually cooperated seamlessly. It was clear that the future Buddha was also very intelligent. I should thank Mr. Good. In such a short time, Mr. Good could see that Hichu's temperament wasn't good enough. Ordinary people can't compare to him. The future Buddha shook his head. Future Buddha, I heard that the Lingshan sect's third-generation Buddha has pledged allegiance to Rokudo Shinkuan. Why are you here? The Taishang sect master looked at the future Buddha with a frown. The future Buddha smiled bitterly. The Lingshan sect's third-generation Buddha, the future Buddha who pledged allegiance to Rokudo Shinkuan, is not me. Oh, Guhai's expression changed. There's another future Buddha. They were going to kill me. Fortunately, I saw through it and escaped. What a joke. Third-generation Buddha. So that's how replaceable he is. The future Buddha said bitterly. While everyone was talking, Hichu's shout suddenly came from Washu Island in the distance. Empress Taiwa, it's them. They came to make trouble and wanted to kill me. Hichu shouted angrily. The angry shout in the distance immediately attracted everyone's attention. Guhai turned his head to look. Then he saw two figures in a white cloud. One of them was Taiwa. The moment Guhai saw Taiwa, he felt a sense of warmth in his heart. The tension he had been under for the past few days instantly relaxed. Taiwa still looked the same, but he looked younger. There was a flash of anger in his eyes. It's them, that evil demon Guhai, evil demon Kong Xian. Hichu pointed at Guhai and kept shouting. Greetings, Empress Taiwa. Kong Xian understood the emotional entanglement between Guhai and Taiwa. Naturally, he immediately bowed. Humph! It's useless to bow now. Hichu glared. When Taiwa saw Kong Xian's respect, her anger subsided a little. Didn't Hichu make it clear to you? Washu Island is not open to the public. No one is allowed to enter. Taiwa glared at everyone. Empress Taiwa, do you still remember me? Taishang suddenly asked with a smile. Taiwa looked at Taishang, and her expression changed. It's you? The one that my brother borrowed the Taiji diagram from you? That's me, Taishang immediately said with a smile. Seeing Taishang, Taiwa frowned slightly. Clearly, she knew that Taishang had a certain relationship with Fushi. Greetings, Empress Taiwa. This monk once listened to Fushi talk about the Tao of longevity cultivation on Washu Island. Fushi summarized what he had learned in his life and passed down the 8 meridians of longevity cultivation, corresponding to the innate 8 trigrams, for lives and 4 deaths. I was there. The future Buddha also said politely. Oh, it's you, that fat monk. Taiwa's expression changed. Guhai, who was standing at the side, was slightly stunned. Longevity master? The unborn man was longevity cultivation, right? It was said that longevity cultivation had 8 meridians, 4 lives and 4 deaths. It was passed down by Fushi. That's right, Empress Taiwa. Now that the world is facing a great calamity, we came here to ask for human sovereign Fushi's help. Please forgive us, Empress Taiwa. The future Buddha solemnly bowed. Empress, don't listen to their nonsense. These people are with the evil demons Guhai and Kong Xian. They are definitely not good people, Hichu immediately shouted. Shut up. Taiwa glared at him. But Hichu still wanted to say something. Taiwa's eyes turned cold. Hichu's expression froze, and he didn't dare to say anything. However, his eyes were filled with depression. Chapter 8:13. Taiwa ignored the evil spirit that Hichu spoke of. Instead, she looked at Taishang and the future Buddha and said, "Everyone, no matter what your reason is, Huashu Island does not welcome any guests. My brother will not see anyone. Either, Your Highness Taiwa, the current situation is extremely complicated. Heaven's destruction is not far away, and the common people's deaths are just around the corner. We came here to make a final effort. If Fushi does not care, heaven will destroy us." The future Buddha immediately said anxiously, "Humph, heaven will destroy us. What a laughable excuse. Do you think we will believe you?" Hichu said with a glare. Taiwa also showed an expression of disbelief. "Taiwa, this is no longer something that you can understand. Inform Fushi immediately," the Tong Tian said coldly. "And who are you? See my brother? I already made myself clear. If you don't leave, don't blame me for being impolite," Taiwa said with a glare. "Humph. Since we are here today, we must see Fushi, no matter who is in our way," the Tong Tian said with a hint of pressure in her cold voice. Taishang did not say anything. Clearly, the situation was critical, and Taishang did not care about etiquette. The Tong Tian looked coldly at Taiwa, seemingly wanting to barge into Huashu Island. "You dare!" Taiwa glared. Clearly, Taiwa did not know the Tong Tian sect master yet. Her eyes were cold and unyielding. "Tong Tian sect master, please calm down." Gu Hai immediately stood in front of the Tong Tian sect master. After all, this was his wife. Although Taiwa did not know the situation, she was his wife, so he should protect her. "Huh." The Tong Tian sect master looked at Gu Hai with a frown. Everyone had the same goal. Why did Gu Hai jump out to stop me? Taiwa looked at Gu Hai in confusion. Turning around, Gu Hai looked at Taiwa and said, "Taiwa, I know you don't know us, but we are very familiar with you. I'm sure Hichu has already told you that we claim to be from 800,000 years in the future." Taiwa frowned. 800,000 years later? Humph, don't think I don't know that the laws of time are controlled by the heavens. Time cannot be reversed. The moment there's a slight mistake, the entire immortal dome might collapse. Even the heavens don't dare to casually use the laws of time. How can an old man Guanxi control it? Although we don't know the situation, this is the truth. How about this? I'll tell you something that only you know to prove it. You can ask me anything that only you know. Solemnly, Gu Hai said. Gu Hai, "Empress, don't listen to him. He's lying," Hichu said anxiously. "You shut up." Taiwa glared at Hichu. Looking at Gu Hai, Taiwa's eyes flashed with curiosity. How could this person be so confident? "All right, then tell me, what's so special about my bloodline?" "Only my brother, and I know this," Taiwa asked. Gu Hai transmitted his voice to Taiwa's ears so that no one else would know. Hearing Gu Hai's words, Taiwa's expression changed. "How did you know?" "I know a little more. I'll tell you everything." Gu Hai smiled bitterly. As he spoke, Gu Hai transmitted his voice to Taiwa's ears. Taiwa's expression grew more and more shocked. Then she stared at Gu Hai. "Impossible. How do you know these things? You can't possibly know." Taiwa glared. "Empress, he's definitely lying to you. He might be able to see the future, just like how I was able to see the other party's methods using the dreamscape. He knows what you're thinking." Hichu immediately said. "Impossible. Before he said those things, I didn't even think about them. Moreover, there are so many private matters." Taiwa glared at Gu Hai. Gu Hai bitterly smiled and fell silent. He was worried that if he said some things, Taiwa would not be able to accept them. He was afraid that he would frighten her, but after some thought, Gu Hai chose to speak. "This is the concentric knot you gave me on our wedding day." Gu Hai took out a red concentric knot. Wedding. Gu Hai and Taiwa, wedding. The surrounding people suddenly widened their eyes. You. Hichu was so shocked that she couldn't speak. Guhai was too shameless. How could he say such things? Who was he kidding? The Tongtian sect master gaped at Guhai in shock. Did Guhai make this up? Didn't Guhai kill Taiwa 800,000 years later? Before he killed her, they got married? Or was it a ghost wedding? The Taishang sect master and the future Buddha were silent. Clearly, even the two of them felt that Guhai was exaggerating. Only Kong Xian believed in Guhai. His expression changed as he looked at Taiwa. If that was the case, would Taiwa be the second empress of the Dahan Empire? Who's married to you? Who's married to you? You're courting death. Taiwa shouted angrily. Taiwa was still a virgin, although she had always worshipped her big brother. She had also looked forward to what her future husband would look like. However, today, someone suddenly jumped in front of her and said that he was her husband. Furthermore, this man looked sickly. He was completely different from the hero in her heart. Taiwa was instantly enraged. In her anger, Taiwa wanted to tear the concentric knot. Phew! Guhai carefully put it away. This was given to him by Taiwa, so he couldn't break it. Guhai, you're shameless. How dare you humiliate the Empress? Master will not let you go. Also, none of you can escape today. No one dares to make trouble on Huashu Island, and no one dares to slander the Empress. Island guards, take down all these madmen. Hichu shouted angrily. Guhai stared at Taiwa and smiled bitterly. It's okay if you don't believe me. Humph, believe you? How dare you slander me? Go to hell. Taiwa was furious. He reached out and took out the cauldron of heaven and earth. As the cauldron of heaven and earth turned, a huge suction force was generated, as if it was going to suck everyone in. Taiwa, Guhai shouted. Guhai, there's no need to waste time with him. She's still a girl. Humph, let me do it. I'll take down Taiwa. Let's see if Fushi comes out. Tongtian shouted. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and the 7 immortal slaying swords flew out. Tongtian sect master, Taiwa is my wife. You can't. Guhai stared. Boom. The immortal slaying swords collided with the cauldron of heaven and earth. Suddenly, the cauldron of heaven and earth trembled slightly. Taiwa, you're not like 800,000 years later. Although you have the cauldron of heaven and earth, you can't use its full power. Tongtian sect master said coldly. Boom. The celestial trapping swords collided with the cauldron of heaven and earth. Suddenly, the cauldron of heaven and earth trembled slightly. Taiwa was immediately pushed back by the force, his face flushed red. Bastard! Hichu was furious. Boom! The immortal slaying swords collided with the cauldron of heaven and earth. Puff! Blood flowed out from the corner of Taiwa's mouth. Kong Xian, do it! Guhai stared. Island guards, you're dead. Come here quickly. Hichu was anxious. Tongtian's 3 swords were enough to injure Taiwa. There were 4 more. What should they do? Here, Evil Demon Guhai asked Evil Demon Kong Xian to do it. Was it over? Although Hichu was not strong enough, he still rushed out to protect Taiwa. Cauldron of heaven and earth. You don't know how to use it. Tongtian sect master snorted. The celestial slashing sword slashed down. 5-colored divine light. A ray of 5-colored divine light rushed to the sky and went straight for the celestial slashing sword. Huh! Everyone's expression changed. Was Kong Xian crazy? Why did he attack Tongtian? The 5-colored divine light crashed into the celestial slashing sword. The divine light and the divine sword were in a deadlock. Guhai? Kong Xian? What do you think you're doing? Tongtian said coldly. Taiwa is the empress of the Dahan. The Tongtian sect master is the Tongtian sect master. You don't have the right to interfere in the Dahan's affairs. Kong Xian said coldly. Gu Hai's gaze was cold as well. He put his hand on his chest. Humph, you're still going against me at this time. Humph, you have 5-colored divine light. You have 6 colors. Break, Tongtian shouted coldly. Boom. The 5-colored divine light was blasted away by the celestial slashing sword. Life Ender. Gu Hai's eyes widened. He pulled out the Life Ender saber from his chest. Boom. He swung the saber at the celestial slashing sword. When he swung the saber, it was not an energy saber. Instead, a mountain of bones appeared out of thin air. Countless bone spikes instantly emerged from the mountain of bones. They grew rapidly and seemed to have enveloped the celestial slashing sword, the Tongtian sect master, the Taishang sect master, and the future Buddha. Boom! The celestial slashing sword returned to its original spot. The countless bone mountains around it also exploded. In the end, only the bone saber in Gu Hai's hand was left. The Taishang looked at Gu Hai in surprise. Gu Hai still had such a trump card. What was that bone saber? Gu Hai, are you crazy? You're going against me for this crazy girl? The Tongtian sect master glared. Although Gu Hai's performance in the 18th level of hell was extremely ferocious, the Tongtian sect master did not care about Gu Hai at all. This was because Gu Hai was not worth mentioning at all. He was just like an ant. How dare he challenge my authority? I'm not going against you. It's just that there are some people that I must protect. No matter who you are, I will protect Taiwa. Gu Hai said coldly. Ha, 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 Gu Hai, do you really think you're a big shot? Do you think you are? The Tongtian sect master was also instantly enraged. Junior brother, you can't. Taishang tried to stop Tongtian worriedly. However, Tongtian had been suppressing his temper for the past few days. Because of his senior brother, Tongtian suppressed his temper. Now that Gu Hai had turned against him, how could he continue to endure? What a joke! Tongtian had been leading the Wanshou Taoism for so many years. How could he tolerate the threat of the sickly Gu Hai in front of him? To turn against him for a woman he had just met, Gu Hai was slapping his face. Humph, you want to be a hero and save the beauty? You don't even look at the situation. If you want to save the beauty, let's see if you have the ability. Tongtian glared. Immediately, the immortal slaying sword slashed at Gu Hai. The moment the immortal slaying sword was unleashed, 2 cracks appeared in the void. If Gu Hai didn't dodge, he would be cut in half by the immortal slaying sword. Gu Hai extended his hand and took out the life entrapment blade. He sneered and said, Tongtian sect master, I know you have your pride. Just now, when I said that Taiwa was my wife, I was mainly saying it to you. I was worried that you would be impulsive and hurt my beloved wife. However, you didn't take my words seriously at all. Perhaps, in your eyes, I'm not worth mentioning? Yes, I'm not as strong as you, but don't forget that this was 800,000 years ago, not 800,000 years later. There are rules of the way of chess here, and I haven't met a match in the way of chess until now. Humph. As soon as Gu Hai said that, the nearby Taishang sect master's expression changed. He wanted to stop Tongtian, but it was too late. Tongtian had already made up his mind to save face. His sword was already aimed at Gu Hai. On the other side, Gu Hai swung his life entrapment blade. Above the starry sky, a large number of stars suddenly bloomed with dazzling starlight. They arranged themselves into an extremely huge way of chess formation. 34? The future Buddha's expression suddenly changed. What? 34? The Taishang sect master's expression changed as well. That was because the Taishang sect master knew about the changes in the way of chess formation. Back then, when he fought Rokudo Shinkuen, Gu Hai was not willing to use 34 formations. Now, Tong Tian had provoked Gu Hai to go all out. Could it be that Taiwa was really Gu Hai's wife? Chapter 8:14. 34. Humph. The Tong Tian sect master snorted coldly. Seeing the stars arranged in the starry sky, the Tong Tian sect master instinctively shivered. Although he did not care about Gu Hai's strength, he could not help but admire Gu Hai's Go Dao formations. After all, that freak who created the long zhanghua earlier only had 33. Now he had 34. The Tong Tian already felt some regret. However, his many years of pride made it impossible for him to lose face. Tong Tian sect master, I can't control the 34 great formations well. Please withdraw your swords. Otherwise, I can't guarantee what will happen. Quickly withdraw them. Gu Hai said anxiously with a frown. Tong Tian, don't try to show off, the Taishang sect master also called out anxiously. However, the more this was so, the more the Tong Tian refused to accept it. Very well. This sect master also wants to see how powerful your Go Dao formations are. Are you going to create another long zhanghua? The Tong Tian said coldly. His hands did not stop moving. The 7 immortal slaying swords continued to slash at the struggling Taiwa. Taishang, future Buddha, dodge. Gu Hai shouted. As he shouted, he waved his hand. Buzz. The immortal dome of ancients instantly enveloped Taiwa, Hichu, and Kong Xian. My cauldron of heaven and earth. Taiwa exclaimed in shock and anger. Gu Hai had left the cauldron of ancients outside the immortal dome of ancients. Taiwa's hand immediately became lighter, and he showed a horrified expression. It was not that Gu Hai could not put the cauldron of heaven and earth away. The crux was that the 3 immortal slaying swords had already stopped the cauldron of heaven and earth and could not be brought in, unless the Tong Tian sect master was brought in as well. Buzz. In the starry sky, the 1,000-odd stars suddenly converged, as if they had been reduced to dust. Then, a huge beam of light condensed in the center. The beam of light descended from the sky, heading straight for the crowd. When the future Buddha heard Gu Hai's warning, he instantly flew far away. However, this was not the case for the Tong Tian sect master. The Tong Tian sect master might have been extremely arrogant in front of Gu Hai because of his pride. He could even fight against Rokudo Shinkuen, but he had to run away when Gu Hai made a move. What a joke! Tong Tian did not leave. He increased his strength, wanting to force the cauldron of heaven and earth back. However, the Taishang sect master had always been a good judge of character. He instantly took Gu Hai's warning seriously. Tong Tian, are you being disobedient? Taishang waved his hand angrily. Boom! The power of Taiji immediately pulled Tong Tian away from his original location. Eldest senior brother. Tong Tian shouted uncomfortably. If it were anyone else, they would definitely break free. However, this was Taishang, so Tong Tian was not in a good position to struggle. However, at this moment, the white light, which had cost more than 1,000 stars in the cosmos to be reduced to dust, had already arrived in front of Gu Hai. It did not appear to be very powerful. The light white light instantly landed on the immortal slaying sword that was slashing towards Gu Hai. Chi! With a buzz, the immortal slaying sword instantly evaporated. Tong Tian was slightly stunned. The immortal dome was activated by Gu Hai's illusory ability. The white beam instantly passed through it, as if it did not touch the immortal dome. Taishang, Tong Tian, and the future Buddha all avoided it. The 4 swords of death, slaughter, and extinction skillfully avoided it. Then, The white beam passed through the immortal vanquishing sword and empty immortal sword one after another. Chi! Chi! The two swords also evaporated. A portion of the white beam was consumed when it came into contact with the swords. After 3 swords, half of the white beam was consumed. The other half rushed into the sea. Whoosh! Suddenly, a large amount of fog surged out of the sea. A huge whirlpool was formed. Tongtian and Taishang's expressions turned ugly. However, they saw the immortal slaying sword, immortal vanquishing sword, and empty immortal sword evaporate, turning into a wave of energy and dissipating. Tongtian's expression changed when he sensed it, because at this moment the connection between the 3 swords was gone. Had they completely disappeared? 34 arrays. Taishang's sect master's eyelids twitched. He thought that Gu Hai had already reached his limit. He did not expect that he still had a backup plan. That bone saber and the 34 arrays? So violent? The Void Slaying Sword is one of the strongest swords in the world. It is much stronger than everyone's physical body. What would happen if the white beam landed on us? The surroundings were silent. Gu Hai released Taiwa, Hichu, and Kong Xian from the Immortal Dome. Hichu immediately hid far away from Gu Hai. Taiwa was stunned when he looked at Gu Hai. His anger suddenly subsided a lot. The person in front of him was not sick at all. Boom! Above the sea, there was a loud noise. From the bottom of the sea, a volcanic pillar shot up to the sky. It pierced through the sea and reached the earth's core? Is the evil demon so powerful? Hichu's expression changed. It pierced through the earth's core. Taiwa was also stunned. In the distance, Tongtian put away the remaining 4 swords and looked terrible. Taishang also looked at Gu Hai warily. Tongtian, sect master, I'm sorry. Gu Hai took a deep breath and said, Humph, if you have such a move, why didn't you use it against the 6 Dao? The Tongtian sect master glared at him. At this moment, the Tongtian finally looked at Gu Hai seriously. If not for eldest brother holding him back, he might have been vaporized as well. Against Rokudo Shinkuan? Ha! Can't the Tongtian sect master see it? Gu Hai laughed bitterly. The Taishang sect master frowned and said, This white light can only be used as a surprise attack. Once used, it will be ineffective against Rokudo Shinkuan. Rokudo Shinkuan also has the Immortal Dome. If he is prepared, he can use the Immortal Dome to dodge like the Ancient Emperor. Ancient Emperor, what is this white light of yours? So powerful? I don't know either. After I set up the 34 Great Spirit designs, I was able to condense this white light, but I can't control it. The white light can decompose matter and vaporize directly into energy. Ha! I call it the disintegration light. Gu Hai laughed bitterly. The disintegration light. The 34 Great Spirit designs. If I'm not wrong, when you set up the 34 Great Spirit designs, you can directly use the laws of the Tao of Chess to disintegrate everything. You can use the power of laws. The Taishang sect master raised an eyebrow. Perhaps. Gu Hai nodded. Tongtian sect master, I'm sorry to offend you. Taiwa is indeed this one's wife. Anyone who offends my wife, no matter who it is, will be dealt with all my might. Gu Hai bowed to the Tongtian sect master. Humph! The Tongtian sect master snorted. At this moment, the Tongtian sect master finally believed what Gu Hai had said, but he could only swallow his pride. Since the Ancient Emperor has said so, then let the Ancient Emperor deal with Fushi. The Taishang sect master said. The Tongtian sect master turned his head away, ignoring him. Many thanks. Gu Hai smiled faintly. Not far away, Taiwa put away the cauldron of heaven and earth and looked at Gu Hai with a conflicted expression. Hichu opened his mouth, but did not dare to speak rudely to Gu Hai. After all, Gu Hai's Tao of chess design had been too powerful. Taiwa, I know you don't believe what I've said, but that's fine. After all, you haven't experienced it. But this time, we really want to see Fushi. Time is of the essence, and no one can bear the price of time. Gu Hai looked at Taiwa and said solemnly, although Taiwa was still against Gu Hai, saying that it was about her husband. After being saved by Gu Hai, her ill feelings towards Gu Hai had lessened greatly, and for some reason, she could see sincerity in Gu Hai's eyes. That sincerity made Taiwa's heart tremble. I'm not stopping you on purpose, but Big Brother is in seclusion. Big Brother said that this is no small matter, and no one is to disturb him. Even if the sky falls, no one is to disturb him. Taiwa frowned. He's in seclusion? Gu Hai's face darkened. Off in the distance, the future Buddha said anxiously, but now, the heaven's primordial heaven is going to collapse. True Monarch Six Das is going to kill the heaven. According to what they're saying, the heaven's primordial heaven is going to be killed by True Monarch Six Das. Bullsh asterisk T. How could Rokudo Shinkuen kill heaven? Hichu immediately defended Rokudo Shinkuen. Gu Hai looked at Taiwa, hoping that Taiwa would make an exception. But Taiwa was also in a difficult position. Even if Rokudo Shinkuen kills heaven, that's what Big Brother said about the sky falling. But Big Brother said that even if the sky falls, no one is to disturb him. Everyone... Maybe that's Fushi's exaggeration. Gu Hai said with a wry smile, if the sky is falling, don't tell me we're not to disturb you? Roar, roar, roar. At this moment, roars could be heard from Huashu Island. Following that, 1,000 coffins that could be seen with the naked eye flew up from the island. The coffin flew to Taiwa's side and floated in the air, emitting a dense black aura. Boom, boom, boom. A series of loud noises rang out as the coffin suddenly opened. The moment it opened, a surge of corpse chi gushed out. Jiang Chen's zombie? Gu Hai's expression darkened. That's right, it was Jiang Chen's aura. It was this aura that Long Aoqian had used to attack the infinite celestial capital with his zombie emperor. Furthermore, each of these 1,000 corpses was no weaker than the previous zombie emperor. It was just that these zombies were dressed differently. 1,000 Jiangchen zombies with the aura of Heavenly Palace. Kong Xian's expression also changed. As soon as the 1,000 zombies appeared, they arranged themselves into a profound formation, as if they were a single entity. They emitted a torrential corpse chi, which instantly froze the surrounding sea. The vast sea instantly calmed down. Taishang's sect master's expression darkened, as if he was facing a formidable enemy. He felt a great threat from this zombie formation. Island guards, are you deaf? Why did you take so long to arrive? Hichu was furious. These zombies were the island guards. If it wasn't for Gu Hai, they would have been dead by the time these island guards arrived. Your Highness, what are your orders? The leading zombie asked stiffly. Capture them. Quick, capture them. Hichu shouted immediately. However, the 1,000 zombies ignored her and continued to look at Taiwa. Taiwa frowned slightly. Just as Taiwa was about to speak, another voice suddenly came from afar. Oh, Tongtian sect master? Gu Hai? Kong Xian? You're all here? What's going on? What's with all the commotion? Ha ha ha. A burst of laughter came from afar. They saw 5 figures flying towards them from afar. Jiang Lianshan, the White Emperor, the Scarlet Emperor, the Fire Emperor, and the Murong Yen. Other than the Murong Yen, the 4 of them had some injuries on their faces. Perhaps they had changed their clothes, as their clothes were still clean and white. The burst of laughter just now was from Jiang Lianshan. In an instant, the 5 of them arrived in front of everyone. Jiang Lianshan, you've also fought against Rokudo Shinkuan? The Tongtian sect master frowned slightly. That's right. Previously, I was with G.T. Home. We killed a Rokudo Shinkuan together. Jiang Lianshan nodded. Chapter 815. That's right. Previously, I was with Matriarch Ji, and we killed a Rokudo Shinkuan. Jiang Lianshan nodded. You killed a Rokudo Shinkuan? You. Hichu exclaimed in shock. Oh, Taiwa, this is the Taishang sect master? Are you the future Buddha? Jiang Lianshan's expression changed as he recognized everyone. Amateus Buddha. The future Buddha clasped his hands together and bowed slightly. Greetings to Dian and His Holiness. I am Taishang. May I know which body did you kill? Taishang asked solemnly. Rokudo Shinkuan was extremely powerful, and yet he was able to kill 1 out of the group of people in front of him. This showed how powerful he was. Oh, you killed 1 as well. Jiang Lianshan's expression changed. It was all thanks to the ancient emperor that we were able to kill Rokudo Shinkuan's water god body. Taishang nodded. Jiang Lianshan looked at Gu Hai with a serious expression. I used a chess spell to condense the long zhanghua. It was a pity that I was just a little short. In the end, 3 old man Guanxi appeared before I managed to capture Rokudo Shinkuan's soul body. Gu Hai explained. Old man Guanxi again. The Fire Emperor stared at them. You met him too? Gu Hai asked curiously. That's right. We met 4 old man Guanxi. 3 of them were killed by Rokudo Shinkuan's golden god body. The last one was taken advantage of and managed to capture Rokudo Shinkuan's soul body. Jiang Lianshan nodded. Golden god body? The Tongtian sect master's face darkened. The holy sword could be said to be the greatest pain in the Tongtian sect master's heart. He boasted that he was the best swordsman in the world, but he was so weak in front of the holy sword. And that was not the true body of the golden god. How strong would the golden god be if he used the holy sword? The sacred sword was blocked by the Xianyuan sword. That's how we found the right opportunity. The golden celestial body is extremely powerful. The Fire Emperor nodded his head. Xianyuan sword, Emperor Ji's Xianyuan sword, the 5th magic treasure in the world. Didn't they say that the Xianyuan sword was only a ceremonial weapon? A sword of the way of the king? Why? Tong Tian's face darkened. The Xianyuan sword was ranked 5th, while the 7 immortal slaying swords was ranked 7th. Initially, Tong Tian didn't think that the Xianyuan sword was that powerful because it was a ceremonial weapon. It was a treasure used by Emperor Ji to gather fate energy and the hearts of the people. It wasn't a divine sword used for battle. But now that it blocked the holy sword, its strength was naturally above the 7 immortal slaying swords. Emperor Ji had hidden her strength so well. The holy sword was taken by Emperor Ji and fused with the Xianyuan sword. The Xianyuan sword should be even more powerful now. Jiang Lianshan explained. Even more powerful. Tong Tian felt a wave of discomfort in his heart. If that's the case, 2 Rokudo Shinkuan have died. Taishang sect master frowned. It should be 3. Jiang Lianshan shook his head. 3? Who killed the other Rokudo Shinkuan? Gu Hai asked curiously. I'm not sure. Old man Guanxi mentioned it before he left. Jiang Lianshan shook his head. Guanxi's game. What a good way to kill with a borrowed knife. Tong Tian sect master said with a frown. Old man Guanxi might not be the strongest, but his schemes were earth-shattering. 3 of the powerful Rokudo Shinkuan had already died because of his schemes. Many old man Guanxi have also died. Kong Xian said with a frown. Many died, Hee, maybe even fewer. Jiang Lianshan shook his head. Isn't it 10? Kong Xian asked doubtfully. For on my side, 3 on your side, and more than 3 on the other side, right? That's already 10. The other Rokudo Shinkuan are not being monitored by Old Man Guanxi anymore? Jiang Lianshan analyzed. This. Everyone was shocked. Old Man Guanxi also said that the 3 spiritual souls are the main, while the 7 physical souls are secondary. Hence, the strongest of the 6 Tao is the heaven, earth, and man body. Even the God King's body is no match for the 3 spiritual souls. He told us to be careful. The Fire Emperor laughed bitterly. In other words, 10 days later, we might face the wrath of an even stronger Rokudo Shinkuan. Guhai frowned. The Fire Emperor nodded. Everyone was discussing amongst themselves as Taiwa revealed a look of shock. Hichu, on the other hand, revealed a look of fear. You've killed 3 Rokudo Shinkuan? You bunch of demons. You'll all die a horrible death. Island guards, take them down. Hichu shouted angrily. The group of zombies ignored him and waited for Taiwa's orders. Empress, none of these demons are good people. Let's take them down. Hichu pleaded anxiously to Taiwa. Taiwa ignored Hichu and looked at the group. Since all of you can kill Rokudo Shinkuan on your own, don't disturb my brother. Please leave. Taiwa sent them off. Jiang Lianshan suddenly looked at Taiwa and Hichu. Taiwa, are you sending us off? I'm here today to challenge Fushi to a 64 hexagrams duel. Jiang Lianshan laughed. My brother is in seclusion and won't see anyone. Everyone, please leave. Taiwa sent them off again. What if we don't leave? The Scarlet Emperor sneered. Then don't blame me. Zombie 1, if anyone dares to take another step into Huashu Island, don't show any mercy. Kill them immediately. Taiwa said coldly. Yes. The leader of the soldiers replied. Boom. The soldiers emitted a ghastly corpse aura and looked at the group coldly. With these stupid zombies? Little girl, you haven't been out yet, right? Believe it or not, if they dare to make a move, I'll disfigure your face and see if Fushi comes out. The Scarlet Emperor sneered and threatened Taiwa. For a little girl like Taiwa, who had never left Huashu Island, disfiguring one's face was much more terrifying than being killed. She subconsciously took a step back. In the next moment, Taiwa was furious at her own cowardice. Just as she was about to shout back, Gu Hai's eyes turned cold. Kong Xian, slap her. Gu Hai said coldly. Swoosh. A 5-colored divine light shot towards the Scarlet Emperor. What? The Scarlet Emperor's eyes widened. Before he could react, the 5-colored divine light was already in front of him. Jiang Lianshan, and the rest did not expect Gu Hai to suddenly turn against them. Stop! Jiang Lianshan glared. However, it was too late. Boom! With a loud bang, the Scarlet Emperor was sent flying by the 5-colored divine light. His clothes were torn apart, and his face was bleeding from the 5-colored divine light. This was after Kong Xian showed mercy. Otherwise, it wouldn't be just his face that was bleeding. Kong Xian? Gu Hai? The Scarlet Emperor's face turned ferocious as he was infuriated. Boom, boom, boom. The Fire Emperor and White Emperor also took out their magic treasures and looked coldly at Gu Hai and Kong Xian. Humph! Jiang Lianshan snorted coldly. The void trembled, and a sound wave rushed towards Gu Hai and the Scarlet Emperor. Screech! Kong Xian shouted, and a demonic aura shot up to the sky, blocking Jiang Lianshan's sound wave. At this moment, the Tongtian sect master and the Taishang sect master did not interfere. The future Buddha clasped his hands together and did not say anything. Gu Hai, what are you trying to do? Jiang Lianshan asked coldly. Gu Hai looked coldly at the Scarlet Emperor. Taiwa is my wife. Watch your mouth. Otherwise, it won't be as simple as a slap next time. Your wife? Huh? The Scarlet Emperor laughed. Jiang Lianshan's face darkened as he looked at the Tongtian sect master and the Taishang sect master. Insulting and threatening his wife in front of him was a slap in the face. Naturally, no one could say anything. However, Jiang Lianshan still wanted to verify it. I don't know. The Tongtian sect master did not step forward and only said, it was as if he was going to sit back and watch the tigers fight. It was obvious that his anger had not subsided. The Taishang sect master smiled bitterly. He did not want to escalate the conflict. Solemnly, he said, maybe it's true. Just now, the Tongtian offended Taiwa, and Gu Hai destroyed the celestial murdering sword, celestial vanquishing sword, and empty celestial sword. Dian and His Holiness are indeed your subordinates. His mouth is too big. Jiang Lianshan's pupils shrank as he looked at Gu Hai. Previously, he heard from the Taishang that it was all thanks to Gu Hai that the Rokudo Shinkuan was destroyed. Initially, he did not think much of it. Now, Gu Hai destroyed the celestial murdering sword. Those were the Tongtian's treasures. What happened just now? With the Tongtian's strength, he actually suffered a great loss in the hands of Gu Hai? Gu Hai, I'll remember this. The Scarlet Emperor said coldly. The White Emperor looked at Gu Hai with a complicated expression. Murong Yen, on the other hand, was absent-minded. It was as if she did not have an audience to talk to. At this moment, she was looking at the distant sea alone. Her face revealed a hint of sadness. A heartbroken sadness was written all over her face. It was as if she did not care about anything else in the outside world. Although Taiwa was still repulsed by Gu Hai's words of wife, the disgust he had for Gu Hai had lessened significantly. At the very least, when the Scarlet Emperor spoke rudely just now, he stood up for him and gave the Scarlet Emperor a head-on blow. The Scarlet Emperor is at fault for not knowing how to speak. However, it's not up to you to lecture my people. Jiang Lianshan looked at Gu Hai coldly. As he spoke, Jiang Lianshan waved his hand. Boom! The golden pattern of 64 trigrams suddenly appeared in the void around them. It was also at this moment that a golden Li hexagram rushed towards Kong Xian. Kong Xian seemed to be unable to move at this moment. It was as if the 64 trigrams had sealed the void around him. Screech! Kong Xian struggled with all his might and let out a shriek. The void shattered like glass. Kong Xian immediately broke free. However, the golden Yen trigram was like a huge fireball. It crashed towards Kong Xian and instantly engulfed Kong Xian. Boom! Kong Xian was sent flying. His robe was instantly torn, and he looked extremely pathetic. Gu Hai's face darkened. He waved his life entrapment blade and manipulated the stars in the starry sky. Boom! The stars aligned. A huge wave of murderous intent rushed towards Jiang Lianshan. The starlight shone brightly. It was the light of the 34 trigrams formation that was about to disintegrate. Jiang Lianshan could not tolerate Gu Hai. Similarly, Gu Hai could not tolerate Jiang Lianshan. The 64 trigrams revolved around them. The 34 trigrams formation in the starry sky gathered murderous intent. The battle between the two was about to break out. Stop! The Taishang sect master shouted anxiously. Boom! The Taiji diagram appeared, forming the power of yin and yang between Jiang Lianshan and Gu Hai, Dian and His Holiness. Ancient Emperor, Rokudo Shinkuan is the greatest threat at this moment. Can we settle our personal grudges later? The Taishang shouted anxiously. Taishang came out to stop them. The Tongtian, sect master, could only reluctantly fly beside Taishang. Separated by the two, Gu Hai and Jiang Lianshan stared coldly at each other. Kong Xian flew over and said in a low voice, "Your Majesty, I'm fine." Although Kong Xian hated Jiang Lianshan, he still considered the bigger picture for Gu Hai and did not pursue the matter. However, when Jiang Lianshan attacked just now, Kong Xian knew how strong he was. It was no wonder he could kill the 6 Dao Immortals. Ancient Emperor, Kong Xian is fine. He also hit the Scarlet Emperor just now. It's a draw. What do you think? Taishang persuaded with a bitter smile. I asked Kong Xian to slap the Scarlet Emperor because he insulted my wife. That's why it's a draw. Jiang Lianshan also hit my subject. How can it be a draw? Gu Hai said coldly. Gu Hai, what do you want? I gave you face, not for you to be impudent to me. Jiang Lianshan said coldly. Gu Hai was calculative, not because of his grudge. On one hand, it was to seek justice for Taiwa. On the other hand, it was to establish his position in the battle against the 6 Dao Immortals. The disintegration light had stopped the Tongtian from underestimating him. Now, Jiang Lianshan was still high and mighty. Although he spoke politely, he did not think much of Gu Hai. For example, if Gu Hai was the Longzhonghua, and the Scarlet Emperor insulted the Longzhonghua's wife, and the Longzhonghua slapped him, would Jiang Lianshan fall out with the Longzhonghua? No, because their positions were equal. It was only right for the underlings to be taught a lesson. The battle against the 6 Dao Immortals was a battle of life and death. Gu Hai had to emphasize his position so that he would not be a pawn in the upcoming battle. Chapter 8:16. Gu Hai and Jiang Lianshan stared at each other coldly. The 64 hexagrams and 34 formations were in conflict, and a huge battle was about to break out. Taishang and Tongtian stood in the middle of both sides, trying to dissuade them, but they didn't side with either side. Jiang Lianshan had the Scarlet Emperor, White Emperor, and Fire Emperor behind him. Only Kong Xian stood behind Gu Hai. Zombie if they attack again. No matter who they are, kill them. Taiwa glared and pointed at Jiang Lianshan. Yes, the leader of the zombies replied. At this moment, Taiwa stood on Gu Hai's side. If they wanted to fight, they would fight. White Emperor, Scarlet Emperor, Fire Emperor, protect Morong Yen. If anything happens to Morong Yen, you will be held responsible. Jiang Lianshan shouted coldly. Yes. The three of them replied. Oh, you care so much about this beauty? Who was the one who wanted to disfigure my face just now? Stiffen, scratch her face for me. Taiwa glared at Morong Yen and pointed at her. You dare. Jiang Lianshan and Fire Emperor shouted at the same time. Boom. Jiang Yi instantly turned into an afterimage and rushed straight towards Morong Yen. How dare you? Jiang Lianshan's expression turned cold as he struck out with his palm. Formation, rise. Gu Hai glared and waved his life entrapment blade. Wang. The stars in the sky shone brightly and were instantly annihilated, condensing into a disintegration light. Xiao. The disintegration light rushed towards Jiang Lianshan. Be careful. Taishang shouted anxiously. Taishang struck out with his palm towards Zombie. Boom. A loud sound rang out as a powerful ripple appeared in the air. The two palms were locked in a stalemate. What? Taishang's face sank as he exclaimed in surprise. Taishang had only used half of his strength, yet he was only on par with Jiang Yi. Was this just an island guard of Huashu Island? The disintegration light reached Jiang Lianshan almost instantly. Stiff one, come back. Taiwa shouted. Who? He stiffened and quickly retreated. Taishang, Tong Tian, and the future Buddha also abruptly retreated. Humph! Jiang Lianshan snorted coldly. With a wave of his hand, the 64 hexagrams rose into the sky. Sizzle! Above the void, the 64 hexagrams instantly melted into a layer of golden smoke and disappeared. More than half of the disintegration light was consumed, and a small portion of it instantly rushed towards Jiang Lianshan. What? Jiang Lianshan's expression darkened, and he dodged instantly. Z. The disintegration light entered the sea and instantly disintegrated countless amounts of seawater, rushing straight to the Earth's core. Buzz. Gu Hai brandished the life entrapment blade, and more than 1,000 stars were arranged in the starry sky. An immense killing intent rushed towards Jiang Lianshan. 34 Great Array. Jiang Lianshan's expression darkened. The 64 hexagrams were destroyed. That was something that could even trap Rokudo Shinkuan. How? The Scarlet Emperor widened his eyes in shock. Who? Jiang Lianshan waved his hand, and another 64 hexagrams appeared in the void. However, this time, it wasn't golden like before, but a blood-red 64 hexagrams. Ha! Gu Hai, you are even better at hiding than Matriarch Ji. Jiang Lianshan revealed a cold expression. I have never been hiding. It's just that your information can't keep up with mine, Gu Hai said coldly. Taishang blocked the two of them again and said, the two of you, stop fighting. If you continue to hurt each other, you will only give Rokudo Shinkuan an advantage. Gu Hai and Jiang Lianshan ignored him. At this moment, a strong gust of wind rushed towards them from afar. Boom, 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 boom. Four figures appeared in the strong gust of wind. As they collided with the wind, huge waves formed in the surrounding seawater. Gu Hai and Jiang Lianshan, who were originally at loggerheads with each other, stopped fighting and looked at the four people who suddenly appeared warily. The strong gust of wind stopped, and the four figures stopped in front of everyone. The 3 men and 1 woman all had anxious looks on their faces. Taishang greets the 4 divine envoys. The Taishang sect master's eyes suddenly lit up. Future greets the 4 divine envoys. The future Buddha also bowed slightly. Divine envoys. Jiang Lianshan raised his eyebrows. Gu Hai was stunned because he actually recognized the faces of the 3 men among the 4 divine envoys. Gaochen? Ziwei? Changsheng? Gu Hai said in surprise. The 3 men frowned and looked at Gu Hai in confusion. The 3 of them looked like Gaochen, Ziwei, and Changsheng. Heaven-grade zither, heaven-grade writing brush, and heaven-grade painting brush. However, their figures were extremely tall and sturdy. There was something different about them. Who are you? The man who looked like Gaochen said coldly, You don't recognize me? Gu Hai frowned slightly. Gaochen, Ziwei, and Changsheng looked at each other. Doubt flashed in their eyes. Humph, kid, you know me? Ziwei said in a low voice. Before we came, we caught a few people and questioned them. It was all nonsense. Did you really come from 800,000 years in the future? Changsheng said solemnly. Gu Hai was slightly stunned. It seemed that they were not the 3 people he knew. However, their appearances were almost the same. There must be some connection. This is the map that you gave me in the future. Look at it. Is it familiar? Gu Hai handed a piece of beast skin to Changsheng. Changsheng was slightly stunned and reached out to take it. The others turned their heads as if they wanted to take a look. Everyone, this map is not something good. Don't peek. Otherwise, you'll have to bear the consequences. Gu Hai immediately stopped the crowd. Humph, who would believe you? Hichu stared in disbelief and turned his head to take a peek. He saw an egg drawn on the map. An egg. Hichu was slightly stunned. Whoosh! The egg in the map suddenly rushed into Changsheng's body. Changsheng's body trembled. Is this the power of my law of vitality? Changsheng was shocked. My stomach. What's wrong with my stomach? Hichu suddenly exclaimed. Hichu's stomach was slowly growing bigger. Kong Xian Jiang Lianshan, the Tongtian sect master, the Scarlet Emperor, the White Emperor, and the Fire Emperor were all stunned. Obviously, they had guessed what was going on. After all, the story of Gu Hai impregnating all the sages of the One Dao with a map was known to the world. Empress, save me. There's something in my stomach. Save me. Hichu was instantly terrified. Gu Hai, what's wrong with him? Taiwa asked worriedly. I warned him not to look just now, but he didn't listen. He's pregnant now. Gu Hai explained. Taishong sect master. Hichu, the future Buddha. Everyone suddenly froze. Did I hear wrongly? Only the Oracle of Eternal Life frowned slightly. The opportunity of immortality is endless. At this moment, Hichu's consciousness entered his body and confirmed this fact. Damn, is this real? There's really a little Hichu in my stomach? I don't have a gender. How can I be pregnant? God, emissary longevity. Save me, save me. He too immediately pounced towards God, emissary longevity. Changsheng waved his hand. Wang. A wave of emerald energy was absorbed by Changsheng and fused into his body. This is the law that I control. Could it be that you are really people from 800,000 years in the future? Changsheng frowned. Zi Wei and Gao Chen also looked at Gu Hai strangely. Only the fourth female divine envoy's face darkened. Changsheng, don't be rash. Huh. Changsheng frowned slightly. Greetings, Empress Taiwa. The female divine envoy bowed, slightly. Divine envoy Hutu, why are you here on Huashu Island? Taiwa was puzzled. We are here to see Mr. Fushi. Who are these people? Hutu was puzzled. They also want to see my brother and want to barge into Huashu Island. You came at the right time. My brother is in seclusion. Please help me chase them away. Taiwa pointed at Jiang Lianshan and the others. Humph, we will leave as soon as we see Fushi. The Scarlet Emperor immediately shouted. Hichu had just been attacked, and now he was angry with Gu Hai and the others. Divine Envoy Hutu, they are all evil spirits. They killed 3 of Rokudo Shinkuen. You must capture them, Hichu said anxiously. Oh, the 4 divine envoys' faces darkened and immediately became alert. How strong was Rokudo Shinkuen? 3 of them were killed. Everyone, if I'm not wrong, the 4 of you should be the 4 divine beasts sent by the heavens to be in charge of stabilizing the world, Gu Hai said in a deep voice. Kid, you are quite knowledgeable. Gao Chen suddenly laughed. However, according to our history, 1 year later, the heavens were killed. Except for the black cat, all 4 of you died. Oh, no, Huda didn't. Gu Hai was stunned. Because 800,000 years later, there seemed to be a goddess Hutu in the netherworld. How dare you? The 4 divine envoys immediately glared at Gu Hai. However, there was a flash of worry in their eyes. 4 divine envoys, don't listen to this bunch of people. Hichu immediately shouted. Everyone was angry, but Hutu waved her hand and said, all right, let's get down to business. Gao Chen, Changsheng, and Zi Wei looked serious and nodded. Taiwa, we are indeed looking for Fushi. Why is he in seclusion? Huda frowned and said, Big Brother left a message saying that this seclusion is not a trivial matter. Even if the sky falls, we should not disturb him. Taiwa shook his head. Then what should we do? Gao Chen asked anxiously. Why are you looking for Big Brother? Taiwa was puzzled. Tianyin is missing. Huda took a deep breath and said, Oh, 10 days ago, Tianyan suddenly said something inexplicable, and we couldn't contact him. We have been looking for him for 10 days, but we couldn't find him. We are worried that something has happened to him. Huta frowned. Oh, Tianyan? That cat. Guhai's expression changed. What did he say? Taiwo was puzzled. He said that someone wants to kill the heavens and that Rokudo Shinkuin lied to everyone, and that the creation of the world is a scam. Huda solemnly said, Did Divine Envoy Tianyan say that? Taiwo was surprised. Impossible. How could Divine Envoy Tianyan say such things? Hichu was in disbelief. We've been looking around for the past few days, and we've found these strange people. However, their words are too ridiculous. Since Tianyan has disappeared, we have no choice but to do something about it. That's why we asked Fushi to help us divine where Tianyan is. Huda said. Rokudo Shinkuin killed him. Kong Xian frowned. Huh. The four divine envoys glared at Kong Xian. Humph, I think he was killed by you evil demons. Hichu also glared. I can't help with Divine Envoy Tianyan's matter, but it is possible to know his whereabouts. Taiwa's expression changed. Oh, Hichu has the ability to predict the future, and with my cauldron of heaven and earth, he may be able to calculate Divine Envoy Tianyan's whereabouts. Didn't they say that 6 paths will kill the heavens in a year? We can take a look. Taiwa said solemnly. Yes, I can calculate. Don't worry. As long as I have the cauldron of heaven and earth, I can tell you the truth. Hichu said. Chapter 8:17. Everyone agreed with Taiwa's suggestion. In the eyes of Guhai and the others, if the Buddha could really predict the future, he would be able to convince them. Hutu obviously didn't believe Guhai and the others, but the recent news made her feel very conflicted. Taiwa didn't allow them to go to Huashu Island, so they didn't force him. The future Buddha took out a huge flying boat, and everyone landed on the deck. The cauldron of heaven and earth is a treasure refined by my brother. It has the 8 trigrams on it, and the universe inside. Hichu, you have the ability to predict the future. Now activate it. I want to know what will happen in the future. Did Rokudo Shinkuin kill the heavens? Also, was Tianyan captured or killed by Rokudo Shinkuin? Taiwa put down the cauldron of heaven and earth and asked solemnly, Help me find out if Tianyan is alive or dead. Also, where is he? Hudu asked worriedly. Just wait. Not only me, but you will see it too. Hichu said confidently. After saying that, Hichu placed his hands on the cauldron of heaven and earth. One. The cauldron of heaven and earth trembled slightly, and the 8 trigrams on it emitted a rainbow-colored light. The aura of the 8 trigrams is very strange. Jiang Lianshan looked at the 8 trigrams in amazement. Mao Tianyan mastered the law of fire? Let me check. Hichu closed his eyes and activated the cauldron of heaven and earth to sense it. Boom. The cauldron of heaven and earth suddenly emitted a wisp of leaf fire, which instantly rushed into the sky. Then, the wisp of leaf fire seemed to turn into the shape of tree roots, entangling the void. With a gentle pull, countless flames were pulled out of the void. The law of fire, reaching the origin of the law, the cauldron of heaven and earth. Hichu? So powerful! Taishang sect master exclaimed. Is Hichu's prediction accurate? Kong Xian asked doubtfully. Legend has it that Hichu was a spiritual creature nurtured by the heavens and earth. There was a mysterious divine diagram on it, which was later comprehended by Fushi and created the 8 trigrams. Later on, Fushi enlightened Hichu and turned it into a spirit, turning it from a dead creature into a living person. After all, Hichu is a miraculous being. He has the ability to predict the future. With the cauldron of heaven and earth, he will be like a tiger that has grown wings. Hutu explained. Oh, Guhai looked at Hichu in surprise. Buzz, buzz, buzz. After a while, the cauldron of heaven and earth suddenly trembled violently. Then, it was as if countless pieces of information were being dragged into the cauldron from the void flame. Meow! A weak voice came from the cauldron. Oh, Tianyun's voice. Tian's eyes lit up. He's still alive, but his condition doesn't seem to be very good. Hichu said with a frown. Where? Where is he? Hodo asked anxiously. Looking for him. Hichu closed his eyes and continued to operate the cauldron of heaven and earth. At this moment, Gaochen, Ziwei, Changsheng, and Hotu were worried. They all thought of one person, Rokudo Shinkuan. No matter how much they didn't believe it, Mao Tianyun did say something bad about Rokudo Shinkuan before he disappeared. It was very likely that Rokudo Shinkuan was in the hands of Rokudo Shinkuan. Speaking of which, when Mao Tianyun had just returned from 800,000 years ago, he had met Rokudo Shinkuan. Meow! A weak voice came from the cauldron. Slowly, a picture appeared in the cauldron. In the picture, Mao Tianyun's appearance could be seen vaguely. In the picture, Mao Tianyun was struggling weakly in a bubble. The bubble enveloped Mao Tianyun, preventing him from escaping. At this moment, Mao Tianyun's body was full of injuries. He was extremely weak and seemed to have lost all his strength. He lay there and could only meow weakly, as if he was crying for help. Where is this? Changsheng asked anxiously. Pa! At this moment, a right hand suddenly appeared on the screen. The right hand grabbed the air bubble and the black cat together. Look carefully. Who is that? Huda asked anxiously. Six Dao? The Fire Emperor frowned. Wang. The picture finally became clear. The face of the person who caught Mao Tianyun was revealed. The moment they saw the face, Gu Hai and Jiang Lianshan's expressions changed. Impossible! The Tongtian sect master exclaimed in shock. Old man Guanxi? The Taishang sect master exclaimed in shock. In the picture, the person who caught Mao Tianyun was not Rokudo Shinkuan, but old man Guanxi. At this moment, old man Guanxi looked ferocious. He was holding the black cat in one hand, and his eyes were filled with viciousness. Husband! Murong Yen suddenly woke up from her sorrow. Looking at old man Guanxi in the picture, Murong Yan's eyes were filled with love. However, there was more resentment in her eyes. Why did old man Guanxi catch Mao Tianyun? Taiwa frowned and asked curiously. In the picture, old man Guanxi suddenly opened his mouth. The next moment, everyone who saw it felt as if they had been immobilized. Their scalps went numb. Old Mr. Guanxi picked up the black cat and slowly placed it in his mouth. Then he swallowed it together with the air bubble. No, no! Ziwei screamed in shock. He ate Tianyun? Bastard! Gaochen also shouted in shock. This can't be real. Changsheng was also shocked. Everyone felt a chill down their spines. Gulp! In the scene, old Mr. Guanxi swallowed the black cat in one gulp. His throat heaved. He swallowed it. The Tongtian sect master was confused. Did he really eat Tianyun? Huta's expression changed. The four messengers were furious. Murderous intent flashed in their eyes. Why did old man Guanxi swallow Mao Tianyun? Taiwa asked curiously. After old Mr. Guanxi swallowed Mao Tianyun, his pores suddenly seemed to release streams of fire. The moment the fire appeared, it burned everything in the surroundings. The outermost flames were yellow, the central flames were blue, and the innermost flames were pink. Old man Guanxi's body is covered with the power of heart fire. Only Mao Tianyun can perform the heart fire dry spring. Old man Guanxi swallowed Mao Tianyun and took away his control of the law of fire. He took away Mao Tianyun's power? Chang Sheng's expression changed. Where is he? Tell me where he is. I want to kill him. Huda said with a ferocious expression. Gao Chen, Ziwei, and Chang Sheng looked at the picture fiercely. Old man Guanqi swallowed Mao Tianyun. The four of them wanted to cut old man Guanqi into pieces. Gu Hai, Jiang Lianshan, and the Tongtian sect master were shocked. This old man, Guanqi, was different from the one they knew. Hichu, where is he? Huda shouted again. He is. Hichu could sense it. I can sense it. Hichu's eyes lit up. Just as Hichu was about to say something, the old man Guanqi in the picture seemed to have sensed something. He turned his head and looked at them. Buzz. Everyone was shocked. Old man Guanqi in the picture seemed to see everyone through the picture in the cauldron. His gaze swept over everyone. This is impossible. Hichu shouted in surprise. Everyone's expression changed. Old man Guanqi in the picture suddenly smiled coldly. He seemed to be mocking them. Is he really looking at us? Gu Hai's face darkened. Old man Guanqi in the picture suddenly swung his sleeve. Whoosh. Bam. The picture in the cauldron disappeared. Puff. He too coughed out a mouthful of blood, as if he was being devoured by the image disappearing. What's going on? Where is he? Huda stared. No, I can't find him. He found out that I was spying on him. He cut off all my senses. I can't find him. I can't find him. Hichu said bitterly. Can't find him. Everyone was shocked. Evil spirit. He is really an evil spirit. He even wants to eat the oracle. Hichu said in horror. Morong Yen, you are old man Guanqi's wife. What do you think old man Guanqi is doing? The Tongtian sect master said in a deep voice. Morong Yen looked sad, but she shook her head and didn't say anything. Morong Yen. The Tongtian sect master stared as if he wanted to force Morong Yen to speak. Tongtian. Jiang Lianshan looked cold and stood in front of Tongtian. Jiang Lianshan, you are still protecting her? The Tongtian sect master stared. Don't force her. Come at me. Also, you were set up by old man Guanqi. If you have the ability, go find him. Don't make a fool of yourself. Jiang Lianshan said coldly. Humph, Jiang Lianshan. Tongtian seemed to be angry. That's enough. Huda shouted. Everyone looked at Hutu. Hichu, can't you find old man Guanqi? Huda looked terrible. I can't find him. For oracles, did you see it? Did you see it just now? That old man Guanqi is the biggest monster. These people are all monsters. They slandered Rokudo Shinkuan and killed Rokudo Shinkuan and divine envoy Skycloud. They even made up lies. We can't let them go. Hichu shouted. Gu Hai and the others looked at Hichu coldly. So much nonsense. Hurry up and continue the divination. I want to know what will happen in a year. Is Rokudo Shinkuan going to kill the heavens? Taiwa said, solemnly. Taiwa had a good impression of Gu Hai, but he didn't immediately deny Gu Hai. However, the four divine beasts looked at Gu Hai and the others with cold eyes. Fine. Just now we were just tracking divine envoy Skycloud. Now we are going to predict the future. Don't touch me. I need to activate the cauldron of heaven and earth. Hichu shouted. With that, Hichu closed his eyes again and activated the cauldron of heaven and earth. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As the cauldron of heaven and earth trembled, a large amount of white fog emerged. Something's wrong. The future is chaotic. It's so difficult to predict. Hichu said anxiously. Everyone waited patiently. Hichu seemed to have encountered a difficult situation and was sweating profusely. He had an anxious look on his face. About 2 hours later, a blurry image slowly condensed into form. In the image was Old Man Guanxi. Him again. The four divine beasts' faces sank. In the image, Old Man Guanxi seemed to be fighting with someone. As he fought, a trace of madness appeared on his face. When I kill all Rokudo Shinkuen, everything in this world will be mine. The heavens are dead. I, Guanxi, am the new heavens. I will reverse everything. My love, wait for me. Chapter 8:18. After I kill all the Rokudo Shinkuen, everything in this world will be mine. The heavens are dead, and I, Guanxi, am the new heavens. I will reverse everything. My lover, wait for me. My lover, wait for me. Old Man Guanxi shouted the last sentence in a desolate tone. However, other than Morong Yen, who cried, the rest of the people who heard Old Man Guanxi's first sentence felt chills running down their spines. Bam! The image suddenly collapsed, and the surrounding smoke suddenly disappeared as well. However, the surrounding people were silent for a long time. How did this happen? What is Old Man Guanxi doing? Scarlet Emperor stared blankly. He is an evil demon. See? Divine Envoy. They are evil demons. That Old Man Guanxi is the biggest demon. He wants to kill the Rokudo Shinkuen. He wants to kill the heavens. This is what he said. Quick, take them down. Hichu shouted anxiously. Taiwa's expression also turned ugly. However, he still looked at Hichu and asked, Hichu, are you sure? I can't be wrong. The future has become blurry. I have used the cauldron of heaven and earth to push open the clouds and see what is inside. Empress, didn't you see it? Old Man Guanxi said, everything. Hichu said, anxiously. What about 1 year later? Taiwa asked in a low voice. 1 year later? I can't see it anymore. Hichu was stunned. What do you mean you can't see it anymore? It's more troublesome to find out the truth. What's so difficult about seeing the scene 1 year later? Taiwa frowned. Hichu quivered and suddenly said in shock, if I can't see it 1 year later, could it be that I am dead? If I die 1 year later, I can't see the future anymore. Am I killed too? When he thought of this, he too immediately revealed a terrified expression. Evil demons, you want to kill me? Or does Old Man Guanxi want to kill me? Hichu was terrified. The four divine beasts looked at Gu Hai and the rest fiercely. At this moment, Gu Hai, Jiang Lianshan, and the Tongtian sect master were also at a loss. Didn't Old Man Guanxi want to kill Rokudo Shinkuen? No, he wants to seize the entire world. Old Man Guanxi? This is really a big game. Tongtian said with a ferocious expression. He wants to see the heavens, the earth, the past, and the present. His goal is to see the immortals. He wants to use us to become an immortal? Jiang Lianshan said with an ugly expression. But Rokudo Shinkuen will succeed in our future, won't he? Gu Hai looked at the Tongtian and said in a low voice, 6 Immortal Dome? No, history has changed since we came here 800,000 years ago, the Tongtian sect master said, hatefully. Not necessarily, Gu Hai said in a low voice. Everyone looked at Gu Hai. If history changes, will you still exist? Gu Hai said in a low voice. The Tongtian sect master was slightly stunned. Gu Hai himself might not be affected. After all, Gu Hai came from the 30 Immortal Dome. But this was not the case for the rest of them. Without the foundation of history, how could there be a foundation for the future? The fact that they did not disappear meant that history was still there. Divine Envoy, let's report this to Rokudo Shinkuen immediately. Let's get rid of these evil demons. Hichu said anxiously. Gaochen, Ziwei, and Changsheng frowned, but Huda's expression turned ugly. Hichu, you're not lying to me? Lie? Are you suspecting that I deliberately lied to you? How is that possible? I swear on my life that it is absolutely true. Besides, this cauldron of heaven and earth can only predict. How can I fake it? Also, I'll die 1 year later. I'll be killed too. It must be them. That old man Guanchi wants to kill Rokudo Shinkuin and the heavens. They are demons. Hichu shouted crazily. Anyone who was certain that they would die would be emotional. The four divine beasts looked coldly at Guhai's group. Attack? Although the four divine beasts believed in the prediction, they were still skeptical. Old man Guanchi is the culprit. The most important thing now is to inform the heavens. Huda suddenly said, That's right. We must inform the heavens. Gauchen said, But the heavens are not in this immortal dome. They went to the void with the six paths heavenly deity to find a perfect place to create the world. Zi Wei said anxiously, Why now? Create the world? Rokudo Shinkuin's immortal dome has not been perfectly preserved in the void. How can a monster like Guanchi appear? What should we do if we can't contact the heavens? Changsheng said anxiously, Inform Rokudo Shinkuin. His heavenly deity body went to the void with the heavens. Through the other bodies of the six paths, we can inform the heavens. Gauchen's expression changed. If we want to inform, the six paths should have already done so. I'm worried that something else has happened. Huda said anxiously. Then what should we do? Everyone was worried. Go to the void. Hutu, you go to the void. You go to the heavens. Hichu suddenly shouted, Go to the void. Hutu frowned. That's right, only when firmament returns can we reverse the situation. We need to make some preparations. You go find firmament because he trusts you the most and trusts you the most. If you go, he will definitely return. He too said anxiously. Hutu frowned. Once he goes to the void, he will not be able to contact us. It will be very dangerous. Gauchen said worriedly, You don't want to save Mao Tianyin? You want to watch the heavens die. Hutu, you go. I have a feeling that if you go to the heavens, history will be different. Hichu said anxiously, You said history will be different. Huda stared at Hichu. Hichu's face froze. That was his vision. However, he could predict the future. They would only believe him if he confirmed it. That's right. I predicted that if you go, everyone will come back to life. Mao Tianyin, the heavens Rokudo Shinkuin, and all of us will come back to life. Hichu said confidently. That was because he was going to die in a year's time. He had to try anything to save himself. All right, I will go and try. I will enter the void from the Yellow Springs Road. Huda said, We will go too. Gauchen shouted, No, you guys stay. Huda will go. If you stay, you can delay old man Guanchi and do many other things. Hichu said anxiously. Hichu needed Gauchen and the others to deal with Guhai. Naturally, he did not want them to leave. You predicted it again, Huda said. That's right, Hichu said stubbornly. All right, we will listen to you for a while. If I find out that you lied to me, when I come back, I will make you suffer worse than death, Huda said coldly. I definitely did not lie to you. Please return to the heavens as soon as possible. Hichu gritted his teeth and said, If he died, all threats would be useless. Of course, he too was adamant. Huda took a deep look at the river diagram, then took a step forward and disappeared from where she was. Where did she go? Hichu was stunned. Huda went to the Yellow Springs Road. She went to the void. Gauchen explained. That's good. Hichu sighed. However, his face was still very ugly. Empress, why don't we ask the master to come out and kill old man Guanchi? Hichu said expectantly. Shut up. Taiwa glared at him. My brother said that no one is allowed to disturb him, no matter what. even if the sky collapses. Moreover, you can ask Zombie, E, and the others if they agree. Taiwa said coldly. The zombie leader at the side finally took the initiative to speak. Island Master said that if anyone dares to disturb Island Master's seclusion, we will not hesitate to die together. Everyone's face turned ugly. Morong Yen, in the scene just now, I remember Old Man Guanxi said, I will reverse everything. My love, wait for me. What does that mean? Aren't you Old Man Guanxi's wife? Why aren't you with him? Solemnly Guhai said Guhai. Everyone looked at Morong Yen. Morong Yan's eyes reddened. She bit her lips and felt very sad. If you don't want to say it, then don't. Jiang Lianshan said gently. No, we must make her say it clearly. Divine envoys. She is the wife of evil demon Old Man Guanxi. She must know a lot of things. Take her down. Hichu said, anxiously. Shut up. Taiwa scolded Hichu. Jiang Lianshan also looked at Hichu with a cold expression, causing Hichu to tremble. Gaochen, Changsheng, and Ziwei frowned slightly, but they were not used by Hichu. Just now, Hichu asked Hudu to find heaven. That was a righteous reason. So the three of them did not say anything. But now, how could they be your lackeys? Morong Yen shook her head and looked at Guhai, saying, Me? I am his wife, not her. I am Morong Yen, not the real Morong Yen. Oh, Guhai's expression changed. Everyone was stunned. The people that Rokudo Shinkuin killed lost their 3 souls. No matter how powerful my husband is, he can't find my 3 souls. Morong Yen said mournfully. Suddenly, Guhai thought of Rokudo Shinkuin's Eye of Life and Death. Wasn't it the same as him? The 3 souls of the people he killed were taken away. Then aren't you? Jiang Lianshan was slightly stunned. He used a Godao ritual array to condense my soul. He condensed the 3 souls in his heart that most closely resembled Morong Yen. I am Morong Yen. He treated me very well in the past. However, every time he hugged me, he would cry. I understood that he had been lying to himself all this time. One day, he could no longer lie to me, so he ignored me. I'm just a substitute. Morong Yen cried. Although Morong Yen was condensed from a Godao ritual array, Morong Yen's emotions were almost the same as the real person. He didn't dare to look at me, but I couldn't convince him. After all, I'm fake. Why? Why am I not real? Morong Yen cried sadly. Fake. The White Emperor and the Scarlet Emperor looked at Morong Yen in shock. Jiang Lianshan seemed to have known all along. He looked at Morong Yen with a complicated expression. However, his eyes were still very gentle. There was a hint of love in his eyes. Fake. No wonder. No wonder Old Man Guanxi ignored you the last time he saw you. Huh. Is Yen or dead? I hate it. I hate it. Why did I let Yen leave Dian? I hate it. The Fire Emperor said with a sorrowful expression. Is Old Man Guanxi still thinking about Morong Yen? There was a stubbornness in his heart. He had to save Morong Yen's 3 souls. Since he's already sure that you're fake, why does he still allow you to exist? Guhai asked with a frown. I don't know either. Morong Yen shook her head. He probably can't bear to. Otherwise, he wouldn't have avoided you on purpose. This means that he still has you in his heart. Guhai sighed softly. What did you say? Morong Yan's eyes lit up as she looked at Guhai. I'm guessing that Old Man Guanxi has you in his heart. If it's not the dead Morong Yen, then it's you. However, as he poured his feelings into you, he became afraid. He was afraid that he would forget that Morong Yen. He was afraid that he would mistake you for that Morong Yen. That's why he avoided you. Because he has you in his heart, he didn't get rid of you easily. It's just that he can't forget you, Guhai said in a low voice. Really? Murong Yan's tears suddenly turned into a smile. Her previous depression had completely disappeared. Guhai nodded. Thank you, Mr. Good. Murong Yan smiled as she wiped her tears. Chapter 819. In a hall on Guhai's flying boat. Guhai looked at the three people in front of him, Gaochen, Ziwei, and Changsheng. I have already described the situation of the three of you after 800,000 years. Do you have any other questions? Guhai looked at the three of them. Is my singing that bad? No, this is Little Radish. You condensed it with the formation. I sang it just now. It's very good. The peak of Guqin Dao. The golden sound nourishes the soul. It's a good song. Gaochen said with a frown. Get lost. Don't sing in front of me in the future. Look, even Kong Xian can't stand it. Changsheng glared at him. You still have the nerve to talk about me? I almost fell for your trick just now. What the hell are you drawing? Gaochen glared at him. What do you know? That's the origin of life, the creation of chaos. That egg can create life. I didn't expect that I would be able to hide the power of law in my pen in the future. Eggs are really the most wonderful thing in the world. Changsheng said immediately. Ziwei at the side said, Bah, your divine beast body is in the shape of an egg. No wonder you can draw an egg after 800,000 years. 800,000 years later, I'm in trouble because of you. You're not any better. The poem you recited almost turned us into fertilizer. Changsheng shouted. That's fertile soil. Ziwei glared. Your current divine beast form is rotten fertile soil. You won't let us have an easy time even if you reincarnate. Changsheng glared. Guhai looked at the three of them talking and realized that the three of them didn't like each other after 800,000 years. It started now. The three of you, did you believe what I said earlier? Guhai asked doubtfully. The three of them stopped quarreling. After a moment of silence, Gaochen nodded. Actually, we believed it before we saw you. Oh, Guhai was slightly stunned. In order to find Mao Tianyun, we found many people like you. We threatened, lured, and even refined your souls. We interrogated you many times, but you couldn't accept it. Otherwise, do you think Hudu was so easily manipulated by Hichu? Gaochen said solemnly. It's good that you believe me. Guhai took a deep breath and nodded. We never expected that Rokudo Shinkuan would actually be able to kill his way up to the heavens. In the past, his image had been too lofty. Legends of the six Daos were everywhere, and everyone respected him. But who would have thought? Not long ago, he told the heavens that he wanted to create a new and perfect immortal dome, to give all living beings a vaster world. He wanted to create a new world that could exist in the void, just like our immortal dome. Gaochen explained, there is a lesser immortal dome in the six paths, but its laws are incomplete. I heard that at the edge of the immortal dome, time is slowed down, and space is distorted. It is the opposite of void and existence. A perfect immortal dome has countless laws that complement each other to support the immortal dome and prevent it from being consumed by the void. How could a lesser immortal dome resist the consumption of the void and create a new world? Guhai frowned. He said he could. The heavens were fooled by his appearance and believed him. They gave him all kinds of help, making the six paths the strongest and perfecting his immortal dome. For him, the heavens left our world and went to the void. Once there, the heavens cut off its connection with the common people. Many of its powers can no longer be used. Perhaps something bad will happen to it. Immortal Longevity's expression was unsightly. Will you attack Rokudo Shinkuan? Guhai asked solemnly. The three of them looked at each other and remained silent for a while. According to history, we were reincarnated. Perhaps the three of us died because we resisted Rokudo Shinkuen. Because we resisted, we died. Ziwei said solemnly. Guhai nodded. The three were silent for a while. Gaochen said solemnly, although we will die if we do not resist, we will live in cowardice for the rest of our lives. You said that we can be revived after 800,000 years. Why not fight? But I cannot guarantee that history will not change. Guhai said solemnly. Haha, wouldn't it be better if we win? Changsheng laughed, seeing the resolve of the three. Guhai stood up and bowed to them solemnly. Ancient Emperor, there is no need for this. We are also doing this for the heavens. When the heavens are in trouble, how can we do our best to save them and not do anything? We are not worthy of the recognition he gave us in the past. The three cried out. No, I have to thank the three of you for this bow. Solemnly, Guhai said Guhai. The three of them looked at each other and did not stop him. There are still 7 days. I hope the three of you can help me. Solemnly, Guhai said Guhai. We will do our best. In truth, the three of us may not be a match for Rokudo Shinkuen. He is too strong now. The three smiled bitterly. That will be enough, Guhai said with a smile, just as they were talking. Your Majesty, Murong Yen requests an audience. Kong Xian called from outside the hall. Oh, Guhai stepped out of the hall. Outside the hall, Murong Yen stood quietly. Seeing Guhai and the other three approach, she bowed slightly. Greetings to Mr. Good. Murong Yen, there is no need for formalities. Guhai avoided her. At the same time, Guhai looked at Jiang Lianshan's flying boat. At this point, the Fire Emperor looked at them with discomfort. Ancient Emperor, we will take our leave for now. Solemnly, Gaochen said Gaochen. All right, Guhai nodded. The three of them immediately stepped away and left temporarily. Murong Yen, why don't we go to the pavilion over there? Guhai did not invite Murong Yen into the hall. Murong Yen smiled and nodded. The two of them walked to the pavilion not far away. From afar, the Fire Emperor saw that Murong Yen did not enter Guhai's hall. His brows relaxed slightly. Murong Yen, I wonder why you are looking for me, Guhai asked curiously. The two of them sat down. Murong Yen was silent for a while before speaking. Mr. Good, let me tell you a story about Murong Yen. I hope you don't mind. Oh, that's exactly what I want. Guhai's eyes lit up. On Phoenix Island in the East Sea, there was a peony flower. It had been nourished by the spiritual chi of heaven and earth for many years. Gradually, it developed spirituality and was about to transform into a demon. Before it transformed, the fragrance of the peony flower wafted in all directions. This attracted a large number of demonic beasts. Just as the peony demon transformed, they pounced on it, wanting to devour it to raise their cultivation levels. The peony flower was about to be destroyed by the demonic beasts. At this point, a hoe descended from the sky, chasing away all the demonic beasts. At that time, the peony demon had transformed and was in despair. Being saved by this hoe, her heart trembled. She was moved to tears. The person who wielded the hoe was Jiang Lianshan. Such a beautiful peony. This is the first time I've seen it. Jiang Lianshan was instantly mesmerized by the peony flower. Thank you, benefactor. The peony demon bowed down, gratefully. What's your name? I don't have a name. Benefactor, please give me one. Your smile is beautiful, more beautiful than thousands of flowers. Let's call you Yen. Thank you, benefactor. Yen, you've just transformed and have no cultivation level. It's not safe for you to wander around. How about this? I'll be a good person to the end. I'll arrange for you to stay with the Fire Emperor first. When I'm done with the imperial court, I'll bring you over. Yen, naturally didn't reject Jiang Lianshan's arrangement. At that time, Yan Er's intelligence was limited. When Jiang Lianshan descended from the sky, Yan Er's heart fell on Jiang Lianshan. She felt that the world of transformation was incomparably beautiful. Phoenixes were a beautiful race. However, when Yan arrived, her beauty overwhelmed all the other phoenixes. Her entire body emitted the fragrance of peonies, causing the phoenixes to be extremely fond of her. At that time, many phoenixes chased after Yan However, Yan Er's heart was completely on Jiang Lianshan. No one agreed. Even the Fire Emperor at that time fell in love with Yan because of her pure and kind nature. He confessed a few times, but Yan didn't agree. Her heart was only on Jiang Lianshan, and she didn't let anyone else enter her heart. Jiang Lianshan also came to Phoenix Island often. Every time he came, Yan was extremely happy, until one time, Jiang Lianshan suddenly had an arrangement for Yan He hoped that Yan would help him complete a huge task. He asked for Yan Er's opinion. Let Yan seduce other men because Yan was too beautiful, and the pure aura on her could infect many people. Yan was very sad. However, this was Jiang Lianshan's request. Yan agreed with a sense of grievance. Jiang Lianshan used a great method to reincarnate Yan into the family of an official of the Deqian celestial dynasty. That official's surname was Murong. Yan reincarnated into Murong Yan. Although Yan Er's appearance changed a little, it couldn't hide her beauty. Jiang Lianshan arranged a series of coincidences to let Murong Yan meet Long Zhanggua. Again and again, the coincidences moved Long Zhanggua's heart. At this moment, Long Zhanggua found out that the Murong Yan was a spy sent by Jiang Lianshan. There was evidence of treason, so he punished the Murong Yan. No matter how much Murong Yan begged for mercy, he didn't care. Back then, in order to attract Long Zhanggua's attention, Murong Yan held a poetry festival in the Deqian celestial dynasty, which attracted the admiration of many talented people. When the Murong Yan was punished, Murong Yan was also arrested. Many talented people pleaded for mercy, including the Day One celestial dynasty's Shiyu the Great. In order to calm the commotion, Long Zhanggua used thunderous methods to kill the other members of the Murong family. Jiang Lianshan planned to let Murong Yan leave the Deqian celestial dynasty and escape near the Sky Chess Pavilion. Because of a coincidence, she met the old man Guanxi at that time. Originally, it was to attract old man Guanxi's attention. However, old man Guanxi was too obsessed with chess, so he remained indifferent. Murong Yan used all her tricks, but she couldn't get the old man Guanxi's attention. Murong Yan was incomparably pure. Her acting couldn't fool Long Zhanggua, nor could she fool old man Guanxi. However, old man Guanxi was slowly attracted by her pure and kind nature. Murong Yan also discovered old man Guanxi's kindness after a series of tricks. Unknowingly, she also fell in love with the old man Guanxi. The two's feelings for each other improved. Unknowingly, the two walked together and even became husband and wife. When Jiang Lianshan heard the news, he was furious. On the day of the two's wedding, he came to make a big fuss. No, at that time, Long Zhanggua and the Fire Emperor also came together to snatch Murong Yan. However, Murong Yan's heart had already fallen for old man Guanxi. Long Zhanggua was filled with regret. He shouldn't have killed the Murong family in order to establish his authority. The Fire Emperor was filled with regret. He shouldn't have let Murong Yan go. Jiang Lianshan was filled with regret. However, Murong Yan was never coming back. Murong Yan's heart was completely tied to old man Guanxi. Old man Guanxi loved Murong Yen even more. Even if he had to become enemies with everyone, he wouldn't let Morong Yen go. At that time, they had a good fight. However, no one knew the result. In the end, Old Man Guanxi took out the Immortal Dome as a betrothal gift. It was also considered to be for Morong Yen. However, he fulfilled his wish and gave the Immortal Dome to everyone. Morong Yen smiled as she reminisced. Guhai listened quietly. Only Old Man Guanxi knows how to cherish the people in front of him. Long Zhanghua, Jiang Lianshan, and the Fire Emperor? Ah, only when you lose them will you know how to cherish them. Old Man Guanxi is still the one who thinks clearly. Guhai was silent for a while before speaking. He's an idiot. Apart from playing chess, he doesn't care about anything else. How could he think clearly? Morong Yen smiled as she reminisced. Idiot? Guhai was surprised. Yes, when it comes to relationships, he's a blockhead. I used to give him so many hints, but he didn't understand. He was always polite to me and clumsy. However, when we confirmed our relationship, my husband suddenly changed. In the past, he was obsessed with chess. After that, he became obsessed with me. He even wanted to bring me around the world and make me give birth to many babies for him. He even named all of them. Morong Yen smiled excitedly. Bring you around the world. That Old Man Guanxi is really good to you. Guhai said solemnly. Yes, he's really good. He tells me everything, and usually just keeps me company. Otherwise, he would play chess with himself. Morong Yen said happily as she reminisced about the past. Play chess with himself? Playing chess alone. He's really in a good mood. Guhai laughed. No, he's not alone. He's playing chess with himself. Morong Yen shook her head. Oh. Guhai was slightly taken aback. Playing chess with oneself. Isn't that the same person? When we played chess, there were two husbands. One was the main body, and the other, he said that it would be him tomorrow. Morong Yen recalled. Him tomorrow? To Old Man Guanxi? Guhai was slightly taken aback. That's right. At that time, the other husband was vague like smoke. My husband said that he used the law of time and could play chess with his future self. Only he could understand himself best. Only he could increase his Go skills the fastest. Morong Yen explained. The law of time leading to the future? Guhai was slightly taken aback. At this moment, he finally understood why Old Man Guanxi's Go skills were so strong. It was because he had 100,000 Go puzzles, because he had a bunch of Go manuals, and because he had spent more than 200 million years in the 18th layer of hell to strengthen himself. Old Man Guanxi was playing chess with his future self to strengthen himself. My husband's Go skills grew stronger and stronger, and he gradually learned about the 6 paths of reincarnation. Those dead souls were destroyed, and he told me about Immortal 6 paths scheme. He told me not to meddle in other people's business, but I couldn't help it. Morong Yen suddenly burst into tears. You were found out by the Immortal of 6 Daos and killed by him? Old Man Guanxi wanted to avenge you. He went crazy to avenge you. Guhai's expression froze. Yes, Morong Yen nodded. Wait, I remember Long Zhanghua said that you were going to tell the world about Immortal 6 paths scheme. However, Old Man Guanxi was by your side. Since he chose not to meddle in other people's business, he would definitely be careful of you. How could you tell the world when Old Man Guanxi wasn't paying attention? You couldn't have hidden it from Old Man Guanxi, right? Guhai was puzzled. Jiang Lianshan helped me, Morong Yen said bitterly. Oh, Jiang Lianshan? He was using you? Guhai raised his eyebrows. In that case, Long Zhanghua and Old Man Guanxi were both heaven-defying because of Morong Yen, but the mastermind was Jiang Lianshan? Was it Jiang Lianshan who started the war against Six Paths again and again? Long Zhanghua was used by Jiang Lianshan, and Old Man Guanxi was also used by Jiang Lianshan? That's not right. I remember that Jiang Lianshan looked at you with a kind of adoration. Why would he let you die? You want to use your death to incite great chaos? Guhai frowned slightly. At that time, the Black Emperor came to help me. He said that Jiang Lianshan asked him to help me. Unfortunately, you know what happened later? Murong Yin smiled bitterly. Black Emperor? The Black Emperor rebelled and was killed by Jiang Lianshan. Could it be that the Black Emperor carried out Jiang Lianshan's plan behind Jiang Lianshan's back? When Jiang Lianshan was hesitating, Guhai's face darkened. If that was the case, then everything made sense for the Black Emperor to fall. Maybe, Murong Yen said bitterly. Everything is so complicated. Jiang Lianshan plotted against Old Man Guanxi, but Old Man Guanxi plotted against him. Guhai sighed. Mr. Good, I came here to ask you for a favor. Murong Yen suddenly knelt down. Don't. If you have something to say, just say it. If I can do it, I will do it. Don't kneel before me. Guhai smiled bitterly and stepped aside. My husband said that when he returned to 800,000 years ago, he had already made up his mind to die. He set up the Immortal slaying chess game. This is a dead end. He was determined to die. If he failed, he would die completely. Originally, only he could solve this dead end. He couldn't solve it himself. But later, he said that you have amazing chess skills. Maybe you can solve it. Murong Yen looked at Guhai. Immortal slaying chess game? Guhai frowned. Yes, so I beg you, if my husband loses, please help him solve this dead end. I don't want him to die, even if I have to replace him. Please help me. Murong Yen knelt before Guhai and cried. Murong Yen, please get up. Guhai helped Murong Yen up and smiled bitterly. Mr. Good, I beg you, the person in the picture 3 days ago was not my husband. He was not a bad person. He never fought with others. He used to play chess alone. If he didn't meet me, he would hide in his room and play chess every day. If I didn't die, he wouldn't do such a crazy thing. He is a good person. Please save him. Murong Yen cried. I can't promise you anything, but I believe that Old Man Guanxi is not a bad person. But I didn't see the Immortal slaying chess game. How can I help him? I'll try my best. Guhai smiled bitterly. Thank you, Mr. Good. Murong Yen wiped her tears and stood up. I can't promise you anything, but if I can save myself, and if I can, I will help. Guhai said solemnly. Thank you. That's enough. That's enough. Murong Yen wiped her tears and said gratefully. In the distance, on Jiang Lianshan's airship, the Fire Emperor saw Murong Yen kneeling before Guhai. He clenched his fists and prepared to go over. Fire Emperor, don't go over. Jiang Lianshan's voice came from behind him. But His Holiness, the Fire Emperor said anxiously. Sigh. Jiang Lianshan's dejected sigh could be heard from the main hall. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. Guhai's injuries were healed. Guhai, Jiang Lianshan, Taishang, Tong Tian, and the future Buddha stood on the deck of the airship as though they were facing a formidable enemy. Taiwa's Empress, I'll leave Murong Yen in your hands. Jiang Lianshan said gratefully to Taiwa, Don't worry. Murong Yen will follow me to the island. Taiwa replied. He's here. Guhai's expression turned solemn. Boom. A strong gust of wind blew, and a figure in a Taoist robe appeared on the ocean not far from them. Rokudo Shinkuan, the demon is over there. Hichu shouted excitedly. Rokudo Shinkuan's face turned cold as he looked at everyone. Jiang Lianshan Guhai? Tongtian? Taishang? Humph, you're all gathered together? Rokudo Shinkuan said coldly. You fused with Qing Emperor? Which body are you? Jiang Lianshan's face darkened. Qing Emperor? Ha! Jiang Lianshan, you're really good at scheming. Unfortunately, you've schemed against yourself in the end. Rokudo Shinkuan sneered. Oh, you used a strand of Qing Emperor's soul to nurture a puppet Qing Emperor. This Qing Emperor doesn't have any feelings for you, but he knows you like the back of his hand. He won't help you. I'm the fire god's body. Today, none of you can escape. Rokudo Shinkuan snorted. Just as Rokudo Shinkuan was about to attack, boom! Another strong gust of wind blew, and a second Rokudo Shinkuan appeared. Guqin. Guhai's face sank. The second Rokudo Shinkuan flew in the air and looked at everyone coldly. At this time, the first Rokudo Shinkuan saluted the second Rokudo Shinkuan. Man god's body? Even you are here? The fire god's body was surprised. The man god's body seemed to have a higher status as he only grunted. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he looked at everyone.